This is a world where games and reality intertwine. Everyone unlocks their game panel and awakens their unique talent at the age of 18. Talents are divided into 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Only those with a talent level of C or above are considered to have a promising future. Anything below C is practically disregarded by everyone. All eyes in the hall were fixed on me. I took a deep breath, walked up to the awakening stone, and placed my hand on it. My information immediately appeared on the screen. Name, Lu Chen. Level, 1. HP, 100. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Speed, 10. The staff operating the system adjusted his glasses and said indifferently, "The stats are a bit low." The talent is slow HP regeneration, no wonder. His tone carried a trace of disappointment. I was still waiting for the final talent evaluation report, fiddling nervously with a job transfer card in my hand. This card was special. It allowed a direct transfer to the rare class Shadow Assassin without needing to clear any dungeons. My parents, both professional players in the underground city, had left it for me. I had long planned to use it for my class transfer. But then, Lin Chuchu walked in, followed by Chen Lei. Lin Chuchu was my girlfriend, and Chen Lei was my deskmate. Over the past 2 years, I had come to see her as family. Lin Chuchu looked calm as she said, "Lu Chen, let's break up." I froze, thinking her talent must be too mediocre and that she was afraid I'd look down on her. In this society, being a professional player was the ultimate stable career. With a good talent, one would never have to worry about jobs or money. I quickly reassured her, "Chuchu, it's okay if your talent isn't great. I don't care about that." But she sneered and threw my talent evaluation report in front of me. In the talent section, a glaringly obvious F-level talent was displayed, marked in gray, the lowest, most useless grade. My future looked bleak, not even worth mentioning. She held up her own report and smiled smugly. "I awakened an A-level talent, Doppelganger. It allows me to create a shadow with the same stats as myself, and the shadow and I can switch places. Do you see the gap between us now? Do you understand why I'm breaking up with you?" I was stunned, unwilling to believe it. Impossible, there must be a mistake. Lin Chuchu glanced at the transfer card in my hand and suddenly said, "Lu Chen, let's end things amicably. I've been your girlfriend for 2 years. Why don't you give me that job transfer card as a parting gift? The Shadow Assassin class suits my talent perfectly. You won't have any use for it anyway, so why not give it to me as a favor?" Chen Lei smirked and added mockingly, "Lu Chen, with your talent, that card would just go to waste. Why not give it to Chu Chu? It'd be better for everyone." I gritted my teeth and glared at them. Breaking up is one thing, but now you want my card too? Lin Chuchu, you've got some nerve. Lin Chuchu approached me, laughing casually. "Someone as worthless as you has no right to use a transfer card. If you won't give it to me willingly, I'll just take it myself." With that, 4 men in black rushed in and pinned me down. Lin Chuchu effortlessly snatched the card from my hand. I trembled with anger. "You dare steal from me? Aren't you afraid my parents will come after you?" Chen Lei chuckled coldly and tossed a photo in front of me. "Lu Chen, you're still in the dark. Your parents had an accident in the underground city. All that was found was your father's hand. The hand in the photo unmistakably belonged to my father, the wedding ring on his ring finger confirming it." My mind buzzed, desperately hoping it was all a lie. But the truth was right there in front of me. Lin Chuchu sighed. "You used to rely on your parents for protection, but now you're completely useless. Don't blame me for taking your card, anyone else would have done the same. From now on, you're just a joke." I nearly broke down, clutching the photo and sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Chuchu wasn't done, adding fuel to the fire with a sarcastic jab. "Your parents both had A-level talents. How did someone as pathetic as you come from them?" Wiping away my tears, I stared at Lin Chuchu with cold, emotionless eyes. "Lin Chuchu, my things aren't yours to take. One day, I'll make you return what you've stolen with your own hands." Lin Chuchu didn't care at all and said condescendingly, "I've already joined the Red Moon Guild. From now on, you're beneath me." Oh, by the way, Chen Lei awakened an S-level talent, Thunder Fury, and I've agreed to be his girlfriend. Chen Lei stood smugly beside her, his arrogance making it seem like he owned the world. "Lu Chen, you used to have your parents backing you. Now, you're nothing but someone for me to trample on." After they left, the men in black followed. I picked up the evaluation report from the ground. It read, "Talent, slow HP regeneration, increases 1 HP per second." Clenching my fists, I thought bitterly, is this really my future? But then I saw my HP skyrocketing on my game panel. My heart soared with joy. By logic, my HP should increase by just 1 point per second. But after an hour, my HP had jumped from 100 to 3,789. I double-checked the time on my phone, it had indeed been an hour. This meant my HP could increase by 86,400 points in a single day, simply by doing nothing. Who said my talent was F level? This was clearly S level, maybe even stronger. I hadn't even had time to grieve my parents' accident. Now, I could only rely on myself. Chen Lei, Lin Chuchu, just wait. I'll make you pay. Having talent isn't enough, I needed real strength to seek revenge. The first step for any rookie player was to level up, and leveling up required entering specific dungeons. Normally, you'd have to book in advance and wait in line, but I had another plan. Opening the professional player community site, I browsed through team recruitment posts. Looking for a level 30 healer, preferably female. Urgently need a frontline character above level 25, must have taunt skills. None of these teams would want a rookie like me. Fortunately, I quickly spotted a post from a fellow beginner. New player looking for. Forming a team, requirement, HP over 5,000 to enter the leveling dungeon. I immediately contacted the other party. It's rare for a newbie stage player to have over 5,000 HP, and I far exceeded that standard, even reaching 80,000 in a single day. The other party quickly replied to me, and we arranged to enter the dungeon together the next day. I was a temporary addition, so I didn't even need to share the costs. Although the timing was a bit tight, how could I pass up such an opportunity? The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I checked my stats panel. Yesterday, my HP was at 100, and now it had skyrocketed to 83,400 points, and it was still slowly increasing every second. Who would have thought that after awakening my talent, I could achieve an HP level that even animals couldn't rival within just one day? At that moment, Huang Zhengyu sent me a message, "Bro, where are you?" He was the guy who contacted me about teaming up yesterday, a straightforward type of guy. I'm at the crossroads of National Highway 324, about to take a cab over. Wait there, I'll be right over. Within minutes, a bright orange off-road Jeep screeched to a stop in front of me. The passenger window rolled down, and Huang Zhengyu waved at me, "Lu Chen, get in." Honestly, I didn't expect him to be this well off. This Jeep must cost at least 2 million. If he hadn't called out to me, I wouldn't have recognized him. Once I got in, I noticed there were 3 others in the car, all Huang Zhengyu's classmates. Just as we were about to head out, Huang Zhengyu handed me an agreement, the gist of which was that any accidents inside the dungeon would be my own responsibility. I didn't even hesitate and signed it right away. With my current HP, dying would be a tough feat. Although everyone here was technically a player, reality and the game were closely intertwined. If you died in the dungeon, it meant actual death. According to data from the past 10 years, more players had died in dungeons than in real-world car accidents, and the number kept rising. Huang Zhengyu handed me a ring. Wear this ring, it'll come in handy inside. I checked its stats, and I immediately understood his intention. Guardian's Ring, when HP exceeds 1000, every additional 1000 HP increases defense by 100, up to a maximum of 400 defense. Special effect, reflects 50% of damage received back to the attacker. No wonder the team required HP over 5000 to join. The defensive boost wasn't the key, it was the damage reflection effect that was amazing. For regular players, it wouldn't be much use, but for someone with high HP like me, it was basically a custom-made artifact. With gear this good and a car worth millions, it was clear that Huang Zhengyu came from a wealthy background. He added, "My talent boosts team stats, so everyone should share their talents so we can coordinate better." He explained that his talent was a B-rank team buff, which could enhance attack, defense, and speed. The other 3 included 1 with B-rank fire control and 2 with C-rank control abilities. When it was my turn, I said, "I'm an F rank. My talent only works on myself, it just keeps increasing my HP." The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, but fortunately, Huang Zhengyu didn't mind. "Doesn't matter. As long as your HP is over 5,000, you'll be fine tanking on the front lines, right?" I made an okay gesture. For an average newbie team, our lineup was definitely solid. Before long, we arrived at the dungeon entrance. It required registration and a fee to enter. Once inside the dungeon, all real-world abilities became useless, and only awakened game abilities could be used. I knew the real challenge was about to begin. If goblins were truly dangerous, professional players would have cleared them out long ago. The truth is, this place wasn't too hard to handle. Players regularly came through to farm monsters and level up, so the goblin population was constantly suppressed and couldn't develop much. As Huang Zhengyu explained this, it was clear he was familiar with the place, he'd obviously been here before. "Let's go register first," I said as I squeezed through the crowd. Chen Lei blatantly cut in line, his shamelessness on full display. Huang Zhengyu, being slim, couldn't compete and was easily pushed to the back. Lin Chuchu followed along with Chen Lei. "Aren't these the S-rank talent rookie Chen Lei and A-rank Lin Chuchu?" The registration staff exclaimed in surprise when they saw their identities. "An F-rank talent like you has no business trying to be a professional player. Lu Chen, you should just go to college, that's your only path," Lin Chuchu suddenly said, completely dismissing me. She probably didn't expect to run into me here. "Are you worried I'll become a professional player and end up doing better than you?" I smiled confidently at her. Lin Chuchu seemed a bit flustered, unable to understand why I, with the lowest F-rank talent, could still act so self-assured. Women are afraid of marrying the wrong man, and men are afraid of choosing the wrong path. That's just how it is. Some things are predetermined, and forcing it will only bring failure. If you stubbornly go against the tide, you'll suffer sooner or later, she sneered. After registering, Chen Lei stopped beside me and arrogantly said, "I suggest you guys come back next week. With me here, you won't even see a single goblin. Chen Lei's S-rank Thunderstorm talent lets him summon lightning. He can kill goblins in 2 moves, there's no competing with him," someone whispered nearby. Huang Zhengyu wasn't fazed. "No need to compete with them. I know a hidden spot where there are definitely more goblins." Clearly, his goal wasn't the scattered goblins but to locate an actual nest. He had discovered this hidden path by chance last time, and no one else knew about it. We followed him through the teleportation portal, and the scenery changed dramatically. Outside was still a modern city with coastal highways, but inside the dungeon, it was a dense forest in the mountains. The air reeked of blood, and goblin corpses were scattered along the roadside, still warm with fresh blood. Clearly, Lin Chuchu's group had just passed through. Goblins in leveling dungeons are never fully exterminated because they reproduce quickly and are great at hiding. Most teams stick to flat terrain, so they encounter fewer goblins. In reality, most of them hide in caves, Huang Zhengyu explained as he walked, leaving marks along the way. Strangely, we hadn't encountered a single goblin yet. The living goblins. Until we arrived at the entrance of a dark cave. The cave stretched endlessly into the depths, and we couldn't see what was inside at all. I noticed that the ground at the entrance had been deliberately tidied up. It was clear that the goblins knew how to cover their tracks. This was undoubtedly their base camp. I took the lead, flashlight in hand, and headed in. Huang Zhengyu hadn't expected me to be so bold, but he had no choice but to follow reluctantly. Inside the cave, it was pitch black. We could only rely on the flashlight for illumination. Just as I shone the flashlight ahead, a few pairs of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in the beam. Immediately after, the cave echoed with piercing shrieks. Goblins! Huang Zhengyu couldn't suppress his excitement. He was right, this was indeed the Goblin's lair. According to our pre-arranged plan, I took the front line to block attacks. Xiao Huahua was responsible for throwing fireballs, as fire was most effective against goblins. Huang Zhengyu used his buff talent to enhance Xiao Huahua's attacks, and the remaining two worked to disrupt the goblins' offensive. My health was exceptionally high, perfect for tanking at the front. The goblins' attack power was mediocre, each hit only took away a little over 100 health points. Plus, my Guardian Ring provided 400 defense, reducing some attacks to single-digit damage, which was no trouble at all. These goblins were surprisingly clever. They wove shields from vines, sharpened sticks into weapons, and even coordinated with their teammates. Xiao Huahua hurled fireballs, instantly burning down groups of goblins. Seizing the opportunity, I picked up a shield and spear from the ground, turning them into makeshift gear to gain an advantage. In the dungeon, taking hits didn't cause any real pain, only when health dropped below half did it feel like actual injury. But I instinctively used the shield to protect vital areas and relied on my body to endure hits to other parts. With the spear, I specifically targeted goblins on the verge of death to finish them off. Each goblin defeated netted me +5 system experience. I leveled up rapidly. With each level gained, my attack and defense increased by 10 points. Soon, I reached level 8, with attack and defense both at 80. The only downside was my speed, which was only 17. The entire team grew thrilled as everyone's abilities advanced quickly. Just then, a sudden commotion echoed through the darkness, a powerful, oppressive aura surged forth. Instinctively, I raised my flashlight, and there it was, a massive goblin glaring at me, its eyes filled with a ferocity that seemed intent on devouring me. "Humans, prepare to die," it roared. Its voice echoed through the cave, loud and clear for everyone to hear. I immediately understood this was no ordinary goblin. This was the legendary Goblin King. It said that when enough goblins gather, a king evolves among them. The previous king had been defeated by professional players long ago, and this new king must have just emerged, and now it was coming straight for me. What terrible luck! I had only come here to grind some experience points, but now I'd stumbled upon this monster. "I'm going in!" Xiao Huahua shouted, throwing a fireball. It hit the Goblin King, sparking a bit of light, but didn't even singe a hair. The king didn't so much as flinch, it felt nothing at all. Xiao Huahua's legs immediately gave out. Having only recently joined the player's circle, he had never encountered such a creature before and was too scared to even speak. The Goblin King swung its club, charging straight at me. With a loud crash, I gritted my teeth and braced myself, my health bar plummeting by over 2,000 in one hit. Fortunately, my defense was strong, anyone else would have been flattened on the spot. "I'll hold off the king. Attack quickly," I shouted to my teammates. But after waiting for a while, I turned to see that Xiao Huahua had already fled, and the other two had also bolted. Now, it was just me and Huang Zhengyu left in the cave, surrounded by goblins outside. It was just the two of us, completely encircled. "I'll cast a defense buff on you," Huang Zhengyu offered, but I stopped him. "No need, let it hit me," I said, grinning as I raised my hand to reveal my ring. Huang Zhengyu was startled but quickly understood. The Guardian Ring had a special effect, any damage I took would reflect half of it back onto my attacker. While this was suicidal for most, I had enough health to endure. As long as I could hold out, the Goblin King was doomed. Sure enough, the Goblin King swung its club again. I gritted my teeth and took the blow head-on, losing another 3,000 health points in an instant. My remaining health was still over 60,000. The Goblin King's total health was barely above 10,000, I was confident it wouldn't survive. The Goblin King flew into a rage, swinging its club wildly, with its attacks growing faster and faster. But according to the rules, as long as my health didn't drop below half, I wouldn't sustain any real injuries. After countless blows, the Goblin King suddenly froze mid-swing, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing with a resounding thud. Experience plus 1,000. Name, Lu Chen. Level, 11. Health, 89,340. Attack, 200. Defense, 200. Speed, 29. Having broken through level 10, I now had an additional skill slot and could finally use skills. Let's go! I waved to Huang Jiangyu. The remaining goblins, terrified after witnessing their king's death, fled in all directions. None dared to confront us. Huang Jiangyu, still shaken, grabbed me, and we dashed out of the cave, unwilling to stay a second longer. Meanwhile, alarms blared at the dungeon's entrance. The staff immediately called for help, and it wasn't long before professional players arrived. The first to show up was Wang Feng from the Professional Players Association, a level 30 player with an A-level talent. One glance at the alarm, and he understood a Goblin King had just emerged in the dungeon. The dungeon has been open for players to grind monsters, yet a king-level monster still appeared. Clearly, many goblins were left uncleared, he said. Is anyone still inside? He asked the guards. There are about 10 people left, including Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Wang Feng's expression darkened instantly. These new players hadn't even transitioned into formal professionals yet if they encountered the Goblin King. Wang was almost certain to die. He was about to rush into the instance, but before he could move, the alarm suddenly stopped. Some speculated that the alarm was broken, but Wang Feng was not convinced and decided to check it out himself. Just then, 2 people emerged from the teleportation tunnel. It was me and Huang Jiangyu. Wang Feng immediately approached. What happened inside? Did you encounter the Goblin King? Huang Jiangyu quickly answered, No, we almost got lost in there and hurried to find the exit to get out. I nodded slightly, silently agreeing with his explanation. Wang Feng reviewed our records and concluded that, based on our abilities, it was impossible for us to survive an encounter with the Goblin King. One of us only had a B-level buff, and the other an F-level slow regeneration. Such a combination couldn't possibly take down the King of Monsters. Thus, he didn't question further. And the third person, a guard casually remarked, I saw all 3 of them running out, probably scared out of their wits after getting lost. Wang Feng didn't let it go and continued asking the 2 of us whether we had seen Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu. We didn't see them. This response made Wang Feng uneasy. Chen Lei was a rising star being groomed by the Red Moon Guild, and if something happened to him in the instance, the consequences would be dire. As a patrol officer for the Professional Players Association, Wang Feng's duty was to eliminate the Goblin King. If his negligence caused injuries or deaths among the newcomers, his position would definitely be at risk. After asking his questions, Wang Feng didn't delay further and rushed into the instance alone. Back in the car, Huang Jiangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you tell the truth earlier? Lu Chen stared at him and asked. Leveling instances are different from regular ones. Not only do you have to pay to enter, but you also have to hand over all the equipment you obtain. When we killed the Goblin King earlier, Lu Chen had picked up a necklace. Bone necklace dropped by the Goblin King. Equipment requirement, level 15 or above. Grants the blessing of the forest goddess, enhancing active skills. The amplification talent of the necklace was very strong. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's regeneration was passive and didn't benefit from active skill amplification, so it wasn't of much use to him. Huang Jiangyu had long had his eyes on the necklace. His buffing talent could only enhance one person at a time, but with the necklace, he could amplify multiple people. This item was a godsend for him. Lu Chen, name your price. How about selling me this necklace? Huang Jiangyu asked directly, ready to pay whatever Lu Chen asked. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen handed the necklace over without hesitation. Huang Jiangyu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lu Chen to give it up without even naming a price. The necklace is yours, the ring is mine, Lu Chen said calmly. The only reason he had been able to kill the Goblin King was because of the Guardian's ring on his hand. Lu Chen had low attack power and no offensive skills, his only reliance was the ring's passive damage. Actually, I bought the ring from a street vendor for just a few bucks. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer some money to you, said Huang Jiangyu matter-of-factly. Lu Chen didn't refuse and sent over his account details on the spot. As Huang Jiangyu dropped him off, he couldn't help but say, honestly, I feel a bit guilty. If I hadn't kept quiet, you'd already be famous by now. Killing the Goblin King as a newbie, even Chen Lei, with his S-level talent, couldn't do that. What good is fame? It's worth less than a piece of equipment, Lu Chen replied indifferently. Inside the instance, Wang Feng advanced rapidly, following the trail of goblin corpses. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he found Chen Lei and the others. No major accidents had occurred, and things were going better than he had expected. Did you encounter the Goblin King? Wang Feng asked. Chen Lei looked puzzled. No, it was just regular goblins along the way. I killed them all, but I didn't see any formidable creature. Wang Feng glanced at the corpses on the ground. They were all ordinary goblins, levels 7 or 8 at most, definitely not above level 10. The Goblin King, on the other hand, was at least level 20. Chen Lei's group couldn't possibly have dealt with it. If you're all fine, keep leveling up, Wang Feng said, just as the alarm went off again. The instance was temporarily closed to new entrants. Lin Chuchu, who had just reached level 7, looked unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. Wang Feng was level 30, and Chen Lei only 15, there was no contest there. After sending Chen Lei and the others away, Wang Feng still felt uneasy. Alarms don't go off for no reason, it was likely triggered by the appearance of the Goblin King. If the Goblin King had a hidden ability that made it undetectable, then things could get troublesome. Alone, Wang Feng ventured deep into the forest, killing goblins along the way until he unknowingly reached the goblin's lair. Sure enough, the Goblin King's corpse lay quietly inside the cave. So the Goblin King had been hiding deep inside, which is why no one discovered it. The alarm must have been triggered when someone killed it, he deduced. This meant the Goblin King had been taken down by a newbie. Could Chen Lei have been lying? Wang Feng's first thought was naturally of Chen Lei, with his S-level talent, since he seemed the most likely candidate. Wang Feng carefully examined the Goblin King's wounds but couldn't determine what had killed it. Moreover, the equipment had already been taken. As long as he found out who had the equipment, the truth would come to light. Soon, news spread that the Goblin King had appeared in a leveling instance and been killed by a newbie. Many guild representatives swarmed the office, and even prominent figures were blocked outside. However, 2 individuals barged in without restraint, even Wang Feng couldn't stop them. They were Xin Chuan, the president of the Firewolf Guild, and Xiao Yu, the president of the Spider Guild. Wang Feng, be honest. Who's the newbie that killed the Goblin King? Xin Chuan asked, staring him down. Wang Feng looked troubled. Isn't the rumor outside saying it's Chen Lei? Since Chen Lei had an S-level talent, everyone naturally assumed he was the one who had killed the Goblin King. Those rumors are meaningless. If it were true, the Red Moon Guild would have been boasting about it everywhere. But look, the Red Moon Guild has been completely silent, which is very unusual. Xin Chuan, don't jump to conclusions. Maybe the Red Moon Guild just wants to keep a low profile and not reveal Chen Lei's strength too soon. Hearing this, Xin Chuan was momentarily speechless. I have to admit, Wang Feng made a very valid point. It's absolutely impossible that Chen Lei did it, Xiao Yu directly denied. Chen Lei's ability is manipulating lightning. Logically, if he made a move, the monster would definitely have lightning marks on its body. But I heard that there wasn't a single lightning damage mark on the Goblin King. If he didn't use his talent, it's impossible for him to kill the Goblin King. Shen Xuan nodded in agreement. That's correct. Wang Feng, are you still hiding something? Hurry up and tell us now, who exactly is the powerful person? Wang Feng had no choice but to take out a list. I'm still investigating. Right now, I really don't have any leads. Xiao Yu and Xin Chuan glanced at the list, both frowning deeply. The people on the list, apart from Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu, were all very ordinary. If it wasn't Chen Lei or Lin Chuchu, then who else could it be? Chen Lei was summoned to the president's office of the Red Moon Guild. Inside, it was just him and the guild president, Song Yu. Yesterday, did you kill the Goblin King in the leveling dungeon? It wasn't me. I have no idea who did it, Chen Lei replied, feeling exasperated. Everywhere he went, people were asking him if he had killed the Goblin King, but in reality, he had no clue what had happened. Chen Lei, I personally recruited you into the guild. Trust me, if you tell me the truth, no third person will ever know about it. President Song, it really wasn't me. I only found out about it from the news. Sonya noticed that Chen Lei didn't seem to be lying and grew even more puzzled. If it wasn't you, then who else has this kind of power? Actually, Chen Lei wanted to claim credit for it, but he knew very well that with his current strength, there was no way he could defeat the Goblin King. President, is it really possible for a novice player to kill the Goblin King? He couldn't even imagine it, let alone believe it. Everyone's awakened talent is different. Some people's talent is extremely strong from the start, allowing them to directly challenge powerful monsters. Your talent, on the other hand, is a late-blooming type. The higher your level, the more advantages you'll have, which is why it's rated as S tier. Chen Lei felt slightly discouraged by these words, but Song Yu's explanation quickly restored his confidence. Everyone has a different growth curve. Once he reached a higher level, his advantages would definitely start to shine. After Lu Chen returned home, he spent some time seriously studying equipment-related knowledge. All this information was available on forums and accessible to any registered player. Equipment is classified from low to high quality into 6 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. Typically, only boss monsters or uniquely named monsters might drop equipment. Ordinary monsters, no matter how high their level, wouldn't drop gear. That Guardian's Ring was a green tier item, with a market value ranging from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million. At this moment, Lu Chen's phone vibrated. He opened it to see that Huang Zhengyu's payment had been credited. 1 million received. Huang Zhengyu really is generous. With the money in hand, Lu Chen headed straight to Linyuan City's famous antique street market. Huang Zhengyu had found that ring here, and now that Lu Chen had money, he wanted to try his luck too. After walking around the market, Lu Chen didn't find any particularly valuable treasures. Places like this were mostly about luck. Finding a gem was extremely rare. Transferred dungeon key. Lu Chen was drawn to a sign with black characters on a white background. The vendor was a frail-looking girl kneeling behind the stall. The girl's father was a professional player, and this transfer key was something her father had risked his life to bring back from a dungeon. Unfortunately, he later got injured and fell into a coma, ending up in the hospital. Now, the girl was selling the key here to raise money for her father's medical bills. Before long, a crowd had gathered around the stall. Blood Demon Knight Transfer Key, this is an exclusive item for a rare class. Hey, little girl, sell it to me for 5,000. No way. My dad risked his life for this. He's still in the hospital and needs money. Lu Chen had planned to leave, but when he heard the words Blood Demon Knight Transfer, he immediately stopped. Players can transfer to a class after reaching level 20. Only after transferring can one become a true professional player. He had researched before, as long as one's talent and health stats aligned, it was entirely possible to take on a tank role. High health and defense in the late game meant being both offensive and defensive. But Lu Chen thought it unnecessary. His health stat could already soar to over 80,000 in a single day. It was hard to die just from that alone. Going further down the tank route would only waste his talent. The Blood Demon Knight class, however, gained more advantages with higher health stats. It was practically tailor-made for him. The girl set the price at 200,000. Lu Chen was about to make the purchase when someone suddenly spoke up. I'll pay 200,000 as well. The young girl's face lit up with joy as she carefully packed the key and handed it over. I can give you the key, but I don't just want your money, I want you too. Lily spoke directly, reaching out to grab the girl's hand. Someone nearby started jeering. Oh, it's young Master Li from the Li family. No wonder he's got so much money. Of course, it's clear he doesn't really want the key, he's obviously interested in the girl. The girl pulled her hand back in fear. Please don't do this. Lily sneered, this key isn't simple. To unseal it, you need the blood of a goblin priest. It's not something you can use right after buying. I'll pay 200,000, and you just need to spend one night with me. Although he said one night, everyone knew that once he got his hands on her, it would be nearly impossible for her to escape him in the future. This wasn't the first time he'd used such tactics to take advantage of others. Don't agree to him. I'm only here for the key. I stepped forward, my voice firm, eyes fixed on the key. 500,000, I only want the key. Well, kid, you're playing big. You must be a player too. If we ever meet in a dungeon, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lily gritted his teeth, but the thought of spending 500,000 just for a woman made him hesitate, and he ultimately backed off. Thank you. My name is Bai Ling. The girl's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Full of gratitude. I am Lu Chun. We quickly completed the transaction, 500,000 transferred to the account. Bai Ling was so happy she almost jumped. I got the key and felt quite satisfied as well. Blood Demon Night Job Change Key, requires Goblin Priest's fresh blood to unlock, usable after level 20. Bai Ling whispered, there's an iron grinding tavern nearby. If you need, I can accompany you. She blushed after saying this and quickly added, don't misunderstand, I just think you spent so much money and I don't want you to lose too much. If you don't want to, then forget it. I couldn't help but silently praise her as a good girl. Taking advantage of others is not my style, so of course, I wouldn't agree. Suddenly, the street alarm blared loudly. The entrance to a dungeon appeared out of nowhere near the crowd. Without any preparation, we were all sucked in. After the alarm sounded, Wang Feng quickly rushed over, but unfortunately, the dungeon entrance had already closed and couldn't be entered. Dungeon Riot, random pull-in. Unless the dungeon stabilizes, no one can go in. Can you check the surveillance? Hurry and see who got pulled in. Soon, the road surveillance footage was retrieved. It's Lu Chen, Wang Feng immediately recognized. Shortly after, the young master of the Li family was also identified. Wang Feng's expression grew grim. This is trouble. We must notify the Li family immediately. None of us had time to react before we were transported into the dungeon. Unlucky, getting selected by such a dungeon riot, and now we can't get out. The people around were all panicking. Being sucked into an unfamiliar dungeon, no one would feel safe. Bai Ling was even more terrified. She had worked so hard to gather money to save her father. If she died in the dungeon, her family would be doomed. Lily shouted loudly, I'm level 20 with a B-grade assault talent. Anyone above level 15 and with a C-grade or higher talent, team up with me. The dungeon riot won't last long. As long as we stay united, we can survive until the exit opens. Among the people pulled in, he had the highest level and strongest talent, capable of penetrating most defenses. As soon as he finished speaking, many people quickly gathered around him. I'm level 14 with a D-grade talent. Can I join? A nervous vendor asked. Lily glanced at the numbers. All right, you're in. The vendor was overjoyed and hurried over. A level 10 player tried to join, but Lily rejected him outright. He was taking people to increase their survival chances. If there weren't enough people, he might lower his standards, but weak players were immediately discarded. For Lily, forming a team was purely for self-preservation, not to play the hero and save others. Some ordinary people began to cry out, what about us? Can't you protect us a little? Lily sneered, this is about strength. If you're powerless, you'll have to fend for yourselves. Do you expect us to risk our lives for you? Don't be foolish. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the trembling Bai Ling. I can save you, but you'll have to be my slave. I'll let you go when I'm done with you. Bai Ling trembled all over. Even if it meant dying, she would never agree to his terms. At this moment, an ordinary person ran over to me for help. Young man, you're a player too, right? Can you help us ordinary folks? We really don't want to die. Seeing the despair on everyone's faces, I softened. I spoke up, report your levels and talents. The remaining players were all of average strength and low talents, most not even level 10. What I didn't expect was that Bai Ling actually had an A-grade healing talent, even though she was only level 1. She had just turned 18 this year. Despite awakening a high-grade talent, her family relied entirely on her. All their money had gone toward her father's medical bills, leaving nothing for her to level up. I said, I'll lead the charge. You guys follow closely when you see the opportunity. Bai Ling, you're responsible for healing everyone as needed. Though Bai Ling was only level 1, her high-grade talent made her more valuable than anyone else in the team. What about us? An elderly man asked, his eyes full of helplessness. There were many ordinary people. If no one led them, they wouldn't survive long once the monsters appeared in the dungeon. In the end, I agreed to let them stay at the back of the team. Whether they lived or died would depend on their luck. With our current combat strength, protecting so many people was impossible. Forcing them along would only drag us down. Allowing them to follow at the back was already my final concession. Suddenly, goblin roars echoed around us. These goblins were very different from the kind used for leveling up in other dungeons. Each one was as large as an adult and wielded knives in their hands. Warrior Goblin, LV-10. These goblins were clearly trained, and there were many of them. Their strength was far greater than those we had encountered before. I said to Bai Ling, you can join us now. Li Li's team happened to lack a healer. With more and more goblins approaching, they wouldn't hold out much longer. No one expected Bai Ling to have such a high-grade talent. Li Li regretted it immediately. He hastily said, I was just joking earlier. As long as you come over and heal us, we'll definitely survive until the dungeon exit opens. If you stay with them, those old and weak will only drag you down and get you killed. I casually replied, you can leave if you want. If Bai Ling left, our team would essentially collapse and wouldn't withstand the warrior goblins' attacks. At that point, I'd have no choice but to prioritize saving myself. Li Li's team was stronger, but Bai Ling's gaze remained full of trust in me. Perhaps it was because I stayed calm throughout, giving people an inexplicable sense of reassurance. I'm not leaving. If we die together. Bai Ling resolutely decided to stay. Li Li cursed angrily, you're too foolish. At this moment, panic spread among Li Li's team. The goblins are increasing in number. There's no end to them. Although Li Li's team had higher levels, without a healer to support them, no one dared to risk charging forward. Li Li observed the surroundings and noticed 2 bridges nearby. One led to a small island in the water, and the other extended to the other end of the dungeon. Most likely, the other end led to. It was where the boss was located. He shouted, don't panic, retreat to the small island. My team and I also noticed the small island, so we followed. Li Li and the others rushed across the wooden bridge to the island first. Just as someone from our team stepped onto the bridge, it suddenly collapsed, and people fell directly into the water. The water was filled with piranhas, devouring people completely in seconds. It turned out that Li Li had sabotaged the ropes on the other side, causing the bridge to collapse entirely. With an innocent look, Li Li said, the island is so small. If all of you come over, where will we stand? Li Li's selfish act of self-preservation infuriated everyone, but there was nothing we could do. Seeing the goblin warriors charging closer, we were forced to retreat to another bridge. That bridge was protected by a barrier, preventing the goblins from crossing, allowing us to escape temporarily. However, on the other side of the barrier was likely the boss's location. I decided to take a gamble, hoping the boss wouldn't be as terrifying as the goblins outside. As soon as we entered the barrier, all the goblin warriors gathered by the water, staring intensely at Li Li and the others. Surrounded by so many monsters, everyone's scalp tingled with fear. It was utterly terrifying. Li Li tried to comfort everyone, don't worry, these goblins can't swim. They won't dare to come over with the piranhas in the water. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, waiting for the dungeon exit to open and for professional players to rescue them. But just as we caught our breath, the goblins suddenly retreated. From the back of the island emerged a group of goblin archers, each with bows drawn, aiming arrows at the people on the island. Goblin Archer, LV-10. Dozens of arrows were knocked, their cold gleams flashing menacingly. Li Li's hair stood on end. From outside the barrier, I could clearly see what was happening. Arrows whistled through the night sky, mercilessly reaping lives on the small island. There wasn't even a place to take cover, everyone could only wait for death in despair. Bai Ling was terrified by the screams from outside, covering her mouth to suppress her trembling. I had no time to worry about Li Li's arrow wounds, he was already unrecognizable. I only vaguely sensed that danger was creeping closer. Li Li, cornered with nowhere to hide, was struck by over 10 arrows before collapsing. The goblins then ran to the edge of the barrier and started shooting arrows at us. The barrier could block them but not their arrows. "We're stuck here with nowhere to go," someone said in despair. "Didn't they say the dungeon exit would open soon? Why hasn't anyone come to save us?" Everyone watched helplessly as Li Li and the others perished, unable to remain calm. "Relying on others to save us won't work. We have to fight our way out. We could collect the arrows on the ground and maybe make a few simple bows. Who knows? We might have a chance to take down the boss." "Really?" Bai Ling clearly didn't believe me. In her eyes, we were no different from Li Li, on the brink of death at any moment. I crouched down and touched the blood-stained soil. These goblins aren't wild, they've been trained by some stronger creature. My guess is that the boss was injured and lost control, getting attacked by the goblins instead, forcing it to use the barrier to trap itself. Someone continued to observe and confirmed my hypothesis. Initially, I didn't understand the bloodstains either, but I remembered reading a related post in the player community. The post mentioned that goblins, while weak, reproduce quickly and are often used by stronger monsters. So, the goblins here were likely working for another creature. The goblins were now furiously attacking the barrier. I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. There were too many goblins outside, and they were well organized. If we were surrounded, we'd have no chance. My HP might be high, but it was only a matter of time before I was drained to death. Our only way to survive was to take advantage of the boss's weakened state and defeat it to escape the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, all the regular people had evacuated, leaving only members of the Professional Players Association. Wang Feng had organized a team, ready to charge in and rescue us at any moment. But half an hour had passed, and the dungeon entrance remained tightly shut. "It's been half an hour. The non-professional players inside probably can't hold on anymore," Wang Feng said, frowning. "An F-level dungeon may be simple, but ordinary people can't get in or out. Surviving is nearly impossible." "Can we force the entrance open?" someone asked. "Impossible," Wang Feng shook his head. "Dungeon entrances can't be opened through external force, not even with a nuclear bomb. The Li family is already putting pressure on us. If something happens to Li Li, old Master Li will go berserk," Wang Feng said irritably, staring at the entrance, powerless. "But it's not just Li Li in there." According to their investigation, a total of 30 people had been trapped inside, including several ordinary people. An F-level dungeon is technically the lowest difficulty, but it usually requires at least 2 professional players to enter. Now, with not a single professional player inside, survival seemed nearly impossible for this group. The longer it dragged on, the greater the danger. Even without encountering the boss, being surrounded by these monsters made escape nearly impossible. Another 30 minutes passed, and the entrance showed no change, deepening the heavy atmosphere. Everyone believed there was no hope for the people inside. Could someone still be holding out against the boss? Someone speculated. Impossible. That group doesn't even count as a basic team, there's no way they could last this long, Wang Feng replied. Inside the barrier, I was facing a towering, 3-meter-tall raging giant. This monster was far stronger than the goblins outside. Its stats showed, Raging Giant, LV25, impulsive by nature, attacks grow stronger the angrier it gets. I took a direct hit from the giant, and my HP plummeted by 5,000. The ground trembled beneath me, and Bai Ling was too shocked to react. Lu Chen was busy healing himself. If Lu Chen dies, none of us will survive, everyone thought despairingly. Bai Ling almost thought Lu Chen was truly done for, but then she suddenly noticed that Lu Chen's name was still intact on the team list. HP plus 1,000. Lu Chen leapt out of the pit. He touched himself and realized his health had increased by 1,000 points. Bai Ling's healing spell was working. He's alive. Hope rekindled in Bai Ling's eyes. Seeing Lu Chen still standing, the group immediately regained their confidence. All along the way, they had been following Lu Chen's commands. Without him, they would have perished long ago. Suddenly, a scream came from the back of the team. Turning around, they saw an ordinary man with his arm broken by a flying rock. "Help me!" the man shouted desperately at Bai Ling. Bai Ling only glanced at him before casting another healing spell on Lu Chen. "I won't waste my healing on you. Right now, Lu Chen is our only chance of survival. If he dies, none of us will make it out alive." At this moment, only Lu Chen could withstand the frenzied attacks of the Berserk Giant. If Lu Chen weren't holding the front line, the others would have already been smashed into pulp by the giant. "You're a player, yet you won't save an ordinary person? I'll report you," the man threatened Bai Ling. Someone nearby began bandaging his wound. "Even if she healed you, what good would it do? Your arm's broken, she can't reattach it." Only 4 ordinary people remained, while the rest were players. The ordinary people increasingly felt that Bai Ling and the others were treating them like cannon fodder. "Ignore them, young lady. Once you enter a dungeon, you're nothing but dead weight. If it weren't for us protecting you, you'd already be dead. Say one more word, and we'll toss you to the giant. No one will investigate if you die." Several players, fed up, spoke up. At this point, worrying about whether their arm could be saved was pure selfishness. Everyone understood that if Lu Chen were delayed by saving an ordinary person, the entire team would perish. Lu Chen continued to hold the line, drawing the monster's attention while the others attacked from behind. But the Berserk Giant was massive, resilient, and had a staggering amount of health. Lu Chen estimated it had at least 30,000 HP, with a defense possibly as high as 1,000. Though not particularly intelligent, the Berserk Giant wasn't entirely brainless. Seeing that Lu Chen refused to go down no matter how much it attacked, the giant grew even more frenzied, focusing all its attacks on him. As the Berserk Giant's health dwindled, its attacks became increasingly ferocious. Lu Chen didn't dodge, taking every hit head-on. Bang! 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 Bai Ling and the others watched nervously, their hearts pounding. At this level of attack intensity, even seasoned level 20 players couldn't withstand it. Lu Chen's health plummeted rapidly, nearing the critical 100,000 point mark. Meanwhile, the Berserk Giant, panting heavily, was covered in blood. Lu Chen realized the boss was nearing its limit. Such monsters become more cautious when on the brink of death. To kill it using his reflection damage ring, he needed to enrage it enough to attack mindlessly, leaving no time for it to react. Lu Chen decided to provoke the Berserk Giant. "Hey, you're really weak." He emphasized his words with a common American offensive gesture. Although the Berserk Giant didn't understand his words, it could tell from Lu Chen's expression that he was mocking it. Furious, its face contorted with rage. The giant went fully berserk, veins bulging all over its body, its eyes blood red. With its weapon shattered, it swung its massive fists at Lu Chen in a series of wild blows. After a few heavy punches, Lu Chen's health finally dropped below 100,000, nearing the halfway point. At that critical moment, the Berserk Giant suddenly began hemorrhaging, its blood vessels bursting as pain momentarily snapped it out of its frenzy. The monster finally realized that every attack on Lu Chen was injuring itself. Scared? Lu Chen sneered, seeing through the giant's remaining sliver of health. With its high defense, the reflected damage so far wasn't enough to kill it. "Everyone, stay back." Lu Chen picked up a sword from the ground and charged alone. He wanted to personally finish the boss to gain maximum experience. Leaping into the air, he slashed the Berserk Giant's eye with a powerful strike. In its final moments, the Berserk Giant retaliated with a punch, sending Lu Chen flying. Fortunately, his passive health regeneration skill kicked in, pulling his health back above 50%. He showed no signs of weakness. Berserk Giant defeated. Experience plus 2,000. I continued slaying monsters, cutting down goblins one after another. My experience points soared, and my level rose to 15, far surpassing most in the dungeon. Name, Lu Chen. Level, LV 15. Health, 169, 348. Attack, 600. Defense, 600. Speed, 69. Loot acquired, Giant's Trap, single-use item that can immobilize targets below level 40 for 10 seconds. Loot acquired, Giant Tree Sap, purity 2%, the source of the giant's strength and the secret weapon used to tame goblins. I quickly stored the loot in my backpack. Outside, the barrier was completely breached by goblins, alarms echoing around us, and the space ahead began distorting as an escape portal opened. Run! I led the charge, sprinting toward the exit with hundreds of frenzied goblins swarming behind us. With my health still above 80,000, I couldn't afford to waste time. I had to get out of this cursed place. Some were too slow, crying out as they got shot in the rear with arrows just as they reached the safe zone. "Wait for me," a rearline player shouted, but I couldn't help but laugh. At this point, there was no distinction between frontline and rearline. If you were slow, you became a target. Fortunately, everyone managed to escape alive. "Someone made it out," voices exclaimed outside. Professional players like Wang Feng and his group stood dumbfounded, staring at me and the 7 or 8 others who emerged alive. People kept emerging from the rift. To think that an hour and a half had already passed, it was truly unexpected that they had survived this long. Wang Feng was still searching for Li Li's figure, but no matter how long he waited, that guy never appeared. "Why are there only this many people? Where's Li Li?" Wang Feng asked, puzzled. He only cares about saving his own skin, ignoring everyone else, and in the end, he got surrounded and shot to death by goblin archers on the island, one of the survivors said angrily, followed by others who started voicing their grievances. Li Li's reputation had taken a nosedive, and in the end, he died a miserable death. The more Wang Feng listened, the more shocked he became. Even someone like Li Li, a high-level player at level 20, didn't make it out alive, while the rest of them, including a few civilians, had managed to persist until the end. His expression froze completely. "Taking care of the boss is the proper thing to do. We can't let the dungeon disrupt again," a player suggested. As they spoke, the dungeon entrance began its countdown to closure. Normally, once the boss is defeated, the dungeon closes for good. "You actually killed the boss?" Wang Feng was in disbelief. He had thought that it was pure luck that they had lasted this long, but it turned out they had truly fought their way out by sheer strength. At that moment, Wang Feng made a decisive move and led the professional players back into the dungeon to check the scene. The dungeon was in complete disarray, with the furious giant boss lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Wang Feng had no choice but to believe it now. The goblins, weak and easy to deal with, were left to the professionals to clean up effortlessly. When casualties were counted, Wang Feng discovered that most of the fallen players were actually the highest level ones in the dungeon, including Li Li, who had been a key heir nurtured by the Li family. Li Li had originally planned to officially change his class after completing the dungeon. However, plans couldn't keep up with the changes, and he ended up dying in a low-level dungeon instead. Judging by the scene, Li Li had been turned into a pincushion in the center of the island. That area had no cover, and the waters below were filled with piranhas. His death was both pathetic and tragic. Even so, Wang Feng still had to inform the Li family. When old Master Li learned of his grandson's death, he was furious. The Li family had been counting on Li Li to lead the family to prominence, but now everything was ruined. Within the family, only Li Li had awakened a gaming talent. Although his level wasn't the highest, with old Master Li's resources, his future had been limitless. But now, it was all for nothing. My grandson had the highest level, so why wasn't it him who made it out alive? And there are even a few ordinary people who survived. His death is too unjust. Old Master Li lamented, questioning everyone present. At that moment, the television broadcast began scrolling breaking news about the volatile dungeon incident. A female reporter named Bai Ling was chosen for an on-site interview, drawing the attention of onlookers. "Hello, could you tell us how you managed to survive? I heard you're a level 1 rookie who had never entered a dungeon before," the reporter asked. Bai Ling nodded and said, "One person alone couldn't have survived. It was Lu Chen who saved us. He led the charge to break through the goblin blockade, decisively entered the boss's barrier, and then fought with us to kill the boss so we could escape. So the boss was defeated by Lu Chen? Is he a professional player? The reporter handed her the microphone. It seems like he isn't. Bai Ling had just finished speaking when the other survivors crowded around to eagerly recount their experience. The boss was a level 25 furious giant with overwhelming strength. If not for Bai Ling's A-grade healing talent and Lu Chen's courage to lead us in taking the risk, we wouldn't have made it this far. Our team did contribute a lot, but I knew that defeating the boss was ultimately thanks to me. The reporter, taking notes, muttered, "I see, it was mainly teamwork." They made it sound easy, but everyone knew that without me charging forward, they wouldn't have stood a chance against the boss. Bai Ling wanted me to step up for the interview, but when she turned around, I was already gone. I had no interest in interviews that downplayed my contributions. Meanwhile, old Master Li was grinding his teeth in anger. According to the records, when my grandson died, there were other players nearby. If there had been a skilled healer on his team, he wouldn't have died, he declared. Someone nearby quickly chimed in, "Old Master, that girl used to sell items at a street stall." Both Lu Chen and Lili wanted to buy from her, but Lu Chen ended up taking the item. This whole situation, Lu Chen can't escape responsibility. Hearing this, old Master Li was infuriated to the extreme. Lili was his only grandson. Losing him filled him with a rage that seemed ready to burst. Li Chang added fuel to the fire. The boss was killed, but there were a lot of goblins in that area, more than the boss itself. They must have sent little Li to lure the goblins away while they slipped into the barrier to kill the boss. My brother could have survived. Finally, old Master Li made up his mind. Hire someone to go into the dungeon and take Lu Chen out. I want him to pay for my grandson's death. Although the Li family wasn't as powerful as before, they still had some influence in Lingyuan City. Hiring a professional player assassin to eliminate a rookie in a dungeon wouldn't be difficult, just a matter of money. Especially killing a newcomer, it wouldn't take much effort, and anyone would take the job. In his office, Wang Feng was staring at my photo in a daze. He pulled up my talent info and couldn't snap out of it. Someone next to him asked, "Wang Feng, what are you even thinking? Don't tell me you really think Lu Chen is that strong? Killing the furious giant, wasn't it all thanks to Bai Ling's A-grade healing skill?" But as a professional player, Wang Feng understood the importance of an A-grade healing skill to a team, especially during a boss fight. It was the core of the team's survival. Surviving was largely due to that skill's constant healing and error correction. Wang Feng shook his head, disagreeing. Bai Ling is indeed impressive, but don't forget, this was her first dungeon, and her level is pitifully low. The team's overall damage output wasn't high, and with several ordinary people dragging them down. If there hadn't been someone to tank the furious giant's attacks at the front line, no amount of healing from Bai Ling could have saved them. With this in mind, the more Wang Feng thought about it, the more he felt my strength was worth suspicion. He doubted that an F-level talent that boosts health could withstand the rampaging giant. Even with an A-level healing skill, there wouldn't be enough time to recover that much health. At this moment, Wang Feng received a message. The investigation into the equipment dropped by the Goblin King finally yielded results. The investigators discovered that the bone necklace around Huang Zhangyu's neck was indeed dropped by the Goblin King. As he was speaking, Xiao Huahua pushed the door open and walked in. The others, seeing he was here for an interview, consciously left the office. Xiao Huahua was here today to interview at the Professional Players Association. "Are you investigating Huang Zhangyu? You know him?" The mention of Huang Zhangyu immediately angered Xiao Huahua. Last time, he said he could guide us through an instance to level up, but he ended up leading us right into the goblin nest. We even encountered a particularly large goblin that my strongest fireball couldn't even scratch. He thought Huang Zhangyu was doomed for sure, yet surprisingly, the guy survived. Hearing Xiao Huahua's description, Wang Feng immediately understood it was the Goblin King. And Huang Zhangyu's possession of the bone necklace explained why it landed in his hands. Wang Feng suddenly stood up, shocked. No, Lu Chen killed the Goblin King in the leveling instance, and he was also present during this dungeon riot. Each time, he survives. His talent can't possibly be just F level, it might even be S level. This is trouble. With the death of Li family's grandson, Old Man Li definitely won't let Lu Chen off. When I got home, I didn't even bother checking if I made the news. My goal was clear: reach level 20 as soon as possible and change my class. But the leveling instance had been fully booked, I'd have to wait 2 whole months. It was graduation season, and many people were either choosing to continue their studies or embarking on the path of professional gaming. Finding a job nowadays is tough: low pay, long hours, and having to deal with bosses' attitudes. In short, a miserable way to make a living. But professional gaming offers much more freedom. No daily overtime, and the stronger you are, the more you earn. Once you're in, a monthly income of over 10,000 is just the starting point. It's no wonder leveling instances were booked so quickly. I'd have to wait a long time for my turn. I browsed the community website for hours, hoping to join a group to sneak into an instance, but no one wanted to take in a newbie. Even though there were plenty of F-level instance teams, their minimum requirement was level 20 professional players, leaving no chance for me to join. Just as I was fretting over my lack of progress, Huang Jiangyu suddenly messaged me. Lu Chen, I triggered a hidden class-change quest from the Goblin King's bone necklace. I'm short one person. Are you in? How could I pass up an opportunity like this? I agreed immediately. Since awakening my talent, 4 days had passed, and my health had already surpassed 240,000. Normally, without any buffs, it's unheard of for anyone to train their health above 200,000. I'm the first. The most surprising part was the change in my health bar after the breakthrough. The health bar didn't stretch infinitely but instead stacked. In other words, after exceeding 200,000 health, every additional 200,000 added another health bar. I now had 2 health bars. I calculated, as long as my health didn't drop below 100,000, I would appear to be in full health. Even if it fell to 50%, I wouldn't show any signs of weakness. From now on, as long as my health didn't plunge drastically, I could fight as recklessly as I wanted without worrying about suddenly becoming critically injured. Simply put, this mechanic was tailor-made for me. As I leveled up, I would only become more invincible. At 5:30 a.m. that morning, before dawn, I sneaked into the public restroom in Linyuan City's Central Park. However, I didn't go into the men's restroom but the women's restroom. This was my first time entering such a place, and I was admittedly a bit nervous. Inside, people were already waiting: Huang Jiangyu and 2 unfamiliar men. Why did you set the meeting point in the women's restroom? I asked quietly. Huang Jiangyu looked helpless. The class change instance insisted I activate it here. Is that my fault? Luckily, it was so early that no one noticed. Otherwise, we'd definitely be mistaken for perverts. Let me introduce you. These 2 are Sunny and Zhao Ping, both professional players, Huang Jiangyu whispered. Sunny specializes in artillery, and Zhao Ping is a gunfighter, skilled in close combat. It seemed Huang Jiangyu had spent a fortune this time, hiring 2 level 25 experts. He had initially wanted to invite Xiao Huahua, but after their last failed instance run, Xiao Huahua had completely lost faith in him and didn't show up. Just as Huang Jiangyu was about to introduce me, Sunny extended his hand. You're Lu Chen, the one who survived the instance riot? Saw you on the news. I was a bit surprised. I had become somewhat of a minor celebrity. After some small talk, the 4 of us officially entered the class change instance. We'll scout ahead. You 2 stay here. Class change instances are much harder than regular instances, so be cautious, Sunny and Zhao Ping said, demonstrating their exceptional professionalism. As soon as they left, they began whispering to each other. We originally just planned to scam Huang Jiangyu, but now we've run into Lu Chen, Sunny murmured. Zhao Ping sneered. There's a $2 million bounty on Lu Chen's head on the dark web. Let's take care of it quickly. Don't rush. Quitting the team now would expose us. Let's lure them to the deepest part of the instance, where the Treant boss is. Once they're busy fighting the boss, we'll strike amidst the chaos. After finishing their plan, the two returned, pretending nothing had happened. Lu Chen and Huang Zhangyu, unsuspecting, assumed they were cooperating seamlessly. The goal is simple: defeat the Treant boss deep inside and obtain the Treant core to pass, Sunny explained. His talent, sharp vision, allowed him to scout from a distance. Huang Zhangyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the hidden clash change instance wasn't as difficult as he'd imagined. The four of us followed Sunny and soon arrived at the Trent's territory. As we approached, the ground suddenly shook, and massive roots burst from the soil. The roots were as thick as legs, surging toward us with force. A line of text appeared before my eyes. Treant, level 28. Extensive root system, capable of sudden attacks through the ground. The roots were exceptionally tough. Sunny was the first to charge forward, firing his cannon repeatedly, but the next second, he was entangled by the roots around his ankle and dragged away. Zhao Peng reacted slightly faster than Huang Zhangyu, drew his gun, and chased after him. Hurry up and follow. His voice disappeared instantly beneath the writhing roots. In an instant, the view was obstructed. Huang Zhangyu looked at the team interface and realized only the two of us were left. Could they have been eaten by the tree demon? Huang Zhangyu's voice trembled. He had never imagined the tree demon would be this ferocious. I frowned deeply. Everything happened too fast. 2 level 25 professional players dying here so easily? Something was definitely off. Sun Yi's actions were too strange. He was a cannoneer, a backline damage dealer, supposed to stay in a safe position to attack. Why would he recklessly rush forward to his death? For someone to become a professional player, how could they make such a rookie mistake? The thought struck me immediately: these two disappearing from the team might not just mean they died. There was another possibility: they left the team on purpose. Huang Zhangyu, completely baffled, couldn't comprehend what was happening. Why would they do that? This dungeon is only useful for my class change, it's useless to anyone else. It's not like we're clearing some other dungeon. Because their target isn't the dungeon, it's you, I said calmly. I often linger on professional player forums and have heard plenty of insider stories. Some people, under the guise of helping newcomers clear dungeons, specifically look for opportunities to trap and kill wealthy-looking players. There's a high chance Huang Zhangyu was too conspicuous and caught their attention. I was certain that Sunny and Zhao Peng weren't that easy to kill. If they were nowhere to be seen now, they must have other motives. Huang Zhangyu, visibly anxious, asked me, so what do we do now? There was only one opportunity. If we failed this time, the chance for a class change would be gone entirely. To get another dungeon that matched his talents so well would not only cost money but might never happen again. He was unwilling to give up just like that. I didn't say much, staying alert as I watched our surroundings. Ahead, the tree demon blocked the path. Behind us, Sunny and Zhao Peng, whether they were lying in wait for us, was uncertain. Retreating recklessly would undoubtedly trigger a trap. Just then, a cannonball suddenly landed at my feet and exploded. Lu Chen! Huang Zhangyu screamed in fright. The area was filled with the tree demon's roots, making it impossible to determine where the attack came from. Don't worry, I'm fine. I dusted off my clothes. That shot only cost me a bit over 3000 HP, nothing significant. The only one who could have hit me like that was Sunny. Sunny was utterly shocked. How is this possible? I clearly hit him, but it didn't do anything at all? Unwilling to accept it, he fired 3 more shots in quick succession, all directly hitting me, with one even landing squarely on my body. In theory, no matter how thick my armor was, I shouldn't have been able to withstand such high damage. But in reality, I didn't even show signs of being injured. Sunny was completely dumbfounded, beginning to wonder if he was in a nightmare. He pinched his thigh hard and felt the pain. This was all real. But his full-force bombardment had no effect on me. It was simply unbelievable. Zhao Peng, it's your turn. Sunny shouted. But a scream came from where Zhao Peng was. Help! Somebody save me! Sunny turned to look, only to see Zhao Peng entirely bound by thick roots, being squeezed tighter and tighter, almost to the point of suffocation. And it wasn't the tree demon that attacked, it was a goblin priest. How dare you intrude on my territory? You're all going to die. A goblin creature covered in magical runes spoke coldly. Goblin priest, level 30, extremely long lifespan, proficient in all kinds of spells, very weak in melee combat, and with very low defense. No one expected a level 30 goblin priest to be hiding here. Sunny was stunned. He hadn't imagined that the tree demon and goblin priest had already set up their ambush. At this moment, the goblin priest was controlling countless roots, intertwining them into a massive cage of tree roots, trapping us all inside with no chance of escape. Seeing Zhao Peng's life hanging by a thread, Sunny hurried over. Help me save him. Huang Zhangyu sneered. You have the nerve to ask us for help? You were pretty enthusiastic about ambushing us earlier. Sunny quickly tried to explain. It was the goblin priest interfering earlier, I accidentally hit you guys. You're not even hurt, are you? Accidentally? I chuckled. All your shots landed on me, and you're saying it wasn't deliberate? But with the situation so critical, Sunny didn't have time to argue further. Let's stop fighting. If we lose anyone now, there's no way we can make it out. The goblin priest's spell range is too vast. If we don't take him out quickly, he'll prepare an even stronger spell, and none of us will survive. He wasn't wrong. Facing the combined forces of the goblin priest and the tree demon, even if Sunny and Zhao Peng wanted to resist, they'd only drown a little slower. Huang Zhangyu turned to me. Should we help? I nodded. We can help, but on one condition, we get the tree demon's core first. Sunny didn't hesitate long before agreeing. To save Zhao Peng, they'd have to deal with the tree demon first. Getting the core was something he wanted to do anyway. As long as the tree demon was killed, the goblin priest wouldn't be able to continue using large-scale spells to control us. I'll distract the goblin priest, you guys take the chance to get the tree demon's core. With that, I made a universally recognized gesture toward the goblin priest. The goblin couldn't understand what it meant but could feel the provocation and anger. Damn humans, the goblin priest roared, raising his staff. A massive magic circle appeared above his head, continuously generating sharp ice spikes. A fierce chill swept over, and honestly, there was nowhere for me to dodge this area spell. A series of ice spikes attacked, and rows of damage numbers popped up on the screen, each hit dealing over 3,000 damage. After one round of attacks, I had lost over 15,000 health. However, I still stood my ground, gritting my teeth to fight back. I quietly activated the effect of my ring, directly reflecting half of the damage back to the opponent. The goblin priest had high attack power but average defense and health, so the reflected damage immediately made him realize something was wrong. His gaze locked onto the ring on my hand, and he decisively abandoned me, shifting his target to Sunny. As expected, this goblin priest was much smarter than ordinary monsters and could see through my trump card. The damage from my ring was passive reflection, so as long as he didn't attack me, it was useless. At this moment, Huang Zhangyu successfully obtained the Treant core and immediately completed the Forest Whisperer job change. Ha, I've changed jobs, he laughed triumphantly. With the Treant dead, Zhao Peng finally managed to escape amidst the chaos. Just as he landed, he heard Sun Yi's miserable scream. It turned out Sun Yi was trapped in the goblin priest's ice magic circle, his feet frozen solid, and several ice spikes hovered above his head, ready to pierce down at any moment. After his job change, Huang Zhangyu could control the forces of nature and could easily save Sun Yi in no time, but he didn't move at all. Since Sun Yi had dared to target me earlier, Huang Zhangyu naturally wouldn't miss the chance to take revenge. Zhao Peng was already critically injured, with barely any health left, and had no strength to save anyone. He could only anxiously shout at the two of us, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and save him." But Huang Zhangyu and I exchanged a glance and remained motionless. The next second, a massive ice spike suddenly crashed down, hitting Sun Yi directly. Honestly, I thought this strike would finish him off, but Sun Yi was wearing green armor with ice resistance, which allowed him to withstand the fatal damage, barely holding on with a few dozen health points. However, he was completely crippled, his legs broken, unable to stand, and could only desperately plead for help, "Save me, save me." I coldly stared at him and responded without hesitation, "You tried to kill your comrades who fought alongside you just to steal something, and now you're asking for cooperation? What kind of joke is this?" Sunny and Zhao Peng fell silent, realizing that only in the face of despair would they choose to cooperate for survival. Sunny anxiously tried to explain, "Lu Chen, listen to me. Someone on the dark web has put a bounty of 20 million on you." We were momentarily blinded by greed and murderous intent, but we absolutely won't do it again. "Please spare me." My heart trembled, so their target was me all along. Who was behind this attempt on my life? But my expression grew colder, and my tone was resolute. "I won't save someone who tried to kill me." Huang Zhengyu added without hesitation, "Don't be fooled by him. He's just afraid of dying, not truly remorseful." As we spoke, another ice spike descended from the sky. Sunny let out a desperate scream and was completely crushed to death in the snow, leaving the world with deep regret. Beside him, Zhao Peng trembled in fear, his health down to less than 30%, covered in injuries. If he wanted to survive, he'd have to think of another way. Zhao Peng cursed furiously, "You two are idiots. With Sunny dead, we can't possibly kill the Goblin Priest." Sunny was the only one capable of threatening the Goblin Priest from a distance. As long as Sunny was alive, there was at least a chance. Now, even that slim hope was gone. Seeing the dire situation, Zhao Peng desperately tried to escape. But after running less than 10 meters, he was bounced back by an invisible wall. He touched it and realized it was a barrier set up by the Goblin Priest. Unless the boss was defeated, there was no way out. The Goblin Priest noticed this and let out a sinister laugh. Zhao Peng roared in anger, raised his spear, and charged forward, determined to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, the Goblin Priest's figure flickered and teleported directly behind him. Zhao Peng wanted to turn around and counterattack, but his feet were suddenly entangled by vines, rendering him immobile. The magic array above his head activated instantly, and ice spikes rained down. Zhao Peng had just looked up when he was reduced to a pile of flesh in an instant. Beside him, Huang Zhengyu's face turned pale, and he hurriedly cast a shield on himself in fear. I hadn't expected the Goblin Priest to have a teleportation skill. I shouted, "Don't move," and, without hesitation, grabbed my weapon and charged forward. The Goblin Priest saw me coming but didn't attack me immediately. Instead, he used magic to create a swamp to trap me, then teleported in front of Huang Zhengyu. Huang Zhengyu's face turned green, but at that moment, the contingency I had prepared was finally activated. Giant's Trap was triggered, firmly pinning the Goblin Priest in place. This trap was something I had obtained from the rampaging giant, specifically designed to deal with goblins. The Goblin Priest hadn't anticipated this move at all and was completely immobilized. I shouted to Huang Zhengyu, "Quick, finish him off." Huang Zhengyu finally snapped out of it and began attacking frantically. However, since he was a support class, his attacks weren't strong. After 20 seconds, he had only dealt about 10,000 damage, far from enough to kill the boss. The trap's duration ticked away second by second, and the threat of death still loomed. My shield didn't last long, and my health bar was rapidly depleting, on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, Lu Chen finally broke free from the frozen swamp. Instead of attacking the Goblin Priest, he charged straight into the blizzard, enduring the icy rain. The ice rain, mixed with bone-chilling winds, was brutal, and the Goblin Priest even cast a healing spell on himself. Unexpectedly, the ice froze the swamp, inadvertently aiding Lu Chen's escape. This scene left the Goblin Priest utterly dumbfounded. "Learn some physics, it's so clever." "Too bad you know too little," he muttered. But before he could react, Lu Chen's health bar plummeted, with damage numbers popping up non-stop. Each hit felt like a slice of flesh. Just as the Goblin Priest thought victory was within his grasp, the special effect of Guardian's Ring was triggered, converting half of the lost health into reflected damage. A series of damage numbers instantly bombarded the Goblin Priest. Blood began to flow from his nose and ears, and he was killed by the backlash. The system notification arrived as expected: Goblin Priest killed, 2,000 experience points gained. Due to a level difference exceeding 10, an additional 2,000 experience points awarded. My level shot up from 15 to 19. My personal stats panel updated instantly: name, Lu Chen level, 19 health, 254,893 attack, 1000 defense, 1000 speed, 99, obtained Goblin Priest's Blood, obtained Summoning Bone Flute, capable of summoning goblins that obey commands. The rewards were in hand. Meanwhile, Wang Feng hurried to the Li family residence. His expression was grim as he got straight to the point. Old Master Li, the Professional Players Association demands that you immediately withdraw the bounty on Lu Chen. Old Master Li remained silent, but Li Chang immediately retorted, "What dark web? Stop talking nonsense." Wang Feng's expression darkened, his gaze sharp. Li died in the dungeon, leaving only one male heir. Are you really going to let this go? Will you accept this willingly? As soon as he spoke, Li Chang wanted to argue further, but Old Master Li gestured for her to be quiet. His face was stern as he said, "Wang Feng, the association had better stay out of this. Lu Chen is just a rookie player, he's not worth your trouble." Wang Feng suppressed his tone, "I'm sorry, but today you must withdraw the bounty. Let me make it clear, Lu Chen is very likely an S-grade talent. For players with S-grade talent, the association will never allow anyone to publicly place a bounty on them." The hall fell silent instantly. Old Master Li was so shocked he could barely stand. Li Chang was even more incredulous. "Impossible. We've investigated Lu Chen's background, he's clearly a low-level F-grade talent, not S-grade." Wang Feng sneered, "The talent test results were wrong. Lu Chen just killed the Goblin King, cleared the Riot dungeon, and even took down the rampaging giant." Hearing this, the entire Li family was dumbfounded. Li Chang was at a loss, but in the information I investigated, there was no record of this at all. Mistakes in talent testing are rare, but not impossible. You want evidence? Why not take a look at what's happening outside right now? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and someone shouted, "People of the Li family, come out." Old Master Li's expression changed. What's going on? Someone beside him whispered, "The guild leaders of the Fire Wolf Guild and the Spider Guild are both here." At this moment, Old Master Li was completely shocked. No one present had expected two top-tier guilds to appear at the Li family simultaneously. Wang Feng remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. Faced with the sudden arrival of these prominent figures, Old Master Li immediately adjusted his attitude and greeted them respectfully. "What brings the two guild leaders here?" Xiao Yu and Xin Chuan spoke in unison, "We're here for Lu Chen. The bounty the Li family placed on Lu Chen must be cancelled immediately." Li Chang was stunned. "Isn't Lu Chen just a waste with the lowest rated talent? Why are you doing this?" Xiao Yu retorted mercilessly, "A waste? I think it's your Li family that's blind. Lu Chen killed the Goblin King, survived the Riot dungeon, and even cleared the boss. A novice player who can kill two bosses in a row, do you think that's a waste? You're telling me he's a waste?" Hearing this, I could hardly believe my ears. Old Master Li nearly fell over, but fortunately, Li Chang quickly supported him. He had initially thought Wang Feng was joking, but it turned out to be true. "Old Master Li, can you cancel the bounty now?" Xin Chuan and Xiao Yu stared at Wang Feng with unfriendly expressions. I quickly waved my hands and explained that I had just learned that Lu Chen was the one who killed the Goblin King. "It's already too late," Old Master Li said helplessly, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" Xin Chuan frowned. "Two professional players have already accepted the bounty mission. It's too late to cancel it now." Li Chang didn't finish her sentence, but we all understood what she meant. "This is bad. Where is Lu Chen now?" Xin Chuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After all, encountering someone with S-level talent was rare. Was he really going to miss this opportunity? Li Chang didn't know either, and Wang Feng was equally worried. "I think I know where Lu Chen is." At this moment, Xiao Huahua timidly raised her hand. Everyone looked at her as if she were a lifeline. She explained that Huang Zhangyu had planned to enter the job change dungeon and had approached her for help, but she had refused. He must have gone to find Lu Chen instead. So, we hurried to the women's restroom. It was my first time entering a women's restroom, and I couldn't be more embarrassed. Just as we arrived, a girl came out, saw our group, and quickly ran away in fright. I noticed the other guys were so nervous they didn't even dare to breathe, afraid someone might take a picture and post it online. Only Xiaoyu remained calm, saying, "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." She glanced at us, seemingly mocking us for being so timid. Wang Feng checked his tablet for information and found that 2 others had entered the dungeon with them, artilleryman Sun Yi and gunfighter Zhao Pang, both level 25 professional players. Compared to novices, they were definitely veterans. Based on the timing, they should be coming out soon. Wang Feng's voice was a bit tense. Xin Xuan and Xiaoyu were both disappointed. After all, when facing professional players, novices rarely survived. Not long after, the dungeon portal suddenly lit up. Lu Chen and Huang Zhengyu stumbled out. We were all stunned. Why is it just the 2 of you? Where are Zhao Pang and Sun Yi? Wang Feng couldn't help but ask. There was an accident. They were killed by the goblin priest, Lu Chen said calmly. Xin Xuan and Xiaoyu exchanged glances but didn't press further. No matter what, as long as Lu Chen was safe, that was all that mattered. Wang Feng was still unwilling to let it go. Then how did you survive? Lu Chen explained that he used Giant's Trap to trap the goblin priest, otherwise, he would have died too. Huang Zhengyu nodded in agreement. Wang Feng understood now the item was likely obtained by Lu Chen when he defeated the furious giant earlier. It proved effective against goblins. At this moment, Xiaoyu walked directly up to Lu Chen. "Hello, I'm Xiaoyu, president of the Spider Guild." She extended her hand. This woman was quite tall, and with her high heels, she was almost as tall as me. I politely shook her hand and was about to let go when she suddenly tightened her grip. "Are you free tonight? Want to go out for a drink with me?" I was taken aback. I usually don't drink, let alone go out with girls. I'm only 18 this year, just graduated from high school. Before I could respond, Xin Xuan interrupted. "Lu Chen, I'm Xin Xuan, president of the Firewolf Guild. How about relaxing with me tonight? I guarantee you won't want to go home all night. Don't let Xiaoyu fool you." Seeing this, Wang Feng quickly stepped in to mediate. "Alright, stop fighting over him. Take him out tomorrow to assess his talent, and let him decide for himself then." I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder they were so enthusiastic, they all wanted to recruit me. It seems the news of me killing the Goblin King couldn't be kept under wraps. Huang Zhengyu, seeing the situation, found an excuse to slip away. Wang Feng looked at him and laughed. "That kid is afraid I'll take back the Goblin King's bone necklace, but I never intended to." This matter was resolved smoothly thanks to Lu Chen and Huang Zhengyu. Just as I relaxed, Xiaoyu smiled again and said, "We meet again." Wang Feng's lips curled into a smile, remaining calm. Today marked my 3rd encounter with Lu Chen. The first was in the leveling dungeon, the second at the street stall, and now at the entrance to the women's restroom. This person truly seems to have fate intertwined with mine. I waved my hand to signal, "This isn't the place to talk. Get in my car, I'll drive you home." The drive back was quiet. I suddenly spoke. "Lu Chen, have you thought about what you'll do after becoming a professional player?" Lu Chen's tone was calm, as if he had already planned it out. "I'm planning to go to the dungeon. My parents had an accident there, and I want to find them." In fact, I had already investigated Lu Chen's background. His parents were professional players who didn't join any guilds, specializing in scouting and gathering boss intelligence. People called such individuals strategy players. Earlier this month, the 2 of them entered the dungeon together but didn't return. That place is more dangerous than many dungeons, and according to association regulations, only those who have cleared E-level dungeons can enter. After being missing for so long, they've likely encountered major trouble. I didn't reveal this, merely nodded. The car stopped. I watched Lu Chen get out and gave him one last piece of advice. The Firewolf Guild is a strong, established guild with deep roots. The Spider Guild is newer, but Xiaoyu has been developing it rapidly in Lin Yuan City. If you want to enter the dungeon, you might consider these 2. Of course, I'd prefer you join the Professional Players Association. Think it over carefully. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, I brought Lu Chen to the Talent Assessment Center again. The female staff member with gold-rimmed glasses lit up with enthusiasm when she saw me. "Brother Wang, what a rare guest. What brings you here today?" I replied indifferently, "I'm bringing someone to reassess their talent." She glanced at Lu Chen with some curiosity, but her smile quickly faded, and her tone turned cold. "Our talent ratings here are never wrong, especially for F-level talent. It's impressive you convinced the association to allow a reassessment, but the result won't change." Judging by her attitude, I could tell Lu Chen had been mistreated here before. Lu Chen seemed indifferent, shrugging. "Forget it, I won't bother with the reassessment." I directly revealed my identity. "Use your best equipment to reassess his blood level. All costs will be covered by the association." With that, she didn't dare argue further and obediently brought out the equipment for Lu Chen's test. She led Lu Chen to a state-of-the-art blood level testing machine and explained, "Although it's not as accurate as in a dungeon, the accuracy rate exceeds 90%. Lu Chen walked into the instrument the size of a luggage compartment. A beam of light scanned him back and forth, and soon a green health bar lit up. I watched as the health bar skyrocketed from 0, breaking through 10,000 right at the start, then 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. With every 10,000 increase, the expression on the woman with gold-rimmed glasses froze a little more. She originally thought 40,000 was the limit, but in the next second, the health bar shot straight to 50,000, and the instrument lit up with a red alarm light, buzzing noisily. The numbers began to jump crazily, even reaching 800,000. I was a bit stunned. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses quickly pulled Lu Chen out, muttering, "This machine was just bought a few days ago, and you've already broken it." But I knew better in my heart. Judging by the red-marked 80 on the instrument screen, Lu Chen's actual health might really be 800,000. The machine was so overwhelmed it didn't even have time to display the rest of the digits. She hastily gave a result. "The talent evaluation is out. Health is approximately 50,000, with an automatic growth of 5 points per minute. By standard, this is an S-level talent." Before the report even reached Lu Chen's hands, I quickly snatched it. "That's amazing." I was genuinely happy for Lu Chen. But Lu Chen looked calm, as if he didn't care about his talent result at all. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses changed her tone and said coldly, "Don't celebrate too soon. Don't be fooled by the high health, his other attributes are completely lacking. Even if the talent is labeled S-level, to truly achieve S-level strength, his health would need to reach at least 1 million. What's worse, this talent is quite ordinary, it only increases health. No skills, no attack power, no mobility, and it's not even easy to transition to another class." The reality was indeed like that. Awakening a talent was just the beginning. It was the level 20 class transition that determined the direction of one's career. Some people had ordinary talents but soared to great heights when their class transition perfectly matched their attributes. As we walked out of the evaluation center, I patted Lu Chen on the shoulder to comfort him. "Don't mind what she said. Your health is already off the charts. Many monsters don't even have as much health as you. Even if you transition to a shield or tank class in the future, you'll definitely be at the forefront, and no one will dare to underestimate you." Lu Chen just smiled. A mere 50,000 health? His current health had already surpassed 800,000. Many dungeon bosses didn't even have as much health as he did. If he wanted to be the team's front line, Lu Chen wouldn't even need to consider a class transition. With his health alone, he could tank most of the damage. Among the many classes, the most popular was the damage-dealing class. After all, defeating monsters still relied on high damage output. Damage dealers were always the core of a team. Next were support classes, which could enhance teammates' abilities and remove negative statuses. As for the least respected, it was the frontline tank. They had no damage output, were slow-moving, and were often seen as a burden to the team. Some people had even seen tanks accidentally lead monsters to their own teammates, causing the entire team to be wiped out while the tank escaped alone. Although there were many tank classes, very few could truly cooperate smoothly with a team. Most teams recruited tanks just to absorb damage and scout ahead, in other words, as tools. But Lu Chen didn't want to be just that. He had already decided that his future goal was to become a Blood Knight. Blood Knights not only had decent damage output but could also summon mounts later on, increasing their mobility. By then, although he wouldn't be able to provide support or buffs to his teammates, he could deal damage and withstand attacks, capable of taking on thousands of monsters alone. Someone spoke up, "There's going to be a special press conference tomorrow about your S-level talent. All the major guilds will be there. You can choose which guild to join on the spot, or you can consider our Professional Players Association." Lu Chen frowned. He had always preferred to keep a low profile. Does it really have to be such a big deal? Of course. Every city wants to compete for resources. The fact that Lingyuan City has 2 S-level talent players this year is already a big deal. If we don't publicize it, who would know that we have 2 S-level experts here? Lu Chen said no more. In fact, he really hoped to keep a low profile, but unfortunately, his strength was now too outstanding to hide even if he wanted to. In reality, his current situation was already considered low-key. If people found out that he could regenerate 1 point of health every second, not just Lingyuan City, but the entire Xiao Nation would be in an uproar. Before leaving, Wang Feng reminded Lu Chen to think carefully about what conditions he needed. Major guilds would offer generous terms to recruit him, and Lu Chen could also make his own demands. His requirements were simple: he only needed help to quickly reach level 20 and then complete the Blood Demon Knight class transfer dungeon. As long as a guild could excel in these 2 areas, he would consider joining them. In the office of the Red Moon Guild, the press conference had not yet started, but the guild leader had already received the news that this year, Lingyuan City would see the emergence of a second S-rank talent rookie player. Guild leader, is it true? Is Lu Chen really an S-rank talent? Lin Chuchu looked incredulous. She had always looked down on Lu Chen, seeing him as a talentless waste. How could he suddenly become S-rank? And even stronger than her? The news came from the Professional Players Association, and the press conference is hosted by them, so it can't be fake. Song Yu was preparing to attend the press conference. For a rookie with S-rank talent, the Red Moon Guild certainly couldn't miss the opportunity. No matter what, they had to secure him. According to what he knew, the Fire Wolf Guild and the Spider Guild had already arranged to approach Lu Chen. Lin Chuchu was a bit unhappy when she learned that Song Yu was planning to recruit Lu Chen, but she didn't voice her thoughts. At that moment, at the entrance, Chen Lei was surrounded by a group of reporters for an interview. "Mr. Chen Lei, Lingyuan City has a second S-rank rookie. It's said that guild leader Song Yu plans to recruit Lu Chen. Do you see him as a competitor?" Facing the cameras, Chen Lei appeared very confident. "No. Even among S-ranks, there are differences in strength. My greatest competitor is only myself." A reporter pressed further, "It's rumored that the Red Moon Guild has prepared the Thunder Berserker class transfer dungeon for you. Is that true?" The media's information was excessively well informed. Chen Lei had only learned 3 days ago that Song Yu had prepared this dungeon for him. He was currently only level 15, still far from the experience needed to reach level 20, yet the reporters had already uncovered the details. "Sorry, we are not accepting interviews. Please make way." A few security guards escorted him into the building. Back in the office, Song Yu immediately began giving instructions. "This week, level up to 20 as quickly as possible. When the time comes, I'll arrange for someone to help you clear the class transfer dungeon. Once you become a Thunder Berserker, you'll be able to wield both lightning and physical attacks, with extremely high damage output." Chen Lei nodded and didn't say much about the dungeon. Instead, he brought up Lu Chen. "Guild leader, there's really no need to insist on bringing Lu Chen into our guild." "Why not?" "His talent is very suitable for the front line and fits well with our guild's lineup." "The reason is here." Lin Chuchu took out a class transfer card. This Shadow Assassin class transfer card was left to Lu Chen by his parents. Unless the guild returns this card, he won't even consider joining Red Moon. "Guild leader, the Shadow Assassin class transfer card is actually very suitable for Lin Chuchu. Once her combat power is fully developed, she might even surpass those with S-rank talent. There's no need for us to recruit Lu Chen. Chen Lei's words were already very straightforward. He actually didn't want Lu Chen to join. Although Song Yu, as the guild leader, had the final say, he had to consider Chen Lei's influence. Otherwise, internal conflicts would arise. Don't worry. I won't ask Lin Chuchu to give up her class transfer card. If Lu Chen's conditions aren't excessive and we can meet them, then our Red Moon Guild can't let him slip away, Song Yu stated clearly. After all, having two rookie players with S-rank talent at the same time would be a golden opportunity for the guild. It would undoubtedly attract many new members. Hearing this, Chen Lei understood that Song Yu was truly determined to recruit Lu Chen, so he said no more. After all, Song Yu had already given him face by not forcing Lin Chuchu to hand over the job transfer card. If he continued to make a fuss, it would be too much. Chen Lei, what should we do next? I never thought Lu Chen, the guy everyone underestimated, would actually have a chance to turn things around, someone asked Chen Lei. Don't worry too much, Chen Lei said in a low voice. The pressure on our Red Moon Guild is actually quite high. The Fire Wolf Guild and Spider Guild are definitely eyeing Lu Chen too, and their offers will surely be higher than ours. Before the press conference even started, I was awakened by the noise outside. I walked to the window and saw that the area downstairs was already packed with reporters, all holding cameras and frantically taking pictures of my house. The scene was practically like a zombie siege. I had only seen such things on TV before, never imagining it would happen to me one day. Lu Chen, come down quickly. I've arranged for people to block the reporters, Wang Feng called me. I hurried downstairs and squeezed into the car under the protection of several guild staff members. Even after getting into the car, the reporters were still crazily surrounding it, refusing to let go. Wang Feng stepped on the gas and finally managed to shake them off. This is normal, you'll get used to it, Wang Feng comforted me. When we arrived at the press conference venue, there were even more reporters than before. The countless flashes were practically blinding me. I was arranged to sit in the center, while a female assistant with gold-rimmed glasses held up my talent evaluation report, cooperating with the reporters for photos. Lu Chen, we heard that during your first talent test, you only scored an F grade, but this time it turned into an S grade. Is this result credible? A reporter asked directly. Our understanding of awakened talents is still limited, and errors can sometimes occur. However, we would never make repeated mistakes, only one mistake, the female assistant replied calmly. We also heard that the testing equipment malfunctioned. Is this result really reliable? The reporter pressed further. Our testing equipment has an upper limit, and the result obtained is genuine. Soon, we will invite technical personnel to repair it, and more accurate data will be available then, the assistant continued to explain. A series of questions were all aimed at questioning the validity of this evaluation. Seeing this, Wang Feng stepped in to smooth things over. There's no need to ask further. Lu Chen was able to solo goblins during the novice period and even clear F-level dungeons. His strength speaks for itself. Wang Feng added, actually, today's press conference is not just to announce that Linyuan City has produced its second S-level talent player, but also to provide an open recruitment opportunity for all guilds. As soon as Wang Feng finished speaking, the presidents of the Red Moon Guild, Song Yu, the Fire Wolf Guild, Xin Xuan, and the Spider Guild, Xiao Yu, all sat down beside me. Song Yu was the first to speak. Lu Chen, if you join our Red Moon Guild, all resources will be prioritized for you. We will fully support you until you reach level 20. Additionally, you'll receive a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. For many recent college graduates, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is already an unattainable high income. But what I want is different from them. I can join the Red Moon Guild, but Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei must return the job transfer card they took from me. It turned out that there was a conflict between me and Chen Lei. As soon as I said this, the reporters all perked up, and the atmosphere instantly became filled with gossip. Song Yu's expression stiffened. He clearly didn't want the conflict to be aired publicly. Lu Chen, let bygones be bygones. As long as you join the Red Moon Guild, we will absolutely not treat you unfairly. At this point, I already understood that the Red Moon Guild had no intention of returning my job transfer card. Since that was the case, there was no need for me to waste any more time. I directly raised the microphone and publicly declared to all the cameras, "Shenlei, Lin Chuchu, remember this, taking my job transfer card will cost you dearly one day." My words were eagerly recorded by all the reporters. The focus of the interviews immediately shifted to Song Yu. Song Yu's face darkened, and he got up and left the venue. He had originally thought I would let the matter slide, but he hadn't expected me to openly reveal the grudge in front of the media. He was well aware that Shenlei and Lin Chuchu had indeed made mistakes, and public opinion would undoubtedly target them. They could only leave early, planning to handle the matter quietly. Song Yu was now in a dilemma. Responding wouldn't be good, but not responding would lead to more misunderstandings. After Song Yu left, members of the Fire Wolf Guild and Spider Guild also presented their offers. The monthly salaries exceeded 100,000, along with many astonishing benefits. For the first 10 days, I focused on leveling up and had no intention of challenging those extremely difficult dungeons. Both major guilds were willing to arrange the career transition dungeon for me and even promised to help me clear it. The treatment they offered was, to put it bluntly, like being a new employee at a big company, where they had already planned for you to rise directly to an executive position. Everything was so smooth that it felt almost unreal. But these arrangements were not what I wanted at all. Actually, both of your guilds have good offers. If one of you can meet my requirements, I'll join you, I said bluntly. Shen Chuan immediately asked, "What are your requirements?" I calmly replied, "My goal is the Blood Demon Knight profession. I've already found the dungeon. If you can help me successfully transition, I'll join." As soon as the words Blood Demon Knight came out, both Shen Chuan and Xiaoyu fell silent. They clearly hadn't expected my choice. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and then said seriously, "The difficulty of transitioning to the Blood Demon Knight profession is too high. Unlike other career transition dungeons, this one can only be challenged solo, and no one else can team up with you. Even pouring in a massive amount of resources might not guarantee success. This is beyond our capabilities." Although she didn't outright refuse, her attitude was clear. Shen Chuan, however, didn't give up. "Lu Chen, your talent is particularly suited for being a frontline tank or support. Our Fire Wolf Guild happens to have a dungeon that perfectly matches your abilities. As long as you join, we'll make sure you become the sturdiest frontline in the team." His support wasn't entirely selfless. For them, a nearly indestructible tank would undoubtedly be the backbone of the entire guild. Collaborating with them would be a huge asset to the team. Whether it was Xiaoyu or Shen Chuan, their desire for me to join was simply because they wanted me to complement their guild teams. Right now, all the major guilds, including theirs, were in desperate need of a frontliner with exceptional talent like mine. But I shook my head without hesitation. "Sorry, I won't change my mind." In the end, we couldn't reach any agreement. Xiaoyu left with regret, only reminding me to think it over. Shen Chuan, on the other hand, was a bit agitated. "Lu Chen, S-level talent is just the beginning. To become stronger, you need more resources. The path of the Blood Demon Knight is too difficult. You could safely be a tank, so why insist on making things hard for yourself? Your talent is perfect for being a meat shield, not for dealing damage." He even gave an example, saying that there was once a player with S-level talent who also went to great lengths to transition to the Blood Demon Knight profession, only to end up with damage output inferior to A-level damage dealing professions, making all the effort a waste. "Some things are already determined by talent," he said. I firmly replied, "Sorry, but I want to be a Blood Demon Knight. I want to deal damage." Shen Chuan had made his point very clear, but I remained unmoved. He even thought I was too young, like others who believed that only damage dealers could be kings. But I knew my own path, and I also knew that once I chose the wrong profession, there would be no turning back. In the end, the atmosphere became completely tense, and Shen Chuan left in disappointment. Not long after, the media began to frantically report on this matter. Initially, some people in Linyuan City were proud of me, but soon online discussions turned negative, speculating whether I was ruining my future. I glanced at the news and closed it all. I didn't need external voices to interfere with my choices. After obtaining the blood of the Goblin Priest, I successfully acquired the key to the Blood Demon Knight transition dungeon. To be safe, I decided to wait until my health exceeded 1 million before entering. Of course, I also needed to reach level 20. A new challenge quickly emerged. The dungeon resources in Linyuan City are tightly controlled by several major guilds. If you want to enter a dungeon, you either have to spend money to buy access or rely on connections to get in. I need to carefully figure out how to level up. Just then, my phone rang. It was Wang phone calling. "Lu Chen, come over. The guild leader wants to see you." The guild leader? The legendary figure of the Professional Players Association. I couldn't contain my excitement. It said that he was among the first batch of players with S-level talent. Although he has been managing the association in recent years and hasn't appeared in dungeons, his exploits are widely circulated on forums. Being summoned by the guild leader himself, how could I miss this opportunity? Meanwhile, Song Yu was still worried about the Red Moon Guild after returning. Whether it was the Spider Guild or the Firewolf Guild, as long as they recruited me, the pressure on the Red Moon Guild would be immense. After the media exposure, they were shocked to discover that I hadn't joined any guild at all. She instructed, "Lin Chuchu, after you complete your class transfer quest, make sure to apologize to Lu Chen. The current public pressure is so intense that it's already affecting Chen Lei and the reputation of the Red Moon Guild. After all, the guild needs to keep recruiting new members." I had openly shared with the media the incident where Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei tried to snatch the class transfer card from me. As a result, the Red Moon Guild was immediately surrounded by public criticism, with many professional players boycotting them. The situation escalated significantly. In the end, Song Yu had no choice but to demand that Lin Chuchu publicly apologize. Lin Chuchu was actually very reluctant, but under the pressure of public opinion, she had to bow her head and admit her mistake. She didn't take the apology too seriously, though. After all, the class transfer card couldn't be taken back, and no one could force her to return it. To her, it was no loss, the card was still hers in the end. During this time, her social media account had been flooded with angry messages, all criticizing her. Out of curiosity, I casually asked Chen Lei, guild leader, "What's so special about the Blood Demon Knight?" Chen Lei shook his head, looking puzzled. "Lu Chen, why are you so fixated on this class, even refusing invitations from the Red Moon and Black Wolf guilds?" He explained seriously, "The Blood Demon Knight is a class that uses health to boost damage. The more health, the higher the theoretical damage. But in practice, the damage conversion for this class isn't that impressive. Even if you have 100,000 health, your damage output still can't compare to an A-level damage dealing class. Your talent is S-level, but if you choose the Blood Demon Knight, overall, you'd still be worse off than an A-level damage dealing class." After finishing, Chen Lei laughed again. "Lu Chen probably just wants to outperform me in Chuchu, so he's always thinking about increasing his damage output. Honestly, for unknown players like us, even if we get a chance to rise, our foundation is still lacking." The association's guild leader, Yi Long, was completely different from what I had imagined. He was very short, dressed in traditional Chinese Tang-style clothing, but his posture was straight and upright. When we met, I even doubted for a moment, was this really the guild leader of the Professional Players Association? After we sat down, Wang Feng closed the door, leaving only Yi Long and me in the room. Yi Long poured me a cup of hot tea and gestured for me to drink. I didn't know much about tea, so I pretended to savor it. I said, "This tea tastes pretty good." Yi Long smiled and said, "This is just ordinary tea leaves sold for 10 yuan per pound in the market." After he said that, the room fell silent, with only the sound of boiling water in the kettle breaking the quiet. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. After a while, Yi Long spoke, "How much do you know about the Professional Players Association?" I shared everything I could think of. The association mainly helps players grow, manages dungeon entrances, and handles emergencies. Yi Long shook his head. "You're only seeing the surface. Actually, the association's greatest responsibility is to protect the safety of our world." I almost burst out laughing. It sounded so exaggerated, like a joke, until Yi Long suddenly became very serious. He said, "The impact of dungeons on our world is growing. Right now, your talents and stats can only be used inside dungeons, but in some places, they can also be used in reality. Can you imagine what would happen if dungeons completely spiraled out of control? I thought about it and realized I had indeed seen similar discussions on the player forum. There's an experiment that says if a dungeon isn't cleared within 48 hours, there's a high probability it will collapse, and the monsters inside will break out, making reality indistinguishable from the dungeon. Yi Long nodded, exactly. Once the monsters enter reality, our real world will become a dungeon. By then, players will be able to use the abilities on their panels freely in the real world. It was only then that I understood that his talk about maintaining world safety wasn't just empty words. Yi Long continued, the biggest problem the association is facing now is that dungeons are appearing more frequently, and outbreaks are becoming more common. Some dungeons go out of control as soon as they appear. If this continues, the boundary between reality and dungeons will completely disappear. The major guilds are only focused on making money, busy clearing dungeons, grabbing equipment, and hoarding resources. No one is paying attention to the changes dungeons are causing in the world. When that day truly comes, we'll need an absolutely powerful force to counterbalance the players and ensure the world's order. These days, you meet all kinds of people. There are even those who treat dungeon runs as entertainment. I never had such thoughts growing up. With both my parents being professional players, I've long understood that dungeons and underground labyrinths are no joke. You only have one life, and when your health bar hits 0, you're really done for. Actors running dungeons? That's playing with their lives. Enough talk. Just take me into the dungeon, I urged. Bull and Horse led me into the dungeon. As soon as we entered and took a few steps, a bunch of slimy, wet slime suddenly emerged from the ground. Their bodies were entirely made of water, hidden in the soil, waiting to pounce when you weren't paying attention. Anyone who touched them was in for trouble. Bull and Horse were startled, clearly having suffered at the hands of slimes before. Don't move around. Just wait here. The slimes will come to you on their own. Whatever you do, don't stray too far from the exit. If you get surrounded, even professional players won't make it out. After giving their instructions, the two bolted. Just as they exited the dungeon, Bull was still muttering. Can he really handle it? If the boss let him in, he'll be fine. He's got S-rank talent, the other explained. The main issue is that there are too many slimes. Even the boss can't directly kill the boss monster, so we're clearing the area first. But these things are hard to kill, don't drop materials, and there's no pay. No one wants to come. This kid's got guts, tougher than us. In the copy, I hadn't moved yet when slimes emerged from beneath my feet, surrounding me and starting to gnaw at my health. They drain health by sticking close, but they lose health themselves in the process. Slime killed, EXP plus 50 before the slime could finish draining my health, it died first. I chuckled, come on, let's see if my health is thicker or if there are more of you. These slimes are pitifully low in intelligence, only instinctively attacking intruders. One dies, another comes, and soon I had 4 slimes clinging to me, rapidly draining my health. But I have 1,000,000 health points, so this damage is hardly worth mentioning. Plus, I have the Guardian's Ring. When its counter damage attribute is activated, the slimes attacking me are essentially accelerating their own demise. Slime killed, EXP plus 50. Slime killed, EXP plus 50. The experience points kept flashing on the screen. Although the gain was slow, the slimes came endlessly, so there was no worry about running out of experience. Wang Feng is really reliable. This place is practically a leveling paradise, even better than grinding dungeons. The monsters in the Goblin dungeon are smart, they run away when faced with danger, making it hard to farm experience. Here, I don't even have to exert effort, the slimes come to me one by one. 3 hours later, the ground was covered with slime corpses. Reached LV 20, further leveling requires job change. Continuing to kill will not yield experience. Seeing the prompt, I knew it was time to change jobs. However, this was a rare opportunity, so I decided to check out what the dungeon boss looked like. I walked to the deepest part of the dungeon, where a giant rock platform stood in the middle of the swamp. As soon as I stepped onto it, a loud noise erupted from underground. A dark green monster suddenly emerged from the swamp. Water Demon LV30, Swamp Overlord, strong territorial awareness, low intelligence, skills unknown, but this guy's level was too high, and its panel information was almost entirely blank. I'm only LV20. My panel stats are: name, Luchin level, LV20 health, 1,003,898 attack, 1,100 defense, 1,100 speed, 109. Although my health cap clearly has 500,000 left, my actual health was down to a mere 200,000. Earlier, I had nearly exhausted myself clearing slimes. But even with this little health left, I wasn't ready to give up easily. Even if I couldn't beat it, I could still try to escape. Before I could prepare to attack, the water demon rushed at me first. 3 water blades shot out from its mouth, and I stood still, ready to tank the damage. Each water blade took over 10,000 health from me. I grinned, thinking, is this all the boss can do? Looks like I can take care of this water demon today. When my health dropped to 100,000, the water demon was almost done for, but it still wasn't dead. Thanks to my Guardian's Ring counter damage mechanism, I nearly countered it to death. But the water demon had a backup move. It stopped attacking and began summoning a swarm of slimes. The slimes emerged from the ground, frantically approaching the water demon, then fused with it one by one. With each slime absorbed, the water demon's health skyrocketed. Alone, I couldn't possibly clear out so many slimes in time. I watched helplessly as most of the slimes became the water demon's nourishment. As its health fully recovered, the water demon instantly returned to peak condition. I cursed inwardly, this boss can heal itself. To defeat it, you have to keep up relentless output when it's about to die, giving it no chance to recover. Otherwise, you'll just watch it heal back to full. Easier said than done, but my firepower was far from enough. To deal with the water demon, this tricky foe, you'd need high-output professional players, and their levels would have to be solid, at least LV30 or higher. With its healing mechanism alone, this boss's difficulty is maxed out, making it one of the hardest in an E-level dungeon. My health was down to its last bit. If I kept pushing, I might end up counter-damaged to death. So, I quickly exited the battle. Fortunately, the water demon didn't chase after me. Once I left that giant stone platform, it seemed to default to ignoring my existence and let me go. After exiting the dungeon, I didn't stay long at the villa and prepared to hit the road. Having just reached level 20, I was eager to try my luck at the Blood Demon Knight Clash Change dungeon. Xiao Lu, you're leaving so soon. Why not rest for a couple more days? Xiao Ma and Xiao Niu thought I was avoiding trouble, completely unaware that I had already cleared out all the slimes. When I first arrived, they had sought help from quite a few people, but none could handle the task or they bailed halfway through. It was rare to find someone who could stick it out until the end. Seeing that I was leaving, they didn't try too hard to persuade me to stay. Before I left, I felt it was necessary to share some information about the boss with them. The boss inside heals itself when it's about to die. Without high burst damage, you can't kill it. If no one can handle it in the future, wait until I finish my class change and come back to lead you through it. No problem at all. Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma looked at me in disbelief. I had only gone in to clear slimes, how could I know the boss's moves? Bragging, huh? None of us have even seen the boss, and here he is talking like he's fought it. Did he really face off against the boss? They didn't believe me at all, thinking I was just bluffing. In fact, Shin Jingshu had already hired experienced professional players to investigate the boss's mechanics, planning to slowly figure out a strategy once someone capable of tanking showed up. When the dungeon first appeared, everyone rushed in blindly. No one expected that each boss would have vastly different mechanics, and going in without understanding them often led to disaster. There was even a top-tier player with an S-grade talent who underestimated an F-grade dungeon and went in solo, only to be killed outright by the boss. It wasn't that his skills were lacking, but rather that he didn't understand the traps the boss had set specifically targeting his abilities. In reality, that dungeon could be cleared by ordinary players as long as they formed a team and understood the mechanics beforehand. Strategically studying boss patterns became standard practice for professional players. This approach significantly improved the efficiency and success rate of humans clearing dungeons. However, for someone like me who hasn't even undergone a class change, trying to figure out a boss's abilities is extremely difficult and requires the expertise of truly experienced professional players. In high-difficulty dungeons, these strategy players are even more scarce. Their job is to study dungeons, analyze bosses, and devise ways to defeat them. Lower-level dungeons are manageable, but tackling high-level ones without a strategy is unthinkable. Back home, I didn't immediately start the class change dungeon. Although my level was sufficient, my health was too low, so I needed to recover first. My talent allows me to regenerate health every second. In situations where my health is down to just 1 point, I can recover 85,400 points of health in a single day. After 24 hours, my health would be fully restored. Thanks to this special mechanism, I can recover quickly, otherwise, relying on natural regeneration would take who knows how long. If I could get help from a healer, it would obviously be faster, but such resources are only available to large guilds. For someone like me, with an absurdly high health pool, finding a few people dedicated to healing me is simply unrealistic. It would not only cost money but also waste time. Ever since I publicly revealed that Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei had stolen my class change card, the Red Moon Guild has been relentlessly criticized online. Netizens from all corners have been condemning them, especially Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei. Unable to withstand the pressure, Lin Chuchu had to come forward and issue a public apology, but Chen Lei has remained silent. He's clearly one of the key figures in this incident. Song Yu, as the guild leader, tried to protect Chen Lei and the reputation of Red Moon by only allowing Lin Chuchu to apologize. At the apology press conference, Lin Chuchu cried her heart out. "I'm sorry. I was greedy for a moment and made a mistake. I deeply regret it. As long as Lu Chen is willing to forgive me, I'll agree to any compensation." I happened to come across this video and initially thought she was finally planning to return the class change card to me. But in reality, she had already used the card. Her apology was just a way to offer some compensation and brush the matter aside. The area downstairs from my home had long been surrounded by reporters. This was because Lin Chuchu had apologized, but I had yet to make an appearance or provide any feedback. Everyone was waiting for my response. 24 hours had passed, and my health bar was already fully restored. I contacted Wang Feng to get the dungeon items ready, preparing to head straight into the class change dungeon. After a while, Wang Feng drove over to pick me up downstairs. "Got everything ready?" "Where's the dungeon location?" he asked. I sent him the coordinates and prepared to head down. As soon as I appeared, the reporters swarmed toward me. "Lu Chen, have you seen Lin Chuchu's public apology today?" "I have." "How do you feel about Lin Chuchu's apology? Will you forgive her?" Facing the cameras, I said bluntly, "She used my class change card first and then came to apologize. Isn't that just mocking me? If she wants my forgiveness, Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei at least need to apologize to me publicly, maybe even kneel. Otherwise, no way. And as for Song Yu, the president of Red Moon, who shielded Chen Lei, why hasn't he made Chen Lei apologize?" The reporters recorded everything I said. "So, you're not accepting the apology?" I turned directly to the camera, pointing my finger. "You just want a superficial show of civility, right? I've already given you a chance. Now you want to play this game? Fine, I'll play along. But let me make it clear, I don't care about your apologies. Whatever belongs to me, I'll take it back myself." The interview ended there. Lin Chuchu was fuming in front of the screen. I knew she felt aggrieved, thinking that since she had already apologized, why was I still being so aggressive? Song Yu frowned deeply. The situation was escalating, and even he was being dragged into it. Not to mention, I had publicly called him out, putting him in the spotlight. "President, what should we do now?" Chen Lei asked Song Yu in a low voice. Song Yu sneered. "If he won't respond to force, then we'll try a softer approach. I just got word that Lu Chen is determined to switch to the Blood Knight class, and neither the Spider Guild nor the Firewolf Guild dares to take him in." Lin Chuchu's eyes lit up. "So, you're saying Lu Chen hasn't joined any guild yet?" They couldn't understand why, after finally making a comeback and becoming an S-rank talent holder, I wouldn't seize the opportunity to join a guild and instead rejected all the major factions trying to recruit me. Joining a guild and following their arrangements to complete the Clash Change dungeon is the proper path. He doesn't want to be a tool and thinks he can control his own destiny. But choosing the Blood Knight dungeon will only render his S-rank talent completely useless. The public is praising him now because he has an S-rank talent. Once he fails, no one will speak up for him anymore. So, all we need to do is spread the news that Luchin is stubborn, wasting his talent, and overestimating himself by attempting the Blood Knight Clash Change, and public opinion will naturally turn against him. By then, no one will support him. Song Yu's ability to manipulate public opinion was terrifyingly precise. He knew exactly how to steer the narrative. Right now, everyone online believed that having an S-rank talent meant I could defy fate. But in reality, they hadn't considered that I still couldn't escape the fate of a loser. After hearing this, Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei immediately felt hopeful. Wang Feng followed the navigation and brought me to the entrance of a sewer. This wasn't just an ordinary drainage ditch, it was the main drainage system for the entire Lingyuan city. The water had already been treated and purified, so there wasn't even a hint of odor nearby. Wang Feng handed me the prepared ring. Everything you asked for is in here. In my hand was the key to the Blood Knight Clash Change dungeon, and I felt no hesitation. Although I couldn't see the complete game interface right now, I could see the dungeon prompts, and that was enough. Lately, I've been feeling more and more that the line between this game and the real world is becoming blurred. Ever since my conversation with President Yi Long, I've started to realize that the dungeons have already begun to influence reality. If one day players' abilities could be used in the real world, this world might undergo a complete upheaval. But all those chaotic thoughts didn't matter at the moment. What I needed to focus on now was clearing this Clash Change dungeon. I took a deep breath and pushed open the dungeon door, just wide enough for one person to pass through, and walked in without hesitation. The door automatically closed behind me and would only reopen when I came out. This dungeon allowed only one person to enter, so Wang Feng could only wait outside. My vision blurred, and I found myself in a completely unfamiliar world. It was lifeless, with rolling lava everywhere, a scorching ground, and the constant sounds of explosions and burning. The air was filled with choking ash, making my throat uncomfortable with just one breath. The first thing I did was check the supplies Wang Feng had prepared for me: 30 bottles of advanced recovery potions, 5 purification leaves, 10 bottles of advanced attack potions, 5 speed potions. Everything was accounted for, nothing missing. But before I could think further, a pungent smell suddenly hit my nose, and I noticed my health dropping visibly. Fortunately, I was prepared. I immediately put a purification leaf in my mouth, and a green glow spread from my body, neutralizing the poison damage just in time. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the volcano beside me erupted, sending torrents of lava and black clouds skyward. It was my first time witnessing a volcanic eruption, and before I could take a closer look, the dungeon displayed a new prompt: Job Change Task 1, Avoid the erupting lava. Standing at the foot of the volcano, I saw a massive flow of lava rushing down like a flood. The heat wave hit me, and it felt like every drop of moisture in the air had evaporated. There was no time to hesitate, I turned and ran. But due to gravity, the lava's descent grew faster and faster, quickly closing in on me. Thankfully, I had anticipated this and immediately pulled out a speed potion, downing it in one gulp. My speed instantly doubled, feeling like I was moving 20 meters per second, and I dashed out of the lava's encirclement like the wind. The lava behind me gradually cooled and solidified, slowing down significantly, and the danger was finally averted. I let out a long breath. First task completed. Second task: kill 100 fire slimes. The next task came without giving me a moment to rest. I watched as fire slimes emerged one after another from the lava. They were entirely red, radiating heat waves, and any water that touched them instantly evaporated. These creatures were mindless, acting purely on instinct, with very simple attack patterns, either a direct collision or spitting fireballs. Their moves were highly predictable, almost always spitting fireballs before charging. Despite their simplicity, there were as many as 100 of them, and fire slimes had a built-in burn mechanism. Engaging them in melee would inevitably result in health loss. For pure melee players, this stage would likely be a major hurdle. But for me, it was an advantage. I could rely on the Guardian's Ring for counter damage retaliation, so losing some health didn't bother me. You can choose to transfer to the Blood Demon Knight, Basic. I was overjoyed, not expecting the task to be completed just like that. However, the dungeon prompt wasn't over yet. You can choose to survive for 12 hours to transfer to the Blood Demon Knight, Advanced. Note, advancing to the Blood Demon Knight, Advanced, requires you to endure even harsher trials. True strength is never achieved through mere luck. Looking at my health on the screen, which was down to less than 200,000, I hesitated. Should I quit while I'm ahead and transfer directly, or take another gamble? This survival task is so difficult. Those players who chose the Blood Demon Knight before must have transferred after surviving just 6 hours. No one would dare to risk pushing for 12 hours. I heard that many players with S-level talents had transferred to the Blood Demon Knight before, but the results were not as expected and even became a hindrance. The Blood Demon Knight, Basic, offers limited enhancement to S-level talents and might even lower overall strength. I couldn't allow my talent to be restricted by my profession. If the Blood Demon Knight, Basic, might be a trap, then the ultimate answer must lie in the Blood Demon Knight, Advanced. Now, I was out of potions, but I still had one last method. Whether it would work, I wasn't sure. According to the system rules, every 24 hours, my maximum health would increase by 86,400 points and automatically restore to full. However, I had never seen this health increase directly happen inside a dungeon. If it were any other dungeon, I might have been more cautious. But this was a transfer dungeon. At most, I'd die once and get kicked out, and I could try again next time. If I rashly chose the Blood Demon Knight, Basic, now, I'd lose the chance to advance to the higher tier forever. I made up my mind I choose to continue the challenge. I decided to push through for another 6 hours. The Sunbirds seemed to have been enhanced by the dungeon, becoming more aggressive and attacking more fiercely. Previously, they only attacked from a distance, but now they started diving down to tear at me with their sharp claws. My fire resistance was still at 10%, which blocked a lot of fire damage. But now the Sunbirds were using claw attacks, each hit taking away 20,000 to 30,000 health, and a few hits could wipe me out. Before long, my health was down to 100,000. If I kept losing health at this rate, I'd die soon. Just as I was about to give up, one of the Sunbirds suddenly dove straight at me. I had no potions left and could only watch as it was about to strike me. But at that very moment, the 24-hour cooldown refreshed. My health suddenly skyrocketed, jumping from 100,000 to over 1.2 million. I let out a deep breath and laughed to myself. I was right. Even in the dungeon, the 24-hour full health recovery still works. For the next few hours, I wasn't afraid at all. I focused on dodging attacks and controlling my health loss. Time ticked by, and before long, the countdown finally hit 0. The last 3 Sunbirds turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Congratulations on completing the 3rd task. You successfully survived for 12 hours with 400,000 health remaining. Initiating transfer to Blood Demon Knight, Advanced. Game panel updating, name, Luchun profession, Blood Demon Knight, Advanced, level, LV20 health, 1,203,489 attack, 3,300 defense, 2,100 speed, 300 fire resistance, 10% skills, Blood Demon Slash, summons a blood blade out of thin air. For every 10,000 health consumed, the blade grows by 1 meter, with an additional 1,000 attack power per meter. Can stack infinitely and passively grants 100% critical hit rate. Summoning, summons another mount, increasing speed by 5 times and adding a collision effect. The mount's health is 40% of my total health. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Looking at the brand new panel, I was ecstatic. My attack power had nearly doubled, and my defense and speed had also seen massive improvements. My base speed now reached 30 meters per second, which was terrifying. But these attributes were just the basics. The real power lay in the new skills. Previously, my awakened talent didn't include any damage skills, so I was very passive in the early stages, with almost 0 output. Now that I have Blood Demon Slash, I can already foresee that in future dungeons, it will be my stage. Lu Chen emerged from the job transfer dungeon, and it was already the morning of the second day. I took out the key and found that the item to unlock the Blood Demon Knight job transfer dungeon was still there. A prompt popped up: once you break through to level 60, you can unlock the second job transfer dungeon, Blood Demon Baron. The Blood Demon Knight can actually undergo a second job transfer? But it requires reaching level 60. At this level, across the entire server, only a few guild leaders of major guilds have managed to achieve it. Each subsequent level up is harder than climbing to the heavens, requiring countless experience points to be poured in. Want to level up? It's not that easy. As I stepped out of the dungeon, I unexpectedly found Wang Feng still waiting for me outside. "Let's go, I'll take you home," he said, waving his hand. As soon as I got in the car, Wang Feng asked me to check the news. In just one day, the entire internet was buzzing about me. Some said I was overambitious, possessing an exceptional talent but choosing the Blood Demon Knight, claiming that taking the damage-dealing path would only lead to self-destruction. Some even outright concluded that I was just a fleeting character, destined to become mediocre sooner or later. While reading the news, I realized that all these negative comments had erupted overnight, as if someone had paid to push them to the top of the trending list. It was obvious that someone was deliberately trying to smear me. Wang Feng didn't explicitly say who, but I already had a good idea. Who else but the Red Moon Guild? Recently, netizens had been criticizing Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu from the Red Moon Guild, and now the tide had suddenly turned against me. Isn't this clearly the result of the Red Moon Guild's behind-the-scenes manipulation? They're trying to shift public opinion, making me the target of criticism so that no one will scold the members of the Red Moon Guild anymore. I glanced out the window and suddenly noticed the route was wrong. "You took the wrong road, this isn't the direction to my house." Wang Feng didn't even turn his head. "President Yi wants to see you. I'll take you home after the meeting." At the association, I met Yi Long again. He directly asked me, "Did the job transfer succeed?" "Yes, it succeeded," I nodded. Yi Long lowered his voice and said, "Good. This afternoon, the association will officially announce that you are now a member of our association." Wang Feng seemed a bit worried. "President, the public opinion outside is so intense right now. Announcing Lu Chen's membership in the association at this time, won't it cause even more controversy?" "Actually, we can wait. Lu Chen is already one of us, so it doesn't matter when we make it public." Yi Long patted me on the shoulder. "What the outside world says doesn't matter at all. As long as we know the truth ourselves, what others say is irrelevant." Wang Feng still had doubts. After dropping me off, he even turned back to ask Yi Long, "President, do you really think Lu Chen can succeed?" In the past, anyone who dared to transfer to Blood Demon Knight ended up with a bad outcome. Their damage output couldn't keep up at all. In this world, talent basically determines your career development path. If your talent is low and you insist on taking the damage-dealing route, you'll end up with nothing, achieving neither goal. But Ji Long was resolute. "Don't worry, I'm very confident in my judgment of people." The confidence Lu Chen carries isn't something a failure would have. Meanwhile, the Red Moon Guild had already pushed the negative news about me to the peak of citywide discussion. Previously, everyone was attacking the Red Moon Guild, but now they're all criticizing me for wasting my talent. Samyu smiled smugly. The tactic of shifting the focus had worked instantly. Just as he was about to celebrate, his secretary suddenly brought bad news. "President, yesterday after we completed an E-level dungeon, a new dungeon entrance appeared. Someone went in to scout, and only one person came out. Inside, it directly upgraded to a D-level dungeon." Son Yu was stunned. A dungeon within a dungeon? This is a golden opportunity to make money, especially with a D-level dungeon. The rewards are incomparable to those of an E-level dungeon. The hidden dungeon should have other entrances, possibly connecting from other dungeons. We need to act before others and take down the boss inside. The experience and rewards will be the most lucrative. Son Yu stared firmly at the crowd. Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate reminded him, "President, this new dungeon requires clearing the outside E-level dungeon first." Players entering must be below level 30, but logically, a D-level boss requires level 40 players to have a chance of winning. Sending a group of level 30 players to challenge a D-level boss was clearly a death sentence. Song Yu was momentarily speechless. He also understood that every player was important to the guild. Any casualties would mean the guild had to pay compensation, real money, with strict legal regulations. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Everyone understood that now was not the time to act recklessly. Every guild would send high-level players to handle low-level dungeons, usually crushing them with ease to ensure no one in the team got hurt. Although there were occasional hiccups, as long as everyone was well prepared and strong enough, things could be resolved smoothly, and no one would actually die. Only those ultra-high difficulty dungeons, where the boss level far exceeded the players, posed a real risk of major incidents, even the possibility of a team wipe. The opportunity was right in front of them, but because it was too dangerous, no one dared to act rashly. I hesitated. I didn't want to miss this chance either. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "President, let me handle it this time." I looked up, and my mind instantly cleared. It was Chen Lei. He had just returned from the job change dungeon. This time, Chen Lei had changed his class to Thunder Mage King. He could unleash lightning strikes from a distance, excel in close combat, and handle group attacks without missing a beat. In every aspect, he was the strongest damage dealer. The guild even showed us a detailed analysis of Chen Lei's abilities. I reviewed it and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As expected of an S-level Thunder Fury talent, he's incredible after the job change, I praised. Lin Chuchu chimed in, "Chen Lei's talent and class are a perfect match. His rating is maxed out. You won't find another person this lucky in the entire Lin Yuan City." Her eyes were full of admiration and envy. "Lin Chuchu, you're not bad either," Chen Lei replied with a smile. "Even though you only got an A-level talent, when paired with the Shadow Assassin class, your damage output might even surpass mine." Lin Chuchu was so flattered that she couldn't stop smiling. Seeing the two of them successfully change classes put my mind at ease. I still remember how I had insisted Lin Chuchu keep the job change card instead of returning it to Lu Chen, knowing she was perfect for the Shadow Assassin role. At this moment, Lin Chuchu eagerly volunteered, "I want to challenge the hidden dungeon too." "Sure." I agreed without hesitation. "You two are both top-tier damage dealers. Teaming up to take down the boss is perfect. I'll assign you double the manpower. Let's make this hidden boss Chen Lei's debut showcase." Chen Lei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. An S-level talent was just the foundation. He wanted to use his strength to show everyone how powerful Lin Yuan City's top players could be. Recently, due to ongoing controversies, Lu Chen had been thrust into the spotlight of public opinion. Reporters camped outside his house every day, making it unbearable. With no other choice, he temporarily moved into Shin Jingshu's villa. Shin Jingshu had tasked him with clearing the slimes in the dungeon within 5 days. However, Lu Chen had actually completed the task in less than a day. The duo nicknamed Cattle and Horse were thrilled to see Lu Chen return. They even went out of their way to tidy up the guest room for him. Lu Chen planned to stay at the villa for the time being and had no intention of going back home. "Lu Chen, you wiped out all the slimes by yourself that day, amazing," they praised him endlessly. Initially, they thought Lu Chen would quit after just one day, especially since the job didn't pay and slimes were notoriously troublesome. But when they went in and saw the slimes completely cleared out, they were utterly impressed. The weekend arrived, and Shin Jingshu returned to the villa after work, planning to clear the dungeon over the next 2 days. If a dungeon was left unattended for too long, its entrance would fully open, allowing monsters to spill into the real world, which could cause major problems. As soon as Shin Jingshu entered the house, she saw someone. This person was Wang Jiong, a dungeon expert she had hired at great expense. He had extensive experience researching dungeon bosses, with dozens of successful cases under his belt. "Boss Shin, I've thoroughly studied the level 30 water demon in the dungeon. Its HP is around 100,000, its attack frequency is low but its damage is high, and its shield is mediocre. Every 60 seconds, it launches a full area attack. Bringing a front row tank is useless, instead, it's best to bring 2 healers to withstand the damage and reduce the chances of mistakes, Wang Jiang analyzed confidently. Xin Jingshu found his reasoning sound and immediately prepared to recruit 2 professional healers above level 20 from the player community. The duo, Niu and Ma, furrowed their brows tightly nearby. I noticed their expressions and asked, if you have something to say, just say it. They hesitated for a moment before speaking. Boss, after Lu Chen cleared the slimes earlier, he told us that to defeat the water demon, the key is to boost burst damage output. He also said that if we're short on people, we can ask him for help. Their words completely contradicted Wang Jiang's approach. Wang Jiang advocated using healers to absorb damage and slowly wear down the boss, while Lu Chen suggested ditching healers and focusing on stacking damage for a quick burst to end the fight. Wang Jiang's face turned red with anger. Are you kidding me? Suggesting we go without healers? That's a death sentence. The water demon hits so hard, without healers, who could survive? Relying on burst damage leaves even less room for error. Don't forget, this isn't a mobile or computer game, people can actually die in the dungeon. Niu and Ma could only smile wryly. They were just being honest. Xin Jingshu asked them to relay the message, so I nodded in agreement. You make a good point. I'll go recruit healers right away. Wang Jiang finally calmed down, but he suddenly remembered something, and his expression turned odd. You mentioned Lu Chen earlier, is that the same Lu Chen who's one of the only 2S grade talent holders in Linyuan City this year? Niu and Ma confirmed simultaneously, that's right, it's him. Wang Jiang sneered, his tone full of disdain. Boss Shen, you might not know this, but Lu Chen recently turned down invitations from the 3 major guilds. He awakened a front row tank talent, which would make a solid defensive class, but he insisted on switching to Blood Demon Knight to focus on damage output. The Blood Demon Knight has always been considered a useless class in the industry, incapable of delivering impressive damage. Someone so clueless about dungeons, don't trust him. A hesitant voice chimed in, but I heard Lu Chen has already joined the Professional Players Association. Maybe the Blood Demon Knight isn't as bad as people think. Wang Jiang shrugged, who knows how he convinced the association? Maybe they just want to use him for publicity. I didn't fully agree with Wang Jiang. I've dealt with people from the association before, they're meticulous and wouldn't let someone join casually. There must be something about Lu Chen that caught their attention. However, I ultimately decided to trust Wang Jiang. After all, experienced dungeon players are hard to come by, and the priority now is leading the team to defeat the boss. I quickly spent a hefty sum to recruit 2 healer girls. Wang Jiang helped me vet them. This girl has an A-grade healing talent. She hasn't switched classes yet but has decent abilities. The other one is B-grade, already class switched, and has practical healing skills. With these 2, the team's basic support is covered. As for damage output, Wang Jiang and I were sufficient. Although I have an A-grade poison talent and he's a B-grade archer, neither of us has top-tier burst power. But at level 30, our combined output is more than enough to handle the dungeon boss's HP. The interviews went smoothly, and the 2 healer girls quickly joined the team. When we reached the dungeon entrance and were about to enter, the B-grade talent girl suddenly said timidly, my talent requires 1 more person in the team to activate. Her talent provides team-wide healing every 30 seconds. I frowned, didn't you say your talent activates with 6 or more people in the team? She looked a bit flustered, yes, but it actually requires 7 people. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, feeling a bit annoyed. Everyone, keep it up. Slowly grind it down, and we'll have it defeated soon. Be careful not to waste your skills. When the water demon's health drops to half, it will start regenerating. There's only a 5-second window to counter it, so we need to go all out. I quickly reminded them. The girl and Bai Ling saved their healing skills, ready to unleash them at any moment. Wang Jiang, however, felt I was being redundant and barked at us with a stern face, do you know better, or do I? Hurry! Heal me to full. The 2 healers quickly restored him to full health. But unexpectedly, when the water demon's health dropped to 50%, it suddenly changed. Green light emanated from its body as it began regenerating health like crazy. In just a few seconds, its health bar was full again. Xin Jingshu and Wang Zhiyong were both stunned. Niu and Ma immediately shouted warnings, but before we could recover from the shock, the water demon had already completed its regeneration. Now fully restored, it turned and unleashed a massive water bubble. The bubble grew larger and larger until it finally exploded, sending powerful waves sweeping across the arena. Everyone except me was left with only half their health. At this critical moment, the water demon was about to launch another arena-wide attack. The second strike was imminent, and everyone froze in fear, their faces filled with terror. Xin Jingshu finally realized she shouldn't have trusted Wang Zhiyong so much. Looking back, it was Lu Chen who had been right all along. If they had listened to him earlier, they wouldn't be in this mess. As the water demon's attack loomed closer, they had neither the strength to escape nor a place to hide. Even if they could survive this hit, the next one would surely leave them on the brink of death. According to the dungeon's mechanics, once health dropped to a critical level, injuries would occur that couldn't be healed. For example, if a hand was severed in the dungeon, even if health was fully restored, the hand wouldn't grow back. Attribute stats would also decrease due to the injury. For Xin Jingshu, running dungeons was just a hobby. She never intended to risk her life. She was terrified of dying and didn't need to rely on dungeons to make a living. But in this world, there were always people who, knowing they could lose their lives in a dungeon, still chose to enter. Some treated dungeons purely as games, but many more did it for money. Finding a job was too difficult these days: low wages, exploitative bosses, and constant humiliation. Under such circumstances, becoming a professional player seemed like a better option. At that moment, Niu and Ma threw themselves in front of Xin Jingshu, shouting, "Boss, run!" But in reality, it was futile. "Let me handle this," Lu Chen said calmly. He stepped forward and decisively activated the skilled Blood Demon Slash. As blood swirled around him, a crimson longsword suddenly formed in his hand. In the next moment, the sword grew wildly, reaching an astonishing length of 40 meters. Everyone stared at the massive blade, their pupils dilating in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, Lu Chen's attack power surged to 40,000, and he even landed a critical hit. The first strike landed, and the water demon lost half of its health instantly. With its health halved, the water demon's attack was interrupted, forcing it to start regenerating. According to the mechanics, this regeneration would take 5 seconds. But Lu Chen didn't give it a chance. Boom! The 40-meter-long giant blade struck a second time, splitting the water demon in half on the spot. Its form twisted into countless water droplets, eventually transforming into a torrential downpour that fell from the sky. After the rain, sunlight pierced through the clouds, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. 2 strikes. The Blood Demon was taken out just like that? Wasn't it said that the Blood Demon Knight had low damage output? He just switched classes, and he already has this kind of burst damage? Even regular level 40 DPS players don't have this kind of power. Wang Zhiyong was completely dumbfounded. Various rumors online claimed that although Lu Chen was talented, he had chosen the wrong class and was destined to be useless. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, not only was Lu Chen not useless, but he was also overwhelmingly powerful. Xin Jingshu and the other two snapped out of their shock after narrowly escaping death. Looking at the massive blade from earlier, they still doubted whether what they had just experienced was real. Someone had actually managed to kill a level 30 water demon in just 2 strikes. Meanwhile, in the Spider Guild's meeting room, Xiao Yu was discussing a major plan. They had discovered the entrance to a hidden D-level dungeon within an E-level dungeon. As a result, Xiao Yu had gathered the members to urgently formulate a strategy. Based on the current information, the entire D-level hidden dungeon has 4 entrances. Besides us, the Red Moon and Fire Wolf guilds have also found hidden doors. The last entrance hasn't been discovered yet, but it's highly likely to be in another E-level dungeon. Can we find out which dungeon the last entrance is in? The Spider Guild was weaker than the Red Moon and Fire Wolf guilds. If it came down to a race to clear the dungeon, they didn't stand much of a chance. But if they could control 2 of the entrances, they could send in more people and gain an advantage through sheer numbers. The secretary pulled up a 3D map of Linyuan City, with hundreds of red dots scattered across the screen. These red dots represent the E-level dungeons that have appeared in the past week. Finding a hidden entrance among them is an enormous task. After all, the entrance to a hidden dungeon only appears after clearing an E-level dungeon. Clearing all these dungeons one by one would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Guild leader, the Red Moon Guild has already made their move. Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu are personally leading the team. We can't afford to wait any longer. Xiao Yu immediately gave the order, 10 people per team, 3 teams in total. Once inside the dungeon, push forward at full speed, heading straight for the boss. Since the hidden dungeon could only be accessed through the E-level dungeon, all participating players had to be below level 30, with a total limit of 30 participants. Normally, 5 people were enough to take down an E-level dungeon boss, and 10 would be considered overkill. But the Red Moon Guild had maxed out their team at 30 players, all at the level 30 cap. At the dungeon entrance, 30 players entered the new round of challenges one by one. Those players who had hoped to enter the dungeon to gather materials for sale had long been cleared out. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Wow, they're using so many people for just an E-level dungeon? You're behind the times. This dungeon was cleared long ago. They found a hidden D-level dungeon entrance inside. The Spider Guild is sending so many people because they want to be the first to clear the D-level dungeon. The Fire Wolf and Red Moon Guilds have also sent their top players in. It's hard to say who will get the hidden dungeon boss this time. Everyone was waiting to see the drama unfold. Judging by the lineup, the Red Moon Guild was undoubtedly the strongest. Not only did they have the special class shadow assassin Lin Chuchu, but they also had Chen Lei, who possessed an S-level lightning talent with explosive damage output. Although the Spider Guild's members weren't as powerful as Chen Lei or as experienced as the veterans from the Fire Wolf Guild, their formation was complete, and they had enough people. The competition among the 3 major guilds made the outcome highly anticipated. Hey, isn't there still a 4th dungeon entrance? Most likely, no one has found it yet. Even if someone does, they won't be able to compete with the 3 major guilds. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The 3 major guilds are all composed of carefully selected experts, with top-notch tactics and coordination. Casual teams and solo players simply can't compare. It's like a school team playing against a national team. The level of play is entirely different. Even so, many people are still searching everywhere for the 4th entrance. Even if they can't grab the boss, they can earn some experience and maybe pick up rare materials. The dungeon is like a new world, and the magic ore produced inside is all highly sought after and expensive on the market. Experience plus 10,000, my level has risen to 21. Name, Luchen class, Advanced Blood Demon Knight level, LV 21 HP, 129,583 attack, 3,500 defense, 2,200 speed, 300 fire resistance, 10% skill 1, Blood Demon Slash, can summon a blood blade out of thin air. For every 10,000 HP consumed, the blood blade grows 1 meter longer, its attack power increases by 1,000, and it can stack infinitely. As long as HP is used for attacks, the opponent is guaranteed to suffer a critical hit. Skill 2, Summoning, can summon another mount, providing up to 5 times the speed boost and capable of ramming enemies. The mount's HP equals 40% of my HP, with a 5-minute cooldown. Leveling up increases HP, attack, and defense, but speed remains unchanged. No wonder the player community says that speed becomes difficult to increase at higher levels, and leveling up doesn't help much. Coincidentally, the water demon dropped a skill book, Mastery of Water, allowing breathing underwater. I still have an unused skill slot, but I'm not in a hurry to use it. There's a chance I'll find something more suitable later. If I use it now, I'll have to reach level 40 to add another skill. The others also gained a fair amount of experience. The most unfortunate one was Bai Ling, who is stuck at level 20 and hasn't changed classes yet, so she couldn't gain any experience. However, she didn't mind, she was only here to make some money. After the water demon died, the rocky platform beneath its feet suddenly began to move. Several stones pieced together to form a stone gate, and behind it lay the dungeon passage. This is the dungeon entrance. I was a bit surprised. I'd only seen this type of hidden entrance in the community before, and I didn't expect us to stumble upon one this time. Boss, this is a hidden dungeon entrance. Nyo and Ma were already jumping with excitement. With the water demon easily defeated by me, they were no longer as scared as before and were eager to challenge this newly discovered dungeon. Shin Jingshu hadn't fully recovered from the shock, but when she saw the hidden dungeon gate appear, her expression turned hesitant. Boss Shin, hidden dungeons are rare opportunities. If you don't seize them, they'll be gone. With Lu Chen here, even a level 30 water demon can be taken down in one move. We can definitely give this a shot, Wang Jiang said, his tone shifting. He had just been looking down on me, but now he was praising my strength. Shin Jingshu was taken aback by Wang Jiang's two-faced behavior but was still persuaded by his words. After all, when the dungeon boss was defeated earlier, she gained a large amount of experience. If we could conquer a higher-level hidden dungeon, the leveling speed would be even faster. For professional players, the most important thing is their level. No matter how good your talent is, without the boost from levels, you can't fully utilize your potential. Moreover, Wang Jiang was right. With me here, the difficulty instantly dropped several levels. If it were just them, they wouldn't have been able to handle the water demon earlier, let alone the new dungeon that appeared afterward. Shin Jingshu is a shrewd businesswoman who knows how to weigh risks and benefits. From the looks of it, with my strength as a backup, continuing forward together is clearly more profitable than retreating. She decisively nodded, and our group headed toward the newly appeared stone gate without hesitation. Lu Chen, are you willing to continue? I nodded without hesitation. Dungeons like this are hard to come by, I don't want to miss out. Usually, when there's a hidden dungeon entrance, there isn't just one. It's very likely that someone has already gone in, so we need to hurry. Lu Chen's determination made me fully commit to the decision. This time, I decided to go all out and aim big. If you two are still willing to follow, I'll give you 5 times the previous reward, all of it as extra. I offered a high price, hoping Bai Ling and the other healer girl would stay. Bai Ling naturally agreed without hesitation. The other girl, seeing Bai Ling agree, nodded as well. With a lot of money on the table and Lu Chen around, there was nothing to fear. I glanced at Wang Jiang nearby and noticed that not just me, but everyone was treating Lu Chen as a lifeline. Strength speaks for itself. Even Wang Jiang, who usually looked down on Lu Chen, now had an expression of "you're the boss." Wang Jiang seemed to realize how quickly his attitude had shifted and hurriedly explained, "Lu Chen, earlier was really a misunderstanding. I was also misled by online information. Everyone thought you were suited for frontline support, a tank to absorb damage, and that switching to a blood demon knight would waste your talent. After all, you wouldn't be able to tank properly or deal significant damage. But that one strike of yours, I truly respect it. Once we're out, I'll definitely speak well of you online." He wanted to jump aboard Lu Chen's ship. After all, whether we could clear the hidden dungeon depended on Lu Chen. Alright, I'll take command of the team now. Lu Chen naturally became the leader. We all nodded, agreeing to hand over control to him. I'll lead at the front, you just need to protect the 2 healers. Bai Ling, use your healing skill on me as soon as it's ready, don't hold back. That earlier strike had cost Lu Chen 150,000 HP. However, his Blood Demon Blade ability was incredibly powerful. For every 10,000 HP consumed, his attack power increased by 1,000, and the blade extended by another meter. Bai Ling could heal over 2,000 HP at a time, just enough to help him recover a bit. Lu Chen turned to the quieter girl, intending to call her, but realized he didn't even know her name. I'm Yi Ro, she introduced herself proactively. Yi Ro, save your skills to support the others, Lu Chen instructed. Yi Ro nodded, gripping the wooden staff in her hand, looking somewhat like a magical girl. A group of 7 followed Lu Chen into the hidden dungeon. The monsters encountered this time were completely different from those outside, not the jar-like slimes, but hideous merfolk monsters. These merfolk monsters had human-like arms and legs, could move on land, were covered in scales, and had sharp teeth on their faces that looked like they were ready to devour people. System prompt, Merfolk monster, level LV 20. Aggressive attacks, strong territorial awareness, relatively intelligent, and prone to group actions, usually led by a leader. Level 20, this is what a D-level dungeon monster should be, Wang Ziyang whispered, his face full of excitement. He had only fought E-level dungeon bosses before, and if he could take down a D-level dungeon this time, he could brag about it for a while. Suddenly, 3 merfolk monsters lunged at me. Their mouths opened wide, almost capable of swallowing half a person whole. My blood blade, now 5 meters long, swept across in one strike. Before the merfolk monsters could touch me, they were split in two mid-air, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was stunned by my strike. The merfolk monsters became cautious, no longer daring to charge head-on. Instead, they moved to the sides, attempting to sneak attack by Ling and Yi Ro. However, with Xin Jingshu and Wang Ziyang around, they were temporarily safe. At that moment, the muscles on one merfolk monster's arm bulged, suddenly ejecting a venomous spike thicker than a wrist. I reacted quickly but was still hit, losing several thousand HP instantly. However, this amount of damage was nothing to me, especially with Bai Ling keeping a close eye on me, healing me whenever she had the chance. I glanced at Yi Ro. Don't worry about me, save your skills to support the team. The number of merfolk monsters increased, surrounding us completely. Although I could block most of the attacks, Xin Jingshu and Wang Ziyang were starting to struggle. The other teammates' damage output was mediocre, and it was basically up to the two of us to hold the line. Yi Ro was desperately healing them, but her level was limited, and she could only take care of one person at a time, making the pressure increasingly intense. This dungeon has way more monsters than a normal D-rank dungeon. We won't last long before we're in danger, Wang Ziyang said, his expression tense as he clearly tried to think of a solution. He was an archer, but with all the monsters swarming in, he couldn't make use of his ranged advantage. His arrows hit the merfolk monsters but were practically useless. Xin Jingshu, though skilled in close combat and quick on her feet, relied on her poison blades as her strongest asset. However, the merfolk monsters had tough, thick skin, scales like armor, and were naturally venomous with high resistance. Killing them was a tough task for her. At first, there weren't many merfolk monsters, so Xin Jingshu, Wang Ziyang, and I could barely hold the line. But as their numbers grew, our defense was as fragile as paper, ready to be torn apart in an instant. If the merfolk monsters broke through, Bai Ling and Yi Ro in the rear wouldn't stand a chance, and they'd be in serious danger. Time was running out, I had to deal with these merfolk monsters myself. Without hesitation, I activated my summoning skill. If they kill the boss, we can all leave safely together. Wang Ziyang's words reignited hope in everyone. Then let's wait another hour and rest for now. I leaned directly against a large tree and closed my eyes to rest. I glanced at the panel, there was still an hour until my health refreshes. Once my health is fully restored, I'll be back to full strength. The Blood Demon Blade consumed a lot of health, and combined with the damage from the battle, my current health is less than 500,000. Challenging the boss in this state doesn't give me much chance of success. As for whether the so-called hidden boss will be dealt with by others, I couldn't care less. If I can seize the opportunity, I'll go for it, if not, so be it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chenlei and Lin Chuchu led their team to arrive first at the boss's battlefield. Before them was a sunken square platform, with the boss positioned right in the center. As long as they stepped onto the platform ahead, they would be directly transported into the boss's battleground. We're the first ones here, Lin Chuchu said excitedly. Their combat strength was formidable, and they had encountered little resistance while clearing the stages. Shortly after, players from two other sides arrived. It was the professional players from the Firewolf Guild and the Spider Guild. The three major guilds of Linyuan City finally gathered, and the atmosphere on site instantly grew tense. Soon, everyone realized that challenging the boss wasn't a chaotic battle among the teams but would proceed in order of arrival, one team at a time. Chenlei's team entered first, earning the right to challenge the boss first, followed by the Spider Guild, and lastly the Firewolf Guild. Only one side had yet to arrive. It seemed that the progress in that passage was lagging behind. At this moment, the ownership of the dungeon boss by the three major guilds was already a foregone conclusion. Chenlei stepped onto the teleportation platform without hesitation, with Lin Chuchu following closely behind him. The other experts from the Red Moon Guild also quickly joined in. Apart from Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu, who were newly transferred rookies, everyone else in the team was a seasoned veteran at the max level of 30. To ensure Chen Lei could take down the boss, Song Yu had assigned the guild's strongest players to him. As it turned out, Chen Lei did not disappoint Song Yu, delivering explosive damage output along the way. With his coordination with Lin Chuchu, their progress was unmatched. Upon entering the arena, the boss finally appeared. "You killed my 4 subordinates. Humans, you really are something." The boss's voice sent chills down everyone's spine. One-Eyed Wolf King, level 40, possesses a kingly aura, cold-blooded and brutal, showing no mercy to any enemy. Chen Lei and his team were too low-level to discern more details about the One-Eyed Wolf King. But just seeing a level 40 boss was enough to put immense pressure on everyone, leaving them almost breathless. However, Chen Lei showed no trace of fear. Instead, he grew even more excited. The level 30 leaders outside were no challenge for him, and now, finally, a formidable enemy had appeared, allowing him to unleash his true strength. Since awakening his S-grade talent, he had become a prominent figure in Linyuan City. But that was far from enough. He wanted his name to be remembered across the province, even the entire country. To achieve fame and fortune, he had to defeat the strongest enemies head-on and prove his irreplaceable worth. Everyone, activate your buffs and take your positions. Frontline warriors, hold the line. The players responsible for drawing the One-Eyed Wolf King's attention rushed to the front, absorbing all the aggro onto themselves. This was the strategy the Red Moon Guild had specifically developed for challenging bosses, with every player's position and role meticulously planned. They had trained countless times beforehand to ensure no mistakes during the boss fight. 2 professional tanks charged forward first, using their skills to draw the One-Eyed Wolf King's focus. The boss immediately launched an attack. Meanwhile, members of the Spider Guild and Fire Wolf Guild were observing from the sidelines. "I think I just heard the One-Eyed Wolf King say his 4 leaders are dead. So why is the 4th passage still empty? Don't be fooled by him. You can't trust what monsters say. The guild has long established rules: don't communicate with monsters, and don't take their words seriously. Some monsters could speak human language, but everyone knew that in dungeons, monsters were enemies. It was a matter of life and death, with no room for civility. Talking to them would only distract you. Moreover, monsters were cunning and excelled at sowing discord. The wisest approach was to completely ignore them." As soon as the professional players from the Red Moon Guild entered the fray, their teamwork was flawless. Whenever Chen Lei attacked, the others supported him with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Chuchu wielded a long blade, her movements so fast that only a series of afterimages could be seen, making it nearly impossible to distinguish her true form. Next, a flurry of blade strikes slashed across the One-Eyed Wolf King, leaving wounds on its fur. However, these injuries were negligible to the boss. Lin Chuchu's strength and talent were impressive, and her speed was extraordinary, but the level gap between her and the One-Eyed Wolf King was too vast, making her attacks feel like mere scratches to the boss. The One-Eyed Wolf King's gaze turned fierce, its ears standing upright as it listened intently to its surroundings. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the One-Eyed Wolf King struck out with lightning speed, accurately intercepting Lin Chuchu's path. When Lin Chuchu moved at high speed, her body would briefly fade, resembling a weakened version of invisibility. If not for the One-Eyed Wolf King's exceptional sensitivity, it would have been impossible to detect her. Faced with the sudden attack, Lin Chuchu instinctively raised her blade to defend. But the strike was too powerful, and she was sent flying, losing half her health instantly. Lin Chuchu spat blood, her face pale as she sat on the ground, visibly shaken. Since becoming a player, this was the first time she truly felt the threat of death. Fortunately, 2 tanks in the front row rushed forward immediately to block the follow-up attack of the One-Eyed Wolf King, otherwise, Lin Chuchu would have been doomed. The healer quickly came over to heal Lin Chuchu. Meanwhile, the One-Eyed Wolf King lashed out with its claws, launching a frenzied attack on the 2 front row tanks. The 2 couldn't hold out for even half a minute before being kicked away, one by one. "Quick! Healers, heal them!" The skills of the previous 2 healers were still on cooldown, so the remaining 4 healers quickly stepped in to heal the new front row tanks. Chen Lei watched anxiously, electricity surging wildly around him. He charged forward directly, with two warriors following closely behind to help draw the Wolf King's attention. The three engaged in close combat with the one-eyed Wolf King, sparks flying as weapons clashed with claws. Chen Lei instructed the two warriors to hold the line while he stepped back, clenching his fist as powerful lightning gathered into a ball in his palm. He hurled it fiercely at the one-eyed Wolf King. The Wolf King, not daring to be careless, crossed its arms in front of itself to block. The lightning struck its body, causing its fur to stand on end, but the Wolf King withstood the electric shock. It then charged up its right fist and launched it like a cannonball. Chen Lei was about to retreat but found himself unable to react in time. Fortunately, two front-row tanks rushed in to block most of the force for him. All three were sent flying. Chen Lei's health was still manageable, but the two tanks' health was nearing the critical threshold. At this moment, Chen Lei unleashed his lightning again. Heavenly Thunderstorm. This was his most powerful ultimate skill after transitioning to the Thunder Mage class. 3 consecutive bolts of heavenly lightning struck down, all hitting the one-eyed Wolf King. The lightning carried a paralyzing effect, slowing the Wolf King's movements. Seeing this, the members of the Red Moon Guild regained their hope. Lin Chuchu had already recovered significantly and unleashed her strongest skill without hesitation. As a shadow assassin, her burst damage per second was no less than Chen Lei's. Lin Chuchu transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting back and forth across the Wolf King's body like a needle weaving through fabric. The Wolf King's legs buckled, and it collapsed to its knees with a thud. By this point, the Wolf King's health had dropped below half, but the Red Moon Guild had also suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining healers were nearing exhaustion. The healers were struggling to keep up. Seizing the opportunity, I led 2 melee players in a frenzied assault, finally pushing the Wolf King's health down to half. Just then, the Wolf King's previously closed single eye began to slowly open, revealing a blood-red pupil. It stood up again, lashing out with a kick that instantly turned a melee player into a mist of blood before they even had a chance to react. The boss is getting stronger. Its attacks will become even more ferocious. Anyone other than the toughest players will die if they take a single hit, observed a member of the Spider Guild nearby. I had performed admirably, but this boss was beyond anything I had imagined. In its new phase, the boss was at least 10 times harder to deal with than before. Now, a single attack from the boss could deal tens of thousands of damage. Anyone other than the front row tanks would die instantly if they got too close. Seeing their teammates just killed, the remaining melee players were completely panicked and turned to flee. But the one-eyed Wolf King accelerated, catching up to one of them and impaling him with a claw. It then tore the player to pieces mid-air. The gruesome scene almost made Lin Chuchu vomit. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't stop retching, her legs trembling. The boss was too strong. Even dozens of our attacks couldn't match one of its strikes. Who could stay calm and perform under such circumstances, knowing that a single touch from the boss meant instant death? Overwhelmed by fear, everyone was in chaos. After killing 2 more players, the one-eyed Wolf King set its sights on the teammate who was healing me. 4 front-row tanks desperately rushed over, trying to block the boss and using their taunt skills to force it to focus on them. They managed to stand in the Wolf King's way, but the boss showed no fear, charging forward and sending all 4 tanks flying. Bang! 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 Not a single one could stop it. The current one-eyed Wolf King was terrifying, and the entire situation had collapsed. Retreat quickly, back to the teleportation array. I shouted. The formation was disrupted, and it was basically impossible to continue the fight. With no one protecting the rear, it was a massacre. The boss charged forward, and no one could hold it back. I risked my life to block the one-eyed Wolf King, but one person alone was limited, and 3 healers were still bitten to death. Lin Chuchu didn't care about anyone else and had already run into the teleportation array. I also rushed in at the last moment, almost being left behind by the boss. The one-eyed Wolf King roared and lunged at us, but we were all teleported to the platform, barely escaping with our lives. I hadn't even caught my breath when the 4th passage across from us suddenly opened. Lu Chen led the way out and happened to witness the scene. It was only then that I realized how close I had come to dying at the hands of the boss. The Red Moon Guild's first battle this time was a complete failure, losing 2 main fighters, 3 frontliners, and 3 healers. The entire Red Moon Guild had started to fear the One-Eyed Wolf King. I felt a stifling frustration in my chest. I hadn't expected the boss to be this strong, nor had I expected Liu Chen to appear here. Enemies meeting face to face always stirred intense emotions. Liu Chen stared intently at me and Lin Chuchu, showing no intention of avoiding us. On the contrary, Lin Chuchu seemed a bit guilty and actively avoided his gaze. "Which guild are they from?" someone beside him asked. "These few don't look like a fixed guild team. I've never seen them in the dungeon." There were only so many professional players in Linyuan City, and familiar faces were bound to appear in dungeons, especially since guilds always fought in teams, making them easy to remember. But I didn't recognize a single one of the people around Liu Chen. How did just a few of them make it here? If they're not guild players, temporary teams are usually unreliable. Although Liu Chen's pace had slowed significantly, the fact that the 7 of them had survived to this point was no small feat. Originally, there were probably a lot more of them, but I guess most of them died, leaving only these 7 to make it through. Everyone agreed with this speculation. Players who weren't part of a guild often had poor coordination, and their team compositions were usually unbalanced. While they might look like a decent-sized group at first, once the fighting started, it was every man for himself. For a temporary team like Liu Chen's, their combat effectiveness was bound to have flaws, so it was normal for so many to have died earlier. The boss is actually a level 40 One-Eyed Wolf King, and the highest level here is only 30. Even a strong team like the Red Moon Guild couldn't take it down. How could we possibly stand a chance? Wang Zhiyong quickly came to a conclusion. So what do we do now? If no one can defeat the boss, won't we be trapped here forever? Nyoma and another person showed fearful expressions. They had only entered the dungeon with a "let's give it a try" mindset and had no intention of risking their lives. Don't panic yet. Let's see how the Spider Guild handles it. Wang Zhiyong's words shifted everyone's attention back to the field. At this moment, more than 20 members of the Spider Guild were preparing to launch their attack. The 3 teams were divided into 3 groups, each occupying a different position. In the center was the One-Eyed Wolf King I had been eagerly anticipating. By the time we entered the dungeon, the One-Eyed Wolf King had already returned to its peak state, with its health fully restored, as if nothing had happened earlier. This was the rule: only one team could challenge the boss at a time. If they failed, the boss would immediately reset. No matter how close you came to defeating it before, if you didn't succeed in the end, you'd have to start all over again. The players from the Spider Guild were clearly well prepared. At the command of their leader, everyone performed their roles. Compared to the chaos of the Red Moon Guild earlier, the Spider Guild's tactics were as precise as a finely tuned machine. Their class composition was carefully planned, and their actions were orderly. Rain Prayer. A mage in the back raised their staff, and as the incantation was spoken, a massive magic circle lit up in the sky. Then, a torrential downpour began to fall. The rain itself had no offensive power and no poison, it was just ordinary rain, but the heavy rain obscured the view, making it impossible for the One-Eyed Wolf King to see its surroundings clearly. Immediately after came the cry of Ice Arrow. The frost archers continuously fired chilling arrows. With each hit, the ground and the Wolf King's body quickly froze. After just a few rounds, the One-Eyed Wolf King was completely turned into an ice sculpture. I couldn't help but applaud. The combination of water and ice was executed to perfection. This was true teamwork. It's said that Xiaoye, the president of the Spider Guild, excels at this kind of battle planning, leading her team to successfully slay major bosses and earning her fame in a single battle. Xin Jingshu was also stunned. Previously, she had only treated dungeons as a pastime and had never seen such high-level operations. Now, she was completely awestruck. The mage's magic circles appeared one after another, the rain never ceased, and the frost archers kept firing arrows, firmly controlling the One-Eyed Wolf King while the rest of the team unleashed a frenzy of attacks. Although they didn't have the explosive power of the Red Moon Guild's top players, their steady and methodical approach allowed them to progress faster than the previous teams. The one-eyed Wolf King's health quickly dropped to half, entering the second phase. A familiar scene unfolded. The eye that had been closed suddenly opened, emitting a terrifying blood-red glow. Its fur stood on end, muscles swelled, and it looked a size larger than before. With a roar, the one-eyed Wolf King broke free from the ice. The mage and archers reacted immediately, unleashing magic circles and ice arrows, but the Wolf King was now completely uncontrollable, moving at an incredibly terrifying speed. In an instant, it leapt to our backline, crushing the mage who had been busy setting up formations into a pool of blood. The frost archer hurriedly used his survival skill, invisibility. Knowing he couldn't outrun the boss, he gambled on not being discovered. However, the one-eyed Wolf King slowly lowered its head, exhaling hot air from its large nostrils. I could see the archer holding his breath, not daring to move. Unfortunately, a teammate's attack drew the boss's attention, and the archer couldn't help but take a breath. The one-eyed Wolf King accurately pinpointed his location, swiping its claws to pull him out of invisibility. The commander decisively ordered, "Retreat." Their strategy relied entirely on freezing the boss, and without that control, continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. Both the Red Moon Guild and the Spider Guild had failed. Now, the stage belonged to the Fire Wolf Guild. The players of the Fire Wolf Guild had learned from the experiences of the previous two teams, and their approach seemed well organized. They planned to unleash their full power during the few seconds of the boss's transition phase, hoping to take it down in one fell swoop. However, the gap between ideal and reality was always vast. Their burst damage wasn't enough, and the one-eyed Wolf King was extremely cunning, specifically targeting the vulnerable backline players. No one could hold their ground. The Fire Wolf Guild's challenge also ended in failure, with the one-eyed Wolf King still retaining a third of its health. Fortunately, the Fire Wolf Guild had prepared for a retreat in advance, so no one was injured. Unable to finish the boss in one go, they decisively chose to withdraw. The three major guilds of Linyuan City had all suffered consecutive defeats, leaving only my team on the field. Finally, it was my turn. I glanced at my status bar. I was at full health and in peak condition. As I stepped onto the platform, ready to teleport into the boss arena, Bai Ling instinctively followed me. "You all stay here. I can handle this alone." "No way. How could you possibly take it down by yourself?" Bai Ling and Yi Ro objected almost simultaneously. Shin Jingshu frowned and added, "The three major guilds have all failed, and we're still under the curse of the merfolk leader. We must defeat the boss. Sending you in alone is far too risky." I shook my head and explained seriously, "You all saw it just now. The boss enters the second phase, its strength skyrockets, and its speed increases. I'm the only frontline player on our team. If you follow me into the arena, I'll have to split my focus to protect you, which will only drag everyone down. Rather than being distracted by protecting teammates, it was better to face the battle alone." "But..." Bai Ling still found it hard to believe the three major guilds couldn't defeat it, and even suffered total annihilation. "Now you're asking me to solo the boss? It's simply unbelievable. Let's listen to Lu Chen. Since he has this confidence, he must have a trump card. Besides, if it really doesn't work, he can still use the teleportation array to get out." Wang Ziyang considered for a moment and decided to support me. He understood very well that if everyone went down together, as I just said, no one but me could hold off the one-eyed Wolf King. At that point, everyone would just become targets for the boss's concentrated attacks. As the three major guilds were preparing to retreat, I directly walked toward the teleportation array, intending to solo the boss. This action surprised quite a few people. What is he trying to do by going in alone? Lin Chuchu asked, her face full of confusion. "Ignore him. He's just putting on a show." Chen Lei dismissed my actions entirely. In his view, reaching this stage was already impressive for any team, but soloing the boss? That was pure fantasy. Seeing me step forward alone, Chen Lei even laughed in anger, turned around, and led the Red Moon Guild away without looking back, feeling that staying even a second longer was a waste of time. With the Red Moon Guild gone, only the Spider Guild and Fire Wolf Guild remained on the scene, staying to see what I was up to. Suddenly, I shouted, "Chen Lei, why are you leaving?" Afraid you'll be crushed when you see me defeat the boss? Chen Lei immediately stopped in his tracks, and the members of the Red Moon Guild all turned to look at him. The atmosphere instantly changed. My words were clearly a provocation, even tinged with mockery. Chen Lei coldly responded, "Lu Chen, you awakened an S-level talent, and you're indeed in the limelight right now. But that doesn't mean your strength is all that great. The outcome of this battle is certain, you will fail." He didn't believe in me at all and even mocked. Even among S-level talents, there are differences in quality. Yours is only good for tanking, it's not meant for dealing damage. After saying this, he led the Red Moon Guild away without hesitation. Although Lin Chuchu wanted to see what I could achieve, with Chen Lei gone, she couldn't stay behind alone. As soon as the Red Moon Guild left, the one-eyed Wolf King in the center of the field returned to its original state, its aura arrogant and overbearing. "Ha, you can't kill me. I can keep recovering here endlessly." The one-eyed Wolf King was extremely smug. I grinned. "You're about to die very soon." Facing the boss at full health, I directly summoned the Blood Demon Blade. A massive, 40-meter-long Blood Demon Blade appeared, dazzling everyone. This meant I had consumed 400,000 health points, resulting in an attack power of over 40,000. Boom! The blade struck, hitting the one-eyed Wolf King head-on. Blood spurted out, and the massive body of the one-eyed Wolf King was forced back several steps. Looking at the blood gushing from his body, the confidence on his face finally cracked. That single strike dealt damage like a waterfall, instantly reducing the one-eyed Wolf King's health by 30,000. And this was with his full defensive gear, otherwise, the damage would have been even higher. The spectators were all dumbfounded. What kind of skill is that? The members of the Spider Guild were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Although they couldn't see the exact damage numbers, the sight of the one-eyed Wolf King spewing blood made everyone guess that my output was absolutely explosive. That strike hurt the one-eyed Wolf King. He crouched on all fours, his tail taut, and his body shot forward like a bullet. Seeing this, the players from the Fire Wolf Guild all broke out in a cold sweat. But I remained calm, gripping the Blood Demon Blade tightly and delivering 2 consecutive slashes. The blade's light was as red as blood, sweeping across the entire field. The blade was straight, yet it twisted and deformed in my hands. That's right, the Blood Demon Blade was not only sharp but could also transform at will. The one-eyed Wolf King was frantically shredded by my Blood Demon Blade, his health bar instantly dropping to half, and he fell heavily to the ground. He never expected my damage output to be this high. Before he could even get close, I had already slashed him down to half health. According to the dungeon mechanics, he was completely immobilized at this point. But the one-eyed Wolf King remained unfazed, because every time he entered a new phase, his strength and speed would skyrocket. He threw his head back and let out a long howl, the sharp wolf's cry echoing wildly throughout the dungeon. The sound was so loud it even carried outside, reaching the Red Moon Guild, who were just about to leave. What is that sound? Did the boss enter the second phase? Did Lu Chen push it into the second phase all by himself? A group of people who had just exited the dungeon were all stunned. Their entire team had barely managed to push the boss to this point, and now Lu Chen had done it alone, and even faster. This performance was completely beyond reason. Should we go back and take a look? At first, no one was interested, but hearing the boss's deafening roar, they suddenly felt an itch to return. No one is allowed to go back, Chen Lei ordered directly, and the person who had just spoken didn't dare say another word. Do you really think Lu Chen can push the boss to half health? The room fell silent. Without witnessing it firsthand, no one could say anything. A wolf's howl doesn't necessarily mean the boss has entered a new phase. Have you forgotten that the Wolf King can even speak human language? Who knows what crazy reason it had to howl? Maybe Lu Chen is already dead in there. Lin Chuchu shifted the topic. That's true. Soloing the boss is insane. Even with all of us working together, we couldn't take it down. Him going alone is just suicide, the others chimed in. In the end, the entire Red Moon Guild chose to leave the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the one-eyed Wolf King had already completed its second phase transformation. The transformed Wolf King wore a sinister grin, and in the next moment, its figure vanished at lightning speed. The sound of wind tearing through the air exploded in my ears. My entire body was sent flying, slamming into the dungeon wall, leaving a massive crater in the hard surface. My health only dropped by 20,000. I patted off the dust, climbed down from the wall, rubbed my shoulder, twisted my neck, and calmly quipped, "Is that all you've got?" Even after being sent flying, I dared to taunt it. The one-eyed Wolf King bristled with rage, looking even more terrifying than before. Its fury was beyond description, like a wolf overlord in a complete frenzy. The nearby Spider Guild members watching were dumbfounded. They thought I would turn and run, but instead, I charged straight at it. The boss's speed is now close to 100 meters per second. Even a top-tier level 30 assassin couldn't keep up. "There's no way Lu Chen can win," said a player from the Fire Wolf Guild who had previously fought the boss and was well aware of the Wolf King's second phase strength. The first phase was barely manageable, but in the second phase, the Wolf King's speed was overwhelming, and it specifically targeted the backline, disrupting the entire team's formation. At this level of difficulty, no one in the team could withstand it. If not for the dungeon's level cap, allowing level 40 players to enter, this monster would be unbeatable. At this point, the only option was to abandon defense and have the team choose self-preserving classes. But even then, taking down the boss would come at a heavy cost. At the critical moment, I reached out and tore open a rift in the air. Summon! Another mount leapt out of the rift, slamming directly into the one-eyed Wolf King. I nimbly jumped onto the mount, and my speed instantly skyrocketed. The Wolf King had just gotten back up when it realized I was already out of sight. The next second, the Blood Demon blade slashed down from behind, cutting deep into its back. Too fast. That mount's speed boost is insane. Lu Chen's speed is now higher than the one-eyed Wolf King's. What kind of mount is that? But mounts have health limits too. Once the mount dies, he'll still be in danger. The bystanders were buzzing with discussion, their eagerness to watch the spectacle written all over their faces. They had no idea that this nether mount had 40% of my full health, meaning its health was as solid as a mountain. Even if it took the boss's attacks head-on, it wouldn't be a problem. With the mount's speed boost, I quickly caught up to the one-eyed Wolf King and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Seeing that it couldn't compete in speed, the Wolf King decided to engage me in close combat. It wanted to go head-to-head? I wasn't afraid at all and immediately started brawling. Blood splattered everywhere. The one-eyed Wolf King's health was already lower than mine, and it was further suppressed by my Blood Demon blade. Moreover, the Blood Demon blade in my hand was a full 40 meters long, my wrist flicked, and the blade of the Blood Demon saber roared as it spun, wrapping around the Wolf King's body like a chainsaw, frantically slicing through its thick fur and muscles. The one-eyed Wolf King roared in fury, but it was already beyond saving. Crack! I flicked my wrist again, one slash, and the one-eyed Wolf King fell to the ground with a thud, blood splattering everywhere. Its massive single eye was filled with unwillingness. The system notification immediately sounded, "You have slain a level 41-eyed Wolf King. Due to the significant level difference, EXP plus 20,000. This massive amount of experience instantly leveled me up twice, and combined with the experience I had accumulated from defeating the merfolk monster earlier, my strength surged dramatically. Looking at my attribute panel, I felt my blood boiling with excitement. Name, Lu Chen class, Advanced Blood Demon Knight level, 24 HP, 153,890 attack, 3,900 defense, 2,400 speed, 300 fire resistance, 10% skills, Blood Demon / summons a blood blade at any time. For every 10,000 HP consumed, the blade extends by 1 meter, and attack power increases by 1,000. This bonus has no upper limit, and critical hits are guaranteed when HP is consumed. Summoning summons another mount, increasing speed 5-fold and allowing it to charge at enemies. The mount's HP equals 40% of mine, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Not only did I gain experience, but everyone in the party did as well. Some leveled up directly, and those who didn't still gained a significant amount of experience. Especially Yiro, who, as a healer, usually leveled up slowly. Today, she had already leveled up several times. The members of the Fire Wolf Guild were ecstatic. As the only one of the three major guilds to come out of this unscathed, they had made a huge profit this time. Although they didn't secure the boss, they gained a ton of experience by following me. After all, this was a D-rank dungeon, with experience far surpassing that of E-rank dungeons. The Spider Guild, despite losing a few members, managed to make up for it with the experience gained, so they didn't suffer too much. The real losers were the Red Moon Guild. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also lost several healers, which was a painful blow. Seeing me take down the boss single-handedly, everyone looked at me with admiration. Lu Chen really became a Blood Demon Knight? This class is way too strong. Both tanky and powerful, this is insane. Too bad, though. He's already been recruited by the association. As we were leaving, the members of the Firewolf Guild all gave me a thumbs up, and the players from the Spider Guild were all smiles. My performance had completely changed their perception of the Blood Demon Knight class. Previously looked down upon, it was now clear to everyone that if played well, a Blood Demon Knight's combat power could even surpass players with S-rank talents. Once today's battle spreads, the entire Abyss City will undoubtedly be in an uproar. Unknowingly, I, Lu Chen, had become the center of attention in the city. The system also rewarded me with a skill book, Berserk. It can only be used when HP is below 50%. Upon activation, speed increases by 50%, defense increases by 50%, and it lasts for 30 seconds. Additionally, 30% of the damage dealt is converted into HP. After obtaining this skill book, I finally understood why the One-Eyed Wolf King was able to withstand my attacks for so long after its HP dropped below half. If it had been anyone else without my high HP, they wouldn't have survived the boss's second phase. In any case, this was a bountiful harvest. Everyone leveled up at least once or twice, making it a rewarding trip. The only one feeling down was Bai Ling, her small face scrunched up as if she were about to cry. She had been stuck right before her class advancement and missed the best opportunity to level up. If she could have leveled up just one more time, she might have shot straight to level 25. Don't worry. When you're ready for your class advancement, take me along. I'll help you clear the dungeon with ease, I said, patting her shoulder. Really? Bai Ling's eyes lit up instantly, and she seemed to bloom like a flower basking in the sun, full of vitality once more. After leaving the dungeon, I temporarily moved into Xin Jingshu's villa. I had no choice, my house was surrounded by reporters waiting to ambush me. Even worse, there were quite a few streamers camping outside, live streaming in hopes of gaining followers, completely disregarding my feelings. How could I dare to lose my temper? If caught on livestream, I'd immediately be surrounded by internet trolls. I still had an unused skill slot and hesitated between Mastery of Aquatics and Berserk. In the end, I chose Berserk. Mastery of Aquatics offered limited improvement for me and wasn't useful at the moment. I casually brought out the fishbone knife dropped by the water monster, but since I had the Blood Demon Slash, I didn't need it at all. So, I tried listing the fishbone knife for trade on the professional player community website. The site had a dedicated trading section, but I was a novice at selling items and was slowly figuring it out. Weapon trading in Linyuan City was always scarce. It made sense, though most guilds scrambled to collect weapons, and if someone had something good, who would be willing to sell it easily? Especially weapons that could enhance combat power. I wasn't sure how much this green-grade fishbone knife in my hand could sell for. So, I didn't set a fixed price and opted for a timed auction instead, setting the duration to 3 hours. At the end of the auction, the system would automatically select the highest bidder. Following the website's instructions, I wrote down the attributes of the fishbone knife: green-grade fishbone knife, usable for level 15 and above, attack power plus 450, comes with penetration ability, and increases attack power by 20% when in contact with water. Then, I carefully double-checked my bank account details to ensure there were no issues before submitting it with one click. After that, all I had to do was wait for updates. While I was waiting leisurely, the Red Moon Guild was holding a meeting. Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu returned and discussed overnight how to challenge the boss again. This dungeon run had resulted in many casualties, which was a disaster for the guild. Chen Lei was unwilling to accept defeat. Hello, I'm Niu Junjie, he said, extending his hand to me. Lu Chen, I responded simply. Niu Junjie found the name familiar but couldn't immediately recall where he had heard it, so he didn't dwell on it. I glanced at the group. Now that everyone's here, let's not waste time. Let's head in. This job change dungeon required Bai Ling to enter first. As she approached the portal, the dungeon system displayed a prompt: the current dungeon difficulty is low. Would you like to increase it to a higher difficulty? Bai Ling immediately shared the situation. A job change dungeon has a high difficulty option, someone exclaimed in surprise. Higher difficulty might lead to stronger enhancements, another person began to consider. Increased difficulty means stronger monsters. We might not even make it through. There's no need to take the risk. Since it's just a support role, as long as the job change is successful, there's no need to take risks. Let's stick to the easy option. The players who came to help all hoped Bai Ling wouldn't make things harder for herself. Niu Junjie didn't express his opinion, but his stance was clear. The people he brought along hadn't undergone proper training and had average combat power, so raising the difficulty would only increase the chances of failure. More importantly, the job change dungeon had limited activation attempts, and this dungeon only had one activation left. If they failed, it could never be used again. At this moment, my voice sounded from behind Bai Ling: choose the high difficulty. I knew very well that successfully changing jobs under this difficulty would result in significantly greater enhancements to the profession's abilities. I had once gritted my teeth and chosen the high difficulty, and it proved to be a decision well worth it. Bai Ling ignored the doubts of others and resolutely chose the high difficulty level based on my suggestion. Now, she could no longer rely on her father and had to support her family on her own. With neither age nor education in her favor, working outside would only earn her a low salary, which would be further reduced by various insurance deductions, leaving her with a pitiful amount in the end. In comparison, seizing the opportunity to improve herself was the most cost-effective choice. Compared to working, becoming a professional player was the truly promising path. Before Niu Junjie could say anything, Bai Ling had already decisively chosen the high difficulty level. Do you know that this job transfer dungeon only gives you one chance? What if you fail? Can you take responsibility? Niu Junjie was furious. The prices of job transfer dungeons varied, with the ones that allowed transfers to powerful professions being the most expensive, ranging from several million to tens of millions. Chenlei's job transfer dungeon was top tier, and the Red Moon Guild had spent over 100 million yuan just to purchase it. This was also why the Red Moon Guild would never give up on Chenlei easily. Song Yu was willing to make such a huge investment because he saw Chenlei's potential. Once Chenlei grew into a trump card, the investment would pay off many times over. Niu Junjie was extremely displeased. He had thought he could call the shots, but Bai Ling completely ignored him and instead placed all her trust in that guy named Lu Chen. I trust Lu Chen. He will definitely succeed, Bai Ling said firmly. Niu Junjie was full of resentment but could only suppress his anger. He said no more, but the other professional players he had brought along had already started complaining. A high difficulty dungeon is no joke. Can we even handle it? Isn't this obviously setting us up for failure? Before they even entered the dungeon, the atmosphere had already hit rock bottom. Niu Junjie had no choice but to step in and mediate. Everyone, you've come all this way, so please help out. The agreed upon payment will be given in full, and even if we fail, I won't hold it against you. Only then did the group quiet down. Although no one expected to clear the high difficulty dungeon, they were curious to see if Lu Chen would fail, so Bai Ling could face reality. After entering the dungeon, Bai Ling discovered the conditions for the job transfer. I need to achieve 1 million healing points to successfully transfer. When this level of difficulty was revealed, Niu Junjie and the others were stunned. I knew it. How could such a high difficulty dungeon be cleared? Normal dungeons only require 10,000 healing points, but this one demands 1 million. How is that even possible? Everyone couldn't help but complain. Seeing the atmosphere spiraling out of control, Niu Junjie leaned toward Bai Ling, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Bai Ling, this is all your friend's fault. If he hadn't spoken up, we could have just chosen a low difficulty dungeon. Now, the opportunity is gone. But don't worry, even if you fail, I can still help you. My dad left me some money as a wedding fund, and I'll use it all to help you transfer jobs. Bai Ling quickly waved her hand to refuse. She knew all too well that Niu Junjie wasn't being selfless, he just wanted to take advantage of her. But she didn't think she would fail. At that moment, a large number of monsters had already surrounded them: shield beetles, level 15, capable of flight, extremely high defense, attack through ramming, and their horns can release shockwaves. The shield beetles flapped their wings, buzzing loudly, like dozens of mosquitoes swarming around their ears, making everyone's scalp tingle. Except for me, Lu Chen, everyone's faces looked grim. To meet the conditions, someone has to lose health so the healer can restore it. But if too much health is lost and it drops to zero, even the equipment will drop. Although players wouldn't die in the dungeon, if their health hit zero, their equipment would drop, which would be a significant loss. The job transfer mission has a 3-hour time limit. Forget it, let's not even think about completing the mission. If we can survive for 3 hours and get sent out, that'll be good enough. No one intended to take the mission seriously, they were all focused on staying alive. Niu Junjie was no exception. To show off, he had brought a lot of top-tier equipment from home. If he died in the dungeon and lost all his gear, he wouldn't be able to explain it when he got home. Those items were worth millions, and he couldn't bear the loss. I walked directly to Bai Ling's side. Focus on healing me later, don't worry about anyone else. Bai Ling nodded, she had done similar tasks in previous hidden dungeons, so this wouldn't be difficult. Someone expressed concern: if you only heal him, what about us? You don't need to do anything, just leave everything to me. They were stunned, thinking I must be crazy. Hundreds of monsters, could I really handle them alone? But soon, they saw swarms of shield beetles falling. The blood blade in my hand unleashed a 100-meter wave of energy, instantly burning through 5 health bars, each with 200,000 HP, totaling 1 million. For ordinary players, this was unimaginable, but I currently had over 5 million HP, so 1 million was nothing. The effect of the Blood Demon Blade made me unstoppable. Lu Chen's attack power had already surpassed 100,000, and almost nothing could withstand a single strike from him. Those shield beetles, no matter how strong their defense, only had 20,000 HP. Against Lu Chen's Blood Demon Blade, they were utterly defenseless. His blade swept across, and shield beetles exploded in clusters, as if crushing a group of paper dolls with ease. Whenever a shield beetle was struck by his blade, it would inevitably explode the next second. The continuous explosions echoed one after another, and from a distance, it looked like someone had lit rows of firecrackers on the ground. Bai Ling's coordination was flawless. Every time her skill cooldown ended, she immediately healed me, restoring thousands of HP each time. To reach a total healing amount of 1 million, she had to cast her skill over 200 times repeatedly. 3 hours was not much at all. She didn't dare delay for even a moment. As soon as her skill was ready, she would heal me immediately. For anyone else, it would be impossible to fully utilize her skills. Most players had less than 10,000 HP, and after losing just 3,000 or 4,000, they would need healing. In such cases, Bai Ling's healing would overflow, and the excess would be wasted. Only I could fully utilize her healing capacity, maximizing its effect. Our coordination was impeccable, and we managed to withstand the shield beetle's tide-like offensive. The players behind us, who had initially been worried about how to endure 3 hours, were now dumbfounded. They realized they didn't need to do anything. All they had to do was stand and watch me kill monsters. Who is he? How is he so powerful? I recognize that skill, it's the Bloodlong Blade. A while ago, a player used this skill to solo the boss of a hidden dungeon. I remember now, he's the legendary Lu Chen who switched to the Blood Demon Knight class. These players were both excited and envious. Being able to witness me in action was like a dream come true for them. Compared to others, killing monsters for me was like mowing grass, utterly exhilarating. Although this Clash Change dungeon didn't have boss-level monsters, the sheer number of shield beetles was overwhelming. With each swing of my blade, a flood of experience points popped up before me. Experience plus 100, experience plus 100, experience plus 100. After killing over 100 shield beetles, the experience points suddenly dropped to just plus 1. Only then did I realize that farming the same type of monster too much in a dungeon would drastically reduce the experience gained later. Relying on this place to level up was out of the question. Even if I cleared the entire dungeon, I would only accumulate tens of thousands of experience points, still far from leveling up. Still, even a small amount of experience was better than none. I continued to harvest shield beetles one by one with my blade. With each strike, dozens of shield beetles exploded, and dozens of experience points were credited. Though the gain was small, it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, Nyo Junjie and the others in the team were completely useless. The experience points were too meager for anyone else to get involved. My blood demon blade had a range of 100 meters, clearing out monsters in the front row completely. They didn't even have a chance to intervene and ended up as mere spectators. The entire process went without a hitch. I crushed the shield beetles all the way through, turning the entire dungeon into a one-man show. The shield beetles were utterly powerless against me. As the 3-hour mark approached, Bai Ling finally completed the class advancement quest, and her healing output successfully surpassed 1 million. In the next moment, all the shield beetles in the dungeon froze in place. Then, a strange transformation occurred. They rapidly evolved from shield beetles into scarabs. The newly emerged scarabs flew into the sky one by one, their bodies radiating a holy light. The light gradually merged and eventually coalesced into the figure of a celestial saintess. The moment the celestial saintess appeared, I immediately felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. A system notification popped up: Celestial Saintess, level unknown, other attributes undisclosed. Her level was clearly crushingly high, conservatively estimated to be at least level 60 or above. Her sheer power was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Nyo Junjie and the others were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a class advancement dungeon could spawn such a boss-level monster, and not just any boss, but one of extraordinary strength? It quickly became clear to everyone that this transformation was likely triggered because we had chosen the high-difficulty quest. Fortunately, the Celestial Saintess did not regard us as enemies. Her eyes lacked pupils, appearing as a complete void. She glanced at Bai Ling in the crowd, and a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, landing directly on Bai Ling. Bai Ling began to levitate, her body floating in mid-air, becoming incredibly light. Her black hair gradually turned pure white, and her clothes transformed into a pristine nun's robe. Her entire being exuded a sacred aura that left us utterly stunned. I had never seen anyone undergo such a dramatic transformation after a class advancement. Lu Chen, I've successfully advanced. I'm now a holy priest. Bai Ling said to me excitedly, the light in her hands growing increasingly radiant. Suddenly, a glowing holy scripture appeared in mid-air, its pages flipping automatically with a soft rustling sound. A dazzling beam of holy light instantly enveloped everyone present. In just 1 second, I felt the exhaustion in my body rapidly dissipate. My wounds healed on their own, my status was fully restored, and even those annoying negative effects were completely wiped away. I glanced at my status panel, my health was fully restored, and my fire resistance had inexplicably increased significantly. This skill was ridiculously powerful. What's this skill called? I couldn't help but ask. Holy Aura. It lasts for 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, everyone within range is immune to negative statuses, and their survivability is greatly enhanced. It can even automatically block one fatal attack, Bai Ling explained. Sure enough, when I looked down, all my statuses had already returned to normal. Although it only lasted for 10 seconds, a group skill like this could be decisive in critical moments. The Holy Priest was not a common class, and there was very little information about it online. It was said that the Holy Priest and the Holy Knight actually belonged to the same system. If players of these two classes teamed up, their combined power would be absolutely terrifying. While there were already players who had successfully advanced to Holy Knight, and their levels were not low, no one had ever seen a Holy Priest before. If this news got out, countless guilds would undoubtedly go crazy trying to recruit her. At that point, not only would her fame skyrocket overnight, but resources and leveling opportunities would no longer be an issue. At this moment, Bai Ling stood among the crowd, surrounded by envious gazes. She had originally been just an ordinary girl in need of protection, but now she had become far stronger than any of us. Even Niu Junjie couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious. "Lu Chen, thank you," Bai Ling said to me with a sincere smile. Without me, she would never have succeeded in her class advancement. I immediately began calculating in my mind. The experience I gained this time totaled just over 10,000, still far from enough to level up. The amount of experience required to level up would only increase from here, and grinding monsters alone was becoming monotonous. But now, I had finally found a new way to earn money and gain experience. No matter how powerful the Red Moon Guild was, they could only block me from regular dungeons, they couldn't interfere with class advancement dungeons. I could post ads in the player community, offering to help others clear class advancement dungeons for free. After all, I only wanted the experience, not the money. Even if someone offered to pay, I wouldn't accept it. Many novice players pour everything they have into changing professions, all for the chance to become professional players. If they fail, the money is wasted and no one cares. But I'm different. I only take experience, not money, and even help people save a significant amount of expenses. As for money, I still have over 1 million in my account, and I barely spend anything daily. This loss is just an investment for myself, and I don't feel bad about it at all. Thinking of this, I decisively made a post, hesitated no longer, and left the scene directly. Niu Junjie originally wanted to leave too, but those waiting to settle accounts surrounded him immediately. "Buddy, the payment you mentioned earlier hasn't been transferred to our accounts yet." Niu Junjie pulled a bitter face and had no choice but to grit his teeth, take out his phone, and transfer 2,000 yuan to each of them. Spending this money made him regret it deeply. If someone had told him earlier that Bai Ling's friend was the Blood Demon Knight Lu Chen, he wouldn't have spent this unjustified money. Back home, Niu Junjie looked dejected and told his father about the matter. The old man sighed and shook his head. "Forget it, I thought you might have a chance with Bai Ling, but now it seems hopeless." Bai Ling had changed professions to holy priest and would undoubtedly be heavily cultivated by one of the 3 major guilds in the future, becoming a top-tier player built with resources, lacking neither money, power, nor status. Who could compete with that? The more Niu Junjie thought about it, the more disheartened he became. His first crush ended before it even began, leaving him with nothing but a helpless sigh. The next day, I posted an advertisement on the forum, actively offering to help players clear the profession-changing dungeon for free. Within a day, several players contacted me, but most were still skeptical, thinking free services were unreliable. In the end, only 2 people who didn't want to spend money actually showed up. We met at the agreed location, a man and a woman. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, exuding confidence, but her looks and figure were not particularly outstanding. The man was sturdy, carrying a camera on his shoulder. Having seen many player setups, I immediately felt they looked familiar. When I noticed the work badges on their chests, my eyes widened. They were media reporters. I instantly understood I had been tricked, lured out by reporters. Getting the Red Moon Guild to respond to your demand won't be easy. Actually, I could have chosen to let things go. If I kept a low profile, the Red Moon Guild wouldn't continue to trouble me. After all, it was Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu who were in the wrong to begin with. But I couldn't accept it. What I wanted was justice, to make those people pay the price they deserved. My gaze was firm, showing no sign of backing down. Su Jia, as a reporter, also had a tenacious spirit. However, after years of navigating society, she had become much more tactful. Unlike me, who still carried a fiery determination, others might think there's no hope, but I'm different. I believe that as long as I persist, I can succeed. Su Jia kept her word. She posted the interview video with me and included footage of my impressive battles in the dungeon. These were first-hand materials, and many people had never truly seen how powerful a Blood Demon Knight could be. As soon as the video was uploaded, the number of comments skyrocketed to thousands. Everyone's attention was drawn to my skills. The Blood Demon Knight class is just so cool. If I encountered him in real life, I'd think he's amazing. In an online game, it depends on how he trains. The monsters in the dungeon are too weak. I could take them down with one hit, but those with large area ultimate moves can easily clear the field. The Blood Demon Blade trades health for attack power. It's definitely a gamble. If used well, it's godlike; if not, it's like a backline DPS getting one shot. The comments section was abuzz with heated debates from both sides. Song Yu also saw my video online. He noticed that I was helping others clear their class advancement dungeons to level up. Watching the video, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought it was amusing that I had resorted to helping others grind, unsure whether to praise my perseverance or mock me for my predicament. Guild leader, should we intervene? If Lu Chen keeps this up, he might actually make it, the secretary suggested. Although the experience points from dungeons weren't much, they added up over time, and the sheer volume could still lead to leveling up. But Song Yu shook his head. No need. If Lu Chen dares to offer free help for class advancement dungeons, he's taking away others' livelihoods. It won't be long before those players who rely on dungeons to make money come after him. Currently, dungeons were monopolized by guilds and large studios. Most players could only gather materials in dungeons to sell or join groups that needed an extra member. Some even took risks to scout paths for others, but it was dangerous and often led to death. For those trying to earn a little money, helping newcomers clear class advancement dungeons was their main source of income. By stepping in and offering free help, I was essentially cutting off many people's livelihoods. Those people definitely wouldn't let me off the hook. Before the Red Moon Guild could even make a move, I would already become everyone's enemy. Understanding this, Song Yu laughed even harder. As he was pondering these thoughts, the secretary brought in new information. Guild leader, a player recently advanced to a hidden class. It's said to be a holy priest. Song Yu immediately became excited. Where is this person? Have they joined a guild yet? The information had already been prepared and was handed to Song Yu by the secretary. Not yet, but the Spider Guild and Fire Wolf Guild are also eyeing her. She's definitely in high demand. Hidden classes were extremely rare, and those who could advance to one were top-tier players. Previously, there had been a holy knight in the Xia Kingdom who performed exceptionally well in dungeons, single-handedly popularizing a wave of holy-type classes. Now that a hidden holy priest had appeared, there was no way Song Yu would let this opportunity slip by. Hurry, get the car ready. We can't let the other guilds get there first. The Fire Wolf Guild and Spider Guild had probably already sent people, and Song Yu didn't want to waste a single second. At this moment, Bai Ling's house was more crowded than it had ever been. Luxury cars were parked outside, and Bai Ling's father could hardly believe he wasn't dreaming. Sweetheart, did you really advance to a hidden class? He found it hard to believe that such a stroke of luck had fallen upon their family. Not long ago, he had been injured in a dungeon and felt like his life was over. But then fate played a joke on him, his daughter had become a holy priest. Just then, the leaders of three major guilds, Xiaoyu, Xinchuan, and Song Yu, arrived. Seeing the three guild leaders, Bai Ling's father was overwhelmed with excitement. He quickly asked Bai Ling to serve tea, his face beaming with pride, as if his child had achieved great success. With all three major guilds visiting at the same time, he couldn't be prouder. Song Yu spoke directly and without hesitation, "You must be Bai Ling's father. Our Red Moon Guild sincerely hopes Bai Ling will join us. We will fully support her development." After Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu joined our guild, they became key members and have already surpassed level 30. If Bai Ling joins, she will receive the same treatment. When it came to this, Song Yu even specifically used Chen Lei as a highlight to promote the guild. In the eyes of others, Lin Chuchu and I were seen as bandits. Not only did Song Yu shield the two of us, but now he was also using us as positive examples for publicity. Xinchuan seized the opportunity to mock us sarcastically, who would dare join the Red Moon Guild, this den of bandits. I smiled faintly, not bothering to respond. Xinchuan's voice was loud with ridicule. Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu have already apologized, and you're still not letting it go? Apologized? Lu Chen didn't even accept it, so how is that a real apology? He didn't miss a chance to pick faults. Bai Ling's decision became the battlefield. Xin Xuan tried to recruit her. Bai Ling, come to the Fire Wolf Guild. We will never treat you coldly. We'll ensure all your equipment upgrades are in place and guarantee you'll become a core member. On the other side, Xiaoyu was even more direct. Our guild still has several priests right now, but if you join the Spider Guild, you'll be the sole core. Most of the dungeons will include you, and I'll personally guarantee your safety. As she spoke, Xiaoyu even pushed Xin Xuan aside, almost leaning right in front of Bai Ling. This kind of competition clearly made Bai Ling a bit uncomfortable. Even Bai Ling's father couldn't help but urge her, all three guilds are great. Hurry up and pick one. But Bai Ling suddenly shook her head. What do you mean? Which one are you choosing? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Bai Ling took a deep breath, her expression firm. I won't join any guild. The atmosphere froze instantly. Bai Ling's father was almost frantic. Do you know what you're saying? This is your chance to change your fate. If you don't seize it now, when will you? A holy priest, this kind of hidden class, was the only one in the entire city. Which of the three major guilds wouldn't want to recruit her? As long as she nodded, resources, equipment, and protection would all be provided, ensuring a smooth future. Yet she actually refused. Dad, I've made up my mind. I want to join the Professional Players Association. For a moment, the scene grew even quieter. Why? Her father was on the verge of breaking down. Guilds and studios were everyone's first choice, but she insisted on choosing the most unpopular Professional Players Association. Bai Ling's answer was simple and direct, because of Lu Chen. He's in the association, and he's the one who helped me transition to a holy priest. Without him, there wouldn't be the me of today. Thank you for your kind offers, guild leaders, but I've made my decision. Please leave. Although her father still had objections, he eventually sighed and nodded. As they left, Xin Xuan handed her a business card. If you ever want to join the Fire Wolf Guild, you're always welcome. Bai Ling nodded, politely accepting it, but her attitude was resolute. Of course, I had no idea so much had happened on Bai Ling's side. On my end, it was already the third time in a week that I had received a class transition dungeon quest, earning a ton of experience. I disguised myself so that only my eyes were visible, preparing to sneak back quietly. On the way, I kept feeling like someone was following me, but every time I turned around, the shadow seemed to vanish into thin air. I didn't dare let my guard down and quickened my pace. Although I could take on one-on-one battles in dungeons with 5 million health points, in reality, I was just an ordinary homebody. I couldn't fight at all and would even take a detour if I saw a stray dog on the road. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Just as I reached the end of an alley, a group of people suddenly jumped out from both ends, surrounding me tightly. What do you want? I asked, trying to hold my ground. Kid, are you tired of living? You're helping people transition classes for free, stealing all our business. Now all the clients are going to you. How are we supposed to make money? A dozen guys shouted, pushing me around. I quickly caved. Big brothers, I swear it wasn't intentional. Let's talk this out. Talking won't cut it. If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn the rules. Break his leg. At the leader's command, 2 people grabbed my shoulders, another lifted my leg against the wall, and someone else pulled out a steel pipe, ready to strike. They were really going to go all out. Cold sweat broke out all over me. If I got injured, how would I keep playing dungeons? Just then, a woman's voice came from behind, let him go. I recognized it, it was the woman who had been following me all along. She was holding a long sword in her hand. Although it wasn't sharpened, her presence was intimidating. I originally thought she had run away long ago, but to my surprise, she stepped forward to help me at this moment. But can she really handle such a large group of people on her own? So many people? I was still a bit doubtful. However, before I could think further, I completely regretted it. I should never have doubted her. In the alley, a few guys charged straight at me, not giving me any chance to escape. I couldn't even free my hands to fight back. But who would have thought that the woman in front of me was incredibly skilled? Her movements were swift and precise, and her swordsmanship was ruthless to the extreme. In such a cramped space, she still managed to find openings, and every strike left her opponents unable to fight back. In just a few moves, the men were all lying on the ground. The woman kicked one of them, and 4 men immediately knelt in pain, tears and snot streaming down their faces. As a man, I couldn't help but cover my own vital parts. It hurt just watching. "Come with me." The woman didn't waste any words, grabbed me, and rushed out of the alley from the other end. Those guys tried to chase us but couldn't catch up. I was gasping for breath as we finally shook off our pursuers. In contrast, the woman who saved me didn't look tired at all. She was calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. I couldn't hold back and asked her, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" With her skills, she was definitely not an ordinary person. If she took the initiative to help me, she must have her reasons. "My name is Nan Shang, and I'm from the Professional Players Association. The president knew you were helping people change classes for free, so he sent me to protect you." I immediately felt relieved. So the president had already foreseen that players might cause trouble for me offline and specifically sent Nan Shang to protect me. "Then why didn't you come out earlier?" Nan Shang looked a bit embarrassed. She wasn't very comfortable interacting with strangers. At first, she had been watching from the shadows. She just hadn't expected those people to be so ruthless, forcing her to reveal herself. "I originally thought you could handle it yourself, but I didn't expect you to be so." The last word, weak, was left unsaid because Nan Shang was too shy to say it. I felt a bit helpless too. I'm just an ordinary person. Being strong in dungeons doesn't mean I'm good in real life. Thinking about how a man my age needed a woman to protect him, it was really embarrassing to admit. Especially since so many people online had seen me being invincible in dungeons, and now I was so weak in real life. The contrast was staggering. But Nan Shang said seriously, "You've got it wrong. Training in real life doesn't just improve your physical health. Things like speed and endurance actually directly affect your in-game stats. Attributes that are hard to improve in the game can often be enhanced through real-life training." I was stunned. I had never heard that modern training could boost in-game stats. "Are you serious?" I asked her, wide-eyed. "Why would I lie to you? Many people have already verified it. Better physical fitness means higher stats. This is real data." Thinking back to how Nan Shang had taken down a group of people so easily, her physical abilities were indeed impressive. Her arm muscles were well-defined, and her abs were clearly visible. With her combat prowess in real life, wouldn't she be invincible in dungeons? I hadn't expected the association to have someone so formidable. I was convinced. Nan Shang added, "You'd better stay home for the next few days and train on your own. It will definitely improve your abilities in dungeons." Nan Shang had her own matters to attend to and couldn't stay with me all the time. I had a sudden idea. "Why don't you teach me some self-defense moves? Otherwise, I really won't feel safe on my own." Nan Shang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "All right, but you need to be mentally prepared. Training is much harder to stick to than grinding monsters in dungeons." The next day, I happened to have some free time, so I went to the gym to find Nan Shang early in the morning. The gym had a high-tech vibe, completely different from the outdated equipment in regular gyms. The advanced training machines clearly weren't just for lifting weights. As soon as I walked in, I recognized the girl with gold-rimmed glasses at the front desk. It was the same person who had done my talent assessment last time. I hadn't expected this gym to be hers, and it turned out to be a facility specifically designed for training players. Nan Shang was dressed in sportswear, her figure well-proportioned and strong. Her hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and even without makeup, she looked full of energy. Her skin was in excellent condition, without a single blemish on her face. She brought me to the training area, guiding and correcting my movements as we went. The basics are very important. Physical fitness and strength need to be trained from the ground up. Build a solid foundation, and you'll learn any self-defense technique quickly in the future. After yesterday's unexpected incident in real life, I was determined to improve my physical strength. The next time I encounter those bastards, I won't let them off easily. As I was immersed in training, a super stylish blonde woman walked in at the entrance, wearing sunglasses. Her golden hair was clearly not natural, it must have been dyed. "Researcher Tang, you're finally here. The blood volume tester broke last time, and we've all been waiting for you to fix it." Tang Jinyan had just entered, glancing around the room. I quickly spotted my target. "I'm here in Linyuan City this time to help you repair the equipment. Also, please call Nan Shang for me." A woman with gold-rimmed glasses walked over and directly interrupted Nan Shang, who was giving me one-on-one guidance. Nan Shang initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing it was Tang Jinyan, she immediately got up and walked over. I was lying on the gym equipment, doing arm exercises. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced toward the front desk and saw Tang Jinyan taking off her sunglasses. "Do you have time to accompany me to the dungeon?" "Of course. But are you sure you only want to bring me? With my abilities, it might be difficult to ensure your safety in the dungeon. Dungeons are very dangerous, with powerful monsters potentially appearing at any time." Tang Jinyan wasn't a player and had no special skills. In the dungeon, she was just an ordinary person, entirely reliant on players to protect her. This put all the pressure squarely on Nan Shang. "Then why not find someone else as well? You decide who." After saying this, Tang Jinyan hurriedly left. She was going to repair the blood volume tester I had broken last time. Tang Jinyan's current research focuses on the relationship between the dungeon world and the real world, as well as whether games will affect reality in the future. Her work is at the forefront globally. To this day, no country has figured out what impact the dungeon world might have on reality. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses drove Tang Jinyan to the place where the equipment was stored. "How did the equipment break?" "Last time, a player tested their blood volume, and it exceeded the upper limit of 50,000. Then it just broke." After hearing the explanation, Tang Jinyan quickly opened the cover of the equipment, exposing the circuitry. This device was designed and developed by her personally. It had just entered the application stage, and to accommodate regular users, the blood volume detection was capped at 50,000. In fact, the device could measure up to 800,000 blood volume. Initially, she had designed it for a specific individual, but it was later sent to Linyuan City. After a careful inspection, Tang Jinyan quickly discovered that the issue wasn't with the equipment itself but that someone's blood volume was too high, exceeding the device's range and causing display errors. She knew that there were only a handful of players worldwide who could break the scale of the device, and they were all top-tier experts. How could such a situation occur in Linyuan City? She had to figure it out. Who broke the equipment during testing? Lu Chen, the woman with gold-rimmed glasses, replied, her face full of resentment. She had spent over 10 million to acquire this equipment, only for Lu Chen to break it so easily. She would remember this for the rest of her life. Upon learning that I was the one who broke it, Tang Jinyan immediately requested a copy of my profile. After reading it, her brows furrowed, and her expression grew heavy. Was the equipment really broken because of Lu Chen? If that were the case, the woman with gold-rimmed glasses would definitely demand compensation from me. The equipment itself isn't a big problem, just a minor display malfunction. Tang Jinyan quickly repaired the device in just a few steps. She was still deep in thought, completely forgetting to ask for a repair fee. Blood volume exceeding 800,000, and even transitioning to a blood demon knight. It seems that players in Linyuan City are starting to grow stronger. Tang Jinyan immediately sent her findings via message to an old friend of hers. Look, this new player named Lu Chen has already surpassed 800,000 HP even before changing his class. It seems your record is about to be broken. Shortly after, the other party sent a shocked emoji. So strong. What's his class? High-level Blood Demon Knight. It said he completed an extremely difficult quest, making him stronger than other Blood Demon Knights after changing his class. Recently, players everywhere are getting stronger, and the growth potential of high-level Blood Demon Knights is enormous. As long as he keeps leveling up, he'll eventually become a top-tier powerhouse. The improvement in players' strength is closely related to their class. Hidden and special classes are far more powerful than ordinary ones. I chose the high-level Blood Demon Knight, which is considered a special class. Maybe Lin Yuan City will soon experience the same thing that happened to me 5 years ago. As players grow stronger, monsters also become more powerful. If Lu Chen doesn't level up quickly and increase his combat power, when dungeons become harder and monster portals open, allowing monsters to enter the real world, the entire Lin Yuan City won't be able to hold out. I still have to go raid a dungeon here. You'd better remind Lu Chen to prepare early. After sending the message, the other party went offline. Tang Jinyan held her phone, her face full of concern. The thing she feared most was happening. However, if Lin Yuan City truly faces a major upheaval, it would greatly advance her research. Initially, she had planned to conduct a simple investigation and leave, but now it seemed she had to delve deeper into the relationship between Lin Yuan City and the dungeons. Over the next few days, I kept training, especially focusing on my legs. At first, my legs were sore. I remember back then, I had to hold onto the railing to go up and down the stairs, moving step by step. It was tough at first, but after gradually adapting, things improved a lot. Originally, my standing long jump was only 2.4 meters, which, to be honest, is just passable for an adult male, not outstanding. But after intense training recently, my record directly improved to 2.6 meters. Don't underestimate those 20 centimeters, it's a solid improvement, proving my explosive power has really increased. Nan Shang watched me train, sweat dripping from my forehead, and her expression showed satisfaction, as if she saw her efforts paying off. "Follow me," she said, waving me over. Nan Shang was covered in sweat, with droplets running down her neck. Under the sunlight, she looked full of vitality. I quickly averted my gaze, pretending not to notice. After all, I'm a decent person and don't want to be misunderstood. She asked me to place my hand on the sensor area, which had a handprint drawn on it. The meaning was clear, it was for testing the speed panel data. The screen on the wall lit up immediately. "What was your previous score?" Nan Shang asked. "Around 300, I think," I replied. I placed my hand on the sensor, and the screen instantly displayed 310. My data had increased by 10 points, training really doesn't lie. The speed improvement is quite noticeable. Looks like I'll have to keep training. These attribute points can be life-saving in critical moments. Only those who fought bosses know how important speed truly is. With high speed, dodging damage becomes effortless. It's not just about self-preservation, you can even suppress all enemies directly. If your speed far exceeds your opponent's, there's no need to overthink the battle, you can simply crush them. I've fought monsters before, and to be honest, the higher the level of the monster, the faster they are. This applies to both their attacks and movements. If your speed doesn't improve, facing stronger monsters means you'll only be passively taking hits. After my test, Nan Shang placed her hand on the sensor as well. The screen displayed 879, a terrifying number, more than double mine. "Don't envy me," Nan Shang said with a smile. "I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, and it's hard to improve further during a bottleneck period. You're just starting to train, so your potential for improvement is huge. Keep working hard." I nodded, downed a bottle of specially made energy drink, and jumped back onto the treadmill to continue training. While I was sweating profusely from running, my phone vibrated. I opened it to see a message from Wang Feng. He actually helped me secure the qualification to enter the dungeon. To farm dungeons, you must be a professional player and have experience killing E-level or higher dungeon bosses. Honestly, I've only been in the industry for 3 months, and I didn't expect Wang Feng to be so efficient. He got the qualification sorted out in no time. I really admire Wang Feng. Nan Shang had been worrying about who to accompany Tang Jinyan into the dungeon, and as soon as she saw I had obtained the qualification, she came straight to me. "Lu Chen, want to go to the dungeon together?" When newcomers first enter, they usually do odd jobs like carrying items and clearing small mobs. No one will ask you to deal with the boss right away. It was only after her explanation that I learned the researcher I was supposed to protect was named Tang Jinyan. My first reaction was, she's not a player, so how can she enter the dungeon? Would the review committee even approve? Nan Sheng explained everything clearly. This researcher has an extraordinary background. She's from the provincial capital and specializes in dungeon research, with numerous papers and inventions to her name. Most of the fitness equipment we use has her involvement in its development. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. Scientists researching dungeons? I've always been curious about that. Dungeons themselves are like supernatural phenomena, difficult to explain scientifically. Tang Jinyan, as an ordinary person, daring to enter the dungeon is truly bold. I know a bit of insider information about dungeons. The dangers here are not something an average studio can handle. Even some professional groups only dare to operate in the safe zones near the entrance. Only the 3 major guilds dare to venture deeper. The dungeon bosses have been tackled by the 3 major guilds, but no small team has ever succeeded in defeating them. The bosses here are far stronger than those in regular dungeons, making it nearly impossible for small teams. Solo players shouldn't even think about it unless you can team up with guild elites. Every time a guild attacks a boss, they recruit external help. Sometimes they invite people to join the guild, or they simply hire them for the task, offering cash rewards if the mission succeeds. For individuals, the payout starts at 100,000. But opportunities like this aren't available to just anyone. Only truly strong players qualify, otherwise, you're just cannon fodder. Boss battles can result in death at any moment. In the dungeon, only the truly strong survive. In regular dungeons, you might get away with munneling through, but not here. Trying to coast through? You'll likely lose your life. The mortality rate is extremely high. I've always been confident in my abilities, but I would never be blindly arrogant. My parents had an accident in the dungeon years ago, and I've always wanted to experience it myself to see what it's really like. This time, I have the chance to enter the dungeon, and I can finally gain deeper insight into it. My previous understanding of dungeons came only from scattered information online. After confirming with me, Nan Sheng sent my details to Tang Jinyan. At this moment, Tang Jinyan had just arrived at a 5-star hotel and was finally able to rest. She soaked in the bathtub, surrounded by bubbles, with only her small head exposed. Music played from the nearby speakers. She reached out from the bubbles, picked up her phone, and happened to see Nan Sheng's message. Seeing that Nan Sheng had chosen me, Tang Jinyan was quite surprised. What a coincidence, we're about to meet. Nan Sheng, worried she might refuse, asked for her opinion in the message. But when Tang Jinyan saw my health points, which were already comparable to those of top-tier Holy Knight players and exceeded 800,000, she didn't hesitate for a second. Don't be fooled by my relatively low-level health points that leave no room for doubt. A lower level doesn't matter at all. Another week passed, and my speed attribute increased by 10 points. This was the result of my hard training during this period. However, today I didn't go to the gym. Instead, I arrived at the dungeon entrance. This entrance has existed for decades, and many facilities have been built around it specifically for players. Those who appear here are almost all professional players. I quickly met up with Nan Sheng and Tang Jinyan at the agreed location. Hello. I recognized Tang Jinyan at a glance. She was the girl wearing sunglasses at the gym last time. I didn't expect her to be a researcher, yet not at all rigid. In fact, she was quite fashionable, even more striking than many movie stars. Lu Chen, my name is Tang Jinyan. We shook hands. Just then, another person ran over. It was Bai Ling. She looked a bit shy when she saw me and obediently stood beside me. Weren't we supposed to be 3 people? I asked Nan Sheng. I forgot to tell you, Bai Ling has also joined the association. The president asked me to take her into the dungeon to get familiar with it. Anyone who wants to go further on the path of professional gaming has to enter the dungeon. Instances appear randomly, the number of monsters is uncertain, and everyone competes for them, so the experience points are never enough. If you want to level up quickly, you can only go to more dangerous dungeons. The 4 of us thus formed a somewhat quirky team and stepped into the dungeon. As soon as we entered the first level, I was stunned by the scene before me. People were coming and going, and there were shops everywhere. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe this was a dungeon? It was practically a bustling commercial street, selling everything: equipment, materials, souvenirs, camera rentals. Most of it had nothing to do with fighting monsters. This is the first level of the dungeon. The monsters have long been cleared out, so it's very safe. Many people come here to check in and sightsee, Nansheng explained. Just as she finished speaking, a group of elderly tourists holding small flags entered. Nansheng noticed my sudden emotional outburst and immediately realized my parents had indeed been here before. I suppressed my emotions, looked deeper into the forest, and walked in resolutely. The three behind me silently followed. We walked forward together, passing through grass taller than a person, only to find a cliff ahead. It wasn't very high, about 10 meters or so. Nansheng, running ahead, didn't notice and bumped straight into me. I was already at the edge of the cliff, and with the sudden impact, we both fell down together. "Are you okay?" Bai Ling's voice came from above, but when she saw the scene below, she was stunned. Tang Jinyan quickly pulled out a camera from his backpack and started snapping photos. Below the cliff was a massive purple gate, its surface covered with a strange energy that obscured whatever lay behind it. This is actually the entrance to the 41st floor. Why is it in a place like this? I was still on the ground, with Nansheng lying on top of me. She propped herself up with her hands, staring in shock. When she came to her senses and realized she was still on me, she quickly got up, her face flustered. Just as Nansheng was about to approach the purple gate, she suddenly realized something and loudly reminded herself, "Wait, there's usually a big monster guarding the entrance. We can't just go over." At that moment, from above the cliff, Tang Jinyan couldn't help but call out a warning. Before he could finish, a chilling wind swept behind him, and a massive shadow charged out of the forest. Bai Ling reacted quickly, pulling Tang Jinyan behind her and raising her staff to cast a golden shield. She had just transitioned to a holy priest, and this was her life-saving skill. However, with a loud crack, the shield shattered in less than a second, and Bai Ling was sent flying off the cliff, taking Tang Jinyan with her. In the critical moment, I reached out and caught Tang Jinyan, while Lu Chen caught Bai Ling. Bai Ling's arm was bleeding, and she couldn't help but cry out in pain. She quickly cast a healing spell on herself, and the wound healed instantly, as if it had never been there. "I'm fine," Bai Ling said firmly. At this moment, the shadow above let out a sinister laugh. "For humans? What a pity you're so weak. You'll only make for a light snack. It can talk?" Bai Ling was visibly frightened. A notification flashed in my mind: Nightshade Bat King, level 60, ruler of the night, extremely fast in flight. Detailed information unavailable due to level disparity. The system provided only brief information, marking the level gap as too significant. This was just like when I encountered the Sunbird in the class advancement dungeon, indicating that this boss was far beyond my current capabilities. "Run. As long as we leave the entrance, the boss won't chase us." Tang Jinyan, though not a player, had extensive knowledge of dungeons. Gatekeeper bosses like this were usually programmed to stay within a certain range and wouldn't pursue beyond it. But looking up at the 10-meter cliff, it was like an insurmountable iron wall. Not even a skilled climber could scale it, let alone ordinary people. My mind raced. "Nansheng, take the two of them and go. I'll hold it off." There was no time to think further. Before I could say more, Nansheng had already acted. She grabbed Bai Ling and Tang Jinyan, one in each arm, and with a few steps along the wall, she dashed up the cliff like the wind. "You think you can stop me?" The Nightshade Bat King's tone was full of mockery. I gripped the blood demon blade tightly, my health bar dropping rapidly as the blade extended to a length of 200 meters in an instant. With a cold smile, I pulled out a severed hand. "Do you recognize this arm?" The Bat King's laughter stopped abruptly when it saw the hand, its gaze fixed on it. This was the clue left behind by my parents. It snorted coldly. They were somewhat capable, but they still died by my hand. "Too bad, you'll never see them again." Hearing this, rage burned within me to the extreme. The blood demon blade slashed down from the sky, aiming directly at the Bat King. Still too slow. the Bat King didn't even bother to dodge. With a flap of its wings, an energy shield formed in front of it. With a loud explosion, the Blood Demon blade shattered the shield and struck the Bat King directly. Unfortunately, this strike didn't deal as much damage as expected, only a few hundred points of health dropped. The Ghost Bat King's health is in the hundreds of thousands, so this damage is barely noticeable. Despite my high attack power, under the suppression of level disparity, my damage feels like scratching an itch through a boot. On the contrary, when the opponent attacks me, my defense feels non-existent. A casual strike from him can make me lose tens of thousands of health. There's no way to win. I instantly calmed down, suppressing my hatred. At my current strength, I can't kill him yet. Before the Ghost Bat King could swoop down on me, I swung my blade and changed tactics, using the Blood Demon blade to entangle his wings. You want to drag me down from the sky? Impossible. The Ghost Bat King flapped his wings fiercely, instantly breaking free from the restraint. He grabbed me with his reverse hand and flung me high into the air. Liu Chen held onto the Blood Demon blade tightly, his fingers never letting go, and was dragged dozens of meters into the sky. At this moment, the Dark Knight Ghost Bat King also made his move, releasing a powerful sonic attack from his mouth. I was right in midair and was directly hit by the sound wave. My whole body jolted like a kite with a broken string, thrown backward by the recoil of the sound wave. Using this force, I managed to escape the attack range of the Dark Knight Ghost Bat King and landed heavily on a cliff. The Dark Knight Ghost Bat King was completely stunned. He finally understood that I had deliberately provoked him to attack so I could use his attack to escape. This escape route had been planned long ago. The Dark Knight Ghost Bat King never expected that his proud Soundwave attack couldn't kill a level 25 player. He could only watch helplessly as I left with my teammates. Damn it! He was furious. As a boss, he couldn't even deal with 4 invading players and let us escape. He spread his wings to chase after us, but before he could fly far, countless vines suddenly grew near the entrance and pulled him back forcefully, dragging him back into the dungeon. I'll kill them! Let me out! The Dark Knight Ghost Bat King roared in anger but was firmly trapped in the dungeon. We ran frantically, and even from a distance, we could hear his enraged shouts. After confirming we were safe, the 3 girls were all pale with fear, as we had just narrowly escaped death. Bai Ling looked terrified. How could there be a second exit? What's the deal with that boss? We had almost died in the dungeon. Tang Jinyan calmed down at this point. As a researcher, she quickly entered analysis mode. Generally, dungeons only have 1 entrance, but in very rare cases, 2 can appear simultaneously. Previously, a similar situation occurred in Dungeonized City. Each time players successfully challenged the dungeon, the difficulty of dungeons within hundreds of miles would simultaneously increase, and all monsters would become stronger. Tang Jinyan's expression turned serious. The overall level of players in Linyuan City can't handle such a widespread upgrade. Now is not the time to tackle the 40th floor boss, so we must stop the 3 major guilds. The situation was far more serious than it appeared. As she spoke, she led us quickly out of the dungeon. I had barely managed to hold on with the Blood Demon blade, but my health was severely depleted, and my level was too low. Facing high-level monsters again would leave me almost powerless. The Blood Demon blade could only be used a few more times, so if I wanted to venture further, I'd have to level up first. Just as I was preparing to leave and figure out a way to level up, Tang Jinyan suddenly stopped me. Liu Chen, you can't leave. Whether Linyuan City can remain stable now depends on you. I smiled bitterly. To be honest, I've sometimes fantasized about being a hero, but right now, I'm just an ordinary person. My talent allows me to recover 1 point of health per second, but my awakened talent is less than 3 months old, and I currently only have over 5 million health. If I work hard to accumulate, breaking through 30 million health in a year would make me truly invincible. Tang Jinyan looked at me seriously. Liu Chen, your class is very rare, and your combat power is strong. If I'm not mistaken, your health has already exceeded 1 million, hasn't it? Bai Ling and Nanshang widened their eyes in shock. In their view, even for ordinary players who specialize in health, reaching 50,000 is already impressive, let alone 1 million. My health is not only dozens of times that of an ordinary person but is already approaching the level of many bosses. I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in my heart. Tang Jinyan's understanding of me far exceeded my expectations, but in fact, she still underestimated me. My actual health had long surpassed 5 million and would soon reach 10 million. However, I still nodded calmly and admitted to it. Seeing me nod, Tang Jinyan finally showed a satisfied smile. In truth, she only knew that my health exceeded 800,000 and had no idea it had already surpassed 1 million. Being able to withstand that strike from the Dark Knight Ghost Bat King completely convinced her. Without such high health, it would have been impossible to endure. On the other side, the three major guilds had already fought their way to the 40th floor of the dungeon. They had obtained intelligence about the Wind Demon Ape and began discussing strategies to defeat the boss. The Wind Demon Ape was extremely powerful, and no single guild dared to guarantee success on their own, so the three decided to join forces. A level 60 boss was an enormous temptation in terms of both loot and experience points. No one could resist the risk and opportunity. Song Yu was full of confidence. With the three major guilds joining forces, we have an 80% chance of taking down the Wind Demon Ape. But what if we really succeed in killing it? How will the loot and resources be divided? Xin Chuan raised the critical question. After all, no one would be willing to make sacrifices for nothing. While the idea of the three guilds working together sounded simple, there would inevitably be conflicts when it came time to divide the spoils. Thus, the entire city of Linyuan was about to face a massive upheaval. Song Yu got straight to the point. When the boss drops loot and resources, everything will be put up for public auction among our three guilds. Whoever bids the highest gets it. After the auction, the money will be evenly split among the three guilds. What do you two think? He turned his gaze toward me and Xiao Yu. To be honest, this method was quite reasonable. It resolved the issue of item ownership while ensuring fair distribution of benefits. Xiao Yu and I both nodded in agreement. Since a consensus had been reached, the next step was to discuss the details of the collaboration. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Tang Jinyan barged in, accompanied by Lu Chen and Wang Feng. You can't challenge the 40th floor boss yet. The players in Linyuan City aren't ready. If you act recklessly, it will plunge the entire city into chaos. Her words left everyone stunned. No one understood her concerns. Tang Jinyan was clearly prepared. She pulled out a USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and projected the footage onto the big screen. Song Yu frowned, visibly impatient. Who is this person? How did she just barge in here to interfere? Wang Feng smiled and introduced her. Everyone, this is Tang Jinyan, a dungeon researcher from the provincial capital. She just returned from investigating the 40th floor. Song Yu sneered. An ordinary person can understand dungeons? She hasn't even awakened, and she dares to point fingers here? Most of the people present didn't believe Tang Jinyan. To them, an ordinary person with only a superficial understanding of dungeons wasn't worth taking seriously. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, the screen suddenly displayed an image of a massive purple door. The room erupted in astonishment. Isn't that the entrance to the 41st floor? How is this here? The well-known entrance had always been guarded by the Wind Demon Ape, and no one had ever heard of another entrance. Tang Jinyan continued playing the video, which showed the level 60 boss, the Dark Knight Ghost Bat King. Everyone was dumbfounded. There was actually a second boss in the dungeon, along with a hidden entrance, something no one had anticipated. Song Yu quickly processed the information. So the 40th floor has two bosses. But since each boss guards its own entrance, defeating the Wind Demon Ape shouldn't affect the other door. Many people nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. But Tang Jinyan shook her head. You don't understand. A dungeon with two bosses is a test of all players' strength. If we defeat either one, the entire dungeon will change, and the difficulty of all the dungeons will increase dramatically. At that point, it will be beyond what we can handle. Her voice was cold and resolute. It was only at this moment that Lu Chun realized Tang Jinyan had specifically come to stop us from challenging the boss. As soon as he said this, the entire room erupted. What did you say? Raiding the dungeon will make the instance harder? Everyone began to discuss heatedly. If what Tang Jinyan said was true, we would have to think carefully before taking on the boss. Song Yu quickly countered, the dungeons in Linyuan City have been around for so many years, and nothing like what you said has ever happened. You're not even a player, so why are you fearmongering? Although Xiaoye and I didn't speak, we both understood that the guild had to take down the dungeon boss. There was no way we would back down because of a few words from Tang Jinyan. Tang Jinyan stood his ground. I've studied instances for many years. Across the country, there are tens of thousands of dungeons, and I have far more data than you. In the past, there were no issues because there was no dual boss scenario. Only when you encounter a dual boss on a certain level does the difficulty spike. At that point, all instances will upgrade, and the player death rate will double. Everyone understood that challenging an instance was inherently dangerous. Aside from top-tier players who could clear them safely, there were still many deaths every year. If the difficulty suddenly increased, many players would be forced to take risks, and the danger would skyrocket. At that point, it wouldn't just be a few people dying in the instance, entire groups of professional players could be wiped out, leaving only a handful of the strongest to survive. If things got worse and Linyuan City's players couldn't handle the instance upgrade within 48 hours, the dungeon might go berserk, and all the monsters would break out. Thinking about this, I realized Tang Jinyan's concerns were genuine. Whether Linyuan City and its guilds could withstand such consequences was a big question mark. I was well aware that Linyuan City's overall strength was far behind other cities. If we recklessly challenged the 40th floor instance, it would most likely lead to a dead end. This was precisely why I had always opposed the three major guilds pushing forward. But Xin Chuan completely disagreed with me. What you're talking about is just a possibility. Wind demon apes are no ordinary monsters, they're quite cunning. If we delay too long, they might team up with the other boss. By then, even if the three major guilds join forces, we won't be able to clear the 40th floor. Besides, just because we don't attack doesn't mean the instance difficulty won't increase, right? Xin Chuan even backed his argument with data. Instances have been around for decades. Over 10 years ago, Linyuan City's instances were mostly F-level, and an occasional E-level was already impressive. But now, the probability of E-level instances has multiplied several times, and D-level ones are becoming more common. He wasn't wrong, and many local players present agreed. Over the past decade, the changes in instance difficulty were evident to everyone, so no one believed what I said on this point. I wasn't entirely against attacking the instance, I just suggested we pause for now. I proposed that Lu Chen prioritize leveling up. A profession like Blood Demon Knight, capable of both tanking and dealing damage, was practically an invincible template. Once Lu Chen grew stronger, he could handle most instances on his own, needing only 2 support players to assist. I had personally witnessed the overwhelming power of the high-tier Blood Demon Knight profession. As soon as I suggested everyone help Lu Chen level up, the room fell silent, and many people looked displeased. They were all professional players, why should they help Lu Chen level up? Lin Chuchu immediately jumped out and shouted, why should the resources of the 3 major guilds go to him? Do we owe him something? I ignored her, but Lu Chen coldly retorted, the Spider Guild and Firewolf Guild certainly don't owe me, but the Red Moon Guild does. Lin Chuchu, you and Chen Lei owe me too. This isn't something that can be resolved with a simple apology. Lin Chuchu was left speechless. Chen Lei was also unconvinced. Instances rely on teamwork, resources, and guild support. Are you saying we should collectively pin our hopes on Lu Chen and let him charge ahead alone to win? Exactly. Many players on site supported him, saying, who doesn't rely on teamwork to tackle high difficulty bosses? How can 1 or 2 people clear the stage alone? Song Yu stepped forward to announce, we've gathered all the intel on the Wind Demon Ape. Several scouts died for this information. In 3 days, the 3 major guilds will officially challenge the Wind Demon Ape. We can't let their sacrifices be in vain. Xin Xuan and Xia Yu both nodded, agreeing with Song Yu's decision. Seeing that they wouldn't listen to reason, I couldn't help but worry for Lin Yuan City. If you do this, the dungeon's difficulty will skyrocket, and Lin Yuan City will be doomed. I've studied the dungeon for so long, and the risks are crystal clear to me. I even presented a solution, but they stubbornly stuck to their own ideas. Song Yu, unwilling to hear me out any further, directly had me escorted out. Before I left, Lin Chuchu stopped Lu Chen with a threatening expression. Don't think that bringing a researcher to back you up will make the Red Moon Guild let you off. If you want to level up, you must first agree to our terms, sign the agreement, and publicly accept our apology. She acted as if she had him cornered, believing Lu Chen had no way out and had brought someone to bolster his position, hoping to rally others to help him level up. But this little trick fooled no one present. Who here doesn't want to level up themselves? Why would they help him? I knew that no one would heed my plan this time. Facing Lin Chuchu's threat, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. Lin Chuchu, don't celebrate too soon. One day, you'll kneel and apologize to me in person. Not just you, but the entire Red Moon Guild will eventually bow down. In truth, Lu Chen never set his sights on the Red Moon Guild as a whole. His real targets were only Chan Lei and Lin Chuchu. Unfortunately, the Red Moon Guild repeatedly shielded them, even using guild resources to suppress Lu Chen. Since that was the case, Lu Chen wouldn't hold back anymore. In the end, Song Yu still had me thrown out. Walking down the street, I felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment once again. These local guilds were simply too unreasonable. Clearly, I was acting for the safety of the entire city, yet they treated me as if I were meddling. Wang Feng saw through my thoughts and hit the nail on the head. You can't stop them. Song Yu and the others have been stuck at level 60 for a long time. This is their chance to break through. Even if everything you say is correct, they won't believe you until something actually goes wrong. He was right. Reaching level 60 was never easy, and no one would willingly give up this opportunity. Moreover, these monsters don't provide infinite experience. The more you kill a certain type of monster, the less experience you gain from them over time. We managed to reach level 60 because we've already fought most of the monsters in the dungeons. By now, there are hardly any monsters left that can help us level up quickly. But the level 60 Wind Demon Ape in the dungeon is a boss-level monster, guaranteed to yield a massive amount of experience. When there's profit involved, people become greedy. Trying to stop them with noble reasoning alone is nothing but wishful thinking. Researcher Tang, are you sure the dungeon will really level up and become harder? I suddenly thought of a solution, but I needed to confirm something with Tang Jinyan first. Yes, I'm certain of it. To put it simply, there's no fundamental difference between dungeons and instances. The only difference is that dungeons are permanent, while instances refresh randomly. Dungeons and instances are actually interconnected. The deeper you go into a dungeon, the stronger the bosses become, and the nearby instance monsters also grow stronger as a result. Previously, the instances were getting stronger at a slow enough pace that everyone could keep up, so no one really noticed. But now, with the three major guilds planning to take on the Wind Demon Ape together, something like this has never happened before in Lin Yuan City. If they succeed, it'll be like opening Pandora's box for the city's instances. The monsters in the instances will suddenly become super strong, and ordinary players won't stand a chance. Perfect. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang Jinyan looked at me as I left, utterly confused. He must have been wondering why I was so happy to hear such bad news. Did I plan to just give up? In truth, he didn't look down on me either. As soon as I saw Tang Jinyan offering to help me level up in public, I knew he was someone who recognized value. However, he still didn't understand that my strength doesn't solely rely on leveling up. When my health increases, my overall combat power also improves. That's the foundation of my confidence. Back at my place, I immediately called Huang Zhengyu. He had just started a small studio specializing in dungeon strategies. However, his team was still in the adjustment phase and wasn't yet capable of directly challenging dungeon bosses. For now, they could only take on smaller tasks like clearing minor mobs. In some dungeons, the monsters are scattered, making it particularly time-consuming to deal with them. To save everyone's energy, there are people specifically hired to clean up these scattered mobs. His ultimate goal is to establish his own guild. Unfortunately, the structure of Linyuan City is already set, with the three major guilds firmly controlling the entire city. Facing these three giants, becoming a fourth force is no easy feat. Huang Zhengyu is well aware that success won't come overnight. He's taking it step by step, knowing this isn't something to rush. Many studios around him are already capable of independently taking down F-level dungeon bosses, but his team still needs time to train. He had considered recruiting top players, but all the elite talent had long been signed by other guilds. Poaching them would require paying hefty breach of contract fees, and he wasn't about to make such a costly and unwise move. The secretary asked. He waved it off, declining the suggestion. He said he didn't want to tie down my career. If the company invested, the controlling rights would belong to the company, and the guild wouldn't be mine anymore. This billion was a personal investment from my dad. If it succeeded, the achievement would belong solely to me. For such a major event as dungeon bidding, I couldn't handle it alone. Lu Chen also arrived. When we entered the conference room, we were assigned seats in the last row. Here, seating is based on seniority. Guilds sit in the front rows, and the bigger your strength, the closer to the front you sit. In the workspace, the seating arrangements were already predetermined. The well-known studios all sat in the front rows, while my newly established studio, with no track record, could only obediently find a spot in the last row. Dungeon bidding has strict limitations. Studios like ours with bronze-level certification can only purchase up to 5 F-level dungeons. Silver-level studios can buy 6 F-level dungeons plus 2 E-level dungeons. Only gold-level studios are qualified to bid on D-level dungeons. My studio was actually a bronze certification I bought from someone else. If I had started from scratch, it would have taken at least a year to qualify for bronze certification. Many people find the process too slow, so they opt to directly acquire an existing studio. Lu Chen was clearly dissatisfied with only getting 5 F-level dungeons. His ambitions were big, and he didn't even consider such a small number of dungeons. As soon as he spoke, he asked if there was a way to buy E-level dungeons. After all, the experience gained from completing a D-level dungeon after upgrading from E-level is significantly higher. I honestly told him the solution, which is to buy from other studios. Sometimes, struggling silver-tier studios sell their dungeon strategy rights, which is quite common in the circle. Outsiders think they're impressive, but in reality, the dungeons are cleared by others. However, buying this way isn't cheap. I don't have much capital to spare. My family has already invested 100 million, and asking for more money would be embarrassing. The rest can only rely on loans. Don't worry about loans, maybe I have a solution, Lu Chen suddenly spoke. He thought of Xin Jingshu. Xin Jingshu herself is a company owner and has established a silver-tier studio. After contacting Xin Jingshu and explaining our dungeon plan, she readily agreed. Ever since we teamed up in a hidden dungeon recently, she's been waiting for another chance to enter a dungeon and hunt bosses. Not long after, Lin Chuchu found out about Lu Chen and me participating in the dungeon bidding. She immediately informed Chen Lei. Lu Chen bought 5 F-level dungeons and 2 E-level dungeons at the bidding. If he clears them all, he could level up at least 3 levels, Lin Chuchu said anxiously. Although she's already level 30, the thought of Lu Chen leveling up soon makes her feel worse than if she were to lose a level herself. Let him be. Recently, dungeon entrances have been increasing, and the 3 major guilds in the main city are all focused on the underground city, leaving no time to care about these dungeons, Chen Lei sighed. The surge in dungeon numbers forced Linyuan City to open public bidding to all studios, causing prices to plummet. Previously, an F-level dungeon cost at least 20 million, but now it's down to 17 million. To level up, Chen Lei and I spent a lot of resources from the Red Moon Guild, investing over 300 million in total. However, once Chen Lei levels up, his combat power will undoubtedly rise to a new level. The Thunder Mage class Chen Lei chose has very straightforward skill damage improvements with each level, and its penetration ability is even more impressive. For instance, upon reaching level 30, the penetration rate doubles from 5% to 10%, allowing him to bypass monster defenses and deal higher damage, a true game changer. As long as he maintains his leveling pace, he will eventually become the second core combat force of the Red Moon Guild, second only to Songyu. Are we just going to sit back and watch Lu Chen clear dungeons and level up? Lin Chuchu gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. She always felt that someone like Lu Chen couldn't possibly succeed in a sudden turnaround. She would never allow him to rise. Lu Chen teamed up with 2 studios, right? Chen Lei said calmly. Issue a public announcement under the name of the Red Moon Guild and blacklist those 2 studios. There are many studios in the circle, and quite a few are opportunistic. A major guild like the Red Moon Guild only needs to publicly blacklist a studio, and that studio is essentially done for. No one would dare collaborate with them, and all professional players would steer clear. Without good teammates to assist, Lu Chen attempting to solo these dungeons would be nearly impossible. Moreover, dungeons must be cleared within 48 hours, otherwise, it counts as a violation, directly affecting the studio's future bidding qualifications. This is a strict rule set by Lin Yuan City to prevent redundant dungeon backlogs. Lin Chuchu specifically investigated the 2 studios Lu Chen collaborated with. One may be silver tier, but it lacks skilled professional players, and its team is often incomplete, relying on temporary recruitment to fill gaps. I've always been a top-tier player, so no studio or ranking means much to me. Huang Zhengyu's studio was established less than 2 months ago and doesn't even have its own brand, it was bought from someone else. Now, they've purchased the rights to clear so many dungeons at once, Lu Chen must be desperate. At the same time, Tang Jinyan was frantically speaking in the public channel, trying to persuade most of the professional players in Linyuan City to stop the actions of the 3 major guilds. Everyone, the average strength of professional players in Linyuan City is actually mediocre. If the difficulty increases, more than half of the people won't be able to participate in dungeon raids. By then, the number of people getting injured or even sacrificing themselves just to enter the dungeon will only grow. Tang Jinyan firmly believed her analysis was correct. I suggest we wait a year. Challenge the dungeon boss a year later. By then, even if the dungeon upgrades, Linyuan City will be able to handle it with ease. She thought everyone would understand her good intentions, but the result was completely the opposite. Are you saying the players in Linyuan City are no good? What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us? Someone in the crowd immediately retorted. For so many years, we've always handled Linyuan City's dungeons ourselves, never asking for outside help. On the contrary, other cities couldn't hold on and sought external aid long ago. And now you're saying our strength is lacking? If you don't like it here in Linyuan City, then get out. Angry shouts grew louder and louder. Who asked you to come here and boss us around? The crowd erupted in boos. Tang Jinyan was utterly disappointed. She knew they didn't understand her intentions, but there was nothing she could do. Some even started throwing eggs at her. Wang Feng and Nan Shang, seeing the situation deteriorating, quickly shielded Tang Jinyan and escorted her out of the crowd, running toward the Professional Players Association building. When they returned to the association, Tang Jinyan's face was full of dejection. Yi Long comforted her, "Don't be too upset. Some lessons can only be understood through personal experience. Your analysis is valuable, but right now, everyone is only focused on leveling up. Who cares about risks? If they don't challenge the boss, they won't listen to you." Yi Long understood this feeling very well. He had been a player himself, fighting tooth and nail to be number 1. Everyone wants to grow stronger, no one wants to fall behind, and everyone dreams of their moment in the spotlight. They can't see the long-term dangers and don't believe Tang Jinyan's warnings. Tang Jinyan was deeply worried. But if something really happens, it will cost the lives of hundreds or even thousands of players. Her tone carried a sense of helplessness. If the dungeon goes berserk and monsters break out, even ordinary civilians will be affected. Yi Long's heart tightened at the mention of a dungeon outbreak, recalling the past. That was during the first year dungeons appeared. No one knew back then that dungeons could go berserk. But one time, monsters really did break out, and countless innocent civilians lost their lives in that disaster. Since then, the government strictly mandated that dungeon bosses must be cleared within 48 hours. After that, monsters never broke through the boundaries again. Yilong sighed, sometimes I wonder, are these dungeons really just games? Players think they're winning, but one wrong move, and they could lose their lives. The monsters in the dungeons, who knows, one day they might just show up in the real world. Tang Jinyan nodded. Scientists have studied it too, but in the end, they couldn't explain why all these strange things happen in dungeons. Including why some people can awaken talents while others never get the chance. The world is inherently unfair, and so are the dungeons. Tang Jinyan actually wanted to dive in and become a professional player herself. But she was destined to never achieve that because she had no talent, not even the lowest F-level talent. At that moment, the sky above the dungeon suddenly darkened, with lightning and thunder roaring. Tang Jinyan felt a chill and instinctively hugged herself tightly. She asked President Yi in a low voice, if challenging the boss really triggers a dungeon outbreak, do you have a way to handle it? Yilong was silent for a moment before answering in a low voice, when the time comes, I will step in. Tang Jinyan looked at Yilong in surprise. After all, Yilong was once the strongest player in Linyuan City, but he hadn't taken action in years. No one could say for sure how strong he was now. Linyuan City, Times Square. Every evening, the music for square dancing blared loudly, and the aunties danced with great enthusiasm. Everyone knew how much they loved the lively atmosphere, but today, the square was unusually quiet. The music had stopped, and not a single person was in sight. It wasn't due to anything else but the imminent appearance of a dungeon entrance, which had led to the evacuation of everyone from the square. Lu Chen and Huang Zhengyu stood in front of the dungeon entrance, waiting. The city had deployed specialized detection equipment to assess the dungeon's level. The one before them was an E-level dungeon, though the entrance had not fully opened yet. Can an E-level dungeon really turn into a D-level one? Huang Zhengyu looked at the data, still finding it hard to believe. As he spoke, he noticed a few people approaching them. With the dungeon about to open, ordinary citizens had been cleared out, so these individuals were undoubtedly players here to tackle the dungeon. At that moment, on the other side of Times Square, another group of figures was also approaching. So, you're the ones who snatched the dungeon our studio had marked? The long-haired man frowned, glaring at me with evident displeasure. What do you mean by snatched? Dungeons are acquired through high-bid auctions, and I paid every penny for it, I retorted with a cold smile, showing no intention of giving him face. The long-haired man and his companions couldn't help but laugh. What qualifications do you have? You can't even assemble a basic raid team. You're just a bronze-tier studio, and the only reason you could bid was by borrowing a silver-tier license. Do you dare compete with us? Their gold-tier studio had long set its sights on the 2 E-level dungeons in Times Square. She was the Valkyrie of Battle Armor, a class with extremely high requirements, available only to female players. Even more remarkable, Xiaoyu possessed the legendary Black Blood Spider King armor. Xin Chuan was the last to reveal himself. With a roar, his body was suddenly covered in rapidly growing fur, transforming into a massive berserk bear in just a second. The 3 guild leaders attacked without hesitation. In his bear form, Xin Chuan's health bar was off the charts, his defense astonishing. He absorbed the majority of the Wind Demon Ape's attacks while countering with massive damage. Xiaoyu unleashed her web skill, shooting countless glowing spider threads from all directions, binding the Wind Demon Ape tightly. Taking advantage of the boss's restricted movement, Song Yu raised his hand to conjure a fireball. The fireball grew larger and larger until it surpassed his own size. Boom! The fireball struck the Wind Demon Ape, and the explosion's shockwave whipped up a fierce wind, forcing everyone to duck to avoid the aftermath. The heat wave surged forward, and the collision of fire and wind created a blazing fire tornado. The fire tornado slammed into the Wind Demon Ape, triggering another explosion. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, the Wind Demon Ape could no longer hold on and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The level 60 Wind Demon Ape has been defeated, and the entrance to the 41st floor is now open. The system notification echoed throughout the dungeon, clear enough for even players on the first floor to hear. Reporters had already been waiting outside, and as soon as the news broke, everyone rushed to the dungeon entrance, eager to interview the 3 guild leaders. With the Wind Demon Ape's death, a massive amount of experience points was distributed to everyone, and many players leveled up on the spot. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from Xinchuan and Songyu. "Ha, I finally broke through to level 61. Xinchuan laughed heartily in excitement. Songyu appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was more thrilled than anyone else. The stakes in this battle had been high, but their efforts had paid off. Moreover, no one was injured, truly a perfect outcome. Only Xiaoyu fell just short of reaching level 61. She had only recently reached level 60 less than a year ago, and her experience accumulation was still insufficient. Despite her impressive performance in this battle, she hadn't gained enough experience. However, Xiaoyu wasn't worried at all. With the 41st floor now open, there were plenty of opportunities ahead. "Congratulations on reaching level 61 first," Xiaoyu said. Songyu, in high spirits, casually replied, "This time, we owe it to the Spider Guild. Xiaoyu, you can pick first from the boss's loot, and we'll split the rest evenly after bidding." The level 60 boss had dropped quite a few items, including several glowing purple ones of high quality. However, for players, finding equipment that perfectly suited them was no easy task. Improving their strength still relied heavily on leveling up. Xiaoyu selected a purple item from the loot. Just as everyone thought everything was over, the entire dungeon suddenly began to shake violently, only to return to calm a few seconds later. What just happened? Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, as if nothing had occurred. In reality, however, the emergency alarms in Linyuan City outside had already been triggered. The piercing alarm sounds echoed throughout the city, terrifying everyone into staying indoors. On the monitoring building screens, the energy levels of various instances were skyrocketing. This is bad. Of the recently appearing instances, 90% have grown stronger. Originally F-level instances have now all become E-level, and several nearby E-level ones have directly upgraded to D-level. A staff member shouted in panic, his face pale. The sudden surge in instance difficulty was nothing short of a disaster for the city. And the disaster had already begun. Many players who had just started clearing monsters and instances found that F-level bosses had suddenly transformed into level 30 E-level bosses. Before they could react, the bosses wiped them out in minutes. Desperate cries for help echoed throughout the instances, but no one could contact the outside world. Technology hadn't advanced enough to allow communication between instances and reality. Once a phone entered an instance, it essentially became a useless brick. A group of US stood guard at the instance entrance, watching as the energy fluctuations at the entrance grew stronger and stronger. Excitement was written all over everyone's faces. Tang Jinyan had indeed been right. As soon as the dungeon was cleared, the instances here immediately underwent changes. It had to be said, Tang Jinyan truly had a knack for this. Huang Zhengyu was trembling slightly with excitement but also nervous. He whispered, "The official report says that all 7 instances here have had their difficulty upgraded." The implication was clear: we had to clear 5 E-level instances and 2 D-level instances within 2 days. This was no small feat, not even top-tier studios would dare attempt such a challenge. Only large guilds with numerous members could even consider it. To make matters worse, the members of the 3 major guilds were still trapped in the dungeon instance and couldn't get out. Upon hearing this news, I was more excited than ever. This time, I was determined to reach level 30 directly. Don't waste time. Start with the easiest instance first. I led my team straight into the first E-level instance. As soon as we entered, I didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately summoned the Blood Demon Blade. To maximize output efficiency, I spared no expense, sacrificing 2 million health points to instantly boost my attack power to the maximum. The monsters in this E-level instance were only around level 10, with none exceeding level 20. The officials could only desperately dispatch personnel, but there were too many dungeons in trouble, and they simply couldn't cover them all. They quickly contacted the 3 major guilds, urging their members to take action immediately, otherwise, the situation would spiral further out of control. 5 E-level dungeons have been cleared. Someone in the monitoring room discovered big news. It was worth noting that dungeon difficulty had just been upgraded. Under such circumstances, clearing dungeons quickly, let alone breaking through 5 dungeons within 6 hours, left everyone dumbfounded. Which guild's members did it? It wasn't a guild, it was a bronze-level studio. The news shocked all the staff. A bronze-level studio might not even be able to handle F-level dungeons, let alone E-level ones. Now, they had cleared 5 E-level dungeons in one go, and within 6 hours no less. Even a gold-level studio couldn't achieve such efficiency. Someone kept watching the screen and noticed something new: they still have 2 D-level dungeons they haven't entered yet. The danger level of D-level dungeons was something only top-tier gold-level studios dared to tackle. To take on a D-level dungeon, one had to be officially certified by the city. Not to mention that a low-tier bronze studio didn't even qualify to enter. Should we stop them? Notify them about the dungeon upgrade and tell them not to go in for now. Many people had purchased dungeon strategy rights and were unwilling to give up. Even knowing about the upgrade, they still forced their way in, often leading to accidents. At this moment, we were crammed into a van, rushing to the next dungeon. Shin Jingshu received a call. It was a warning from an official staff member. "We understand," she replied indifferently and hung up immediately. The staff member on the other end of the line couldn't help but shake his head as he listened to the voice. They're all in the van. It seems they're really going to challenge the next dungeon. If they can clear 5 E-level dungeons at this speed, maybe they really have a chance at tackling a D-level one. You're too naive. The gap between E and D isn't just a single tier. D-level dungeons not only have stronger monsters in greater numbers but also monsters that can think and understand tactics. The difficulty is on a completely different level. This is why Linyuan City has extremely strict management over D-level dungeon strategies. But with the current shortage of manpower, all they could do was issue a reminder. If they were really determined to throw their lives away, there was nothing more they could do. After all, they had fulfilled their duty to notify, and whatever happened next wouldn't be their responsibility. The van continued speeding toward the next dungeon, and I was filled with excitement. No one could block my path. The situation outside was becoming increasingly chaotic, but I couldn't leave casually. Linyuan City officials were urgently summoning professional players, requiring them to attack different dungeons in batches. Although these dungeons hadn't collectively gone berserk yet, the number of player deaths was steadily rising. Many players who had previously been handling the dungeons with ease found themselves caught off guard by the sudden difficulty spike. They didn't have time to react or escape and ended up losing their lives. The members of our 3 major guilds had just emerged from the underground city and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath before being immediately dispatched to over 20 D-level dungeons in Linyuan City. Originally, they were all ordinary E-level dungeons, but they suddenly upgraded to D-level, and it was entirely up to us to handle them. This was all arranged by the authorities. Facts quickly proved that Tang Jinyan's judgment was correct. Just as we were killing the Wind Demon Ape, many dungeons across Linyuan City suddenly upgraded, and the number of player deaths skyrocketed in an instant. This became the most severe casualty event in Linyuan City in over a decade. I really didn't expect the dungeon upgrades to be real. Xiaoyu frowned deeply upon realizing the severity of the situation. However, the dungeon upgrades weren't entirely a bad thing for us. Xiaoyu felt somewhat guilty, thinking that our dungeon raids had triggered the upgrades. But Songyu was quite excited, holding a completely different perspective. The dungeons in Linyuan City haven't been enough for us to play with for a long time. The highest level dungeons are only D-level, we've never seen a C-level one. Without upgrades, we can't level up at all. After Songyu finished speaking, both Xiaoyu and I found her reasoning sound. Our strength was already quite formidable, and ordinary dungeons had long ceased to be challenging. The experience and rewards from low-level dungeons no longer satisfied us. If higher-level dungeons truly appeared in the future, we wouldn't need to risk raiding underground cities anymore. We could just farm dungeons directly, which would be much more convenient. This time, in order to unlock higher levels, the 3 major guilds spent a massive amount of money and resources and went through a lot of trouble. Even if there was still a boss on the 40th floor, it would be impossible to go through it again. In the short term, no one would initiate such large-scale raids again, it was too exhausting. Now that there are more and more D-level dungeons, and I'm already level 61, I can't enter them anymore. The D-level dungeons in Linyuan City are all up to you now, Xiao Yu. Xin Xuan looked a bit envious, clearly wanting to test his upgraded combat power, but the dungeon restrictions left him no choice. Only Xiao Yu, who was exactly level 60, could still enter. He and Son Yu had become mere spectators. Xiao Yu let out a sigh. Even though the dungeon upgrades hadn't brought her much benefit, she was still the one left to clean up the mess. Our guild would also dispatch teams to clear the D-level dungeons as quickly as possible. We had to hold out until all the dungeons were stabilized, otherwise, if things spiraled out of control, it would be disastrous. Song Yu had already instructed Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu to prepare themselves, using this opportunity to improve their skills. If they wanted to make a name for themselves as professional players, leveling up was just the foundation. Real combat was the key. The strength we had today was earned through countless battles. Xiao Yu, you should actually feel lucky. If a sea-level dungeon really appears in the future, you'll soon reach level 61. Although she hadn't leveled up this time, killing the Wind Demon Ape had still earned her a lot of experience, leaving her just a little short of leveling up. No matter what, the most urgent task now was to deal with all the dungeons as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the association building, Yilong was leisurely brewing tea as if nothing had happened, completely unbothered by the chaos outside. When the news of the dungeon upgrades broke, Tang Jinyan's judgment was finally validated, and those who had doubted her must have been regretting it deeply by now. But she was still anxious. President Yi, the situation outside is like this, and you still have the mood to drink tea? Tang Jinyan questioned him impatiently. Yilong handed her a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea and said calmly, "Don't worry. Since the dungeons have restrictions, being anxious won't help. Unless a sea-level or higher dungeon appears, or monsters from the dungeons directly invade Linyuan City, it makes no difference whether I take action or not." President Yi, what level are you, actually? Tang Jinyan couldn't help but ask. Yi Long merely smiled. I haven't checked my attribute panel in ages, probably somewhere in the 70s. At this point, it was clear that Yi Long had no intention of stepping in. If even he had to act, it would mean the situation had reached its most dangerous point. I heard that President Yi went to South Korea when he was young, which happened to be around the time dungeons first appeared. Tang Jinyan asked him about why Yilong's gaze flickered, his demeanor suddenly turning cold, but he quickly returned to normal. It's all in the past. I didn't expect you to know about that part of history. President Yi, is the situation with dungeons abroad similar to ours here? Yi Long nodded. Not much difference, except that in Korea, they had dungeons first, and then. Over there, the major corporations competed fiercely to conquer the dungeons. Compete? What exactly are they fighting over? These dungeons have 100 floors. Everyone speculates that the entrance on the 100th floor might lead to another world. Whoever can take control of the dungeon first will hold the key to the new world. Those oligarchic groups have long been dissatisfied with the land in their own countries. They want broader territories. But in the real world, opportunities have already been snatched up, especially in countries like ours and the other two major powers. The world's resources and land have long been divided. These oligarchs have no chance to intervene. Since the real world is a dead end, they've turned their ambitions toward the dungeons, fantasizing about reaching another world. They have quite the imagination. But so far, no player in the world has reached the 100th floor. Who knows where that entrance actually leads? Even if it is a new world, there's no guarantee there's a place for us there. Tang Jinyan thought these big shots ideas were too unrealistic. But those people stood at the top of the world, and their ambitions were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Lu Chen and his team were still speeding down the highway when Shen Jingshu suddenly received a message. The officials in Linyuan City have decided to let the 3 top guilds take over the D-level dungeon. They want us to back off immediately. Then we need to hurry and clear the dungeon before the main forces arrive. Huang Zhengyu floored the gas pedal, and the van shot up to 150 kilometers per hour. Normally, he drove luxury cars worth millions, but those couldn't fit so many people. At times like this, a van was more practical. For a rich second-generation kid, speeding was second nature. What kind of supercar hadn't he driven? But speeding in a van, this was a first. Over 20 minutes later, the group successfully survived the ride and got out of the van. As soon as Yuro and Bai Ling stepped onto the ground, they were so carsick they ran to the roadside and started vomiting. Lu Chen also felt his stomach churning. If time weren't so tight, he would have preferred to take it slow rather than endure this torment. Let's go into the dungeon. Lu Chen led the team into the D-level dungeon. This dungeon was the same one at Times Square that had previously been an E-level dungeon, now upgraded to D-level. Originally, the dungeon next to it, owned by the Gold Medal Studio, had also been upgraded. However, the Gold Medal Studio clearly hadn't grasped the dangers of a D-level dungeon. When they first entered, they thought it was still E-level. Midway through, the dungeon suddenly upgraded to D-level. By the time they realized something was wrong, they were already surrounded by monsters. After the upgrade, the number of monsters increased, all above level 20, each one exceptionally intelligent, even capable of flanking the rear of the team. The rear was responsible for long-range attacks, buffs, and healing, but most of them had no self-defense capabilities. They were slow, had few survival skills, and life-saving equipment was prohibitively expensive. Even the Gold Medal Studio couldn't afford to equip everyone. We can't go any further. We have to retreat, or someone will die. The members of the Gold Medal Studio were experienced professional players and quickly realized the difficulty had increased significantly. Continuing forward would be a gamble with their lives. But the dungeon access rights had cost the long-haired man over 10 million. Asking him to give up now was more painful than killing him. At that moment, there was a commotion outside, the arrival of newcomers. It turned out to be a professional team from the Red Moon Guild. The team was led by elites all above level 40, more than 20 people in total, with a luxurious setup that the Gold Medal Studio couldn't compare to. Seeing hope, the long-haired man felt a glimmer of optimism. If they could get help from the Red Moon Guild, their efforts wouldn't have been in vain. Lu Chen isn't here? Chen Lei scanned the scene with a single glance. He knew that Lu Chen had cleared 5 E-level dungeons in a row and was likely aiming for a D-level one next. So, he brought his team over, intending to clear the dungeon before Lu Chen could. Although he wasn't the highest-ranking member, Song Yu valued him, and his words carried weight. The long-haired man hesitated for a moment. This dungeon belongs to our studio, the one next to it is Huang Zhangyu's. We're in the wrong place. Let's go, Chen Lei said, leading his team away. The members of the Gold Medal Studio were stunned. They had thought the Red Moon Guild would lend them a hand, but after asking a single question, they turned and left. My teammates and I managed to escape the danger zone, but we hadn't expected the Red Moon Guild to abandon us at such a critical moment without even helping us break through. Everyone was at a loss and turned their eyes to me. Let's get out of here first. Protect the rear and don't get separated, I said, gritting my teeth and making the decision. Although failing to clear the dungeon would result in significant losses, if someone were to actually die in there, the loss would be immeasurable. Surviving and getting out was the most important thing. The Red Moon Guild was originally responsible for clearing the D-level dungeon this time, but Chen Lei, in his efforts to target me, had resorted to any means necessary, even disregarding the lives of others. It took everything we had to escape, and we were nearly wiped out. Once the monsters in the dungeon gain even a little intelligence, they become incredibly troublesome. We didn't know enough about the dungeon and had rushed in recklessly, which led to our suffering. When we returned to Times Square, we were drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though we had narrowly escaped death. I let out a sigh of relief, thankful that I had made the decisive call to retreat. If we had delayed even a few more minutes and allowed the monsters to completely surround us, someone might not have made it out. But before we could even feel relieved, the dungeon entrance suddenly expanded. Intense energy fluctuations emanated from within, and everyone could sense that something was wrong. Damn it, the dungeon's been left for too long and is about to go berserk. Wasn't there still 48 hours left? Why is it happening early? Maybe the dungeon is upgrading. At most, we have less than an hour. If we can't handle it, the monsters inside will break out. Everyone in our studio was so tense they could barely breathe. This was the first time we had encountered a dungeon going berserk. The monsters inside had already become extremely ferocious, and none of us dared to go back in. Where are the Red Moon Guild members? Can we get them to handle this? Everyone looked around, but not only were the Red Moon Guild members nowhere to be seen, even the dungeon entrance had disappeared. What's going on? Where's the dungeon entrance? Could they have already cleared it? Everyone was confused. Even the Red Moon Guild members had vanished. Report it. This is beyond what we can handle, I said through gritted teeth, deciding to prioritize resolving the dungeon issue over the money we had worked so hard to earn. Human lives were more important. Just then, the dungeon entrance grew even larger and suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. Pavement tiles, flower beds, benches, and everything within dozens of meters were sucked inside. None of us dared to take a single step closer. Anyone who got pulled in would never make it out. Judging by the scale of the situation, it was far more serious than we had anticipated. In less than an hour, the dungeon entrance would fully connect with reality, and all the monsters inside would escape. The situation was critical. Linyuan City immediately activated its highest level alert and contacted the person in charge, Xiaoyu, as quickly as possible. However, she was tied up in another dungeon and couldn't leave. Are there any guild members near Times Square? Reporting in, the Red Moon Guild members are still nearby. Good, get them to handle it immediately. When Shenlei and his team exited the dungeon, they were surprised to find that we had gotten out before them. He seemed shocked that I had managed to clear the D-level dungeon so quickly. They rushed to the next dungeon to try to stop me, but the Linyuan City officials soon contacted them, ordering them to return immediately to deal with the Berserk dungeon. Shenlei instantly understood that the Berserk dungeon was the one they had just left. The copy could have remained undisturbed, but because they withdrew their people and didn't complete the strategy immediately, it escalated to the point of a riot. If they return to handle the copy now, they'll miss the chance to stop me. If I manage to clear 2 D-level copies in a row, the experience gained will be significant, making it difficult for them to suppress me later. Hey, can you hear me? Someone called out to them on the public channel, is there anyone near Times Square besides the Red Moon Guild? Shenlei remained silent, pretending not to hear. He was still calculating whether he could continue opposing me. If another guild could take over, he definitely wouldn't go back. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded on the channel, let me handle it. The staff in the copy monitoring room immediately saw hope but quickly became puzzled because the voice didn't belong to anyone from the 3 major guilds. Who are you? My name is Lu Chen, you must have heard of me. I responded calmly. The entire room froze, and everyone started discussing my name. At this moment, it was my turn to take control of the situation. Recently, my conflict with the Red Moon Guild had caused quite a stir, and everyone was talking about the D-level copy riot at Times Square that we were about to take over. The staff clearly didn't believe I could handle such a difficult copy. However, Shin Jingshu spoke up for me directly, I'm Shin Jingshu. We've been teaming up with Lu Chen and have already cleared 2 D-level copies consecutively. He absolutely has the capability. Shin Jingshu's studio had secured the strategy rights for those 2 copies, but the staff knew nothing about our collaboration. When they heard that I had already cleared 2 D-level copies consecutively, they stopped doubting me and instead began to look forward to it. The Times Square copy is about to spiral out of control, with less than an hour left. Please head over immediately to handle it. We'll be ready for emergency measures at any time. On the other end of the call, Shenlei and Lin Chuchu froze upon hearing my movements. Just moments ago, they were thinking about how to stop me from clearing a second D-level copy, but now they couldn't keep up with my pace at all. Shenlei finally realized that if Lu Chen managed to complete a 3rd D-level copy, they wouldn't stand a chance and would have to fight for this task. He opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Songyu before he could finish. Monsters could break out at any moment. I'm heading over now, we can't let them escape and harm people. Shin Chuan added, I'm going too. Although the two of them couldn't enter the D-level copy, if monsters did break out, they could serve as the last line of defense. Not long after, Chen Lei received a call from Songyu. The copy Riot is extremely dangerous, there's no need to risk entering now. Songyu deliberately interrupted Chen Lei. He knew Chen Lei wasn't worried about losing the task to me but was more concerned about falling behind and leveling up. However, he also understood that the difficulty this time was extraordinary, and there was no need to risk it. In less than 10 minutes, I arrived at Times Square. Xin Chuan and Songyu were already guarding the copy entrance, and the cordon had been set up. The surrounding area was chaotic, and despite the danger, there were still fearless reporters squeezing in to get first-hand news. As I approached, a familiar reporter immediately snapped a photo of me. It was Su Jie. She focused on taking pictures of me, but I didn't pay her any attention and walked straight toward Xin Chuan and Songyu. The situation is very dangerous now, Lu Chen. You don't have to force your way in. If it doesn't work out, we can wait for the monsters to come out on their own. We can use player abilities in the real world and take them down together then, Songyu tried to persuade me. The copy Riot had caused the entrance to expand, and monsters could break into reality at any moment. As professional players, we could fully restore our combat power nearby. Logically, with Xin Chuan and Songyu, two top-tier level 61 players, guarding the area, the situation shouldn't collapse. But no one could guarantee that failing to suppress the copy wouldn't trigger a chain reaction of riots, which they definitely couldn't handle alone. No problem, I'm confident. I stated directly, showing no intention of backing down. After all, I had cleared 2 D-level copies consecutively and had just leveled up to 29. Just a bit more experience and I can break through to level 30. This time, I won't give up easily. Unexpectedly, Songyu suddenly changed her expression and said aggressively, "You used special means to obtain the dungeon strategy rights and entered the dungeon without authorization. According to the rules of Linyuan City, you should be banned for a year." She was pressing me hard, clearly trying to crush me. But I didn't think I was in the wrong, so I retorted confidently, "Rules are dead, but people are alive." The hidden dungeon before was also D-level, and I cleared it, proving I have the ability. Besides, if we're really following the rules, Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu entered the dungeon but failed to clear it, causing the dungeon to go berserk. How do you explain that? During the earlier report, Chen Lei had already been pointed out, so the officials knew that members of the Red Moon Guild were present at the scene. Songyu, unwilling to back down, shifted all the blame onto me. "Don't twist things. Chen Lei went in to prevent you from breaking the rules. According to the rules, you're not even qualified to challenge a D-level dungeon yet." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xin Chuan immediately tried to mediate. "Alright, Songyu, now's not the time to argue about this. The key is to deal with the dungeon first. Other teams are still busy, and Xiaoya's side can't make it. Besides Lu Chen, who else can go in?" I calmly said, "You don't need to follow me. I can handle it alone." This dungeon was too dangerous. I was confident I could make it out alive, but the key issue was that Bai Ling and the others didn't have a front line. Going in would only mean certain death for them. Bai Ling was a bit worried about my condition, "But your health hasn't fully recovered. In the dungeon earlier, I had consumed too much health to speed up the pace." She had been desperately trying to heal me, but it wasn't enough. If I had to rely solely on myself to hold out inside, without any healing, the danger would be real. Huang Zhengyu, on the other hand, fully supported me. "Bai Ling, it's fine. Since Lu Chen says he can handle it, then there's absolutely no problem." He had more confidence in me than in himself. I nodded slightly and walked toward the dungeon gate. My heart was racing, but my entire body was filled with strength. This challenge wasn't just an opportunity to level up, it was also my chance to prove my strength beyond doubt. With less than 2 million health, it was indeed a bit risky. I glanced at my phone. It was almost time for the system's daily health refresh. My talent allowed me to regenerate 1 point of health per second, and after a full 24 hours, my health would be fully restored to its peak state. There were only 30 minutes left until the reset. As long as I could hold out for this half hour, my health wouldn't just be the visible 2 million but close to 7 million. Absolutely insane. Even without a healer by my side, I dared to say I could solo a D-level dungeon. As soon as I entered the dungeon, Shenlei and Lin Chuchu finally showed up, dragging their feet. You're just in time. Go in and help Lu Chen. Don't let him fight alone, Shen Chuan said, instructing them to join me. The Red Moon Guild had assembled a very strong lineup for this dungeon, forming an elite team specifically for it. It wasn't just Shenlei and Lin Chuchu, who were high DPS players, but also several others above level 40 powerhouses with everything from damage to frontline roles. Letting them enter the dungeon would undoubtedly make things more secure. But Shenlei acted as if he hadn't heard Shen Chuan at all, standing there motionless. Shen Chuan's face darkened, and at that moment, Song Yu immediately chimed in. Didn't Lu Chen just say he could handle it himself? Then let him do it. A man should keep his word. It was obvious that Song Yu didn't want Shenlei to help me. In fact, they probably wished I'd die in the dungeon. That way, all the shady things they'd done in the past would soon be forgotten, and no one would expose them again. Shen Chuan sighed and said, leave some room for others. Don't push things too far. He wasn't stupid and clearly knew the Red Moon Guild was targeting me. There had been long-standing conflicts between me, Shenlei, and Lin Chuchu, and as the guild leader, Song Yu was entirely on Shenlei's side. The guild's power was pressing down on me, leaving me with no way out. Song Yu feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Seeing this, Shen Chuan didn't bother to continue. In the end, this dungeon would have to rely on me alone. I entered the dungeon alone and saw a large number of horse-headed humanoid monsters fiercely attacking the entrance, desperately trying to break through the dungeon's restrictions and escape. Horse-headed monster, level 27, extremely fast, with astonishing strength. Be careful not to let it get close, or you might be instantly killed. These horse-headed monsters ignored me when they saw me and continued attacking the exit. It seemed they were more focused on escaping and didn't take me seriously. Since that was the case, I drew my 40-meter-long blood demon blade and charged forward, slashing one horse-headed monster to death in a single strike. Its horse head fell to the ground, and the other horse-headed monsters froze in place, all turning to stare at me. Seeing their companion slaughtered, the horse-headed monsters roared loudly and charged at me. All right, bring it on. Let's see who's afraid of who. I taunted. Several horse-headed monsters rushed at me in an instant, their speed astonishing. I didn't dodge, taking their attacks head-on. At the same time, as they got close, the blood demon blade swept through with a flash of blood-red light, decapitating all the monsters that had charged at me. Trading blood for blood was a strategy that worked well for me. Now at level 29, I was higher level than the horse-headed monsters, making the fight much easier than before. The remaining horse-headed monsters, witnessing my ferocity, hesitated and seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through, and a crack appeared in the dungeon space. Black mist quickly spread over the corpses of the horse-headed monsters on the ground, and their heads reattached themselves to their bodies, transforming into zombie-like forms. Their once normal skin turned pale, with gray spots appearing. I slashed at these zombie horse-headed monsters one by one, but it was useless. Even when reduced to fragments, they quickly reassembled and stood up again. Can't kill them? My heart sank, the situation was looking grim. Since that was the case, I gave up attacking the zombies and turned to slay the remaining living horse-headed monsters. Unexpectedly, as soon as I killed them, another cold wind blew, and their corpses immediately transformed into new zombie monsters. I soon realized that killing these zombie monsters yielded no experience points, clearly indicating that they were merely lifeless puppets controlled by something. Who's behind this? Come out and face me if you have the guts. I shouted. But apart from the zombie horse-headed monsters, there was nothing else in sight. The only anomaly was the crack in the space, exuding waves of deathly energy. I didn't dare step into it lightly. I knew full well that entering might mean never coming out again. What was certain was that the sinister wind, capable of endlessly reviving so many monsters, wasn't appearing out of nowhere. There had to be a true mastermind behind this. The culprit was definitely here, just hidden, eluding my detection. Time passed, and I still couldn't find any clues. I looked around, the place was empty, with nowhere to hide anything. I couldn't figure out how this guy was pulling it off. Unable to hold back, I taunted, "Is hiding all you're good at? Too scared to face me head on? How weak can you be? If you weren't so good at hiding, I'd have dealt with you long ago." But there was no response from the other side, calmly continuing to stay hidden. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through. My eyes narrowed as I immediately pinpointed the direction of the wind and slashed in that direction. The result was a blade marked dozens of meters long on the ground, but I hit nothing. The zombie horse-headed monster's attacks grew fiercer, landing on me continuously, and my health bar dropped bit by bit. Facing these unkillable monsters, no matter how resilient I was, I couldn't endure this kind of prolonged battle. I glanced at my health and the time, and a plan suddenly came to mind. I pretended to be on the verge of collapse, ceasing my attacks and focusing solely on defense, even deliberately allowing myself to be kicked away by the horse-headed monsters. At one point, I was thrown to the ground, my face pressed into the dirt. Struggling to get up, my health had already dropped below 200,000. Just as my health was about to be depleted, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of me. Scout Lieutenant Red-Haired Ghost, level 40, capable of controlling corpses, skilled at hiding, and able to drain blood. Panting heavily, I had just managed to get back on my feet. The horse-faced monsters surrounded me, trapping me completely. The red-haired ghost slowly walked up to me. This guy wasn't tall and looked like a child, but the fiery red patterns on his body and his terrifyingly twisted face sent chills down my spine at first glance. Don't be fooled by his childlike appearance, he's the real boss. He can turn invisible, this is definitely not an illusion. I didn't rush to attack but instead waited for the boss to approach. If he turned invisible again, I'd only have one chance to strike, and I couldn't afford to miss it. The red-haired ghost looked at me smugly. Weren't you mocking me just now? Why can't you even stand up now? I sneered coldly. Red-haired ghost? You're just a coward, always hiding and afraid to come out. You're a disgrace to the Ghost Clan. If you didn't know how to hide, I would have chopped you up long ago. Provoked by my words, the red-haired ghost's expression changed drastically. The red-haired ghost of the Ghost Clan couldn't stand being called a coward. You're as good as dead, yet you're still talking big, he snarled with a sinister grin. Completely off guard, he extended his sharp claws and lunged at me. I let out a deliberate groan, making it seem like I was on the verge of collapse. Just as his hand was about to pierce into my body, I suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. The red-haired ghost froze, trying to break free, but he couldn't. He didn't understand why I wasn't dead yet. In truth, my health was indeed almost depleted, but just moments ago, I had reached the health refresh point. My health instantly replenished, and I was back in peak condition. The blood demon blade appeared in my hand, and I thrust it directly at the red-haired ghost. It was only then that the red-haired ghost realized he had been tricked. Despicable. You were faking it. Now, it's your turn to die. The red-haired ghost struggled desperately, while the surrounding horse-faced monsters lunged at me, trying to crush me into a pulp. But I held onto the red-haired ghost's arm tightly, giving him no chance to escape. Gritting his teeth, the red-haired ghost made a ruthless decision. He tore off his own arm, blood gushing from the severed limb. A smug smile appeared on his face as he instantly activated his invisibility ability. He was just a second away from disappearing completely. He thought he could escape, but I wasn't about to let him have his way. In the next moment, the blood demon blade suddenly extended, piercing straight through the red-haired ghost's body. The red-haired ghost let out a sinister laugh. It's useless. You can't kill me. I won't give you a second chance to see me again. His lower body had already vanished completely, leaving only his head visible. I smirked coldly. I don't need a second strike. One is enough to send you on your way. With that, I decisively consumed 5 million health points, the largest expenditure I'd ever made, and poured all my power into the blood demon blade. In an instant, the blade erupted with a dazzling crimson light, dyeing the entire world in blood-red hues. Boom! A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, swallowing everything around it in an instant. With the boost of 5 million health points, my attack power skyrocketed to 500,000. Even with just this one strike, it far exceeded the red-haired ghost's health limit. The red-haired ghost had only 150,000 health points. There was no way he could withstand this blow. Bang! The red-haired ghost fell, instantly killed by me, dissolving into a mass of experience that surged into my body. The glow of leveling up spread across my entire body. Defeated boss red-haired ghost, gained 30,000 experience points. Seeing such a large amount of experience, I immediately leveled up to level 30. Not only that, but he also dropped a skill book. Invisibility allows you to become invisible for 3 minutes, completely concealing your presence. You will only become visible if you are caught or initiate an attack. Upon reaching level 30, I unlocked a new skill slot. Now I had 2 skill books. One was the invisibility skill that had just dropped, and the other was Water Mastery, which I had obtained earlier from the Water Demon. After a moment of hesitation, I chose to learn invisibility. After all, this type of skill is extremely rare, and only certain special assassin classes have the chance to learn it. For example, the Shadow Assassin class might be able to learn the invisibility technique. The invisibility technique can play a crucial role at critical moments. If the red-haired ghost had chosen to hide from the start, it might have truly worn me down. At that moment, a deep voice came from the other side of the spatial rift. To be able to kill the red-haired ghost, I acknowledge your strength, Blood Demon Knight. It was the evil ghost king of the Ghost Clan. He seemed to think highly of me and wanted to recruit me. Join the Ghost Clan, and I'll make you a general, leading tens of thousands of troops. But I had no interest at all. The player forums had long warned against talking too much with monsters. Some creatures could activate skills through conversation, and players had been mind-controlled this way, ultimately losing themselves. Although I was a bit curious, I simply responded briefly. After all, the other party was trapped on the other side of the spatial rift and couldn't come over to deal with me directly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just watched the red-haired ghost die miserably without being able to do anything. The evil Ghost King continued speaking, his tone firm. A strong individual like you should align with the strong. When the celestial dog devours the sun and darkness descends, the Ghost Clan will invade the human world. You could become the vanguard general of the Ghost Clan. In his eyes, I was no longer an ordinary human. He believed that being able to become a Blood Demon Knight, a high-level class, meant I was no longer human. But that was just his perspective. In my heart, I was still human and would never compromise my principles for power. I didn't agree, nor did I want to continue engaging with the evil Ghost King. The dungeon turmoil had subsided, and the entrance was about to close. I had to leave quickly. Just as I was about to leave, a token suddenly flew into my hand on its own. Invitation from the evil Ghost King of the Ghost Clan. Recognized by the evil Ghost King. Defeat 3 Ghost Clan elites to receive a reward. Current progress, January 3rd. I hadn't intended to accept it, but I hadn't expected the token to forcibly land in my hand. The red-haired ghost I had just defeated counted as the first, leaving 2 more Ghost Clan elites. However, my health was already critically low, and I couldn't continue fighting. I quickly left the dungeon. The dungeon entrance grew smaller and smaller, and just as it was about to close, I leapt back into the plaza. Bai Ling and the others were overjoyed to see me return safely. Huang Zhengyu had a smug look on his face. I told you, something this minor wouldn't trouble Lu Chen. The staff loudly announced, the Times Square dungeon riot has been quelled. Dungeon successfully cleared. At this moment, Xiaoyu also arrived. She had just finished dealing with another D-level dungeon and, worried about the situation spiraling out of control, had rushed over to assist. She hadn't expected to see me appear in the plaza upon arrival. Soloing a D-level dungeon, something even Xiaoyu herself couldn't do. At this moment, she finally fully acknowledged my abilities. If she had agreed to my joining back then, I would now be a member of the Spider Guild. She knew very well that the Spider Guild had always lacked experts like me, and she had been struggling to hold things together on her own. The dungeon escalation incident in Linyuan City was temporarily resolved at this point. The most dangerous D-level dungeon had been dealt with, and the remaining E-level dungeons posed no real threat. Although I had successfully soloed the dungeon and reached level 30, I wasn't particularly happy. Instead, I felt a bit uneasy. The words the evil Ghost King had said to me earlier left me unsettled. If what he said was true, the evil Ghost King might really appear in the real world in the future. This was a serious matter, and I couldn't keep it to myself. I have some very important news that I must share with all professional players. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone in the plaza froze. Lu Chen, what do you mean by that? Xin Chuan walked over to ask. The dungeon escalation is just the beginning. The danger in Lingyuan City is far from over. What I encountered in the dungeon wasn't just the boss. Xiao Yu immediately caught on. You spoke with the monsters in the dungeon? I nodded. Xin Chuan and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. Xiao Yu suggested, we need to gather all the core players from the guilds and studios for a meeting. If this matter really doesn't end here, we must come up with countermeasures in advance and not be caught off guard. Song Yu approved of Xin Chuan and Xiao Yu's decision without objection. Soon, an emergency meeting was held in the office building of Lingyuan City. I was the central figure of this meeting. Xiao Yu did not ask me in advance about my specific experiences in the dungeon. She clearly wanted me to explain everything in public. I understood that this was to let everyone hear it directly from me. The meeting even alarmed Yi Long, who, along with Tang Jinyan, came specifically to learn about the situation in the dungeon firsthand. I recounted everything that had happened in detail. Tang Jinyan pondered for a moment, while Yi Long's expression was serious, but he still nodded affirmatively. Lu Chen, you did the right thing this time. It's better to believe in the worst possibility than to be careless. Don't think that monsters are all stupid, sometimes they're even craftier than humans. Yi Long approved of my decision to make the information public. Regardless of whether things would ultimately turn bad, at least the professional players in Lingyuan City could prepare early, so that when the situation truly arose, they wouldn't be caught off guard. As one of the three major guilds, the Red Moon Guild certainly wouldn't miss this meeting. Chen Lei was somewhat envious of me. He complained to the guild leader, I really don't understand. Do we really have to attend this meeting? For all we know, Lu Chen might just be playing tricks. In truth, he knew deep down that everyone used to think I was incapable, but this time, not only did I successfully turn the tables, I also cleared a D-level dungeon on my own. Looking across Lingyuan City, I was the only one who could achieve this. Now I had become the focus of the entire meeting, and of course, Chen Lei was not convinced. How could he tolerate being overshadowed by someone he once considered a loser? But even he had to attend the meeting and listen to my report. The guild leader waved his hand and said, Lu Chen isn't the key here. The meeting is being held in the Lingyuan City office building, with officials present. Our Red Moon Guild must attend. Missing such an occasion would be seen as disrespecting the authorities. Whether it was taking on new dungeon tasks or vying for additional resources, the Red Moon Guild couldn't do without interacting with the officials. Missing such an event would only marginalize the guild. He also reassured Chen Lei, don't keep focusing on Lu Chen. He's just starting to show some promise. You have decent talent yourself, so don't let his rise affect your mindset. Focus on improving your own strength. The truly grueling stage will be the higher difficulty dungeons in the future. As for today's meeting, just go through the motions. Don't worry about Lu Chen causing any major waves. Lin Chuchu was also faintly worried that I might cause her trouble. But upon hearing the guild leader's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that although I had soloed a D-level dungeon, as long as she had the backing of the Red Moon Guild, I couldn't do anything to her. She comforted herself, thinking that even if both of our strengths improved in the future, with the resources of the Red Moon Guild supporting her, she wouldn't be inferior to anyone. Even if I held a grudge, there was nothing I could do about it. With this thought, she felt much more at ease. In the circular conference hall, the leaders of the three major guilds were all present. Yi Long was there, and the top players from various studios had also gathered. Even Shin Jingshu made a rare appearance. Although she was the company boss, she also realized that Lingyuan City might be on the brink of a major upheaval. To ensure the survival of her studio, safety had to be guaranteed. Only professional players could deal with the monsters emerging from the dungeons. In the past, many had tried bringing guns, grenades, and even more powerful weapons into the dungeons, but they had no effect on the monsters. Only professional players could truly harm them. In other words, those powerful weapons outside were useless, and even nuclear bombs were ineffective. At first, Shinjingshu only found dungeon raiding interesting, but now she was determined to upgrade and strengthen both herself and her studio. Only in this way could they ensure survival and development in the future. The room quieted down, and it was my turn to step onto the stage. In this setting, every gaze was fixed on me. I never thought I would have a day standing on stage. Quickly adjusting my state, my voice echoed through the venue via the amplifier. I shared what I had seen and heard in the dungeon, including my encounter with the Demon King. Not only did I recount the process, but I also explained the potential dangers. The Demon King comes from the Demon Clan. According to him, when the celestial phenomenon Heavenly Dog devours the sun appears 3 months later, the Demon Clan will seize the opportunity to break out of the dungeon and attack Linyuan City. As soon as I finished speaking, the conference hall erupted in an uproar. Many people found it hard to believe. After all, the dungeon and the real world had always been separate. In the dungeon, people had various abilities, but once they came out, they became ordinary individuals, unable to use any skills. Now, the idea that the Demon Clan could directly invade reality seemed impossible. Xiaoyu stepped forward to add, Heavenly Dog devours the sun will indeed occur 3 months later, as reported by the science station. This means we only have 3 months to prepare. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Some people clearly doubted me. Even if Lu Chen's words were true, who would believe a monster would tell the truth? I was a bit angry. You can doubt me. But if things really turn out as I said, the citizens of Linyuan City will ultimately pay the price. I've said before that recklessly attacking dungeons would only lead to their upgrade, and now hasn't that been proven? My words were like a knife, causing everyone present to lower their heads, especially the 3 guild leaders, whose expressions were awkward one by one. They had been too arrogant, ignoring my warnings, and as a result, the dungeon upgraded, costing dozens of professional players their lives. The situation has already happened. Song Yu quickly changed the subject. What we need to prepare for now is the large-scale invasion of the Demon Clan 3 months later. Although his words sounded nice, I knew he just wanted to use this as an excuse to recruit more people for the Red Moon Guild and increase his influence. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed to prepare for the fierce battle 3 months later. There are so many professional players in Linyuan City, with countless dungeon clearances under their belts. Why should we fear the Demon Clan? Exactly. No matter how difficult the dungeon was, we've overcome it. If the Demon Clan dares to come to Linyuan City, we'll wipe them out completely. The atmosphere suddenly became heated. The Demon Clan's invasion meant we could use the superpowers from the game in reality. Many high-level players had long been looking forward to showcasing their skills in the real world. After all, their lives in reality might not be great, and it was through the path of professional gaming that they turned their fortunes around. But their strength only existed in the dungeon. In reality, they were powerless. If they could truly use their abilities, those who once looked down on them would eventually witness their prowess. Professional players finally had the chance to become city guardians and respected heroes. Who wouldn't look forward to such a future? Some even fantasized about using these abilities in reality to teach a lesson to those who had bullied them. I admit, even I couldn't help but imagine that if this were possible, I would definitely make Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei taste some bitterness. But I don't want the world to turn out that way. With monsters invading, ordinary people would have no way to resist. Firearms are useless against monsters, only we professional players can stand against them. By then, the city would undoubtedly fall into extreme panic. If monsters spread across the world, it would eventually lead to its destruction. But right now, most people are overly optimistic. They know nothing about the Demon Clan and completely underestimate its threat. As the meeting was about to end, I stood up and spoke. Han Country has already been invaded by monsters. I suggest we send people there for on-site investigation and prepare in advance. Song Yu immediately sneered, Researcher Tang, Are you suggesting that our professional players in Xia country should go to Han country to learn from them? He was setting a trap, but I didn't think much of it. We have no experience with invasions. Preparing in advance can't be wrong. We should understand the situation ahead of time to avoid being caught off guard in the future. Song, you mocked me, a small country like Han being invaded by monsters? Isn't it because their professional players are weak? We in Xia have plenty of talent, so why bother laughing at them? He looked down on Han, and others chimed in as well. The atmosphere shifted, and some even started ridiculing Han. The idea of going to Han for an exchange felt worse than being punished. I never expected that making a suggestion would lead to such backlash. I just wanted to prepare in advance and figure out the differences between monsters and dungeons. I tried to explain again, I just want to conduct on-site research to develop countermeasures against monster invasions. This is different from dungeons. But Song Yu had no intention of letting me continue and interrupted directly. Researcher Tang, I understand your thoughts, but is anyone willing to accompany you? Han is no ordinary place. Everyone heard it clearly. Tang Jinyan wants to go to Han to learn how to deal with monster invasions. Is anyone willing to go with her? Raise your hand if you are. The room fell silent, no one moved. Only Nan Shang raised her hand. After all, she's a good friend of Tang Jinyan. Then, Yi Long suddenly glanced at me. He didn't say anything, but I completely understood his meaning. So, I raised my hand as well. Shortly after, Bai Ling also raised her hand. Yi Ro initially wanted to raise her hand too, but seeing that Shin Jingshu and the others didn't move, she swallowed her thoughts. She worked under Shin Jingshu's studio and couldn't act as freely as Bai Ling. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was simple. Wherever I went, she would follow. In the end, only the three of us raised our hands. Researcher Tang, only 3 people are willing to go with you to Han. Your personal safety might be hard to guarantee, Song Yu reminded me seriously. Han had already been invaded by monsters, and the world classified it as a high-risk area. Anyone wanting to go there had to sign a life and death agreement, and if something happened, no one would come to rescue you. Even with an emergency signal, by the time help arrived, it was often too late. I looked at Lu Chen, took a deep breath, and said, I trust Lu Chen. He can protect me. Having him there is enough. According to the regulations, I can apply for funding to go to Han. I ask for President Song's full support. Tang Jinyan's gaze was firm. Since she had come to Linyuan City, the local guild had to cooperate. Song Yu put on a fake smile. We at the Red Moon Guild can afford this little bit of money. I hope researcher Tang can bring back something valuable. Although he wasn't sincere, he had no choice but to agree in front of everyone. The funding wouldn't be lacking. Tang Jinyan didn't need to worry. Once the funding was secured, everything else would fall into place. After the meeting, I found Yi Long. President Yi, why do you want me to go to Han? Is that place really so different from Linyuan City? Honestly, I had no good impression of Han. It was just a small country, its territory only slightly larger than Linyuan City. And Linyuan City wasn't even ranked in Xia. There were plenty of bigger places. I couldn't figure out Yi Long's intentions. Yi Long looked innocent and said, Don't talk nonsense. I never told you to go to Han. Didn't you just hint at me with your eyes? You actually believed that? I didn't wear my glasses today, I can't see anything clearly, not even where you were. I was speechless. Yi Long chuckled and got into the car. Wang Feng was waiting in the driver's seat. As soon as the door closed, he asked, President, since when did you start being nearsighted? Of course, Wang Feng knew Yi Long wasn't nearsighted. His glasses were just for show, meant to fool people. Yi Long muttered under his breath, if I didn't say that kid Lu Chen would make me owe him a favor again. He might even demand some benefits before agreeing to go. Last time I asked for his help, the guild's funds were nearly drained. Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. The president was actually considering money in all this. But seriously, President, is there really something different about Han that you're sending Lu Chen there? The outside world is where growth happens. Han may be small, but the players there are strong. Compared to them, Linyuan City is far behind. As for the whole of Xia, Han doesn't stand out much. Don't forget, Han country is still a nation, and in terms of population and resources, it far surpasses our Linyuan City. Moreover, Han country was the first place affected by the dungeons, and many veteran players there are highly skilled. The development of professional players is also much more advanced than here. In fact, many famous professional players from Xia country only returned after making a name for themselves in Han country. In the Villa district, with my help, Shen Jingshu had already cleared 2 D-level dungeons. Logically, her studio could apply for a gold tier title, which would allow them to directly purchase D-level dungeon strategy rights in the future. However, Shen Jingshu's repeated submissions for application were rejected by the website. Xiaoma looked aggrieved and said, "To apply for a gold tier studio, you have to report all member information." I uploaded everything, but every time they say it's not qualified and reject it. Shen Jingshu sighed, "Forget it." A gold tier studio requires approval from all 3 major guilds, and the Red Moon Guild has no intention of letting us upgrade. She had already figured it out. While the process appears fair on the surface, if even one of the 3 major guilds disagrees, upgrading is impossible. When I learned about this, I wasn't surprised at all. Didn't Huang Jiangyu just fail his silver tier application as well? No need to ask, someone is definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. The Red Moon Guild is clearly causing trouble. Although I could file an official complaint, the process is cumbersome and time-consuming. The Red Moon Guild is targeting me so blatantly because they know I collaborate with Huang Jiangyu and Shen Jingshu. It's almost laughable how far they're willing to go to deal with me. At that moment, Tang Jinyan sent me a message with the flight time to Han country and reminded me to get my visa ready. From Tang Jinyan, I learned that as soon as the conference ends, the funds from the Red Moon Guild, Spider Guild, and Fire Wolf Guild will be transferred immediately. This surprised me. I had expected the Red Moon Guild to delay as much as possible. Such an unusual move definitely signals something. Could it be that the Red Moon Guild is eager for me to leave Linyuan City? But I'm only leaving for a month, not forever. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence, Old Master Li saw the news about me single-handedly clearing a D-level dungeon and was so enraged that he coughed up blood again. Ever since his grandson Li Li's death, the head of the Li family had been in low spirits, with his health deteriorating day by day. Li Chang quickly turned off the TV, fearing that continued exposure would worsen the old man's condition. The Blood Demon Knight, which originally belonged to Li Li, had now been completely taken by me. Old Master Li was furious, gritting his teeth, feeling that fate was utterly unfair. He was convinced that I was responsible for the death of his beloved grandson and had taken everything that belonged to the Li family. "Chang Jia, someone outside wants to see Grandpa." She claims to be Lin Chuchu from the Red Moon Guild. "Tell her to leave. Grandpa isn't seeing visitors." But she says she has a way to cure Grandpa's illness. Li Chang hesitated for a moment but eventually let Lin Chuchu in. "Do you really have a way to cure my grandfather?" Lin Chuchu merely glanced at Old Master Li indifferently and nodded. Only by addressing the root cause can Old Master Li's illness be cured. It's not something medication can resolve. Li Chang was utterly confused. The Li family had sought treatment at the city's best hospitals and consulted various experts, but the old man's condition only worsened day by day. Then what is the root cause? Lu Chen's life. Li Chang froze instantly, suspecting Lin Chuchu was playing tricks on them, and angrily ordered her to leave. "Wait." Old Master Li forced himself to sit up. "I've seen through it. Whether I live or die no longer matters. But I can't swallow this anger. My grandson's injustice must be avenged. No matter the cost, it's worth it if it means killing Lu Chen." Lin Chuchu's lips curled into a faint smile. This was the answer she wanted. "Lu Chen is flying to Han country tomorrow. That will be the perfect opportunity to strike." Old Master Li immediately made up his mind. We can hire professional assassins from the dark web. Li Chang felt a bit embarrassed. Hiring an international assassin is very expensive. We already spent a lot last time. If we do it again, the family might not be able to handle it. Doesn't your family own an industrial plot in the suburbs? The Red Moon Guild is willing to buy it at a high price. Then you'll naturally have the money to hire someone, Lin Chuchu said. Li Chang was startled. Lin Chuchu had clearly investigated the Li family's situation thoroughly. That plot of land was originally the Li family's trump card for future development, and they had no intention of selling it. Lin Chuchu continued to fan the flames. This is the only good opportunity. In 3 months, the Ghost Clan will invade Linyuan City, and the situation will be completely different by then. By that time, Lu Chen will only grow stronger, and hiring an assassin will likely cost even more than it does now. The industrial land will also lose its value, so you might as well sell it now. Li Chang pondered for a long time. She had also heard about the Ghost Clan. Recently, the dungeon upgrades had caused widespread panic. If Linyuan City really became the first city to be invaded by monsters, the value of land and property would undoubtedly plummet. By then, even if they wanted to sell, the Red Moon Guild could acquire it at a much lower price. She gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll sell the land. Her hatred had already surpassed everything else. As long as she could kill me, Lu Chen, no matter the cost, she felt it would be worth it. This time, Li Chang didn't post a public bounty on the dark web like before. Instead, she hired a professional assassin specializing in international jobs, placing a direct order with a clear target, my life. The transaction was conducted privately, one-on-one, with airtight confidentiality. Looking around, the entire bureau was filled with professional players, none of whom seemed easy to deal with. Park Cheolhan himself was a level 50 restrainer, and anyone below his level would have to obediently comply, unable to use their skills. Tang Jinyan tried to reason, I'm a researcher, and they're here to protect me. You have no reason. But Park Cheolhan didn't listen to explanations and instead instructed the staff behind him to speak more firmly, we need to investigate Ms. Bai. If there's no issue, she'll be released immediately. If you obstruct law enforcement, you'll all be detained together. Yang Yixian, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped in to mediate, but Park Cheolhan remained adamant and refused to relent. In the end, he advised us to leave first, don't push it. The Bureau has significant authority, and it's not worth going against them. Once the investigation is over, they'll definitely release her. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was very clear-headed, Lu Chen, don't let me delay your important tasks. Linyuan City is still waiting for you to return. Having just gotten off the plane and encountering such a situation, I felt an indescribable frustration. It was obvious to everyone that Park Cheolhan was interested in Bai Ling's profession, and the so-called investigation was just an excuse. What exactly he was after, we still hadn't figured out. I had no choice but to instruct Bai Ling, keep your phone on and notify me immediately if anything happens. Bai Ling nodded, showing her understanding. When I left the management bureau, I was in a terrible mood. Truly, when under someone else's roof, you have to watch their expressions. If I had known how miserable it would be in Han Country, I wouldn't have come to this wretched place even if it killed me. But no matter how much I thought about it, it was useless. Suddenly, I sensed someone watching me from behind. When I turned around, all I saw was a crowd of heads, each person busy with their own affairs, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I withdrew my gaze and followed Yang Hushwan to the hotel. Yang Hushwan had already arranged our itinerary and said he would take us to the underground city the next day. As we left, Bai Ling was taken to another room. Officially, it was to arrange her accommodation, but in reality, it was for surveillance and soft detention. 2 professional players stood at the door, their eyes fixed on her. Not long after, a man with a cigarette in his mouth walked over. The guards immediately warned him, smoking is prohibited here. The man hadn't lit the cigarette yet, so he simply put it back in his mouth and rummaged through his pocket. They checked his professional profile and found it unusually detailed, unlike the selectively filled out profiles of others. It even felt somewhat fake. Coincidentally, this man was also from Xia country and had been on the same flight as us. The staff asked him, "Do you know these people?" showing him our photos. The man shook his head, indicating he didn't know us at all. "Show your passport," they demanded. The man cooperated and handed it over directly. When the staff opened it, they found money tucked inside. Swiftly, they pulled out the money and returned the passport to the man, coldly warning, "In Han Country, you must follow Han Country's rules. Move along." The man turned and left, his face calm and unperturbed. As a cross-border assassin, he was well versed in the rules of various countries. Professional players in Han Country enjoy privileges beyond those of ordinary people, and many areas operate in gray zones. For instance, the Management Bureau accepting bribes is hardly a concern for anyone. Newcomers unfamiliar with the local ways might encounter trouble over minor issues. At best, they might be intercepted; at worst, they might not even get through the door, and a single misstep could ruin everything. I was directly detained, with no room for resistance. The Management Bureau wields immense power, especially over foreign professional players like me, leaving almost no space for argument. Want to get out? The most effective way is to pay your way out. As soon as I was released, I saw that man leisurely lighting a cigarette and taking deep drags. He was in no hurry at all. As a professional assassin, he knew how to hide himself. Such individuals kill without leaving traces or evidence. In his line of work, he never fails. After leaving the Management Bureau, I hailed a car and went straight to the only 5-star hotel nearby. This was the most likely place to find Lu Chen. Only by staying close could I keep an eye on the target and wait for the right moment to act. The next day, Yang Hushuan took me and 2 others to Han Country's underground city. There is only one underground city here, and it looks quite ordinary, not much different from the one in Linyuan City. As soon as we entered the first level, a massive display screen caught my attention. It showed the player level rankings. Ranked first was Park Chung-tian, at level 79. Surprisingly, the second-ranked player was named Yi Long, which made my heart skip a beat. President Yi? Level 78, could he have been here? While I was still pondering, the team continued downward. When we reached the 60th level, Yang Hushuan stopped. He explained, the reason Han Country allows players to use abilities in the real world is that someone has broken through the 60th level of the underground city. If Linyuan City's underground city could reach the same standard, Linyuan City would become like this too. He made it clear that the progress of the underground city directly affects the real world, turning cities into something akin to game instances. Even on the streets, you could use skills, with health points displayed directly, making it no different from fighting in a game instance. I asked, what level has Han Country reached now? He replied, it should be the 73rd level. I found it hard to believe. Are the players from Han Country that strong? Yang Hushuan shook his head. Actually, the ones who reach the higher levels are mainly top-tier professional players from various countries, not locals from Han Country. Take Xia Country as an example. For safety reasons, it's regulated that no one in the country can go beyond the 60th floor. Because of this, many experts go abroad to level up. Han Country originally wanted to rely on foreign aid to solve the dungeon problem, but as a result, instances became stronger and monster invasions became more frequent. By the time they realized what was happening, the situation was already out of control. So now, they have very strict regulations, and there are many restrictions on outsiders entering Han Country. After hearing this, I finally understood what was going on. Tang Jinyan also gained some insight. Reality is the best teacher. Tang Jinyan asked further, will the monsters in the instances come into the cities? Yang Hushuan's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Yes, some cities have already been taken over by monsters. In Linyuan City, Chen Lei had just killed the boss in a D-level instance with a lightning strike, and his body immediately glowed with the light of leveling up. He had finally reached level 31. Every time he leveled up was his proudest moment. Lin Chuchu had just managed to gain some experience, but she was still a bit short of leveling up. She said, the guild leader said that within 3 months, we'll be assigned various instances to train and level up first. Chen Lei was full of confidence. He was already prepared, just waiting for the day when the monsters launched a large-scale invasion to make a name for himself. At that time, he was determined to make everyone remember his title as the Thunder Mage King. What Lin Chuchu cared about most was the whereabouts of Lu Chen. She said, "The assassin has already gone to Han Country. This time, Lu Chen will definitely not come back alive, and the rumors about us will finally be put to rest." The Red Moon Guild had spent a large sum of money to buy a big piece of land from the Li family, and the Li family used that money to hire an international assassin. That assassin was a top-tier killer specializing in assassinations. Even players above level 40 had fallen to him. Chen Lei nodded. He knew very well that ever since he embarked on the path of a professional player, Lu Chen had always been his biggest competitor. Although he felt a bit regretful that he couldn't personally crush Lu Chen, he was still satisfied that Lu Chen would die in Han Country. As long as Lu Chen fell, the matter of them fighting over the job change card would soon be forgotten, and the Red Moon Guild would no longer be affected. Everything was going according to their plan. Chen Lei was eager and couldn't wait for the next opportunity to level up. 3 months later would be his chance to shine and fully showcase his abilities. He was already looking forward to that moment when all the media cameras would be focused on him. Song Yu had also seized this opportunity and had him prepare everything in advance. When the Ghost Clan officially invaded Linyuan City, the entire process would be meticulously documented. She had even contacted several media outlets to have reporters follow and film his actions throughout. In the past, achieving this in instances and dungeons was very difficult. But in the urban area of Linyuan City, it became much easier. As long as he could create a sensational piece of news, the reputation of the Red Moon Guild would soar once again. What Song Yu wanted was for more players to join voluntarily, turning the Red Moon Guild into the largest guild in Linyuan City and completely crushing the Fire Wolf Guild and the Spider Guild. For professional players from outside, entering an instance wasn't that simple. They had to go through multiple exams and background checks, and the entire process was slow and cumbersome. Lu Chen and his team simply didn't have the time to deal with such tedious procedures. So Tang Jinyan decided to abandon the instance investigation and instead prepare to visit the uninhabited island, the location Yang Hushuan had mentioned. Yang Hushuan said that many years ago, an F-level instance had suddenly appeared on the uninhabited island. At the time, no one noticed it, and as time passed, all the monsters in the instance escaped. Now, there were still quite a few monsters on the uninhabited island. As for why no one had gone to clear them out, ultimately, it was because no one was willing to put in the effort, and even less willing to spend money. The various guilds in Han Country were all shirking responsibility, and no one wanted to take on this hot potato. After all, what treasures could an F-level instance possibly hold? Besides, this place is across the sea, and you have to take a helicopter to get there. The surrounding area is full of hidden reefs, making it impossible for boats to approach. On the island, there's only a small patch of open land where a helicopter can land. Tang Jinyan and Yang Hushuan had already made arrangements and were just waiting for the helicopter to be secured before setting off. It must be said, Yang Hushuan, who had been thriving in Han Country for years, was efficient in getting things done. It didn't take long for him to arrange the helicopter. Of course, the cost of this trip wasn't cheap, but there was plenty of funding, and Tang Jinyan didn't care at all. Before coming, she had already secured a large sum of activity funds from the 3 major guilds. Wu Bo was staying in a 5-star hotel. He was an assassin of the night with a special skill called Walls Have Ears. With this skill, he could clearly hear everything happening in the adjacent room. Using this ability, Wu Bo was the first to learn about Lu Chen and his team's plan to take a helicopter to the uninhabited island. Wu Bo immediately spread out a map and began studying the island. This place, as its name suggested, was desolate and uninhabited, filled with monsters. Both ordinary people and professional players were warned to stay away. In the past, some players had ventured onto the island, but none had returned alive. After studying the map, Wu Bo was as delighted as if he had discovered a treasure. This isolated and perilous place was the perfect opportunity to deal with Lu Chen. A sinister idea emerged in Wu Bo's mind: he would act directly on the uninhabited island, kill and silence them, and then leave without anyone ever discovering it was his doing. "Lu Chen, your end will be on this deserted island," he muttered to himself with a cold smile. However, to get to the island, Wu Bo also needed to arrange a helicopter. If he traveled alone, it would arouse too much suspicion. Blending into a crowd was the safest approach, as it would divert attention from his actions. He quickly came up with a plan, anonymously posting online that there might be some valuable treasures hidden on the uninhabited island, encouraging players to form groups and explore. He also secretly leaked the news that Tang Jinyan was planning to go to the island. Tang Jinyan, a researcher from Xia country, heading to the uninhabited island must have a purpose. The news quickly attracted a large number of curious players eager to follow and investigate the island. As an international assassin, Wu Bo was fluent in multiple languages, with Han country's language being particularly natural and authentic for him. He also acquired a new identity, disguising himself as a Han country native, completely erasing his tracks. This way, no one could trace anything back to him. Before departure, I specifically called Bai Ling to confirm the situation again, but no one answered the phone. When I finally got through, the call was abruptly hung up. When I tried calling again, her phone was already turned off. At that moment, Bai Ling was in the management bureau, crouching in a restroom where there was a signal. Just as I called, several staff members suddenly barged in, snatched her phone, and hung up my call. "What are you doing?" Bai Ling asked in panic, sensing that something was off. The staff members remained indifferent and ignored her. Park Shahan took the phone, removed the SIM card, and crushed it into powder with his hand. "Ms. Bai, don't worry. We won't harm you. Just stay here for now. Someone from the guild will come to pick you up soon," Park Shahan said in a calm tone, but it sent chills down her spine. Bai Ling was completely confused and couldn't understand what he was saying. The two of them didn't even speak the same language. Her face turned pale as she helplessly looked around. I remained on high alert because I could tell from Park Shahan's eyes that he had no intention of letting me go. Not being able to reach Bai Ling left me feeling uneasy. But for now, I could only wait for Yang Hushuan and the others to return from the uninhabited island before making any further plans. Yang Hushuan led our team onto the helicopter, flying from the helipad on the coast toward the uninhabited island 100 kilometers away. Shortly after takeoff, I noticed several other helicopters following us. "Why are they following us?" Yang Hushuan asked, puzzled. He couldn't figure out why others would want to go to the uninhabited island with us. The helicopter flew very fast, and about an hour later, we could see the full view of the uninhabited island. The small island was surrounded by seawater, with dense, primitive jungle covering the shore. Standing by the porthole, I couldn't help but feel that the island was hiding too many secrets. Didn't they say there were monsters on the island? Why does it look so ordinary? Nan Shang muttered with a hint of disappointment, clearly not finding the mysterious atmosphere she had expected. After the helicopter landed, I had just stepped onto the island when I saw the other helicopters following us also landing one by one. The only flat area on the island where helicopters could land was here, so everyone was crowded together. As soon as we got off the helicopter, we were greeted by a group of foreigners. From their clothing and accents, it was clear they were Koreans. The moment we met, they started chattering nonstop, their tone filled with hostility. What are they saying? I frowned and looked at Yang Hushuan. I could vaguely guess, though, that their words were far from polite. Yang Hushuan looked embarrassed and gave a brief explanation. "They're saying we're not welcome and that we should leave." "That's it?" I clearly heard them cursing. I looked at Yang Hushuan, waiting for him to continue. Yang Hushuan was sweating. Those words they used are actually pretty common in their country. They don't really mean to curse you. He tried to smooth things over, but it was obvious he was making it up. Before he could finish his sentence, one of the Koreans directly cursed at us in Chinese. The atmosphere became tense. Yang Hushuan had no choice but to step in and mediate. "We're all here to investigate the monsters. Don't misunderstand, we have no intention of taking anything from the island." But those Koreans weren't buying it at all, glaring at us as if we were thieves. "I heard you're here treasure hunting. This uninhabited island has been untouched for so long, and now you've come all the way here. You must have some ulterior motive," they accused, cursing and threatening us. "I'm warning you, don't you dare touch anything on this island." "Absolutely not. Don't give me that nonsense in your broken English. We're here for serious business, so don't get in our way, I said firmly. If I weren't still worried about Bai Ling, I wouldn't have even bothered with these people. The Koreans grew angrier and were about to make a move. I stood my ground in front of them, thinking that their threats were hardly intimidating. They immediately activated their skills to attack, but the cockroach man vanished instantly, moving so fast that no one could react. With a few flashes, he was suddenly standing in front of a player, towering at 2 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The player was so terrified that he froze, unable to use any skills, let alone escape. With one strike, the cockroach man directly decapitated him. Then, he chased after others, swiftly decapitating 3 more players in one go. Now, all 4 of his arms were holding a head each, and he turned to start feasting again. Only then did everyone realize they had fallen into a trap. It's not the same cockroach man as before. Fortunately, this cockroach man didn't charge toward them, and everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could feel relieved for a few seconds, a dense swarm of smaller cockroach men surged out from behind. These were not as large, roughly the size of an average person, and their speed had slowed down. However, seeing the overwhelming swarm, everyone instantly panicked. Their first instinct was to run. They desperately fled out of the forest and onto the beach, only to find the 4 of us standing there unharmed. When they saw the scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. No one expected that the real danger hadn't even begun yet. My anger had reached its peak. You knew there was danger in there all along and deliberately tricked us into going in to die, didn't you? I shouted through gritted teeth. Yan Hushuan tried to translate a few sentences to ease the tension, but the people from Han Country didn't want to listen at all. They directly pushed Yang Hushuan aside and charged at me aggressively. Nan Shang was faster than them, drawing her sword in an instant and standing in front of me. The air grew tense immediately, and everyone assumed a fighting stance. At that moment, loud running sounds suddenly came from behind. It was the cockroach monsters. The noise grew closer and closer, and they were about to pounce. Forget them, get on the helicopter and leave now, I shouted. Seeing that Nan Shang was not to be trifled with, the group immediately decided to flee. But while they wanted to run, the enemies wouldn't let them go. Before they could reach the helicopter, ambushing cockroach men suddenly appeared and launched an attack directly at the helicopter. These creatures toppled both the people and the helicopter to the ground, and then an explosion erupted. There was no escape. The wreckage was quickly devoured clean by the cockroach men. After tasting blood, they became excited, letting out strange cries, and some of them even began to emit a glow. As a professional gamer, I immediately understood these monsters had leveled up. Tang Jinyan quickly took out his phone and recorded the horrifying scene in front of him. I reminded him, Jinyan, you need to leave now. The more of these monsters there are, the more trouble it will be. This island was over 100 kilometers from the mainland, and without a helicopter, there was no way to leave. With more and more monsters outside, even the helicopter pilots were pale-faced. They were ordinary people, already terrified by the scene. One helicopter had already been blown to scrap metal, so the pilots naturally didn't dare to stay alone. As soon as they heard we were leaving, they immediately started the engines. Nan Shang and Tang Jinyan quickly jumped on, and the helicopter lifted off the ground. Wait, there's still one person who hasn't boarded, Nan Shang shouted. I was still fending off the monsters and hadn't gotten on, but the pilot didn't wait at all and directly ascended the helicopter, flying away. Nan Shang hurriedly asked Yang Hushuan to translate and demand the pilot return to pick me up. Yang Hushuan just silently glanced at the island, which was overrun with monsters, chaos everywhere, and casualties all around. Go, don't stop, he urged the pilot instead. What exactly did you tell him? Why isn't he turning back? Nan Shang frowned. I told him. But he just won't listen. Nan Shang's face darkened, and she directly drew her sword, pressing it against the pilot's neck. Fly back, or you'll go down yourself. The pilot was so scared he almost lost control on the spot. He turned to Yang Hushuan and shouted, What do you people want? I'm already flying as fast as I can, I'll get you out safely. Yang Hushuan calmly reassured him, Don't be afraid, just fly properly. She won't actually kill you. If anything happens, I'll handle it. But no matter how much young Hushwan tried to persuade him, the pilot refused to turn back. Nan Shang was getting anxious. What exactly did you say? Isn't he afraid of dying himself? Yang Hushwan sighed. I translated everything, but think about it, we're in the air right now. If she really does something, we all go down. This guy is just an ordinary worker, it's not easy for him. You're asking him to take this risk, and he's scared for his life. Just let it go, don't make it hard for him. Nan Shang, let it go. Trust Lu Chen, he'll be fine. But if he comes back to cause trouble for certain people, that's none of my business. Nan Shang looked confused. Was Lu Chen planning to cause trouble for the pilot? She wanted to ask but was afraid of revealing that she hadn't understood, so she swallowed her question. Although Tang Jinyan didn't understand the language of Han country, she could tell from the atmosphere that young Hushwan hadn't fully translated their meaning. She saw through young Hushwan's act of playing dumb, but the situation was complicated, and it wasn't appropriate to expose him on the spot. The crisis wasn't over yet. Wu Bo saw me acting alone and quietly sneaked over. Activating his skill, he became completely invisible, and no one could detect his presence. Swoosh! His skill burst forth, and he stabbed at me several times in quick succession. With one move, my health should have dropped by more than half. Yet at that moment, its entire body began to glow white, transforming into a jade-like color as it directly leveled up to 50. A surge of power coursed through my body, almost uncontrollable. But when I tried to flap my wings, I found they were as limp as if they hadn't woken up, completely useless. Just then, Lu Chen, who had left earlier, saw everything happening on the island. He snorted coldly. That cockroach monster evolved too quickly this time. It devoured quite a few professional players and actually evolved into a cockroach king. It's just molted and hasn't adapted to its body yet. Otherwise, if it really chased us, I wouldn't have any good way to deal with it. We had just returned to the shore when Lu Chen's helicopter landed right behind us. Seeing Lu Chen safe and sound, Nan Shang and I were so emotional we almost cried, though young Hushwan looked a bit awkward. As soon as Lu Chen got off the helicopter, young Hushwan ran over with a smile. It's great that you're back. That pilot had no guts at all and absolutely refused to turn back. I was at a loss. The group returned to the hotel and went over everything that had happened on the deserted island. My biggest takeaway was finally understanding why the monsters were so terrifying. They could continue to level up by hunting players even after leaving the dungeon. For professional players, monsters were just experience points, but conversely, players were also excellent sources of experience for monsters. So, when facing monsters, you had to give it your all to take them down. Otherwise, if the monsters devoured too many professional players, they would only become stronger and harder to deal with. With this understanding, the players in Lin Yuan City now had a direction for fighting monsters. We all felt that this mission was a success. Now we can head back sooner, Nan Shang said, her eyes sparkling. She really didn't like this place. Eating instant noodles and kimchi every day, she wouldn't even touch fried chicken anymore. Her cravings had been driving her crazy, and she just wanted to return home for a big feast. I nodded. Once we find Bai Ling, we can book our tickets. But Lu Chen shook his head, and his next words froze the atmosphere. Bai Ling can't come back for now. Nan Shang looked at him, full of confusion. At this moment, Lu Chen pushed the door open and let Wu Bo in. Wu Bo said, "Here's the situation, I have a skill that allows me to eavesdrop within a 50-meter radius. That day, I was at the bureau and personally overheard Park Cheolhan planning to sell Bai Ling." Nan Shang and I were completely stunned. We never expected something like this. How could the bureau possibly do such a thing? I found it hard to believe. Although the place wasn't exactly an official institution, it didn't seem like the kind of place that would engage in human trafficking like a black market. Wu Bo sighed, "You don't understand this place. Ever since the appearance of dungeons, professional players have become resources fought over by various factions. The Bureau has absolute control over foreign professional players, they can detain them or expel them at will. Doing shady things in the process is all too easy. After all, they're outsiders. If something happens, no one will care. The world is in chaos, and every country is too busy to deal with others' problems. The disappearance of one or two professional players is impossible to trace. His words weighed heavily on our hearts. Bai Ling's initial detention was already based on flimsy grounds. If it weren't for Park Cheolhan's utter depravity, this wouldn't have happened. What should we do then? I looked at Lu Chen. His gaze was sharp, and he sneered, "What else can we do? Rescue Bai Ling. Do they really think they can bully me?" Just as he finished speaking, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside. Several professional players rushed upstairs. Team Leader Park, I report Lu Chen and his group. They tricked our Korean professional players onto a deserted island and lured cockroach monsters to kill everyone. Yang Hushuan had actually turned against us at this critical moment. In reality, those players were lured there by Wu Bo spreading false information, and it had nothing to do with Lu Chen. But Yang Hushuan was quick to falsely accuse us, and with Park Cheolhan himself leading the group, things were about to get messy. Park Cheolhan, who treated Bai Ling as merchandise to be sold, seized the opportunity to strike hard. The footsteps grew closer, the hurried thuds echoing on the stairs. A group of professional players stormed in, aggressive and efficient, clearly experienced in capture missions. Wu Bo's face was filled with panic. "Run! Don't let them catch you. If they pin a crime on you and arrest you here, you'll be imprisoned for life and never return to Xia country." He hadn't expected to be outsmarted this time, betrayed by Yang Hushuan's backstab. Nan Shang immediately stepped in front of me, drawing his sword to protect us. But the opposing side had sent 4 level 35 professional players, 2 tank types and 2 crowd control specialists. As soon as the fight began, Nan Shang's skills were largely suppressed. Fortunately, Nan Shang's swordsmanship was inherently strong, and despite the suppression, he managed to hold his ground for a while. At this moment, Lu Chen. I was filled with murderous intent, almost ready to treat these people as monsters and take them down. Wu Bo saw my anger and quickly pulled me back. "You can't kill anyone now. There are so many professional players in Korea, and plenty of experts among them. If you make a move, the charges will stick, and then all the players in Korea will come after you. Can you handle that?" He urged me to retreat, saying that Park Cheolhan was just a businessman who would only sell professional players to guilds and wouldn't harm Tang Jinyan and Bai Ling. After speaking, Wu Bo immediately activated his stealth skill. My head buzzed, and I almost passed out, feeling as if I'd been hit by a car. "The helicopter you contacted last time, where is it?" he suddenly asked. I thought he was planning to run away. As long as he needed me, I still had a chance to break free from his control. "No problem, I'll help you contact." Before I could finish, Lu Chen punched me again. "Cut the crap. Write down all the contact information and the last location. If you dare lie, I'll kill you right now." This time, I was truly scared. I obediently found paper and pen and wrote down all the information clearly. Lu Chen checked my phone and indeed found the corresponding number. He took my phone directly, and I didn't dare make a sound. I thought he would leave after that, but unexpectedly, he stopped at the door. "After I leave, you won't go to the bureau to snitch, will you?" "No, absolutely not. I promise," I quickly assured him. "We're from the same hometown." I was threatened. "I won't dare again in the future." Lu Chen sneered, "If you want to keep your mouth shut forever, there's actually a good way. Dead men don't talk." My face instantly turned ashen. This guy clearly didn't plan to let me go, but I wasn't without the ability to fight back. I'm an experienced player. Although I'm a musketeer, I had already charged my musket to its maximum power. One shot, and even if Lu Chen didn't die, he'd be severely injured. Boom! I pulled the trigger. Sparks flew, and the massive impact blasted directly toward Lu Chen. I saw with my own eyes that the firepower hit him squarely. But Lu Chen was completely unharmed, coldly staring at me. "Traitors like you deserve to die." He gave me almost no time to react. Summoning the Blood Demon Blade, he launched a frenzied attack on me. After finishing me off, Lu Chen didn't waste any time. He directly detonated the gas tank, staging the scene as a gas explosion, then activated his stealth skill and silently left the site. Under the night sky, the bureau was brightly lit, but the building was eerily quiet. At this hour, only the duty staff were on shift, far less lively than during the day. Reaching the entrance, I looked up and waved at the surveillance camera. I was in stealth mode now, so no one could spot me through the cameras. I silently infiltrated the bureau. Even when passing by patrolling personnel, they didn't notice anything. I knew some professional players could sense killing intent, so I refrained from harboring any murderous thoughts. Acting rashly might alert them. Before finding Tang Jinyan and the others, I had to be extremely cautious and avoid being discovered. However, I was completely unfamiliar with the bureau's interior. The last time I was here, I only saw the external areas. The inner section, where people were actually detained, was accessible only to core members. Park Cheolhan definitely wouldn't keep them in the outer areas, so I stealthily made my way into the inner section. The patrols inside were strict, and the area was vast. Finding the exact location where they were detained wouldn't be easy. As I was cautiously exploring, I suddenly heard a group of people marching in unison around the corner. There weren't many of them, but they were all professional players. I held my breath, pressed myself against the wall, and quietly waited, observing for the next opportunity. I held my breath and watched as the 5 of them passed by me. Following the corridor, I continued searching for where Tang Jinyan and the others were being held. I didn't find them but instead discovered the bureau's surveillance room. This room monitored every corner of the bureau. At the moment, the guard on duty was focused on eating his late-night snack, completely unaware of my approach. I peeked inside from the doorway. On the surveillance screens, Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang were locked in a dark, small room. Unfortunately, I still couldn't locate Bai Ling. But time was running out, and I couldn't waste a second. I quietly pushed the door open and slipped inside. The guard in front of the monitors was still engrossed in his food. I quickly stepped forward and delivered a heavy punch to his head, knocking him out instantly. Then, I tied him up tightly with rope and sealed his mouth with tape. I began using the surveillance system to search. Before long, I found the location of the small darkroom where Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang were being held. After reactivating my stealth mode, I swiftly left the surveillance room and made my way down a 50-meter-long corridor. Rooms lined both sides of the corridor, resembling a prison, filled with people captured by the bureau. Although there were cameras guarding the doors, I wasn't worried because the person monitoring them was still unconscious, stuffed into a cabinet by me. Using the blood demon blade, I pried open the lock. Inside, I saw Tang Jinyan unrestrained, but Nan Shang had shimmering silver goblin shackles on her wrists. I tried to open the shackles, but no matter what I did, they wouldn't budge. Clearly, this wasn't an ordinary lock, it was equipment specifically designed to restrain professional players. Lu Chen, take Jinyan and leave first. I can't use any skills right now, and you can't escape with 2 burdens, Nan Shang said helplessly. Tang Jinyan pursed her lips, visibly displeased, as if she felt like the unwanted burden everyone was talking about. I shook my head firmly. No way. Since I'm here, I'll make sure to get both of you out together. Although I had already dealt with the monitoring room, there were still plenty of professional players patrolling the bureau. If we delayed too long, the risk would increase rapidly. These shackles were forged by goblins. They can only be unlocked with a key or by a goblin, Nan Shang added. Hearing the word goblin, I suddenly remembered a special item I had obtained earlier, a bone flute. The bone flute could summon goblins, though I had almost forgotten about it. While the girls looked puzzled, I had already taken out the bone flute and gently blew into it. Before long, a goblin appeared before me, respectfully addressing me as master. I pointed to the shackles on Nan Shang's wrists and asked, "Can you unlock these?" The goblin nodded, stepped forward, and with a few taps and strikes, the shackles clicked and transformed into a small cube, instantly freeing Nan Shang's hands. Lu Chen, you can summon goblins? That's a lifesaver. Nan Shang exclaimed in surprise. The key was in Park Cheolhan's possession, and Nan Shang had long given up hope, never expecting me to actually rescue her. I glanced at the Goblin's data panel, it was only level 10, pathetically weak, more of a lockpicking tool than a combat asset. Do you know where Bai Ling is? I asked. Ever since being captured, I haven't seen Bai Ling, Nan Shang replied with a sigh. I quickly made a decision. Take me to the Bureau's records room. It must have information on all the professional players detained here. We might find Bai Ling's location and evidence of Park Cheolhan's crimes. With that thought, the Bureau's layout immediately surfaced in my mind. Earlier, I had taken photos of the building's map and the monitoring room using my phone. Comparing the images, I quickly located the records room, conveniently situated near the server room. At the end of the corridor, 2 professional players stood guard outside the server room door. I signaled Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang to stay silent, then activated my invisibility skill, vanishing instantly. You can turn invisible? That's amazing, Nan Shang whispered in awe. I silently approached the 2 guards, drew the blood demon blade, and knocked one unconscious with a single strike. My invisibility wore off just in time, and the other guard prepared to counterattack, but I was faster, plunging the blade into his chest in an instant. Take deep breaths, dizziness is normal, I coldly reminded him. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound with hateful eyes. Hurry inside. We need to leave quickly. I urged. The longer we stayed, the greater the danger of being surrounded and completely trapped. A few minutes later, Tang Jinyan emerged with a USB drive in hand. She exclaimed excitedly, "It's all here, evidence of Park Cheolhan's crimes, buying and selling professional players. But there's no record of Bai Ling. To find out where she is, we'll have to confront Park Cheolhan directly." Just as she finished speaking, the injured man suddenly shouted something in a foreign language I couldn't understand, then slammed his hand onto the alarm button. The Bureau erupted in blaring alarms. Already frustrated about not rescuing Bai Ling, I was further enraged by this man's audacity. I stomped down hard, breaking his hand. The man screamed in agony. I stomped again, silencing him completely. Tang Jinyan stared at me in shock. You killed someone from the Bureau. Now we're officially fugitives. Lu Chen acted with astonishing speed, without a hint of hesitation. I thought his decision was spot on. Jinyan, the ones trying to kill us now are the Bureau's people. Do you really think that holding evidence against Park Cheolhan will make him spare us? Stop dreaming. Tang Jinyan fell silent. The evidence in her hands could completely expose the Bureau's years of shady operations and their exploitation of players. Once the evidence was made public, no one could cover up these heinous acts. But for now, the priority was to escape and survive. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the Bureau. The enemy had discovered us. It wouldn't be long before a large number of Bureau personnel came after us. What do we do now? Tang Jinyan was panicking. Break through first. I've already arranged for a helicopter, it's just waiting to pick us up, I said calmly. In fact, the money for the helicopter came from Yang Hushwan's account. His money was well spent. At that moment, a girl reached out through the crack of a door nearby and said urgently, "You won't make it out like this. Take me with you, I can help. I know Korean." I looked at her. You're from Xia country? Yes, I originally came here to study and planned to apply to university. But then I suddenly awakened a profession and was considering returning home, only to get captured. Just my luck. Footsteps were already closing in, reinforcements from the Bureau were almost upon us. Although I had arranged for the helicopter, the real challenge now was breaking through the encirclement. Without hesitation, I pried open the girl's door and signaled to the goblin to help unlock her shackles. My name is Chu Lingxian. My profession is Shield of Protection, and I can summon shields for defense, she quickly introduced herself. Do you have a way to help us escape? I asked. Chu Lingxian seemed a bit surprised by my directness, but she knew this was no time for hesitation. I know there are several level 40+ professional players locked up next door. If we release them, we'll have a better chance of breaking out. Alright, lead the way. Chu Lingxian, familiar with the layout, led us to the adjacent room. As usual, I pried open the door, and the goblin stepped forward to unlock the shackles. The players imprisoned there all had fierce expressions. The goblin trembled slightly but still went ahead to free them. Unexpectedly, one of the newly freed players immediately tried to kill the goblin. The goblin was so frightened that it quickly hid behind me. That guy, thinking his level was high, looked down on us but said nothing more and ran straight out. He encountered bureau personnel rushing in and mercilessly killed one in a few moves, blood splattering everywhere as he stepped over the corpse and continued forward. Tang Jinyan was stunned, her eyes filled with fear. "Did we just unleash a disaster?" she asked, her voice trembling. Xu Lingxian looked at her with a hint of sympathy. "Survival is the priority now. It's hard to tell who's good or bad. Besides, the Bureau's people were never saints to begin with." As we moved forward, we kept opening doors and releasing powerful players. The goblin gradually grew exhausted, its movements slowing down. I took out the giant tree sap I had obtained earlier. The little goblin's eyes were full of longing but didn't dare reach out. I handed it over, and it gratefully nodded at me before gulping it down. Its energy was instantly restored, and it worked with renewed vigor. We continued moving forward, releasing more players. These players, having endured too much, had been driven to madness. Once freed, they attacked the Bureau personnel like maniacs, killing indiscriminately and venting their rage. Soon, the entire Bureau descended into chaos, with blood and corpses everywhere. "The timing is right, let's go." I led the group toward the exit. With so many players causing havoc, there were fewer people blocking our way. Anyone who stood in our path was swiftly dealt with by me and Nanshang. As we approached the exit, 3 professional players from the Bureau blocked our way. The situation instantly became tense. I took on 2 of them, while Nanshang handled the 3rd. I had no intention of defending. I attacked relentlessly, each move ruthless. Just as the opponent's attack was about to land, Xu Lingxian summoned a shield to block it. "Aren't you afraid of dying? You were almost hit just now," she said angrily, clearly not expecting me to be so reckless. Without wasting words, I seized the opportunity, sweeping the blood demon blade horizontally and knocking the 2 of them to the ground. On the other side, Nanshang swiftly and decisively dealt with her opponent. We finally broke through the encirclement and charged toward freedom. Nanshang felt an unprecedented surge of power, her swordsmanship and panel abilities finally achieving perfect harmony. The years of rigorous training in swordsmanship had finally found a real purpose. In the past, in a peaceful society, she had merely performed sword techniques, as if going through choreographed motions, unable to showcase her true skills. But what she pursued was a sword that pointed directly to the ultimate path of swordsmanship. Now, Nanshang finally saw hope. If her hometown, Linyuan City, could also unlock panel abilities, she believed her swordsmanship would advance by leaps and bounds. She even felt reluctant to leave Han Country immediately, wanting to stay a little longer. At this moment, the entrance to the Bureau of Management was already heavily guarded. Ahead, figures like Wasp King, Mechanical Doctor, and Stormwoman had all appeared. They were high-level professional players, all above level 40, recently released by Liu Chen. Abroad, top players never used their real names, relying on flashy nicknames to make their mark, and these individuals were the most typical examples. With strength several times that of ordinary people, they acted with increasing impunity, never bothering to hide their identities. If anyone dared to provoke them, they would always resort to extreme measures to deal with the person. It was precisely because these individuals were so dangerous and extreme in their actions that the Bureau of Management sought to capture them. However, in comparison, the Bureau's human trafficking scandal was the truly infuriating matter. Apart from a few who were truly evil, the vast majority of detained players were innocent, treated as mere commodities to be sold off. Someone like Xu Lingxian had already been targeted by a buyer this week and was nearly taken away. She understood that today was her only chance to escape. When she saw Liu Chen, Xu Lingxian immediately realized that if she didn't leave with him, she might never return home. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the attention was on Wasp King and the others, Liu Chen decisively led the group in a different direction to break through. "Stop him. Don't let him escape," someone shouted nearby. Many on the scene recognized Lu Chen as the one who had previously defied team leader Park Cheolhan. Park Cheolhan's subordinates, all eager to earn merit, desperately tried to capture Lu Chen. Seeing that he was about to be held back, Lu Chen didn't hesitate. Taking a deep breath, the blood demon blade instantly grew larger, transforming into a massive blade over 100 meters long. With a single swing, 3 people fell instantly. Lu Chen seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement, and the surrounding players, intimidated by his overwhelming power, dared not approach. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from the sky. This was the escape route Lu Chen had prepared in advance. The helicopter lowered a rope ladder, and Nan Shang quickly climbed aboard, carrying Tang Jinyan, with Chu Lingxian following closely behind. The bureau's personnel were still in pursuit, but the helicopter immediately ascended, speeding along the coastline. Lu Chen, hurry up! Nan Shang shouted anxiously. Lu Chen stepped onto a nearby pavilion, leaping into the air and firmly grabbing the rope ladder. The helicopter rose dozens of meters high, leaving those below helplessly watching, unable to do anything. Meanwhile, Wasp King, Mechanical Doctor, and Stormwoman, despite their formidable strength, dared not engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Bureau at this moment. They understood that these people were merely stalling for time and that even stronger forces would soon arrive. This was their only chance to escape. "We can't split up, otherwise, we'll be picked off one by one," Mechanical Doctor said in a low voice, eyeing his companions. "Then let's break out together." Wasp King responded decisively. "The entire Han country is crawling with Bureau agents. Where can we escape to?" Stormwoman said, her face full of frustration. Mechanical Doctor noticed the helicopter in the sky. "If they can come here to rescue people, they must have a backup plan. Let's follow them." Stormwoman summoned a tornado, tearing open a path through the crowd. Wasp King transformed into a giant demon wasp, spreading his wings and taking to the air. Taking advantage of the chaos, he led 2 people out of the encirclement, with the pursuers still chasing behind. At this moment, Lu Chen climbed into the helicopter via the soft ladder. Tang Jinyan hugged him excitedly, almost thinking he might fall. "The helicopter doesn't have enough range, we can't fly back to Xia country," Chu Lingxian said worriedly. "Of course, I know that. I never planned to go back," Lu Chen replied calmly. "Then where are we going?" Nan Shang asked. "The most dangerous place is the safest place," Lu Chen said cryptically. Nan Shang was still puzzled, but Tang Jinyan had already guessed. "You want to take us to the uninhabited island, right?" Lu Chen smiled at her, clearly appreciating her intelligence. Just then, the voice of the Mechanical Doctor came from behind. "Wait! Don't leave us behind." It turned out that Wasp King had brought 2 people and caught up, hoping Lu Chen would take them along. But Lu Chen ignored them entirely, taking everyone and leaving them behind. Wasp King's transformation wouldn't last long. Seeing that they couldn't catch up to the helicopter, he instantly reverted to human form. The 3 of them fell straight into the sea, drifting with the waves. In the distance, the outline of a small island was visible. "They must be heading for that island. Let's follow them." Although the island seemed to be just on the surface of the sea, it was at least 10 kilometers away. Swimming there by human effort, especially with the waves rolling, was not something just anyone could do. The helicopter brought us down to the uninhabited island again. As soon as we landed, the helicopter wasted no time and flew away immediately. The pilot threw out a parting remark as he left: "If you need the helicopter, just call. As long as you have money, I can get you anything, even a fighter jet." Hearing this, I couldn't help but admire them. The people behind this operation were indeed powerful, capable of getting helicopters or even fighter jets at any time, something ordinary people couldn't compare to. Their background was too mysterious. All I knew was that it was related to the underground network. Even the contact information Yang Hushuan gave me before was sent through an encrypted network. Although curious, I had no intention of investigating this mysterious organization. They were just doing their job for money, and it didn't affect me. Who cares who they are? As soon as we arrived on the island, we found that not even a single bone was left on the ground. The corpses had long been devoured clean by the cockroach people. Although there were no bodies, the traces of battle left on the island were still quite evident. Wu Bo had once told me that the players on the uninhabited island were actually lured there by information he deliberately leaked. He originally wanted more people to come to the island so he could take advantage of the chaos to kill me and complete his mission. Who would have thought that the cockroach people on the island were absurdly strong? Because of this, several professional players from Korea died on the island, giving Park Cheol-han the opportunity to pin the blame on us. Now, we had directly become wanted criminals in Korea. As soon as Tang Jinyan landed, she felt the island was eerie, making her uneasy. Growing up in the north, she hadn't seen many cockroaches, let alone cockroach people this large. Every time she saw one, she would tremble in fear. The Bureau would never expect us to come to the uninhabited island, but the cockroach people here are too terrifying. We can't deal with them at all, Nan Shang said, her nerves suddenly on edge. I knew she had already sensed that cockroach people were watching us from the darkness. There were definitely several pairs of cold eyes hidden in the dense forest. Nan Shang's tension and Tang Jinyan's fear made Chu Lingxian start to panic as well. She began to regret coming to this godforsaken place with me. We had just escaped death, only to fall into a new mess. I simply shook my head lightly. The cockroach boss is indeed formidable, but have you ever thought about this? Back then, why didn't the cockroach boss continue chasing us? He could fly, yet he let us leave safely. I pointed out this oddity, and Nan Shang and Tang Jinyan were immediately stunned. When I left, the cockroach boss had just broken through level 50 and was in the molting phase. At that time, his entire body was glowing white, his hard shell hadn't fully grown, he couldn't fly, and his defense capabilities were weakened, I explained. Tang Jinyan immediately understood my point. You mean, now is the time when the cockroach boss is at his weakest? I nodded. Exactly. So our safe time on the island is limited. We must act quickly and take down the cockroach boss while he's vulnerable, finishing him off in one go. Great idea. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Nan Shang was already fired up, eager to level up and kill monsters. Hold on. Besides the boss, there are plenty of cockroach minions on the island. We'd better hide first, let those 3 people draw attention away, and then we can go find the boss's lair. I looked up and saw 3 figures approaching from afar. It was the group led by the Hornet King, still struggling to make their way here. The 3 of them finally swam ashore, thanks to the mechanical doctor's buff skills, otherwise, they would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Those guys are definitely still on the island. They dared to leave us behind, I'll make sure to catch them. That woman, her figure, I really want to try her out, the Hornet King said with a wild grin. After being suppressed for so long in the Bureau, he was barely able to contain himself now. Meanwhile, Tang Jinyan suddenly sneezed, feeling both nervous and scared. She shrank behind Nan Shang like a frightened bird. Let's find them first. They can call a helicopter, so they must have a way to leave, the mechanical doctor said, comforting his companions while thinking about how to escape. They all knew that if they were caught and brought back, the outcome would be even worse. They had no idea about the true situation on the island, thinking it was our secret base. But as soon as they entered the dense forest, they realized something was wrong. Cockroach people swarmed out, treating them as enemies. These cockroach people's exoskeletons were like natural armor, and their fists were as deadly as weapons. Compared to last time, these creatures had clearly grown stronger. What kind of monsters are these? I locked eyes with a cockroach-like creature, and we could both sense the battle intent in each other's gaze. The cockroach man suddenly leaped forward, moving so fast he was like a black shadow rushing at me, his fist carrying an air-splitting momentum. But I wasn't one to be trifled with. As a level 44 professional player and solo combat expert, I swung my fist to meet his. Our fists collided with a dull thud. To my surprise, this guy's strength was on par with mine. Judging by his appearance, his level might not even be 40, impressive indeed. I smirked coldly, waved my hand, and shot out a toxic spike that pierced through the cockroach man's tough shell. The poison spread quickly, his body stiffened, green foam bubbled from his mouth, and he collapsed straight to the ground. It seemed these cockroach people were sturdy but still no match for me. However, the real trouble was just beginning. More cockroach people surrounded us. I stood at the front with Storm Woman, while the mechanical doctor was behind us. He activated his summoning skills, adding various mechanical armor to our arms and legs, boosting both attack and defense capabilities. Although the mechanical doctor's output wasn't high, his A-grade enhancement talent made him the strongest support in the team. Storm Woman fought alongside me. She could control the wind, and her skills directly tore through the cockroach people's exoskeletons. Even I couldn't help but admire her. Her moves were more ruthless than many damage dealers I've seen. If I were to duel her, I'd have to be extra cautious. My mind raced. Where did all these monsters come from? Could the people who arrived on the island before us have already been devoured by these creatures? Storm Woman reminded me to focus on the immediate problem instead of overthinking. Her brows furrowed. It was clear she hadn't encountered such disgusting monsters before either. She tried hard to endure the discomfort, but her face grew increasingly pale. The mechanical doctor also reminded us to be careful. These cockroach people are not only fast and strong but also quite smart. They even know how to dodge my poison stingers. The mechanical doctor was once a PhD holder who became a player after awakening his talent. During his doctoral studies, his advisor not only exploited him but also caused him trouble, even trying to delay his graduation. Several of his papers were stolen for authorship by the advisor, leaving him with a belly full of resentment. But he was a bookworm and couldn't change anything. Until that day, when the world suddenly changed, he discovered he had special abilities through a game panel. At that moment, he killed his advisor and embarked on a path of no return. I snorted coldly. Trying to dodge my poison stingers? Not so easy. I gathered dozens more stingers in my hand and unleashed the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Dozens of stingers flew out at high speed, their trajectories indistinguishable. In no time, several more cockroach people were hit and fell to the ground. While we were fighting fiercely with the cockroach people, Lu Chen and his team were hiding behind a large reef. Seeing that most of the monsters were drawn to us, they knew it was the perfect opportunity to act. Lu Chen quickly assessed the situation. Those three have decent combat power and can definitely keep most of the cockroach people occupied. Now we sneak into the boss's lair and take care of that monster. The path was smooth, and they soon found a damp and dark cave. The entrance too. The cave was hidden in a crevice, and inside, it was pitch black. Tang Jinyan stood outside, trembling with fear. Lu Chen, I really don't dare to go in. Lu Chen's tone was calm. Fine, but if a monster rushes out, no one will be able to save you. Tang Jinyan's face turned pale, clearly on the verge of tears. Lu Chen continued, Researcher Tang, if you don't even dare to enter the boss's lair, how can you study magical creatures? Or are you just waiting for others to deliver monster corpses to you? After saying this, he ignored her and walked straight into the cave. After all, everyone was still on the wanted list of the Han country's management bureau. Bai Ling was missing, and only by killing the boss could they buy some breathing room. Otherwise, if the boss recovered, the first ones to suffer would undoubtedly be us newcomers to the island. As for why not collaborate with the three from the Wasp King's team? For one, there was a language barrier. For another, Lu Chen didn't trust them. If the three joined forces, Lu Chen would already be hard to deal with. If they discovered a level 50 boss in the cave, they would definitely turn against us. Who could guarantee our safety then? Not to mention, the experience points from a level 50 magical creature are far higher than those from ordinary monsters. Level 50 is already considered a high-level magical creature. If such a formidable enemy were at full strength, even with Lu Chen's over 5 million health points, he might not win. Alright, I'll go in with you. I took a deep breath and mustered my courage. I had to pass this level, there was no choice. As a researcher, no one could escape. Park Cheolhan drank quite a bit last night and was in a good mood. Who would have thought that upon waking, the world had changed? The management bureau was breached, chaos ensued, and many prisoners escaped, leaving heavy casualties. While reviewing last night's surveillance footage, Park Cheolhan immediately spotted Lu Chen. It's him. Park Cheolhan recognized Lu Chen, his face instantly darkening, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear Lu Chen to pieces. Search the entire island for him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, bring Luchin out. Team leader, the Management Bureau's confidential data was also stolen by them. If that information gets exposed, if it leaks, my position is finished. Not only will I lose my job, but I'll also face disciplinary action. If you let Luchin escape, none of you will have peace. Understood. The subordinates nodded quickly, not daring to slack off. At this moment, the situation on the deserted island was tense. The Wasp King and his 2 companions were locked in a fierce battle with a large group of cockroach people. Meanwhile, our group cautiously made our way into a damp and dark lair. As soon as we entered, a putrid smell hit us, resembling rotting mud and moldy leaves. Tang Jinyan covered his nose, his face contorted in pain. I felt equally nauseated. Hardly anyone would willingly come to a place like this. If it weren't for the urgency of killing the boss, I wouldn't have taken this risk. After walking for a while, a white figure appeared ahead, lying on the ground. Cockroach King, level 50, status, weak, defense reduced by 60%, attack reduced by 40%. It's you again? The Cockroach King slowly stood up, recognizing me. Chu Lingxian immediately looked tense. Are we really going to fight him? He's a boss, and a level 51 at that. Even in a weakened state, he's not someone we can handle, especially without a healer. She wasn't wrong. Chu Lingxian only had buff and shield skills, unable to restore teammates' health. If we had a healer, it would be manageable, but asking her to tank damage now was practically suicidal. Still, the situation had reached this point, and Chu Lingxian braced herself and stepped forward. But as soon as she did, I pulled her back. You guard researcher Tang. Leave the rest to me. The Cockroach King hesitated for a moment when he saw me stepping up for a solo fight, but quickly regained his composure. Though injured, he wasn't easy to deal with. Whoosh! The Cockroach King vanished in an instant, appearing right in front of me and slashing down with a hand blade sharp enough to tear a person apart. But I dodged, disappearing into thin air. In that instant, I activated my stealth skill and circled behind the Cockroach King. With a blood demon blade infused with the energy of 1,000,000 souls, I struck him hard from behind. Blood splattered everywhere, and the Cockroach King froze momentarily before launching a frenzied counterattack. The moment I attacked, my stealth was exposed, and I'd need another 2 minutes before I could use it again. The Cockroach King reacted swiftly, kicking me hard and sending me flying. It was only then that Chu Lingxian snapped out of it and cast a shield skill on me. To be honest, applying a shield in this situation would be considered slow in a regular team. Chu Lingxian felt a bit embarrassed herself, but she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Her only concern now was my safety. That kick took off 30,000 health points, pretty intense. I dusted myself off and stood up unscathed. Tang Jinyan observed from the side, quickly jotting down notes. It seems the rules inside the dungeon are the same as outside. As long as health doesn't drop below half, the body won't show obvious injuries. Chu Lingxian was instantly impressed. She had thought I wouldn't be able to hold out, but despite losing 30,000 health, I seemed completely fine. If it had been her, she'd already be down for the count. When the enemy is weak, you have to seize the chance to finish them off. I gripped my blade and attacked again, the edge slicing straight into the Cockroach King's body. At the same time, I re-entered stealth mode. The Cockroach King didn't have detection skills and could only rely on his eyes to find me. When I disappeared, he swung wildly, unable to land a hit. Chu Lingxian guarded Tang Jinyan in a corner, watching the situation unfold. I occasionally got grazed by the Cockroach King's wide-range attacks but didn't make a sound. As long as I didn't actively attack, my stealth wouldn't be broken, giving me up to 3 minutes of invisibility. Seizing the opportunity, I struck the Cockroach King again, his health bar visibly dropping. My attacks left several gashes on the surface of his exoskeleton. He was desperately trying to harden his shell, but with each slash I delivered, his once perfect body began to deform. Even after his exoskeleton fully hardened, the scars would remain. For him, this was unacceptable. It symbolized the destruction of his flawless image. "Lowly human, I'll kill you," he roared in fury. The Cockroach King erupted in rage, and the entire cavern seemed to tremble. I immediately felt an intensified killing intent, my heartbeat quickening as I realized he had entered his second phase. He charged at me in an instant, throwing a punch. I reflexively activated my stealth skill, but I was a fraction too slow. Though I managed to go invisible, his punch still landed. My body was slammed into the nearby stone wall like a ragdoll. Before I could catch my breath, the Cockroach King followed up with another heavy stomp. I quickly rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging it, but my health dropped by over 50,000 in an instant. It's pointless. Unless you have 1,000,000 health, you can't outlast me, he mocked. Only a level 60 boss could have 1,000,000 health, and the Cockroach King wasn't at that level yet. Taking advantage of my stealth, I struck again, and this time he couldn't react at all. With every strike and every stealth attack, his speed slowed, and his health plummeted. The more I fought, the more exhilarated I became, watching his health bar nearing depletion. I'm only level 30 now, and if I can kill a level 50 boss, my experience will skyrocket. My stealth skill became his nightmare, he could only watch as I whittled him down bit by bit. The Cockroach King finally realized what was happening and tried to call for reinforcements from the cockroach men outside, but he discovered that they were being wiped out one by one. Clearly, the players outside were frantically hunting down the smaller mobs. Suddenly, the Cockroach King turned and launched an energy wave attack at Tang Jinyan and the other two. Zhu Lingxian couldn't block it, and without thinking, I stepped in front of them, taking the attack head-on. In that brief moment, the Cockroach King used a flash step to escape from the depths of the cave and rushed outside. He wasn't stupid, he had used a diversion tactic to buy himself time to flee. Tang Jinyan noticed this and quickly took note. He said that many players used to think monsters were brainless, but some of them are actually highly intelligent. In battles of the same level, smart monsters are far more dangerous than those relying solely on brute force. After taking the attack, I realized my weapon could only block physical attacks. When faced with intangible energy waves, only a shield or my body could withstand them. As the Cockroach King rushed out, I immediately chased after him. On the island, Wasp King, Storm Lady, and Mechanical Doctor had already dealt with all the cockroach men, but they were in bad shape as well. These cockroach men are such a pain. If it weren't for Mechanical Doctor, we'd all be done for. Wasp King cursed angrily. He had initially thought following me would lead to some good fortune, but this hellish place was proving to be deadly. He had even harbored some fantasies about Tang Jinyan before, but now he was fully awake to reality. Glancing around, he shook his head and sighed, "See if you can find any corpses." Mechanical Doctor teased him, "You really don't let anything go, do you? Even corpses?" As they spoke, a white figure suddenly appeared. The Cockroach King, seeing the remains of his kind scattered everywhere, erupted with killing intent. Wasp King and the others noticed him as well. Wasp King's eyes lit up. An injured boss. He had already gained a lot of experience from killing the cockroach men earlier. If he could take down the boss, he could level up at least once more. Besides, a level 50 boss was a rare sight, even in a sea-level dungeon. Mechanical Doctor warned him to be careful, but Wasp King couldn't care less. Without hesitation, he attacked. His venomous stingers rained down like a storm, but the Cockroach King blocked them all with a wave of his hand and casually brushed them aside. Ignoring their attacks, the Cockroach King opened his mouth and sucked in all the blood and flesh from the remains on the ground. After swallowing the flesh, his health didn't visibly recover, but his body color changed from jade white to dark red, making him look even more terrifying. His exoskeleton grew thicker and harder, and it could still turn black, which would make it the strongest defensive state. Now, his attack, defense, and speed were all fully enhanced. His gaze swept over each of us, his killing intent undisguised. The scene before me was shocking. The Cockroach King pierced through Wasp King's body with an almost unbelievable speed. Wasp King didn't even have time to react, his chest had already been blown open, leaving a gaping hole. His health was already low, and he was covered in injuries. In an instant, the Cockroach King executed a one-hit kill, leaving no chance for resistance. The Wasp King looked at the Mechanical Doctor in terror and urgently shouted, "Quick! Give me the potion!" But just as the Mechanical Doctor was about to act, the Cockroach King's killing intent locked onto him. He froze in place, not daring to make a sound, as if he might become the next prey at any moment. Stormwoman was also too frightened to move. The oppressive aura brought by the Cockroach King was overwhelming, making it hard to breathe. She even wondered in her heart why the Cockroach King had only appeared now. If he had shown up earlier, they would have been wiped out long ago. Could something have held him back before? I couldn't help but start speculating. I rushed over from behind, just in time to witness the Cockroach King instantly kill the Wasp King. Without time to think, I immediately charged forward. Using my stealth skill, the Cockroach King didn't notice my approach. I raised my blade, but instead of aiming at the Cockroach King, I delivered a fatal blow to the Wasp King. Because I knew that the Cockroach King could level up by killing players. The Wasp King was still high level, and if the Cockroach King gained that experience, the trouble ahead would be even greater. If I let him level up again, killing him would be almost impossible. I acted decisively, blood splattered as my blade cleanly ended the Wasp King's life. In his final moments, the Wasp King probably never dreamed that he would die by my hand instead of the boss's. After killing the Wasp King, my experience bar remained unchanged. Players only gain experience by killing monsters. So, to prevent the Cockroach King from leveling up, I had to take out the Wasp King myself. Now, it was time for a direct confrontation between me and the Cockroach King. The Cockroach King completely ignored the mechanical doctor and Stormwoman, his gaze fixed solely on me. He threw a punch, and I couldn't block it, being sent flying instantly. My body hit the ground heavily, and before I could react, the Cockroach King had already dashed over like a ghost, grabbing my neck and dragging me across the ground. At this moment, the Cockroach King had evolved to the third stage, his power reaching terrifying levels. I finally understood that his earlier departure wasn't an escape but a move to grow stronger, all for the purpose of taking me down now. Each attack clearly showed my health bar dropping, losing 200,000 HP every 30 seconds. Yet even so, I didn't panic. At this point, stealth was useless. The Cockroach King's health bar was nearly depleted, while I still had over 3 million HP left. This was the perfect opportunity to fight him head-on and wear him down. I was confident I could outlast him. Summon Nether Mount. The mount let out a sharp cry and descended from the sky, its hooves stomping fiercely on the Cockroach King's back, pinning him to the ground. The Cockroach King roared in fury, releasing a shockwave that flipped the Nether Mount over. I seized the chance to jump onto the mount and create distance from the Cockroach King. In the distance, the mechanical doctor and Stormwoman were stunned. They clearly couldn't believe that, despite my lower level, I could withstand the Cockroach King's terrifying attacks. If it were them, they'd be dead already. Against a boss like this, wouldn't a normal person need a team to even have a chance in a one-on-one fight? Now, even they were hoping I could win. With the acceleration of the Nether Mount, my speed soared to 150 meters per second. Compared to the Cockroach King, this was finally an advantage. The Cockroach King and I charged at each other, facing off head-on. It was like two beasts in an arena, both going all out with no retreat. The mechanical doctor and Stormwoman, who had been watching from the sidelines, were frozen as if witnessing a miracle. Was this still a human? No, the person before them, Liu Chen, was as fierce as a boss. Next, the Cockroach King and I engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with both of our health bars rapidly depleting. Finally, after a series of relentless attacks, I delivered a heavy strike that broke through his shell, my blade piercing his body. Blood splattered across the sky, and I felt as though I was standing in a rain of blood, defeating the Cockroach King boss, gaining 100,000 experience points, with an additional reward of 50,000 experience points. The experience bar jumped 3 times in a row, and the glow of leveling up came wave after wave. The mechanical doctor and Storm Lady were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that, even with the Cockroach King in a weakened state, no one could end the battle solo like this. If someone had told them before that it was possible to solo the Cockroach King, they would have laughed it off as a joke. But now, they witnessed it with their own eyes. Liu Chen did it. Everything happening before them left them no choice but to believe. My level was already low, so gaining extra experience from this kill and leveling up 3 times in one go made perfect sense. The mechanical doctor and Storm Lady didn't pay much attention to my leveling up. What they cared about was what valuable loot might drop from the Cockroach King: materials, equipment, or perhaps something even rarer. At that moment, a glow appeared on the Cockroach King's body. As the light faded, the loot was finally revealed. 3 pieces of equipment, a blue sword and 2 green items. For me, equipment needs aren't high. Unless it boosts vitality or movement speed, I don't care much about attack or defense gear. So, I stored the equipment in my backpack, planning to sell it directly when I returned to Linyuan City. Besides the equipment, the Cockroach King also dropped a book. A skill book? Before I could react, the mechanical doctor had already figured it out. It's actually a talent book, he exclaimed in surprise. Using it can grant a brand new talent. For most players, this is a dream come true. I never expected it to drop from a level 50 boss. The mechanical doctor's eyes were filled with envy, and Storm Lady's face showed equal longing. To become a professional player, the first step is awakening better talents. Many people are dissatisfied with their current talents, as they progress very slowly. Although people say there's no hierarchy among professions, in reality, output professions are always stronger. Killing monsters quickly means leveling up quickly. Support and buff professions, on the other hand, can hardly level up on their own and have to rely on tagging along for experience, making their progress painfully slow. In dungeons, high-level players naturally suppress lower-level ones. The higher the level, the stronger the overall power. Level is the fundamental determinant of strength. Even if you have excellent equipment and powerful talents, if your level doesn't keep up, you'll still only be seen as a potential talent. I was well aware that the 2 of them were itching to snatch the talent book. Storm Lady secretly gave the mechanical doctor a look, signaling to team up against me. I coldly asked, "Are you planning to steal my loot?" Storm Lady retorted bluntly, "Finders keepers. If you take it all, that's just selfish." I immediately swung the blood demon blade, slapping her across the face and even knocking off some of her health. Storm Lady's eyes widened in fury, as if she wanted to tear me apart. She was a level 40 professional player, while I had just leveled up to 33. In her eyes, I had no right to treat her like this. Enraged, she attacked immediately, sending several wind blades flying my way. I faced her without fear, swinging my blade and cutting her health down to less than half. "Say one more word, and I'll kill you right now." Storm Lady fell silent instantly. Her wind blades had clearly hit me, yet I remained completely unharmed. She instantly lost her fighting spirit. She knew very well that even if she struck me 10 times, it wouldn't compare to 1 strike from me. What chance did she have? Ignoring their reactions entirely, I reached out and picked up the talent book. Skill books require a certain level to use, but talent books take effect immediately upon use. Talent, the Undying Cockroach. Can withstand 3 fatal attacks? This kind of thing requires no hesitation. I chose to use it on the spot. Right now, my health is 6 million, making it already difficult for anyone to kill me, but I'm not absolutely invincible. As long as the health bar is visible, there's always a chance of being killed. But with this talent, I essentially gain 3 extra lives. But strangely, why haven't Tang Jinyan and the others come out yet? Did you encounter any problems? It seems I need to go back and check. But before that, I must deal with the mechanical doctor and Storm Lady first. I said coldly, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, accept restraint, and I can spare your lives. 2, die immediately." The mechanical doctor frowned and asked in broken Mandarin, "Is there no third option?" I began counting down directly, 3, 2. Left with no choice, the mechanical doctor had to agree. After all, I could single-handedly defeat the level 50 Cockroach King and had just acquired a new talent. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to beat me. Moreover, I hadn't shown any signs of weakness in my actions. Who knew if I was actually on the verge of collapse? But I remained completely calm. After weighing his options, the mechanical doctor decided not to take the risk. After all, gamblers never end well, losing would mean certain death. In the end, the mechanical doctor and Storm Lady had no choice but to accept my proposal. I took out the bone flute and summoned the goblin minion, instructing him to use goblin shackles to lock the 2 of them up. As long as players below level 50 were bound by these shackles, all their panel abilities would be completely sealed. The mechanical doctor and Storm Lady had no choice but to obey, unable to pull any tricks. When the goblin minion was summoned, it was noticeably different from before. Lu Chen looked at the big goblin in front of him, feeling delighted. The original goblin minion had evolved into a big goblin after consuming the sap of the giant tree, growing significantly larger. A loyal goblin as a subordinate not only saved effort but also ensured reliability. As long as the bone flute was in hand, the goblin would never betray me. The big goblin securely locked the two up and handed me the key. I kept the key and left the prison confidently. Returning to the lair, traces of the battle remained, but Tang Jinyan and the others were nowhere to be found. I knew they couldn't have left quietly. They must have been restrained by something. Could it be that besides the Cockroach King, there was an even more troublesome presence in this lair? My heart immediately tensed. Following the footprints on the ground, I discovered an even deeper passage. Tang Jinyan and the others must have gone inside. I quickly followed them into the passage. Ahead, Tang Jinyan and Chu Lingxian were tightly holding onto Nanshang's waist. The two were terrified, and although Nanshang had initially managed to stay calm, their behavior was making him nervous as well. Holding a flashlight, Nanshang led the way forward. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind. "Help!" Tang Jinyan screamed as soon as she heard the noise. Nanshang reacted quickly, drawing his sword and turning around. "It's me." I had just entered, and the tip of his sword nearly touched my forehead. Nanshang breathed a sigh of relief. "Lu Chen, is the Cockroach King dealt with?" I nodded to indicate it was taken care of. Looking around, I saw countless oval-shaped insect eggs, their shells revealing wriggling movements inside. If all these eggs hatched, the coastal cities of Han Country would likely be doomed. Tang Jinyan hesitated, unsure of what to do. I raised my hand and pierced one of the eggs with the blood demon blade, causing my experience bar to jump slightly. Although the experience gained wasn't much, the sheer number of eggs meant clearing them all would yield significant rewards. I casually said, "Be decisive. Clear out this pile of eggs." Just as I was about to act, the largest egg suddenly emitted a voice. "Stop. Don't destroy the eggs." I frowned and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The voice was fluent, unlike the stuttering or sluggish speech typical of ordinary monsters. "I am the mother of the insect race," she replied slowly. The mother of the insect race continued, "You defeated the Cockroach King, proving your strength. If you are willing to submit to the insect race, all the elite insects that hatch from these eggs can be at your command. With them, conquering Han Country would be effortless. Agree, and the insect race will be your army." Her words left me stunned. She spoke as if I were merely a blood demon knight, not recognizing me as human. What shocked me even more was that the mother of the insect race actually wanted me to lead the insect race to invade Han Country. I sneered, "Become a servant of monsters? No way. If you have nothing else to say, prepare to die." I raised my blade again. "Wait. I'll offer you a great benefit." The mother of the Zerg was anxious. She conjured a potion out of thin air. "This is a specially crafted upgrade potion. Drink it, and you'll instantly level up by 10. The potion appeared out of nowhere, looking incredibly magical. Normally, leveling up required slowly accumulating experience by killing monsters, but this instant 10-level upgrade item was practically cheating. However, the easier something seemed, the more suspicious it became. She had just tried to bribe me earlier, and now she was offering a grand gift. Something definitely felt off. "No thanks. Who knows what you've added to it? I wouldn't dare drink it." I refused decisively. Tang Jinyan, on the other hand, stared at the potion with excitement, itching to study it immediately. Unfortunately, before he could even touch it, the mother of the Zerg took it back. In fact, there really was something wrong with the potion. Drinking it would make you completely obedient to her. Seeing that both bribery and manipulation had failed, the mother of the Zerg's expression changed. Suddenly, she conjured wind thunder wings out of thin air. I was instantly intrigued, as I had never seen such an item before. These are wind thunder wings, crafted from special magical creatures. Equip them, and you can fly anytime. This item, rest assured, won't harm you. This time, I didn't refuse and directly took the wind thunder wings into my hands. A system notification popped up: Wind Thunder Wings, personally crafted by the mother of the Zerg, special item, no level requirement, speed increased 5-fold. I carefully inspected them and found no issues. How do I use these Wind Thunder Wings? I asked. The mother of the Zerg seemed to have been waiting for this question and smiled brightly. Wind Thunder Wings, wind on the left, thunder on the right, entirely up to your will. As long as you possess the power of wind or thunder, you can activate them. Unfortunately, I had neither wind nor thunder attributes. However, Chen Lei's abilities matched the requirements, which immediately reminded me of him. I suddenly felt like I was being played. I don't have the power of wind or thunder. To me, this item is as good as useless. The mother of the Zerg had thought ahead, though. Besides wind and thunder power, you can also use blood to activate them. Your blood demon blade already consumes blood, so using wind thunder wings will definitely be taxing. If you're willing to release these insect eggs, I can give you a thunder pearl, which won't require extra blood consumption. I ignored her offer and directly stored the wind thunder wings in my inventory. The mother of the Zerg seemed quite pleased with this and smiled. The next second, I raised my blade and slashed down, destroying dozens of insect eggs. Their shells shattered, and the larvae inside had no ability to resist, leaving me free to harvest them. Thanks for the wind thunder wings, but I don't need the thunder pearl. For the first time, I tried using the wind thunder wings. A pair of transparent, thin wings immediately appeared behind me. Blood flowed from my back into the wind thunder wings, and the originally crystal clear wings turned blood red in an instant. I could clearly feel my blood level dropping, and the rate was quite fast, 1000 points per second. At this pace, I'd lose 3.6 million blood points in an hour. Fortunately, I wouldn't be using them for an entire hour. Once I activated the wind thunder wings, my speed instantly increased 5-fold, reaching nearly 200 meters per second. I harvested the large number of insect eggs in front of me, and my experience bar skyrocketed. Although each egg only provided 1 experience point, there were so many eggs that killing them was endless. Experience plus 1045, experience plus 999. I went completely berserk. The mother of the Zerg hurriedly activated the eggs to hatch prematurely, allowing the larvae to burrow into the soil to escape. Although most of the larvae managed to get underground, hatching prematurely would weaken their future strength significantly. Thinking of this, the mother of the Zerg was utterly furious. At that moment, a loud rumble echoed throughout the mountain range, as if it were about to collapse. This is bad. The place is going to cave in. Nan Shang grabbed Tang Jingyan and ran desperately toward the exit. Chu Lingxian stood frozen in place, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't even see the mother of the Zerg's information panel. Even I could feel the overwhelming power of the mother of the Zerg. If we were to face her head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Lingxian had a premonition that humanity stood no chance against the Zerg Queen. The nest could collapse at any moment, but her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, making it impossible to run. Just as a massive boulder came crashing down from above, I accelerated with my wind thunder wings and carried her out of danger. The wind thunder wings on my back felt as if they were a natural part of me, completely under my control, and I experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The 4 of us barely managed to escape, each still catching their breath. Those larvae have burrowed underground. They'll definitely make a comeback in the future, Tang Jingyan said, frowning. On one side, the Ghost Clan was preparing to attack Linyuan City, while on this island, the Zerg Queen was readying for an invasion. Once those larvae fully matured, Han Nation would likely fall completely. It seemed that monsters were invading the human world from all directions. But why? Tang Jingyan was filled with doubt. No one, however, could provide an answer. I also felt it was a pity that I hadn't been able to destroy all the Zerg eggs. The ones I killed probably didn't even amount to 1/10,000th of the total. If I had wiped out all the eggs, I could have leveled up at least twice more. Lu Chen, why didn't you just agree to the Zerg Queen's offer? Opportunities to become the ruler of a nation don't come around often, Zhu Lingxian said, startling me. I hadn't expected her to have such thoughts. Human society hasn't completely collapsed yet because no one in Xia Nation has cleared the 50th floor of the dungeon. If panel abilities become widespread, society will definitely fall into chaos. Other nations are already on the brink, with laws and order barely holding on. To survive in the future, one must be strong enough, Zhu Lingxian said pragmatically, even considering the possibility of relying on the Zerg Queen. That's just your personal opinion. I'm not willing. Humanity's fate should be in its own hands, not ruled by monsters, I replied firmly. I was well aware that the Zerg Queen's goodwill was merely a ploy to get me to help her conquer Han Nation. I would never side with monsters. My mind was entirely focused on rescuing Bai Ling. On the island, I found a phone on a deceased person and had Zhu Lingxian immediately call the bureau. Following my instructions, Zhu Lingxian identified herself over the phone, and the bureau quickly hung up. Less than 10 minutes later, they called back. This time, the caller was Park Shahan. I had Zhu Lingxian relay my message verbatim, tell him I have all the evidence of their human trafficking. If they want it back, they'll have to return Bai Ling to me. Park Shahan tried to probe by asking me to hand over the evidence first, but I refused to budge. If I don't see Bai Ling, not a single piece of evidence will leave my hands. The call ended quickly. Park Shahan seemed somewhat pleased. He had been searching for me for so long, never expecting me to contact him first. He immediately ordered, trace the origin of this call. Soon, his subordinates reported, Chief, the signal comes from an uninhabited island 100 kilometers away. He slammed the table, suddenly realizing the truth. The most dangerous place is often the safest. He had never expected me to hide in such a location. If I hadn't reached out, he would have had no leads. Now that my location was exposed, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He had no intention of returning Bai Ling to me, as she was still useful to him. As for me, even if I escaped to a deserted island, I couldn't evade them. Send out the order. Mobilize all players above level 40 in the bureau, he commanded, planning to lead the operation himself to capture me. But just then, an unexpected call disrupted his plans. A cold voice on the other end said, Lu Chen has evidence of our years of crimes. He must be eliminated at all costs. Park Shahan was ready to take action personally, but the caller dismissed him coldly. I don't care how you handle it. I only want the water of life. If I don't see it within 7 days, your position won't be secure. Whether or not the evidence is destroyed, I have plenty of ways to make you step down. The water of life is an item capable of cleansing all negative states and healing all injuries, but it only exists in the ruins of the temple and the dungeon. Only players with holy professions have a chance to obtain it. Park Chiolhan sought Bai Ling to retrieve it, but failed several times. The temple's mechanisms were too difficult to break, and several of his subordinates above level 40 had already died in the process. These were elite players he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. The last time, due to the great escape I caused, the Management Bureau suffered heavy losses. He was heartbroken, but he couldn't refuse the demands of his superior. If it weren't for a single word from above, he wouldn't even be sure if he could remain as the team leader. Now, caught between two forces, Park Chiolhan was in a dilemma. He didn't dare offend his superiors, but I was also a threat to him. The thought that as long as I was alive, his days would be filled with unease made him decide not to take the risk himself. Instead, he arranged for other members of the Management Bureau to lead the operation. This time, the team leader sent was Kim Mo-yun, his most trusted confidant. Kim led over 10 top-tier professional players and planned to use 3 helicopters to head straight for the island. On the helicopter, Kim Mo-yun held my file in his hand. With a mocking smile, he casually read aloud, Blood Demon Knight relies on consuming life to enhance attack power. Without a healer nearby, he's just a useless piece of trash. Confident in this operation, he viewed capturing me as child's play. However, deep down, he was harboring a lot of anger about this mission. On the day the management bureau was thrown into chaos, several detained players took advantage of the situation to escape, killing many guards in the process, including one of his relatives. That relative had been specially placed there by Park Cheol-han, a supposedly secure and stable job, but ended up dying in the turmoil. Thinking about this, his killing intent grew even stronger. This mission, on the surface, was about capturing me, but in reality, as long as the file was brought back, my life or death was of no concern. The entire island had already been ravaged by monsters, with all food long since plundered by the cockroach men. Apart from plants, there were no birds or beasts left on the ground. I gained a more direct understanding of the environmental destruction caused by these monsters. Fortunately, there were plenty of fish by the sea. I flew over the water, swung my blood demon blade a few times to stir up the water, and managed to stun the fish, dragging them up to stave off hunger. Thanks to my efforts, everyone finally had a hot meal tonight. Beside me were Storm Lady and Mechanical Bow. I was already starving to the point where my stomach was sticking to my back. Watching Lu Chen and the others sitting around the campfire, devouring grilled fish, the aroma of fish wafting through the air, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Nan Shang still had some conscience. Seeing how pitiful Storm Lady and I were, she shared a bit of fish with us. Actually, Lu Chen had caught plenty of fish, enough for all of us to eat our fill. But Storm Lady and I were shackled, making it difficult to eat fish. Tang Jinyan couldn't bear to watch and persuaded Lu Chen to remove our shackles. However, I quickly waved my hand to refuse, not because I didn't want the convenience, but because I was terrified. Lu Chen had said early on that without the shackles, death would be inevitable. Compared to life, the difficulty of eating fish was trivial. As long as I could fill my stomach, nothing else mattered. This was a deserted island, with no other living humans besides us, so no one would care about our sorry state. At night, no one could sleep. Nan Shang suddenly spoke, "Will Park Cheol-han really release Bai Ling?" She looked worried. I also felt it wouldn't be that simple. Someone like Park Cheol-han would never compromise easily. Chu Lingxian said coldly, "He definitely won't release her easily. Otherwise, why would he capture her? Once he sets his sights on someone, it's almost impossible for them to get out." She paused and suggested, "I think we might as well upload the file we have online right now and expose Park Cheol-han's crimes." But Tang Jinyan didn't act on this suggestion. Instead, he looked at Lu Chen, as if waiting for his decision. Lu Chen shook his head, "We can't act yet. If we expose the file too early, it would be like showing our final card, and that guy would have nothing left to worry about. Bai Ling would be in even greater danger. Since he agreed to release her, whether true or not, at least he still cares about what we have in our hands." Lu Chen turned to Chu Lingxian and asked, "You used to work at the bureau. Do you know where Bai Ling might be sent?" Chu Lingxian thought for a moment and answered softly, "The bureau is entirely involved in human trafficking. They don't care about ordinary people, they mainly target skilled professional players, especially frontline professions. Every time there's a dungeon raid, these players suffer the most casualties, and all major guilds lack frontline players, so as long as there are such players, they are frantically bought up. The higher the price, the better. Our companion is a holy priest profession, someone who can increase the survival rate of the entire team. Whether it's a dungeon or a raid, they're highly sought after. If they were really bought by a major guild, rescuing them wouldn't be easy." Nan Shang was puzzled. "Why?" Chu Lingxian explained, "The bureau might fear trouble if caught trafficking people, but guilds buying players is legal. They sign contracts with players, and the breach penalties are astronomical. Trying to take someone from a guild is almost impossible." We discussed late into the night, and no one spoke further. In the end, Lu Chen decided to observe Park Cheol-han's actions for now. If anything happened to Bai Ling, Lu Chen said he wouldn't let the bureau or Park Cheol-han off the hook. The next morning, at dawn, the sea was shrouded in thick fog. Standing on the shore, I suddenly noticed 3 flashes of red light in the distance within the mist. I quickly recognized them as the signal lights on the tails of helicopters. 3 helicopters were flying toward the island. I glanced around and saw that the mechanical doctor and Storm Lady, who had slept by the tree last night, were already gone. As soon as the helicopters landed, the mechanical doctor and Storm Lady rushed over. Although they hated the Bureau, compared to staying on a deserted island, having helicopters to escape was preferable even if it meant returning as prisoners. The two ran up to Jean Maoyan and were immediately taken in, their expressions showing relief. The mechanical doctor urged anxiously, "Jean Maoyan, take us back quickly." The mechanical doctor understood that the noise of the helicopter rotors was too loud and would soon alert Lu Chen. By then, no one would be able to escape. With the opportunity now, he dared not delay. Jean Maoyan looked at them. "I didn't expect to catch you here. No wonder we couldn't find you before. Where's the Wasp King?" "He's already dead," the mechanical doctor replied without turning back. Jean Maoyan's lips curled into a smile, feeling lucky today. Catching two fugitives by chance was an unexpected bonus. The mechanical doctor grew more anxious. "You've caught us, so why not take us away quickly?" Jean Maoyan, however, sensed something amiss. "There are more than just you two on this island, right? We tracked your phone signal here. Is Lu Chen also on the island?" Beside him was a specialist in lie detection, staring at the mechanical doctor. The mechanical doctor didn't lie and nodded directly. "He's telling the truth." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Jean Maoyan's eyes. I felt a surge of joy inside. My target was Lu Chen. If he wasn't here, this trip would have been in vain. "Take these two away," Jean Maoyan ordered, clearly unwilling to leave just yet. The mechanical doctor suddenly panicked. "You won't find Lu Chen. You can't imagine how strong he is, you're no match for him." Jean Maoyan gestured for everyone to stop and signaled the mechanical doctor to continue. "What do you mean by that? Jean Maoyan, you should know the current situation of this deserted island, right?" Jean Maoyan looked around. Of course, he knew the island had long been overrun by those cockroach-like monsters. However, not a single living cockroach monster was visible now. The leader here was taken down by Lu Chen. He dealt with it alone. And then? Jean Maoyan sneered. "That cockroach king was a level 50 boss," Storm Lady added. This one sentence left Jean Maoyan stunned. His expression changed, and the others were so shocked they couldn't speak. Just how powerful was Lu Chen? Even a level 50 boss can be taken down solo. Even if our captain, Park Cheolhan, were here, he wouldn't be able to defeat a level 50 boss alone. How could Lu Chen manage it? Jean Maoyan's tone was impatient. "Are you trying to scare me? I'm not lying to you. That's just the truth. There's no need to act now, let's go back and talk about it." The mechanical doctor tried to persuade him again. But Jean Maoyan didn't take Lu Chen seriously at all. He doesn't have a healer with him now, and he's probably injured. He's just a spent force. Jean Maoyan directly ordered his men to temporarily detain the mechanical doctor and Storm Girl, planning to deal with Lu Chen first, retrieve the data, and then return together. Before Jean Maoyan could go looking for Lu Chen had already stepped forward on his own. Seeing Jean Maoyan leading a group of people in bureau uniforms surrounding him, I immediately understood what was going on. "Where's Bai Ling?" I asked. "She didn't come." "Take him down," Jean Maoyan commanded. Hearing this, my gaze instantly turned cold. I had intended to make a deal with Park Cheolhan, but who would have thought he'd go back on his word? It seems Park Cheolhan won't believe it until he sees the consequences. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think I'm easy to bully. As a dozen players surrounded me, I instantly activated my stealth skill. My figure disappeared, and the scene descended into chaos. Before they could react, I silently ambushed one of them from behind. With one skill, that person was instantly killed. Before the others could recover, I disappeared from their sight again. Use your skills to force him out. Stay together, don't spread out. Jean Maoyan began to command. He didn't reach level 45 by sheer luck, he'd encountered stealth monsters in dungeons before. Stealth skills are indeed tricky, but as long as everyone sticks together, there's no fear of being picked off one by one. Once I attack, I'll reveal myself, and then they can gang up on me. Jean Maoyan thought his plan was foolproof, but little did he know, I wasn't afraid of their focused fire attacks at all. At this moment, I was in the crowd, specifically targeting those with low health. Each time I struck, my stealth was forcibly cancelled, but I had no intention of retreating. Instead, I decisively and efficiently eliminated my target. After killing so many monsters, killing people now felt like playing a game. I was almost numb to it. Honestly, if they hadn't attacked me first, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Since they wouldn't let me go, I had no reason to show them mercy. There he is! Jean Maoyan shouted, thrusting his golden spear straight at me. This strike cost me nearly 20,000 HP. That golden spear was a blue-tier weapon with particularly high damage boosting effects, making it extremely powerful. Not only Jean Maoyan, but the others also managed to deal some damage to me. But even under their collective assault, I only lost a bit of health and seemed almost unscathed, quickly going back into stealth. Jean Maoyan grew nervous now. He could accept losing a few people as long as he could take me down in the end. But he still underestimated my health pool. Even after taking over 50,000 damage from their attacks, I continued fighting as if nothing had happened. Over here! Someone spotted my trail, and skills were launched at me from all directions. I was planning to circle around to the back and look for another opportunity, but a barrage of skills locked onto me, making me wonder if I was even in stealth at all. Something was off. How could they see me? Lu Chen quickly realized that it was a mage player on the opposing side who had hit him. A giant eye immediately appeared above his head. As long as the eye was there, his every move was completely exposed. His stealth skill was rendered useless, but this didn't surprise Lu Chen at all. He had already read on professional player forums that there was no such thing as an absolutely invincible skill. Even stealth had its counters. Moreover, true strength was the ultimate rule. Relying on a few minor skills would never allow one to dominate the battlefield now. The eye above his head was still there, so even if he went invisible again, it would be useless. Seeing that Lu Chen had finally revealed his position, Jean Maoyan looked smug, thinking he had seized the opportunity. The group regrouped and launched a fierce attack on Lu Chen. At that moment, a pair of violent wind and thunder wings suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen. As his health depleted, the wings turned blood red, and his speed skyrocketed instantly. He lost 1,000 health points per second, but in exchange, he gained explosive mobility. With the blood demon blade in hand, Lu Chen seemed possessed by a god of slaughter, charging forward relentlessly, moving so fast that his opponents couldn't react in time. The mage players in the opposing rear had control skills, but they required precise aiming, and Lu Chen's speed made it impossible to catch his movements. He weaves nimbly through the crowd, leaving his opponents completely defenseless. Each flash of his blade meant another opponent fell. Almost every few strikes resulted in an instant kill. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chen had already reached Jean Maoyan. Run! The mechanical doctor beside him urgently urged Jean Maoyan. There was still a chance to escape by helicopter. He had long understood Lu Chen's strength, but the outcome before him was even more brutal than he had imagined. Lu Chen alone had completely suppressed the entire squad, leaving no one able to stand against him. Jean Maoyan didn't even have a chance to fight back. Watching his companions fall one by one, Jean Maoyan's face was filled with unwillingness. Gritting his teeth, he picked up his golden spear and charged at Lu Chen with all his might. He was clearly a higher level than Lu Chen, so why was his team suffering such heavy casualties? Jean Maoyan's spear did indeed strike Lu Chen. He thought he had turned the tide, but to his surprise, Lu Chen remained unfazed, countering with a single slash that left a massive wound on Jean Maoyan's body. Blood gushed out as Jean Maoyan hurriedly took out a recovery potion to heal himself. The desperate spear he had thrust at Lu Chen was nothing more than a scratch, while Lu Chen's single strike had severely injured him. Jean Maoyan's face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the level gap was meaningless? Why could Lu Chen withstand so many attacks and remain unscathed? How much health did he have? At this point, the squad of over 10 people had been reduced to Jean Maoyan standing alone. The blood demon blade in Lu Chen's hand gleamed coldly, and Jean Maoyan understood that he had completely lost. I don't understand. You don't have a healer, so why do you still have so much health? Jean Maoyan had resigned himself to his fate, wanting to understand the truth before his death. To his surprise, Lu Chen withdrew the Blood Demon Blade. Contact Park Cheolhan now and tell him this is the final ultimatum. If he still refuses to release Bai Ling, not only will he fail to obtain the information he wants, but the entire bureau will face dire consequences, Lu Chen said coldly, suppressing his fury. Beside him, Chu Lingxian translated his words for Jean Maoyan. Jean Maoyan dared not delay and immediately called Park Cheolhan. However, Park Cheolhan was not at the bureau but outside the sanctuary ruins on the 58th floor of the dungeon. Unable to reach him by phone, Jean Maoyan could only notify the bureau to send someone to the dungeon to deliver the message. Even with the bureau's efficiency, it would take at least half a day to get the message to Park Cheolhan. Lu Chen and his team could only wait for now. When the bureau received the news, the entire department was thrown into chaos as if the sky had fallen. The elite squad they had dispatched had been completely crushed by Lu Chen alone, almost entirely wiped out. They dared not slack off and quickly sent someone to the dungeon to deliver the message. Dungeon, 58th floor. Passing through the mountains, a dazzling golden light came into view. This light was neither sunlight nor moonlight but the radiant glow of the sanctuary. The golden palace stood tall atop the mountain, shimmering with a dangerous brilliance. The sanctuary was filled with treasures, and countless people had perished in pursuit of them. Park Cheolhan and Bai Ling stepped into the sanctuary together, their goal being the legendary Water of Life. The sanctuary was enveloped in divine light, and only players with holy-type professions could withstand it. Ordinary players lost about 5 health points per second, meaning no one could stay here for long. The Water of Life is guarded by temple sentinels, powerful puppets immune to any skills. To obtain the Water of Life, only players of divine professions can enter, while others must stay outside to distract the sentinels. As one approaches the target, the holy light grows increasingly intense, and even players with high health cannot last more than a few seconds. Only Bai Ling can complete this task, there is no other choice. My role is to lead the team and draw the sentinels' attention, ensuring Bai Ling can advance smoothly. Charge! I gave the order, and as planned, I was the first to lead the team into the temple, drawing all the sentinels' focus. These temple sentinels are rigid mechanical monsters with no intelligence. The upside is that they easily develop hatred toward us, treating us as intruders. There are 12 sentinels in total, each nearly indestructible, making a direct confrontation impossible. But defeating them was never my intention, all I needed was to hold them off. Bai Ling quietly bypassed them, heading deeper into the temple. However, the sentinels were too strong, and soon someone in our team fell, crushed to death by the sentinels. The sentinels quickly shifted their focus to Bai Ling run. I shouted, but she couldn't understand. Worse still, as a priest, Bai Ling was inherently bad at escaping. I quickly realized the problem. Bai Ling alone could never get close to the Water of Life. She needed protection. But simultaneously drawing the attention of 20 sentinels was nearly impossible. No matter how hard I tried, some sentinels would still head toward Bai Ling inside the temple. The sentinels attacked anyone they saw. Even though Bai Ling was a divine priest, the sentinels didn't recognize this and attacked indiscriminately. Left with no choice, I rushed back to shield Bai Ling and continued running deeper into the temple. But with every step forward, the holy light inside the temple inflicted greater damage on me. My health dropped rapidly, from 5 points per second initially to dozens, then hundreds. At this rate, I wouldn't last long. Even if I managed to escort Bai Ling close to the Water of Life, I would die from the holy light before succeeding. Bai Ling was even more defenseless. Once the sentinels spotted her, death was inevitable. After covering less than a fifth of the distance, I realized this approach was hopeless. If we didn't retreat immediately, we wouldn't even have a way out. To save our lives, I had no choice but to lead Bai Ling back the way we came. This operation was a complete failure. Not only did we fail to obtain the Water of Life, but we also lost several team members, all of whom died trying to distract the sentinels for me. I felt frustrated and unwilling to accept this outcome. If it weren't for orders from above, I would never have taken such a risk. But the order was clear: the Water of Life must be obtained within 7 days, or I would be finished. I had already given my all this time, yet the result was a crushing defeat, leaving me even more distressed. Unexpectedly, just as I returned outside and hadn't even caught my breath, someone came running to report. Team leader, Jean Maoyan's team also failed. Everyone in his team except him was killed by Lu Chen alone. And Lu Chen said he won't release Bai Ling, plans to expose all the information, and even intends to go to the management bureau to settle accounts with you. I was stunned on the spot. Lu Chen single-handedly took down an entire team? How was that possible? The island's boss was defeated by Lu Chen, and his strength has increased significantly. He also learned stealth skills and acquired flying and speed-boosting items, the subordinate reported. Suddenly, everything clicked in my mind. Stealth, flight, speed combined, it was entirely possible for one person to take down a group. This situation required immediate action. No matter what, Bai Ling was the only one who could help us obtain the water of life, and we absolutely couldn't let her leave. But Lu Chen had evidence of my human trafficking activities, and that issue also had to be dealt with. As I anxiously pondered a solution, Bai Ling approached me. If you want the water of life, you'll need someone with high health who can protect me. No one here can do that. If you truly want the water of life, let Lu Chen help. He can escort me close to the target. Someone translated her words for me, and my mind quickly started calculating. The higher-ups had only given me 7 days. If I couldn't complete the task, my position would be in jeopardy. Even if I wasn't dismissed, I wouldn't be able to stay in the bureau. Although I hated Lu Chen, if he could really help me complete the task, I'd be willing to cooperate temporarily to save my life. After returning to the temporary camp from the underground city, I handed my phone to Bai Ling and asked her to contact Lu Chen. I had already promised her that as long as we successfully obtained the water of life, I would let them go. Lu Chen had been waiting on the island for news. After a day, Bai Ling finally got through to him. Lu Chen, she called softly, her voice full of trust and reassurance. Bai Ling, are you okay? Where exactly are they keeping you? Hearing Bai Ling's voice, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. They want me to go to the temple ruins on the 58th floor of the underground city to retrieve the water of life. But things have changed, and now we're stuck. I suggested that you come to help. As long as we get the water of life, they'll let us go. Zhu Lingxian, standing nearby, frowned and shook her head repeatedly. Park Shahan hates you to the core right now. If he suddenly asks you to help, he's definitely up to no good. This is clearly a trap, waiting for you to walk into it. Even if you succeed, he might not let you go. Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang were equally pessimistic about the situation. They thought about the trouble they had caused at the bureau recently, even uncovering evidence of human trafficking. Just based on that, Park Shahan would never let us leave this country easily. I, of course, understood that Park Shahan wasn't someone to be trifled with, but he had only given me one option. Either I fulfilled his request, or we'd tear off all pretense and fight to the death. Even if Park Shahan knew we could expose the evidence online, he still insisted on obtaining the water of life, which showed how much more important it was to him than our evidence. After some thought, I decided to go in person. You all head back to Linyuan City first. I'll return after I rescue Bai Ling. Tang Jinyan knew very well that if she stayed, it would only distract me, and in the end, no one would be safe. Besides, staying in this country any longer was too dangerous. If they left, I could focus entirely on rescuing Bai Ling. Then should Nanshang stay and help you? No need. You all go back together and look out for each other. I took out my phone and dialed the contact number Yang Hushuan had left earlier. He had said he could arrange anything, helicopters, fighter jets, you name it. Someone who could make such claims might also be able to safely escort Tang Jinyan and Nanshang out. In less than 2 hours, a helicopter descended from the sky. That wasn't all, there was also a large ship docked at the shore, with a helipad built on its deck. This level of preparation was professional, directly arranging for them to leave by ship. I had made my requests clear over the phone, but I hadn't expected such a quick response, even sending a rescue ship. Lu Chen, we're glad you chose to cooperate with us, the person said in fluent Mandarin, which surprised me a little. But I knew very well that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Sending a rescue ship meant they would definitely demand a hefty price. How much do you want? I glanced at the balance in Yang Hushwan's account, nearly 100 million. But converted to dollars, it wasn't that much. We don't want money. Once you reach level 50, there's a monster we'll need your help to deal with. Oh? I raised an eyebrow. Is it one of those bosses that can only be challenged one-on-one? The other person had intended to gloss over the details, but I hit the nail on the head. Ah, that's right. It's a fixed location boss that must be soloed. To prevent team strategies, the boss is extremely difficult. Your Blood Demon Knight class is perfect for this kind of boss, high health, high attack, and capable of enduring. Some dungeon bosses are designed for team battles, but there are also those that must be soloed, and the difficulty of such challenges is self-evident. Only very experienced players dare to take on the challenge, requiring constant trial and error to figure out the boss's moves and attack rhythm. They didn't ask me to challenge it immediately, telling me to wait until I reached level 50. That boss is clearly not low level and must be far more terrifying than the Cockroach King I defeated before. Even fighting the weakened Cockroach King one-on-one was dangerous, let alone this one. Alright, I agree. After seeing Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang off as they boarded the ship, I took a helicopter back to the mainland. In fact, Zhu Lingxian could have left with them, but she chose to stay behind. After the helicopter landed, we went our separate ways. You're not leaving by ship, and you still dare to return to Han Country? The Bureau will definitely come after you again. Are you worried about me? Zhu Lingxian looked at me softly, as if she was about to lean in and kiss me the next second. I sighed helplessly. Don't be so ambiguous, I'm not in the mood for that. I was just casually expressing concern, but I didn't expect her to overreact and almost play the flirtation card. Zhu Lingxian seemed a bit disappointed, thinking I would respond more actively. But she quickly regained her smile. Xia Country restricts dungeon players from clearing beyond the 50th floor for the sake of social stability, fearing that someone might bring those skills into the real world. Although Xia Country has a large number of players, very few can break through level 60. Those who reach high levels are either battle-hardened overseas or ruthless individuals. In contrast, while Han Country is chaotic, it's more suitable for adventurers. As long as you survive, you'll eventually become strong. I understood as well, if I wanted to level up quickly, returning to Xia Country was out of the question. I had to stay in Han Country. Here, dungeons can be farmed without limit, and players have already pushed them to the 70th floor. Dungeons are everywhere, with C-level dungeons being as common as dirt, and occasionally even B-level dungeons appearing. Zhu Lingxuan's explanation clarified a lot for me. During my time in Han Country, I noticed that the players here are indeed stronger overall. Maybe it's because Linyuan City, where I used to stay, was too weak, or perhaps the disparity within Xia Country is just too great. Xia Country is vast, unlike the relatively small Han Country. Besides, even though there's currently a rule against clearing dungeons beyond the 50th floor, delaying the issue won't solve the problem. If the Tengu Sun-Eating Ghost Clan ever invades Linyuan City, the city will inevitably turn into a survival dungeon. If things continue to escalate, the entire world will eventually become one massive dungeon. I realized this when I encountered the Zerg Mother. Humanity is far from being strong enough to fight such monsters. The dungeonization of the world is unstoppable, it's not something human effort can reverse. Xia Country will eventually face this reality, it's only a matter of time. After getting off the helicopter, I was taken to the dungeon entrance. Everything was meticulously arranged, with Jean Maoyan and a female translator accompanying me the entire time. As soon as I reached the entrance, I was stopped. Two suit-clad security guards, with stern expressions, were specifically tasked with searching people entering and exiting. In reality, they judged people based on their status. If someone was a familiar face or had some influence, they wouldn't bother searching and would let them through directly. But it was a different story for me. The two guards, acting all high and mighty, rudely demanded to search me and even cursed, thinking I couldn't understand them. I couldn't be bothered to argue and acted immediately. With a slap to each of their faces, I shut them up. When they tried to retaliate, I drew the blood demon blade and held it to their necks. This was the most heavily guarded place in Han Country, and the security guards here weren't low level, starting at level 30, with emergency players being level 40 or above. Seeing the situation escalate, Jin Maoyan quickly revealed his identity as part of the bureau. The guards immediately toned down their arrogance and obediently stepped aside. I sneered. Jin Maoyan could have revealed his identity earlier but deliberately let me make a scene to put me in my place. I wasn't having it and fought back directly. After all, the bureau would clean up the mess for me. After this incident, everyone could see that I had strong ties with the bureau, and no one dared to provoke me lightly again. The two security guards stood obediently to the side, covering their faces, as I entered the dungeon. Inside, a dedicated passage led straight to the 58th floor. Each floor felt like a different world. One floor was a scorching desert under the blazing sun, the next was an icy glacier that made me shiver. When I reached the 58th floor, I still didn't see Bai Ling. Only Park Cheolhan was waiting for me. Inside a temporary tent, there was just a table and a chair. Park Cheolhan sat there, clearly intending to make me stand during the interrogation to assert dominance. But he was too naive. I took out the bone flute and summoned Big Goblin. Big Goblin pulled out a large wooden stump, and I sat on it directly. He stood behind me, his towering figure making the small tent feel especially intimidating. Park Cheolhan was stunned by my move. After coughing a few times, he finally spoke. "Did you bring the data? We can discuss the next steps." I wasn't buying into his game. "I have the data, but I need to see Bai Ling first." I didn't give him any chance to negotiate. I had to confirm Bai Ling's safety first. Park Cheolhan gave a signal to someone nearby, and his subordinate immediately brought Bai Ling into the tent. When Bai Ling saw me, her eyes were filled with excitement, but she suppressed her emotions in front of Park Cheolhan. She simply walked to my side and tightly held my hand. At that moment, one of Park Cheolhan's men reached out toward me. I handed the USB drive to Park Cheolhan. He immediately opened it to check, unable to hide the joy on his face. The data contained the complete list of the Bureau's human trafficking operations, including all transaction amounts. It was the evidence he had been dreaming of. However, he had no intention of letting us go right away. He warned, "Lu Chen, don't get too happy just yet. The data alone isn't enough. You'll only be free to leave once I get the water of life. If I don't get it, don't even think about leaving." Park Cheolhan tried to intimidate me, hoping to see fear on my face. But I wasn't the least bit scared by his threats. I calmly asked, "And what if we get it?" "If you can get it, of course, I'll let you go," Park Cheolhan replied nonchalantly. His expression and actions were flawless, making it impossible to tell if he was lying or not. Usually, when people lie, they show subtle signs, like avoiding eye contact or hesitating in their speech. But with him, there was nothing. Either he was telling the truth, or he was such a habitual liar that he was completely unfazed. I'll say this up front, I don't have much patience. If I don't see the water of life within 3 days, you'll face the consequences. After we were taken away, Kim Mo-yan stayed behind. It was clear he was unhappy with how polite Park Cheolhan had been to me. He hadn't dared to say much while I was there, but now he finally had the chance to speak. "Team leader, Lu Chen killed so many of our team members. Are we just going to let this go?" "I've already said, whether or not we let him go depends on whether he can get the water of life," Park Cheolhan replied coldly. Kim Mo-yan was silent for 2 seconds before pressing further. "And if Lu Chen really does get the water of life, are you really planning to let him go?" The truth was, there was already deep hatred between him and me, and he would never let me off easily. Park Cheolhan responded icily, "Even though this data hasn't been made public yet, the situation has already blown up. Many people have been released, and the Bureau's activities can no longer be hidden. From now on, we'll have to operate discreetly. We can't act as recklessly as before, and that's all because of Lu Chen. If it weren't for him, the Bureau could still be making a fortune. The orders from above have already come down. We have to keep a low profile unless new instructions are given. Otherwise, everything must be done quietly. My hands are tied in many ways now." Although Park Cheol-han didn't explicitly say whether he intended to kill me, his words made it clear. Kim Imo-yeon understood and finally smiled. Team leader, I'll go make preparations. I won't give Lu Chen the slightest chance to escape. Bai Ling and I were taken to another tent, with several guards stationed outside, leaving us no hope of escape. I looked at Bai Ling. Are you okay? She had been locked up for almost a month, how could she possibly be completely fine? I was genuinely worried. As soon as I spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears and threw herself into my arms. Bai Ling usually acted incredibly strong, but now I could sense her inner fragility. Her strength was merely a shield to protect herself. Only in front of me did she dare to let down her guard completely. I gently patted her back to comfort her, and once she calmed down, I asked her about the water of life. The water of life could heal all injuries, even regenerate severed limbs. Such effects were beyond the reach of modern medicine. With the water of life, even terminal illnesses could be cured. It was a priceless treasure. Bai Ling spoke softly. The reason Park Cheol-han acts so arrogantly is because he has someone powerful backing him. His interest in the water of life is actually driven by that big shot. Over the past few days, she had uncovered many secrets. Park Cheol-han wasn't particularly capable. Without his backer, his dirty deeds would have been exposed long ago. It turned out his urgency about the water of life was because higher-ups desperately needed it. Meanwhile, Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang had already returned to Linyuan City. Wang Feng initially thought we had all come back together, but he was surprised to find Bai Ling and I missing. When he asked, he learned we had run into trouble in Han country. Wang Feng, think of something quickly, save Lu Chen. Nan Shang said anxiously. Wang Feng was at a loss, but suddenly he thought of someone, President Yi Long. Perhaps he could help. They rushed to the association and explained my predicament to Yi Long. After hearing them out, Yi Long sighed. I really didn't want to contact her again, but now it's unavoidable. Lu Chen owes me a big favor for this. Tang Jinyan immediately retorted, making a phone call is hardly a big favor. Don't use this trivial matter to morally blackmail Lu Chen. Besides, Lu Chen is doing this for Linyuan City, whether it's personal or official, you should help. Yi Long was momentarily speechless, unable to argue back. I smiled helplessly, took my phone, and stepped outside to make the call in the hallway. As I left, I muttered under my breath, women are such trouble. Yi Long's sneaky demeanor while making the call caught Tang Jinyan's attention. Curious, he asked Wang Feng beside him, do you know who President Yi is calling? Wang Feng shook his head, indicating he had no idea. He knew Yi Long had spent time in Han country, but whenever he asked about that period, Yi Long would remain silent, unwilling to discuss it. Elsewhere, at the Li family residence, Lin Chuchu learned that Tang Jinyan had returned and also found out that only Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang had come back. Lu Chen was absent. Her heart tightened, and she hurried to the Li family to confirm whether Lu Chen was truly dead. However, as soon as she entered, she saw Li Chang with a troubled expression. Li Chang sighed and said, a hired assassin failed, Lu Chen is still alive. Lin Chuchu was somewhat in disbelief. She had gone to great lengths to kill Lu Chen, and this trip abroad had been the perfect opportunity. Yet, he still survived. Did you skimp on money and hire an incompetent assassin? Lin Chuchu questioned. Li Chang quickly explained, absolutely not. Hiring an assassin across borders is already very expensive. I want revenge for my brother as much as anyone, how could I cut corners on this? Seeing Li Chang's innocent expression, Lin Chuchu grew even more frustrated. How could Lu Chen be so resilient, surviving even against top-tier assassins? After this failure, Li Chang became increasingly uneasy. Since Lu Chen is still alive, will he come after the Li family for revenge? If something happens, your Red Moon Guild must protect us. Outwardly, I reassured him, this isn't abroad. Even if Lu Chen wants revenge, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Don't worry. If he really dares to target you, the Red Moon Guild certainly won't stand by. But in truth, I had no intention of protecting the Li family. My thoughts were quite the opposite. If Lu Chen did come after the Li family, it would give me a legitimate reason to deal with him and crush him completely. At that time, not only the Red Moon Guild, but also the Spider Guild and the Firewolf Guild would be forced to take a stand. As long as Lu Chen makes a move, I can casually expose it to the media, and in no time, he'll be labeled a criminal, and even the Professional Players Association won't be able to protect him. So while I spoke lightly, I never actually intended to help the Li family. On the contrary, I hope Lu Chen loses control and makes a move, so dealing with him becomes effortless. Once Lu Chen becomes a murderer, my previous act of taking his job transfer card would instead be seen as a righteous act, and no one would blame me. South Korea, Dungeon Level 58. Inside a temporary tent, Park Cheolhan and a group of professional players finished discussing a new battle plan. Bai Ling and I followed him into the sanctuary. As soon as we entered, we felt the oppressive aura of the guards on both sides of the sanctuary. There were 12 guards in total. Park Cheolhan's team could only distract 10 of them, leaving 2 stationed at the passage entrance, blocking the way to the deeper part of the sanctuary. The water of life was placed in a golden bowl at the deepest point. Park Cheolhan led Bai Ling and me through the narrow passage that could only accommodate 1 person at a time to enter the sanctuary. To obtain the water of life, this was the only path. The guards' eyes glowed with a terrifying red light as they launched an attack on us instantly. Upon stepping into the sanctuary, I immediately noticed my health points continuously dropping, likely due to the effects of the holy light. Bai Ling, however, seemed unaffected, but the guards wouldn't spare her either. Once inside the sanctuary, everyone was considered an enemy. Park Cheolhan warned, "You only have 30 minutes. The deeper you go, the faster your health will drop. My team can hold off the guards for 30 minutes, you must retrieve the water of life and get out within that time." The battle erupted immediately. Park Cheolhan took on 1 sanctuary guard by himself, leaving the rest for me to handle. A massive axe swung toward me with a gust of wind, and I instinctively raised the blood demon blade to block it. Before Park Cheolhan could warn me, I was sent flying by the impact. He was stunned, not expecting me to take the sanctuary guard's powerful attack head-on without dodging. Even Park Cheolhan himself wouldn't dare to face such a heavy blow directly. For a moment, he almost thought the mission was doomed to fail, and even Bai Ling couldn't be protected. But a few seconds later, I stood up again. Seeing me still alive, the sanctuary guard turned and approached me once more. Bai Ling seized the opportunity to quietly bypass the guard and move closer to the golden bowl containing the water of life. The sanctuary guard struck me with a single blow, sending me flying, but he hadn't yet had the chance to pursue Bai Ling. I dusted myself off and taunted the guard loudly, "Hey, big guy, I'm still alive." Witnessing this, Park Cheolhan's eyes were filled with surprise and delight. Just moments ago, he thought the mission was bound to fail, but now he saw that I could withstand a full-force attack from the sanctuary guard and still survive. Perhaps this time, we really could obtain the water of life, and he could finally report back to his superiors. The sanctuary guard turned his head, realizing that I, Lu Chen, was still alive. He clearly hadn't expected me to survive the previous attack, which had instantly cost me 100,000 health points. Such damage would have been enough to knock out most players in 1 hit. Even if they didn't die immediately, they would be severely injured, unable to escape, and ultimately doomed. Park Cheolhan, on the other hand, had previously been unable to protect Bai Ling while advancing deeper into the sanctuary. The further in they went, the faster the holy light drained their health, and he couldn't hold on for long, forcing him to retreat. But I had persisted for so long that Park Cheolhan now believed success was within reach. My health pool was so vast that he couldn't believe it. I hadn't even used a single health potion yet. Before entering the sanctuary, Park Cheolhan had specifically given me 20 mid-level health potions for emergencies. He himself had already consumed 7 or 8 just to barely keep his health above half. Yet I hadn't used a single one, and he had no idea how much health I still had left to spare. Meanwhile, the 10 sanctuary guards had all been lured away. The players tasked with distracting them were taunting and drawing aggro at the front, while others used long-range skills from a distance to hold them off. The goal was simple: to buy time. Inside the sanctuary, the guards were completely invincible, they couldn't be injured or killed. Park Cheolhan's only instruction was for his team to delay the guards as long as possible. He dumped all the pressure on me, and at this moment, Bai Ling was the most nervous one. Bai Ling ran desperately. To help her escape faster, Park Cheolhan had specially given her several acceleration items. Finally, she reached the golden giant bowl, didn't look at anything, and directly scooped up the contents with a bottle. After obtaining the water of life, she didn't dare to look back and sprinted straight toward the exit. Now was not the time to relax. Bai Ling knew very well that getting in was hard, but getting out was even harder. There were 2 guards blocking the entrance, and she had to get past them. I was still holding the guards' aggro. Seeing Bai Ling return, I swung the blood demon blade directly at the guards' heads. Although it didn't deal damage, it was highly insulting. The guards were enraged, abandoning their giant axes and raising their feet to stomp me to death. Run! Just as the guard lifted his foot, I shouted at Bai Ling. Taking advantage of the opening, Bai Ling dashed past them. At this point, Park Cheolhan was barely holding on, his health dropping below half, and he had no potions left. But he didn't retreat because he saw Bai Ling had returned. The mission was just one step away from completion. No matter what, he couldn't give up now. Bai Ling finally escaped the guard's attack range, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for air. The item? Did you get the water of life? Park Cheolhan rushed over. Bai Ling handed him the bottle, and Park Cheolhan snatched it, opening it to find a light green liquid inside. Though there wasn't much, they had finally obtained it. Park Cheolhan's face lit up with joy, and he ordered everyone to retreat. The teammates holding off the guards withdrew. Now, the entire field was left with just me facing 12 temple guards. You're all so despicable. Bai Ling cried. She hadn't expected Park Cheolhan to abandon me immediately after obtaining the item. She wanted to rush back to save me but was held back. After all, Bai Ling was a rare holy priest. Even without the water of life, she was worth a fortune. Keep an eye on her, Park Cheolhan said, throwing out this command before hurriedly leaving with the water of life. At this moment, I was fighting with my last ounce of strength, facing the full assault of the guards. Against these invincible defenders with terrifying attacks, I had no hope at all. Through the gaps between the guards, I saw Bai Ling being taken away and sneered inwardly. Park Cheolhan had gotten what he wanted and abandoned me. In fact, he never intended to keep his promise from the start. Invisibility. I tried using my stealth skill to escape. But under the holy light, my invisibility was instantly broken as soon as it activated, and a marker appeared above my head. I hadn't expected the holy light here to counter my skill perfectly. The guards' attacks rained down on me like a storm, and I could only dodge desperately. At the last moment, I activated Wind Thunder Wings. My health plummeted, and I was barely holding on, with less than 500,000 HP left. I quickly pulled out a healing potion from my backpack. The potion went down, but my health only recovered a little. Relying on these potions to break through was basically impossible. Unless I could fully restore my state, breaking out was just a pipe dream. At this critical moment, I remained calm. After all, the Undying Cockroach talent gave me 3 chances to revive. But I didn't want to waste them here. I glanced around and noticed that the water of life in the temple was right in front of me. Saying escape was out of reach wasn't accurate, it was actually just one step away. If the water of life can heal injuries, it should restore health too, right? A thought struck me. I directly activated Wind Thunder Wings and accelerated toward the golden giant bowl. Not caring about appearances, I jumped straight into the bowl. The bowl was quite large, but there wasn't much water of life inside. I gulped it down in one go, spilling some on my clothes, wasting it, more or less. Who would have thought the water of life would end up as my bathwater? Honestly, ever since returning from the deserted island, I hadn't bathed in days. No matter how miraculous this water was, I wasn't planning to take a second sip. Fortunately, my health was finally fully restored. I didn't leave immediately. Since I've already entered, I must take some of these treasures back with me. After soaking in the water of life for a while, the water's color became slightly murky. No matter, I took out all the empty bottles I had and filled them as much as possible to bring everything back. Outside, 12 temple guards were still standing watch. They couldn't enter the temple, likely because its structure couldn't withstand their interference. With their strength, they had completely sealed off the passage, and the constant drain of health from the holy light would have long overwhelmed an ordinary person. But I was an exception. My total health was nearing 8 million. Even in the most dangerous spots within the temple, where health drained rapidly, I could still hold out for a long time. I activated my wind and thunder wings again and charged toward the exit at full speed. However, speed alone wasn't enough. The 12 guards simultaneously erupted in dazzling golden light, instantly forming a barrier that trapped me inside. I rammed into it with all my might, only to be bounced back by the barrier, nearly falling over. Trouble. The 12 guards vanished, and a massive figure of light descended, a halo hovering above its head, as if a deity were scrutinizing me. Blood Demon Knight, how dare you trespass into my temple? I now offer you two choices: abandon your Blood Demon Knight class and switch to Holy Knight. I can grant you even greater power. Prompt: the temple has sent a class change invitation. Do you accept? Holy Knight grants 10 seconds of invincibility, immune to all control effects. Invincible Holy Sword: the more allies of the same class in your party, the greater the attack and health bonuses. Non-Holy Series allies reduce the effect by half. After reading the description, I had to admit, this class was indeed impressive. The more people there were, the stronger you became. Holy Knight was practically a monster in team battles. 2 skills, one for tanking and one for damage output, with an exceptionally high health pool. It was entirely on par with my Blood Demon Knight. Well, have you made your decision? The voice of the light figure was deep. Do I have any other options? I smiled. I'd like to ask, what's the second choice you mentioned? The light figure seemed a bit surprised. Clearly, this was a golden opportunity, yet I hesitated. Previously, a human had come and agreed immediately. The second choice is to undergo the baptism of holy light from head to toe, destroying everything about you. No one has ever survived the baptism of holy light. The meaning was simple: either change classes or die. I thought to myself, where in the world do benefits come for free? Would a creature like this really be so kind to humans? My current class was earned through my own hard work. Now they were offering me a class change opportunity on a silver platter. It was too good to be true. Creature? The light figure chuckled. That's just the name you humans gave us. You needn't worry. As long as you become a holy knight, you'll be one of us, and we won't harm you. I pretended to be deep in thought, but in reality, I was calculating my escape route. Although the Holy Knight was powerful, its fatal flaw was that it always required teammates. Without allies, the invincible Holy Sword was almost useless. On the other hand, my Blood Demon Knight's strength depended solely on my health. The more health I had, the stronger I became, and I could hold my own in solo battles. When it came to potential, Blood Demon Knight was undoubtedly my best path forward. Its upper limit was incredibly high, and it didn't come with many restrictions. It was obvious that I wouldn't abandon my current class for a new one. However, the second option, undergoing the baptism of holy light, was a different story. Even with my millions of health points, I wasn't sure if I could endure it. If someone with my health couldn't survive, at least I had the undying cockroach talent, which allowed me to live a few extra times. If I choose the second option, will you let me leave afterward? The light figure paused, clearly not expecting me to ask this question. It seemed I was determined to reject the class change offer. Of course. As long as you survive the baptism of holy light, the temple will honor its word and won't make excuses. Alright, I choose the second option. I decisively rejected the class change. The Phantom of Holy Light looked displeased. Evidently, I had become the first human to refuse him. Soon, his figure dissipated, and 12 temple guards reappeared. Each of the 12 wielded a great sword, simultaneously plunging their blades into the ground. A pillar of holy light gathered and descended from the heavens, enveloping me entirely. The temple was already filled with holy light, but this pillar seemed to concentrate all its energy. The moment the holy light touched me, my health began to drain rapidly, by tens of thousands at a time, so fast it was terrifying. I quickly drank the water of life, but its recovery speed couldn't keep up with the rate of health loss. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from my body. It was the undying cockroach talent activating, saving me from the first fatal blow. Now, only 2 chances remained. The moment the talent took effect, the holy light baptism ceased. Without hesitation, I was the first to rush out of the temple. Once outside, I finally felt the relief of narrowly escaping death. Thankfully, I had 3 chances to cheat death, otherwise, relying solely on the water of life wouldn't have been enough to withstand the terrifying health drain. Although I lost 1 chance, I still had plenty of water of life left, so it wasn't much of a loss. The water of life has incredibly strong restorative power. As long as there's enough stock, almost no injury is beyond healing. He actually survived. Shocked voices echoed from the temple. No, he already died once but came back to life. The holy light baptism was designed to end only when the target died. Initially, I had no chance of surviving. However, they hadn't anticipated that I would possess resurrection abilities. The demon clan chose well. I'm quite surprised. But I wonder which demon king has taken an interest in him. Let me go. Bai Ling was in tears, on the verge of collapse. In a foreign land, hearing that even Lu Chen had died, she had completely lost hope. She only wanted to be with me, even if it meant dying together. Utterly foolish. A male professional player stepped forward and slapped Bai Ling hard across the face. Take her away. The Skeleton Guild will be here to pick her up soon. They paid a hefty price. Don't mess this up for me. The people around were all speaking in Korean. Bai Ling's ears buzzed. She couldn't understand or remember anything. But she vaguely realized that if she didn't resist now, she would have no chance of survival. Bai Ling decisively activated her skill, Holy Light Burst. In an instant, the blinding light made it impossible for anyone nearby to keep their eyes open. Taking advantage of the chaos, she broke free from her restraints and sprinted toward the temple. She knew the area outside was full of professional players, both locals and those from the management bureau. In a foreign country, unfamiliar with the terrain, running outside would be akin to walking into a trap. Her only option now was to flee into the temple. Quick! Catch that woman! Relax, she won't escape my grasp. The male professional player who had hit her sneered coldly. His profession was Shadow Warrior, capable of merging into shadows and excelling in speed. Bai Ling, being a holy priest, stood no chance of outrunning him. Soon, the Shadow Warrior emerged from the shadows ahead, blocking Bai Ling's path. Her last hope was now sealed off. Still trying to run? I'll beat you half to death. The Shadow Warrior unleashed an attack from his panel, delivering a fierce slap. This wasn't just painful, it would also drain a chunk of her health bar. But before he could strike, a red blade light tore through the air faster than anyone could react, piercing straight through his body. I descended steadily in front of Bai Ling, retracting my wind thunder wings mid-air. Seeing Bai Ling being bullied the moment I arrived, my eyes were filled with killing intent, and I showed no mercy. You're still alive. The Shadow Warrior, covered in blood, collapsed instantly, his face full of terror, completely ignoring his wounds. He couldn't believe I had survived the siege of 12 temple guards. To him, it was something no human could possibly achieve. Swish, I didn't give the Shadow Warrior a chance to speak. Raising the blood demon blade, I swung it directly, severing his head. Blood gushed out in torrents. I turned my head and looked at the dozen or so professional players chasing after us. The blade flashed again, and the blood demon blade instantly extended dozens of meters, cutting them all down in one swift motion. I summoned my nether mount and charged forward with Bai Ling. I had heard that Park Cheolhan wasn't present, and now there was no one here who could stop my blade. Anyone who dared to block my path would either die or be severely injured. Bai Ling's face lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but laugh happily. I calmly reminded her, don't celebrate too soon. We're not out of this yet. Although I still had plenty of life water to heal myself, I wasn't arrogant enough to think I was invincible. The only reason we were making progress was that no players above level 50 had joined the fight. If they showed up, breaking through would be far more difficult. What I didn't know was that Bai Ling wasn't even thinking about escaping. To her, as long as she could fight alongside me, even if it meant dying together, she was willing. That's why she was smiling like that. At this moment, my mind was racing, and I had no intention of resigning myself to fate. I was still thinking about how to break through. Bai Ling! I shouted, heal me, quickly. Bai Ling snapped out of her daze and immediately began casting healing spells on me. Normally, she would wait for critical moments to heal others, but when it came to me, her skills were almost non-stop. At that moment, 4 professional players wielding massive shields blocked my path. Anyone who blocks me will die. I was already in a bloodthirsty frenzy, completely uninterested in whatever they had to say. My nether mount stomped forward, its front hooves slamming into the giant shields. I swung my blade downward, and the blood demon blade twisted like a living snake, bypassing the shields and tearing through the 4 players behind them, sending blood flying everywhere. They hadn't expected my blade to curve, leaving them defenseless. The shields fell, and my nether mount leaped over them, breaking through the encirclement in one swift motion. The Management Bureau's forces were still desperately chasing us. Park Cheolhan had issued a death order. Under no circumstances was Bai Ling to escape. Someone shouted, prioritize attacking the mount. Don't let him move so fast. They immediately realized that my mount was the key to my speed. If they could kill my nether mount, I wouldn't be able to escape. Attacks from all directions rained down on the legs of my nether mount as I charged forward. Fortunately, my nether mount shared 40% of my health. With my total health at 7 million, it had nearly 3 million. Killing it wouldn't be something they could accomplish quickly. I fought my way down from the 58th floor to the 54th floor. The Management Bureau kept trying to obstruct us at every floor transition. As soon as we reached a new level, professional players would immediately show up. They must have a psychic mage capable of long-distance communication. In this dungeon, regular communication devices like radios were useless, and there was no way to connect to the internet or make phone calls. The only way they could relay information was through a psychic mage. Knowing they had a psychic mage, I couldn't afford to waste time. If they managed to organize a proper blockade, escaping would become nearly impossible. I swung my blade relentlessly as I moved forward, cutting down anyone who got in my way, dead or alive. There were still many ordinary players passing by. They noticed me continuously slaughtering the Management Bureau's forces. Wow, this guy is insane. The Management Bureau has so many people, and they still can't take him down. 1 man, 1 mount, and he's even protecting a beauty. If this isn't a hero saving the damsel in distress, what is? The Management Bureau usually acts so high and mighty, but now they're being beaten to a pulp by a single player. It's so satisfying to watch. These bystanders didn't care how many people from the Management Bureau were killed, and none of them stepped in to help the Bureau block me. In fact, most ordinary players had long harbored resentment against the Management Bureau and were eager for someone to rise up against them. Seeing me single-handedly take on the entire Bureau, they were all watching the spectacle and cheering, with not a single person offering assistance, let alone helping the Bureau. TSK, the Management Bureau has really lost face in the dungeon today. They can't even stop 1 player and have lost so many people instead. Before long, I had fought my way down to the 50th floor. The crowd of onlookers followed closely behind. Unfortunately, a fierce group appeared on this floor. The Skeleton Guild had arrived, a team holding high their skeletal banners. Dozens of members from the Skeleton Guild marched in a grand procession, and I happened to run into them face to face. Song Jinglong frowned slightly, still unclear about what was happening. At this moment, someone from the Management Bureau ran over to explain the situation to Song Jinglong. Captain Song, here's the situation. That holy priest we originally planned to hand over to your Skeleton Guild was forcibly taken by Lu Chen, who also killed many of our people. Song Jinglong let out a cold snort, his expression instantly darkening. He sneered and said, how is Park Cheolhan even qualified to be a team leader in the Management Bureau? Allowing a Xia national to run rampant in the dungeon like this. Someone replied, the team leader left with the Water of Life. The moment I heard Water of Life, I immediately understood that Park Cheolhan had gone to find the person he was looking for. Song Jinglong shook his head, a trace of disdain appearing on his face. Looks like I'll have to handle this personally. He held black and white chess pieces in his hand, and the surrounding scene seemed to transform instantly into a massive Go board. Bai Ling and I were trapped in the center of the board. Bai Ling frowned and asked, "What kind of class is this?" I had never seen it before and had no recollection of it. Song Jinglong's lips curved into a confident smile as he said, "My class is Chess Sage. The battlefield is my chessboard. Here, everything must obey me." He stood there, exuding an imposing aura, full of arrogance. Moreover, he spoke fluent Xiao language, which made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Judging by the aura he exuded, he was undoubtedly a top-tier player above level 50. What troubled me even more was that I had no understanding of the Chess Sage class and had no idea what skills he might have. But any class capable of controlling a domain was definitely not simple. Observing the chessboard, I realized that this was Song Jinglong's unique miniature domain. Song Jinglong gave me no chance, coldly saying, "Hand over the person now. Surrender, and I might spare your life." His tone was not one of negotiation but carried an undeniable command. He was extremely confident, not taking me seriously at all. I leapt off my nether mount, gripping my blood demon blade tightly, and faced Song Jinglong head-on. "I'll return those words to you. Step aside, or you die." My words brought a rare smile to Song Jinglong's face. "Very well, let me see how strong you really are." I could tell he had a slight appreciation for talent. If I could withstand his attacks, there might still be a chance. But first, I had to survive. Without hesitation, I launched an attack, charging at Song Jinglong at full speed. Song Jinglong picked up a white chess piece and gently placed it down. The piece transformed into a white-robed soldier. He placed several more pieces in quick succession, summoning a row of white-robed soldiers to block my path. I swung my blood demon blade in a sweeping motion, only to find that these white-robed soldiers had incredibly strong defenses, managing to withstand my strikes. If they can block it, I'll just increase my strength. A surge of blood energy erupted, gathering onto my blood demon blade. In an instant, the blade expanded to 100 meters long, its surface engulfed in a raging tide of blood. My attack power skyrocketed, and I slashed down with all my might. Boom! 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 The white chess soldiers were instantly shattered into pieces. Song Jinglong merely smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. At that moment, the white chess pieces disappeared, and black chess pieces flew from Song Jinglong's hand. Life and death are determined by black and white. This is the ultimate move. Song Jinglong activated a special skill. As the black chess piece landed, the chessboard trembled, and a black-robed general appeared. Unlike the previous white-robed soldiers, this black-robed general exuded a far stronger aura and power. Song Jinglong continued to place more white chess pieces. The more pieces I destroyed, the more black chess pieces he could place. Each time a black general appeared on the board, the pressure on my side increased significantly. At this point, I understood clearly, if I continued fighting him like this, I would eventually be worn down to death. Rather than being slowly worn down, it's better to directly resolve the source. Blood-red wings of wind and thunder emerged behind me, and I suddenly disappeared. In the next second, I appeared in front of Song Jinglong with the blood demon blade. But unexpectedly, over a dozen top-tier tank players rushed forward instantly, blocking my fatal strike aimed at Song Jinglong. With a loud bang, my blade struck the shield fiercely, forcing the tanks to retreat repeatedly. Only then did Song Jinglong's expression change. He clearly hadn't anticipated my destructive power. He became cautious and said, "I'll give you a chance, join the Skeleton Guild. Sign the contract, and you'll be one of us from now on. Otherwise, you'll die here today." I responded coldly, "It's not certain who will die." On the surface, I showed no signs of backing down, but I was actually waiting for an opportunity. If I could activate my stealth skill once, get close to Song Jinglong, and deliver a fatal blow, I could resolve the crisis. But there was only one chance. Song Jinglong was surrounded by a group of mages with detection skills, who could expose my stealth at any moment. So I had to seize the right moment and couldn't afford to make a mistake. Even with my high attack power, these guild-level players were tough to deal with. They had tanks to absorb damage, healers and potions to restore health, and their teamwork was seamless, more challenging than facing a typical boss. It gave me the illusion of being a guild boss surrounded by countless players. To make matters worse, the authorities were gradually closing in. The crowd began to gather from behind, encircling me completely and cutting off any escape routes. Both the group in front and the one behind had their sights set on me. Breaking through alone seemed almost impossible. Everyone thought I was doomed. No matter how strong I was, the sheer number of opponents would eventually overwhelm me. I gripped the life water tightly, already determined that if I were truly cornered, I would fight to the death. Just as I was preparing to go all out against these people, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Countless artillery fires suddenly rained down. To my surprise, the target of the bombardment wasn't me but the group from the Skeleton Guild and the authorities. Explosions echoed continuously, and amidst the relentless bombardment, the enemy's attack was abruptly interrupted, forcing them to retreat. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief at the heavenly artillery fire raining down like divine intervention. "Where did these artillery mages come from?" someone asked, bewildered. "How does this guy have such powerful reinforcements?" With this much firepower, there must be at least 20 artillery mages involved, but there's not a single figure in sight. Everyone looked around, trying to locate the reinforcements. Finally, someone spotted a figure. Song Jinglong's eyes narrowed sharply. He understood that among artillery mages with such power, there was only one person in the entire Han nation capable of this. Kim Hai-young? Didn't she disappear long ago? How is she here? Song Jinglong was filled with doubt. Kim Hai-young had been silent for years, not even appearing in the dungeons. Who would have thought she would suddenly show up on the 50th floor of the dungeon? Lin Yuan City. After returning to Lin Yuan City, Tang Jinyan immediately reported critical information. She said that once monsters entered the city, they would grow stronger by killing players. This news shocked everyone. All along, people had believed they were the hunters, leveling up by killing monsters. Tang Jinyan's words made them realize they had become the hunted. "Everyone, the arrival of monsters in reality is completely different from in the dungeon. We must use our strongest firepower to eliminate the monsters immediately. If we let them kill people and grow stronger, Lin Yuan City will face an even greater crisis." By your logic, aren't low-level players just a burden? Should they hide like ordinary people? Many players' pride was hurt. They felt indignant. "We're professional players, how could we be weaker than monsters?" The confidence of professional players lay in their understanding of teamwork and complementary skills, often enabling them to defeat stronger opponents. Now, Tang Jinyan was telling them not to participate in the battle, which was tantamount to denying their value. Someone immediately objected in the conference room. Tang Jinyan didn't intend to argue with them. She continued calmly, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. The monster invasion is one thing, but dungeons still need to be cleared. I suggest that the elite members of the 3 major guilds and the top studios handle the monster siege, while other players focus on clearing dungeons." Yi Long followed up with his support. "I think this is a good idea." Shen Chuan immediately stood up, "I agree." The Spider Guild and Song Yu also voiced their support. The 3 major guilds in various top studios represented the strongest forces in Lin Yuan City. To be safe, I suggest mobilizing high-level players from nearby cities for support, Tang Jinyan proposed again. "This is just a small matter in Lin Yuan City, we can handle it ourselves," someone scoffed. "Calling for reinforcements over something so minor? What would others think of us?" Another person felt the idea was humiliating. Tang Jinyan was furious. These people were so concerned about saving face that they refused to bring in outside help despite knowing the risks. There's no need to rush to mobilize people for now. Let's wait until the monsters actually breach the city. After all, we've gathered the elite players of the entire city. It won't be easy for us to be defeated, Song Yu said, shelving the matter with one sentence. The meeting lasted from daytime until evening, and a decision was finally made. However, Tang Jinyan was far from satisfied. She left the conference room fuming. These self-important players only saw her as an ordinary person and didn't take her suggestions seriously. Forget it, don't overthink it. Linyuan City has so many top players, the monsters won't succeed easily. Besides, our Xia Nation's strength is far superior to Han Nation's, Nan Shang said, patting her shoulder to comfort her. Tang Jinyan had to admit this. Xia Nation had a large number of players, many of whom trained in dungeons worldwide. Although domestic restrictions on dungeons were strict, there were no limits on leveling up abroad. As a result, Xia Nation's top players were quite strong. However, comparing Linyuan City to Han Nation still revealed some gaps. On the deserted island before, they had barely managed to deal with the Cockroach King. Who knew what kind of monstrosity the invading monsters would be this time? By the way, is there any news about Lu Chen and Bai Ling? Still no news, we've been waiting, Nan Shang frowned. Before retreating from Han Nation, Lu Chen had instructed that if there was no news from them within 7 days, Tang Jinyan should expose the collected evidence on international networks, revealing the Han Nation Administration Bureau's secret human trafficking activities. Now 7 days had passed, and there was still no sign of Lu Chen, and Bai Ling. Tang Jinyan grew increasingly worried. Just then, Yilong came out of the conference room, and I immediately approached him. President Yi, was the call you made last time effective? Why is there still no news from Lu Chen? Yilong, full of confidence, patted my shoulder. Don't worry. She's the first cannon master in Han Nation to break through level 80. That kind of weight isn't something just anyone can match. Nan Shang and I were puzzled. Cannon master? Isn't that a rare long-range DPS class? And it can reach level 80? Nan Shang couldn't help but ask. In Linyuan City, quite a few players chose the Cannon Master class. Its advantage was its long attack range and a certain mobility skill, but its drawbacks were also obvious: low defense and insufficient sustained DPS. To maintain consistent team output, you'd need multiple Cannon Masters. The most critical issue was that Cannon Masters weren't particularly effective at killing enemies. Although their output was decent, their leveling speed wasn't fast, and many players just used them to grind experience. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in Han Nation, a man was missing an arm and a leg, yet he wasn't sitting in a wheelchair but standing upright. Park Cheolhan cautiously approached him, holding out a bottle of life water with both hands. The man's eyes lit up with a long-lost gleam when he saw the bottle of life water. He eagerly snatched it and drank it all in one go, not even sparing the last few drops. Then, a miracle occurred. His severed arm and leg began to grow rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Soon, new limbs had fully regenerated. The people around were stunned. Such a thing was beyond the capabilities of modern medical techniques. If a human loses a limb, it's almost impossible to fully recover, but the water of life managed to achieve it. The doctors rushed over with various instruments to conduct tests, and the results left everyone ecstatic. Completely normal, the new limb is 100% connected to the body's nerves. Park Cheolhan also breathed a sigh of relief. He owed his position as the bureau chief entirely to the man in front of him. But the man suddenly reached down to touch his lower body, and his face darkened immediately. His arms and legs had recovered, but the most critical part was still missing: nothing had grown there. The doctors hurriedly conducted additional tests, creating an awkward atmosphere. Park Cheolhan grew nervous as well. Just moments ago, he had been relieved, but now he was terrified. What went wrong? Why didn't that part recover? For him, losing an arm or a leg was bearable, but that particular area could not be left missing. Park Cheolhan, is this water of life even real? Faced with the question, Park Cheolhan shuddered and forced himself to stay calm. It's real. More real than diamonds. This was taken directly from the temple. But deep down, he began to suspect whether Bai Ling had tampered with the potion. After the final examination, the doctors provided an answer: the potion is fine. The reason that part didn't recover is because the dosage of the water of life wasn't sufficient. If we can get another dose, it should fully regenerate. Hearing this, hope reignited in the man's eyes. Park Cheolhan, I want you to get another dose of the water of life immediately. Park Cheolhan broke into a cold sweat. He wanted to comply, but the problem was, Bai Ling had already been sold to the Skeleton Guild, and Lu Chen had died in the temple. Without them, he had no way to obtain more potion from the temple. Just as Park Cheolhan was stammering and trying to come up with an excuse, someone suddenly rushed in to report, Lu Chen has fought his way out of the temple and has even reached the 50th floor of the dungeon. Everyone expected Park Cheolhan to fly into a rage, given that Lu Chen had killed many people from the bureau. But upon hearing the news, Park Cheolhan instead broke into an excited laugh. Good, the water of life, I'll go get it right now. With that, he turned and left, clearly determined to take action. The man watched Park Cheolhan leave but didn't fully trust him. This time, even the most critical part hadn't recovered, so he had decided to personally intervene in the matter. Inside the dungeon, members of the Skeleton Guild surrounded me, and the atmosphere was tense, ready to explode at any moment. At this critical juncture, Kim Hae-young suddenly appeared and stepped directly in front of me. As long as I'm here, no one touches him. As soon as Kim Hae-young spoke, Song Kyung-ryong and his group froze. Facing an 80-level powerhouse, they felt immense pressure, more intense than fighting a boss. Artillery masters have incredible burst power and can move quickly. More importantly, Kim Hae-young was intimately familiar with player formations, making it nearly impossible to gain any advantage against her. The difficulty of dealing with her was comparable to challenging an A-level dungeon boss. With just Song Kyung-ryong and his group, there was no way they could be a match for Kim Hae-young. If she launched an attack on the backline, she could clear out the main forces in seconds, leaving the rest to be easily dealt with one by one. In a real fight, they had no chance of winning. The overwhelming power of high-level players over lower-level ones was just that straightforward. If the opponent's level exceeded theirs by 20, dozens of ordinary players wouldn't stand a chance. I was a bit surprised. Why was this middle-aged woman here, and why was she suddenly helping me? You're Lu Chen, right? Yi Long sent me to bring you back, Kim Hae-young said in fluent Mandarin, her tone crisp and direct. My heart leaped with joy. It turned out that President Yi Long had sent her as reinforcements. Thank you, Aunt Kim. I quickly responded. Seeing Kim Hae-young chatting and laughing with me, Song Kyung-ryong's expression grew even darker. Damn it, this kid actually knows Kim Hae-young. Looks like there's no way we can deal with him today. But Song Kyung-ryong wasn't ready to give up. We can let Lu Chen go, but that woman belongs to the Skeleton Guild. She must come with us. This statement immediately angered Kim Hae-young. Why Yi Long rarely asked her for help. If she let Bai Ling get into trouble, how could she face her old friend in the future? Jin Huiying didn't waste words and directly activated her skill, Firepower Deficiency Phobia. Within 3 seconds, over 200 cannons were aimed squarely at Song Jinglong and the members of the Skeleton Guild he had brought along. The sight was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Song Jinglong's throat went dry, and he thought to himself that he was genuinely frightened. Jin Huiying's gaze was icy, and her tone was as sharp as a blade. I know all about the shady dealings you've been doing with the Bureau. Human trafficking is a crime, plain and simple. I'll say this only once, get lost. Otherwise, by tomorrow, your Skeleton Guild will be nothing but rubble. Her words were blunt enough to send a jolt through Song Jinglong's heart. No one dared to underestimate Jin Huiying. Her status in Han Country was that of a top-tier player. Over a decade ago, she was the first player in Han Country to break through to level 80. It was said that her talent was tied to her experience and level, allowing her to level up at a terrifying speed. She had risen from an obscure artillery player to one of the nation's top experts, earning the title of the strongest artillery player in the national server. Almost all the top players from major guilds had crossed paths with her. Those who became powerhouses were already the cream of the crop among players. Back then, everyone was still fumbling their way through dungeons and instances. Later, their paths diverged, some formed guilds, while others left the country. Jin Huiying chose to stay in Han Country but never joined any guild. In her view, the only people worth teaming up with were her old friends. She had no interest in partnering with strangers or becoming a second-in-command in a guild. That wasn't the life she wanted. What she cherished most and couldn't let go of was Yi Long. If she called on her old teammates, they would undoubtedly show her respect. At that time, a guild like the Skeleton Guild wouldn't even dare to challenge her. Song Jinglong gritted his teeth. Though he was seething with rage, he couldn't defy reality. Jin Huiying was a level 80 powerhouse with a far deeper background than theirs. Just then, another person hurried over. It was Park Keelhan. He was afraid I might actually escape, and the fact that I had managed to break through the temple's blockade was already incredible. Seeing the Skeleton Guild blocking the way so tightly, Park Keelhan assumed there was no way I could escape today. He swaggered over without even noticing Jin Huiying. Lu Chen, you're just in time. You didn't complete the last mission. I need you to go back into the temple and get me some water of life. I couldn't help but sneer. There wasn't a single drop of water of life left in the temple, I had already taken it all. Park Keelhan was still so naive, thinking I would help him again? After he had tricked me once, did he really think I'd fall for it a second time? Park Keelhan's expression turned cold, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. If you want to leave Han Country, you'll have to play by my rules. At this moment, Jin Huiying spoke up directly. Lu Chen is under my protection now. If you have anything to say, you'll have to go through me first. Only then did Park Keelhan notice Jin Huiying, his face full of confusion and shock. He turned to glance at Song Jinglong and saw helplessness and resignation in his eyes. It was clear that Song Jinglong had already been intimidated by Jin Huiying and didn't dare to make a move. The scene fell completely silent. Everyone knew that no one else mattered today. Jin Huiying was the true center of attention. Lu Chen turned to leave. Now, he had to figure out a way to keep Lu Chen from leaving. If Lu Chen left and he couldn't get the water of life, his current position would be in jeopardy. Let's go together. Jin Huiying walked ahead, leading me and Bai Ling out. The oppressive aura of Jin Huiying, a level 80 powerhouse, was overwhelming. Her invisible combat prowess was terrifyingly strong. People around her quickly stepped back, afraid of being caught in her wake. I was a bit stunned, like a country bumpkin visiting a big city for the first time, completely awestruck by the scene. Jin Huiying turned her head and smiled at me. Jealous, aren't you? This is called intimidation, a special ability exclusive to those above level 80. Anyone more than 10 levels below me will be completely suppressed by my aura. My attacks are almost all critical hits, and I can even reduce the opponent's attack power by 20%. As she said this, her face was full of pride. Looking globally, players who can surpass level 80 are extremely rare, and even Yi Long hasn't reached level 80 yet. After hearing her explanation, I finally understood what it meant to be a top-tier player. This kind of skill is incredibly useful, whether for showing off or sweeping through lower-level enemies. The only limitation is that if the opponent's level is within 10 levels of hers, her suppression effect won't work as well, but it's still enviable. Under Jin Haiyang's aura, Song Kyung-ryeon and Park Cheolhan huddled together, not daring to step forward. The members of the Skeleton Guild didn't even have the courage to fight and had already retreated to the side. Park Cheolhan quickly signaled the psychic mage next to him to contact their superiors. The fact that Lu Chen could bring someone as skilled as Jin Haiyang meant this was no longer something Park, as a team leader, could handle. The psychic mage quickly used a special skill to open a remote video connection. On the screen, we could see the other party sitting in a high-end office, their back to us, never revealing their face. As soon as Jin Haiyang entered, she immediately started berating, "You don't even dare to show your face, yet you have the nerve to boss people around? Who do you think you are?" The other party spoke calmly, "I know you're a level 80 expert. If you're willing to step in, I'll show you respect." I noticed someone beside the other party moving a large cannon into view. The cannon glowed red all over, clearly top-tier equipment. A cannon exclusive to artillery masters, red-grade equipment. I recognized it at a glance, feeling incredibly excited inside. The other party continued, "As long as you leave Lu Chen and Bai Ling behind and help me obtain more water of life, this red-grade equipment will be yours." Jin Haiyang was momentarily speechless. As a top-tier level 80 player, she only had a purple-grade cannon in her possession. She had waited for years but had never come across a red weapon suitable for her. To say she wasn't tempted would be a lie. However, Lu Chen was someone Yi Long had specifically instructed her to protect, and since she had agreed, she couldn't go back on her word. Sorry, I can't agree to this. I will. The two of us spoke almost simultaneously. Lu Chen, are you crazy? A place like the Sanctuary, Water of Life isn't that easy to obtain. Even I might not make it in, and you think you can? Bai Ling looked at me, full of doubt, completely unable to understand what I was thinking. Actually, it wasn't about the equipment, because that equipment had nothing to do with my class and was completely useless to me. I looked at Jean Haiyang and gave a sly smile. Aunt Jean, this equipment is so good, exclusive to artillery masters. It would be a waste not to take it. As for the Water of Life, don't worry. Bai Ling and I just came out of the sanctuary with some Water of Life. Jean Haiyang froze for a moment, her gaze toward me becoming both gentle and a little apologetic. She hadn't expected me to be so considerate of her. I stared at the screen and slowly spoke, I can help you get the Water of Life, but I have conditions. The other party's voice deepened. Name them. It was clear he was willing to agree to any terms. I smiled and said, getting the Water of Life nearly cost me my life, and the amount isn't much. If you can help me level up to 40, I guarantee the task will be completed without issue. How confident are you? The other party pressed. 100%, I replied firmly. The psychic mage's skill was truly impressive, both sides were speaking different languages but could communicate seamlessly. The other party decisively said, alright, I'll arrange for your leveling. Within a month, I want to see the Water of Life. Seeing that I not only secured the red weapon for Jean Haiyang but also got myself a leveling opportunity, Park Cheolhan was so furious he was grinding his teeth. But with the mysterious figure present, he didn't dare say a word and could only swallow his anger. I followed Jean Haiyang back to her place to await further instructions. Jean Haiyang smiled and asked me, do you think leveling up in Korea is faster than in Linyuan City? I nodded. Aunt Jean, you really understand me. The dungeons in Linyuan City are too hard to get into. To even enter a dungeon, you have to join a guild. If you don't rely on a studio, you have to spend money to bid for a spot. Leveling up that way is way too slow, I said, a bit impatiently. Jean Huiying nodded, clearly in agreement. Compared to Han Country, the rules of the Xia Country dungeons were indeed much more complicated. Don't get too cocky. The competition here in Han Country is even fiercer. It's impossible to level up easily. You only have 1 month, and gaining 1 or 2 levels would already be impressive. Jean Huiying obviously didn't believe in my plan this time. We had just come out of the dungeon when someone immediately approached carrying a large box. I recognized him at a glance. It was the person who had appeared in the previous video, and the box contained cannon weapons. Bai Ling and I rushed over almost simultaneously to open the box. Sure enough, inside was that red-grade weapon. Equipment is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange grades. Red-grade equipment is extremely rare, almost never circulating in the market. Even with money, it's not guaranteed you can buy it, as it's usually traded internally among those who need it. I hadn't expected that mysterious person's efficiency to be so high. Just as the words were spoken, the red-grade equipment was delivered directly, clean and efficient, without any delay. Aunt Jean, I really think I can reach level 40 within this month. I looked at the red-grade equipment in my hand and smirked confidently. Jean Huiying swallowed hard, unable to refute a single word. She had to admit that such a grand gesture was not something an ordinary person could pull off. It even felt too easy, like winning a jackpot out of nowhere. What intrigued Jean Huiying even more was the identity of that mysterious man. The resources of the entire Han country had long been monopolized by those massive conglomerates. When the player system first appeared, they invested the most and were the first to control a batch of players, thereby establishing the largest guilds. Someone who could casually give away top-tier equipment must be among the most elite of those conglomerates. Did you really give away the red-grade equipment? Park Keelhan asked, somewhat distressed. Making a friend out of an 80-level professional player with a single piece of equipment, this cost is nothing, the mysterious man replied with a faint smile. He was accustomed to casting a long line to catch big fish. Do you know what the Chinese say? Is it suffering losses is a blessing? Park Keel-hin frowned. No, it's to reap great rewards, you must be willing to invest. Sometimes, the price that needs to be paid must be paid. But I still don't quite understand. Why are you helping Lu Chen level up? He already passed once last time. If he goes in again, he'll definitely get the water of life. Saying he wants to level up to 40, could that be just an excuse? The mysterious man chuckled lightly and glanced at Park Keel-hin. You think you're smart, but do you think I wouldn't know what Lu Chen is planning? Park Keel-hin lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Lu Chen is helping me with something, so of course, I have to give him benefits. Besides, I want to ensure a 100% chance of obtaining the water of life. I don't want any accidents. Since he says he can do it, I'll give him the conditions he wants. The mysterious man made it very clear he only cared about results. As long as Lu Chen could get the item, he was willing to agree to any terms. When Park Keel-hin returned to the bureau, he found that evidence of his misconduct had already spread all over the internet. Protesters were crowding the entrance of the bureau. He panicked instantly. Lu Chen, how dare you set me up? Just wait, I'll make you pay for this. This time, Park Keel-hin finally realized he had been careless. He had overlooked the fact that Lu Chen had 2 companions and had failed to account for Lu Chen backing up the data. Upon investigation, the source of the leak was traced back to Tang Jinyan. It was clearly a pre-arranged plan. Fortunately, he had the water of life in his possession this time, which allowed him to leverage the media to suppress public opinion. Although there were still protests outside, the situation was under control and not too heated. However, his grudge against Lu Chen had deepened. Lu Chen, as long as I get the chance, I will never let you off the hook. The next day, Jin Huiying received another package. This time, it wasn't equipment but an invitation. An underground casino? I looked at the location on the invitation, it was indeed a casino. I had never been to one in my life. Can I really level up and gain experience in a casino? I asked, utterly confused. The casino is a place where money is gambled, but here, it's not money being wagered, it's the wins and losses of players in the ranking matches. The invitation in your hand is your ticket to qualify for the ranking matches. Ranking matches are instances where players challenge each other, divided into 3 difficulty levels. The higher the level, the harder it gets, but the more experience you gain. Unlike regular instances, ranking matches operate on a betting system. Win and you gain experience directly, lose and not only do you gain nothing, but your experience points are deducted. I once saw related posts in the player community, mentioning how hard it is to get a ticket. Only one ticket? I flipped the envelope back and forth, and sure enough, there was only one. Just one match wouldn't satisfy me, right? Thinking about this, I felt a bit disappointed. Of course, there's only one. How many do you want? But this doesn't mean you only have one chance. As long as you keep winning, this ticket can be used continuously. But no more than 10 times. In other words, you can win up to 10 consecutive matches. If you really manage 10 consecutive wins, the ticket will be voided. Of course, if you lose the first match, it will also be voided. After Jin Haiyang explained everything, I finally understood the intricacies. I hadn't known these details before. Back then, I had only skimmed through the match introduction and didn't pay attention to the rules. After all, who would have thought they'd get a chance to obtain this ticket? Aunt Jean, what's the connection between the underground casino and the ranking matches? This casino is essentially a money laundering operation. For every ranking match, everyone can place bets. The more you win, the higher the odds. For example, if you win 10 consecutive matches and I bet on you, even if I only wagered $10, it could turn into a huge sum in the end. According to the rules, I had to participate in the ranking matches at the underground casino. To ensure my safety, Jin Haiyang accompanied me. As soon as she appeared, her aura intimidated many players, who automatically stepped aside to make way for us. Aunt Jean, do you know the background of that mysterious man? I couldn't help but feel curious. Even the team leader of the management bureau can only act as his subordinate. This man must hold a significant position in the official circles or wield immense power. Being able to obtain a ticket for the casino's ranking matches shows that he has influence in both the legal and underground worlds. In the entire country, there are very few people like him. At this level, I can't even get close. Actually, Jean Haiyan was being too modest. With her skills, countless factions had tried to recruit her, but she simply didn't care about them. She had always refused to bow down and didn't want to be a puppet for those so-called big shots. Before long, it was my turn to compete. Holding the ticket, I prepared to enter the ranking match. Bai Ling had been following me closely, but as soon as we reached the entrance, she was stopped and couldn't get in. I had already entered the instance with my ticket. Lu Chen, you. She stomped her feet in frustration. After entering the instance, I didn't immediately appear in the battle arena but was assigned to a space resembling a preparation room. Each participant is given a temporary code name, and their appearance can be freely modified to hide their identity and avoid private retaliation. In the past, some people impulsively revealed their identity after winning a match, only to be assassinated as soon as the match ended. Now, no one dares to make the same mistake. At level 33, my assigned opponents were players of similar levels. The participants come from all over the world, making this not just a small-scale competition but a true global rivalry. That's the allure of ranking matches. The underground casino is located in the deepest part of the city, where it's perpetually lit. Inside, you can't feel the difference between day and night. Gamblers can stay for days on end once they enter. The core of the casino is the main arena for ranking matches. The entire area is a massive circular combat zone equipped with top-tier devices that can project real-time images of the instance. Gamblers crowd around the perimeter. The projections rely entirely on psychic mages for synchronized output. Amid the noisy crowd, Park Cheolhan sat alone in a corner, absent-mindedly munching on sunflower seeds. Song Kyung-ryong happened to spot him and teased with a laugh, "Park team leader, what brings you here? You're not here to catch someone, are you?" He was still holding a grudge over Bai Ling's matter. He had spent money to buy her, but the bureau intercepted her, and the money wasn't refunded. Now, running into Park Cheolhan, he couldn't resist adding a bit of mockery. Park Cheolhan, already annoyed, couldn't be bothered to respond. He was under orders to supervise me, ensuring I didn't cause any trouble before obtaining the water of life. Soon, the large screen at the venue displayed footage of my match. I knew every move I made was being monitored. The ranking matches were divided into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. Winning a match in the highest tier earned 50,000 experience points, but losing deducted 25,000. Those without absolute confidence wouldn't dare take such a risk. True winners were rare, most participants were just there to fuel the gamblers' bets. At this moment, the game had only just begun. This setup was not much different from horse racing or football betting. If I could win a few matches in a row, the ranking match's upgrade speed would be unmatched. With 50,000 experience points rewarded per match, the opportunity was too rare to pass up. I didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose the highest difficulty tier. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the opponents, and the more thrilling the challenge. On the sidelines, a few scantily clad young women were holding tablets and payment codes, waiting for people to place bets. One of them approached Park Cheolhan. Without wasting words, he directly bet 1,000 yuan that I would lose. I knew he acknowledged my skills, but this guy just couldn't accept it and was itching to see me fail. The ranking match ticket would be void after a single loss, leaving no second chances. I couldn't get another ticket even if I wanted to. Seeing Park Cheolhan place a bet, Song Kyung-ryong looked a bit puzzled. Song Kyung-ryong, a team leader at the bureau, was usually serious and had never been to a betting venue before. At this moment, the young woman sweetly asked him, "Sir, would you like to place a bet?" She leaned forward slightly as she spoke, perfectly showcasing her curves. Song Kyung-ryong froze for a moment, then quickly picked up the tablet and placed a bet. He went against Park Cheolhan, also betting 1,000 yuan, but on me to win. By now, I had already assumed a new identity on the field, and Song Kyung-ryong couldn't recognize me. The young woman turned to leave, her tight skirt outlining her figure, especially the hemline, which almost revealed a little too much. The more Song Kyung-ryong looked, the more entranced he became, his hand almost reaching out involuntarily. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of warning and broke out in a cold sweat. Looking around, he quickly noticed Kim Hae-young sitting across from him, staring at him intently. His heart sank. Why was she here too? Song Kyung-ryong hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look at the young woman anymore, let alone at Kim Hae-young. The young woman turned back and asked, "Sir, is there anything else you need?" Startled, Song Kyung-ryong waved his hand frantically. No, you can go now." On the field, a psychic mage threw out a light orb, and the entire ranking match scene was instantly projected. My opponent for this match was a level 30 player with a profession called Explosive Maniac. It was my first time encountering this profession. The opponent was a guy with a head full of wild, explosive hair, muttering to himself. I couldn't hear him, communication wasn't possible in ranking matches. Seeing that I ignored him, the guy directly flipped me off. No matter where you're from, that gesture is universally understood. Faced with his provocation, I only felt bored. These days, you could run into all kinds of people. Seeing that his provocation didn't work, the explosive-haired guy immediately took action, throwing a large bomb. The hallmark of his profession was the ability to pre-make a ton of bombs and then throw them all at once. Bombs rained down like a storm, and within seconds, the field was flooded with them. Upon closer inspection, the large bombs were packed with countless smaller bombs. Don't underestimate these small bombs. When there are enough of them, their explosions can still be terrifying. The explosive-haired guy had clearly planned this in advance. He used small bombs instead of just large ones to counter players with evasion abilities, ensuring his attacks wouldn't miss entirely. The dense barrage of small bombs made it nearly impossible for even the fastest opponents to dodge them all. But I had no intention of dodging at all. Seeing my figure swallowed by the explosion's black smoke, the afro-haired guy jumped up triumphantly. He had calculated it perfectly. This wave of power would kill anyone, no matter how high my defense was. At best, I'd be left with half my health. Black smoke spread across the arena, and the audience craned their necks to get a clear view. The afro-haired guy didn't rush in. He was still holding 2 bombs, ready to finish me off at any moment. But just as he was basking in his victory, I had already appeared behind him. "I'm behind you." Of course, he couldn't hear me. The blood demon blade struck down, killing him instantly without giving him a chance to react. Boom! The afro-haired guy's figure shattered, turning into countless experience points that surged into my body. Watching my experience bar increase by another 50,000, I couldn't help but smile. This round, leveling up was guaranteed. The defeated afro-haired guy wasn't truly dead. In the ranking matches, it's just virtual elimination. But his 25,000 experience points were gone for real, dropping him directly from level 30 to level 29. Damn it! He was on the verge of losing his mind. Losing here not only wasted his ticket but also caused him to drop a level, leaving him with nothing. In the stands, Song Jinglong watched my performance with a face full of shock. This profession, I quickly understood. The one participating in the ranking matches now was me, Lu Chen. This also explained why Park Cheolhan and Kim Hae-young were here in this underground casino. "Team leader Park, you lost your bet," Song Jinglong said smugly. Park Cheolhan lit a cigarette. Losing $1,000 meant nothing to him. He waved over a hostess and handed her another 1,000, still betting that I would lose. Actually, when he saw my opponent was just a level 30 rookie, he had already decided that the afro-haired guy was doomed to fail. After all, I had managed to survive the temple. To kill me in a one-on-one fight? Without real skills, how could that be possible? The hostess walked over to me, leaning down to reveal a hint of seductive allure. Song Jinglong didn't dare look too much, shifting his gaze away and quietly placing another 1,000 on me to win. He could tell I was strong. If even he could see it, There was no reason Park Cheol-han wouldn't understand. What was he up to? Did he have too much money to spend? In the second ranking match, my opponent was an international player. This time, the profession turned out to be top rap star. A profession like this could enter the arena? Honestly, I hadn't expected it. But the other spectators were used to it. You could find all sorts of people in the ranking matches. As soon as he entered, he pulled out a microphone, instantly transforming the atmosphere. He was the star of the show. Strangely, background music suddenly started playing, even though I didn't see any sound equipment. This must be one of his professional skills. No one has ever defeated me under my musical rhythm, he said in English. But I couldn't hear him. Then he picked up the microphone and started rapping, and I could clearly hear his voice. In ranking matches, you're not supposed to hear your opponent speak, but his voice was part of his skill, so I heard it. He freestyled in English, rapping impromptu. Despite his accent, I could roughly understand. Hey, you narrow-eyed guy, you're just a banana-eating monkey. I'm a super singer, and you're just a loser. His lyrics were sharp and cutting, each word like a bullet, continuously dealing damage to me. Although each hit only caused a few hundred points of damage, the speed was too fast, and the damage kept accumulating. Overall, while the damage wasn't high in bursts, it was a real headache. I sneered, courting death. My blade moved swiftly. The first strike severed his arm, the second cut off one of his legs, and the third silenced the music. The final blow was a headshot. The second match, I won again. With overwhelming strength, what use was trash talk? This match was completely one-sided. The opponent had a loud voice but no real skills to back it up. Unfortunately, this wasn't a rap show, it was a ranking match where strength mattered. Experience points plus 50,000, the glow of leveling up flickered around me, and I reached level 34. Immediately after, the third ranked match began. Go ahead. Park Cheol-han called over the young lady again, still betting on my loss, placing another $1,000. The young lady turned to Song Kyung-ryong and asked, "This is the money you won in the first 2 rounds. Would you like to cash it out now?" Song Kyung-ryong shook his head. Keep betting on my win. My third opponent was a doomsday warrior with a beard. He carried 3 swords of varying lengths on his waist and hands. This guy was level 35, stronger than the previous 2. My opponents would only get tougher from here. Seeing his 3 swords, I couldn't help but laugh. My blood demon blade suddenly extended dozens of meters, reaching the doomsday warrior in the blink of an eye, startling him with wide eyes. No matter how many swords he had, they couldn't compare to my blade's length. The blood demon blade fell, slicing the doomsday warrior in half. Without even a chance to struggle, he turned into experience points and disappeared. 3 consecutive wins, secured. So far, no one has posed a threat to me. Park Cheol-han watched with displeasure. Seeing me gain experience seemed to bother him more than losing his own money. That's because the first 3 opponents were too weak. Lu Chen isn't an ordinary player. He'll definitely face stronger enemies later, and then it'll be impossible for him to defeat them in one strike, Park Cheol-han muttered under his breath. Before the 4th match could begin, a psychic mage suddenly stepped forward to stop me. 3 consecutive wins are enough for today. Save the rest for tomorrow. After saying this, he stood at the edge of the arena and announced to all the spectators, "The match is over." According to the casino rules, after 3 consecutive wins, you must stop and wait until the next day to continue. Here's $30,000, $10,000 for each win. Tomorrow, if you win another match, you'll get another $30,000. The psychic mage approached and handed me the money. I was slightly stunned. Could this underground casino really allow players to earn extra cash through matches? Although this money was nothing compared to the experience points, who wouldn't want free money? I readily agreed to continue tomorrow. It worked out well, giving me a chance to recover. As I left the arena, I ran into Song Kyung-ryong again. I had just walked out from backstage when I spotted him from afar. He immediately turned his head, avoiding eye contact with me. Behind him was Kim Hae-young, her sharp gaze seemingly able to see right through me. I understood Song Kyung-ryong's reaction, who would dare act out in front of the queen at a time like this. Park Cheol-han behaved similarly, keeping his distance and only sneaking glances from afar. He even reported my 3 consecutive wins in the ranked matches to the big shot in the office. The mysterious man, upon hearing about my streak, remained indifferent, showing little expression. He simply instructed Park Cheol-han to keep an eye on my movements. Park Cheol-han, feeling somewhat resentful, couldn't help but ask, "What if Lu Chen loses tomorrow?" "I've already said, as long as he wins, I'll help him level up to 40. The opportunity has been given to him. If he can't seize it, he can only blame himself for lacking the skill." Hearing this, Park Cheol-han could only nod and keep quiet. Meanwhile, in Linyuan City, Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu were fiercely battling monsters in a dungeon when guild leader Song Yu suddenly summoned them. "Guild leader, what's the urgent matter?" Chen Lei knew it had to be serious, otherwise, they wouldn't have been called out of the dungeon. Song Yu sat in a chair, slapped the table, and pushed over 2 entry tickets. "These are ranked match entry tickets. There's not much time left before the Eclipse event, and you're still short on experience to reach level 40. I pulled some strings to get these tickets so you can give it your all and use this time to level up. With your current strength, winning 5 matches shouldn't be a problem." Lin Chuchu asked worriedly, "What happens if we lose?" "If you lose, you'll lose 25,000 experience points, and the entry ticket will be gone." Lin Chuchu was somewhat dissatisfied. "Then if we bring equipment in, wouldn't our chances of winning be higher?" Song Yu interrupted her, "It won't work. Ranked matches only allow you to fight using your own attributes. No equipment can be brought in. Only the attributes on your character panel will be effective. However, don't be too nervous. You two, a shadow assassin and a thunder mage, these combat professions have a real advantage in solo ranking matches. As long as you can win 3 consecutive rounds, you'll basically profit. Each opponent will be at your level or of similar strength. Only after multiple consecutive wins will you encounter someone stronger than you." Lin Chuchu finally felt reassured. "That's manageable." She suddenly seemed brimming with confidence, even thinking 5 consecutive wins wouldn't be a problem. Chen Lei, on the other hand, rubbed his hands eagerly. "If I keep winning, does that mean I can achieve unlimited consecutive victories?" Song Yu replied seriously, "The maximum is 10 consecutive wins. After 10 wins, you trigger double rewards, which means all the experience from the first 10 matches is doubled, giving you a total of 500,000 experience points directly." Hearing this, Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu were both stunned. Lin Chuchu calculated excitedly, 10 consecutive wins plus the experience from 10 matches altogether, that's 1,000,000 experience points. "If I win, I could level up twice instantly." But then she reconsidered. Her shadow assassin profession had a clear weakness: low defense. If she got hit, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. 10 consecutive wins seemed unrealistic for her. Chen Lei, however, had a better chance. Both of them were level 37, and if Chen Lei managed 10 consecutive wins, he could not only break through to level 40 but might even reach level 41 directly. The next day, I returned to the underground casino again. Park Cheol-han was still following me, and Song Jinglong, the playboy, was still being pulled between the casino and the underground city. The casino was even livelier than yesterday. The news of my 3 consecutive wins had already spread, and now even more people were placing bets. The more consecutive wins, the higher the stakes for each match. Many were waiting to see if I would slip up. "Sir, would you like to place a bet?" "I bet he'll lose." Park Cheol-han took out $1,000 and slapped it on the table. Song Jinglong sneered from the side, "You're not betting money, you're betting out of spite," deliberately targeting Lu Chen. "Then I'll bet he'll win." Song Jinglong also threw down $1,000. The cashier looked bewildered as she collected the money, probably never having seen such a peculiar betting situation. Soon, my 4th ranking match began. My opponent was a woman with a distinctly exotic appearance, dressed oddly, covered in bright colors, and adorned with metal studs. People are more open-minded these days, so no one found it funny. But unexpectedly, she suddenly turned around, stuck out her rear at me, and directly pulled down her pants. On the pale skin of her backside was tattooed a string of English words, "Powerless Man." The crowd erupted in shock. Song Jinglong burst out laughing, clearly never having seen such an absurd contestant. But for this woman to act so brazenly, she was undoubtedly trying to play psychological games. The audience outside the ring was stunned by this outrageous display. Even Park Cheolhan nearly spat out his drink. Bai Ling blushed furiously, her face red to the ears, while Jin Haiyang remained indifferent, her expression unchanged. Standing in the ring, I was both amused and exasperated, thinking to myself, I'm just here for a ranking match, so why do I keep encountering these eccentric opponents? Judging by her actions, it was clear she was deliberately provoking me. Although I couldn't hear what she was saying, I understood her intentions at a glance. Such people don't care about winning or losing, they're purely here to attract attention. Losing would only cost them some experience points, which they don't care about at all. The key is that losing a ranking match only results in lost experience, it doesn't lead to actual death. This mechanism makes them even more reckless. I had no interest in wasting time with these boring individuals. Without hesitation, I struck down the bizarre woman with a single blow, showing no mercy. The fifth match began shortly after. I was already fed up with these disgusting characters. As soon as I entered the ring, I immediately charged up my power, utilizing over 1,000,000 health points to push my attack power to the limit, exceeding 100,000 in a single strike. Before my opponent's figure had fully materialized, the blood demon blade had already descended. Boom! It was over in an instant. The cheers from the audience abruptly fell silent, and everyone froze. They had been expecting to see me face a formidable opponent, but before they could even get a clear look at my adversary, I had already obliterated them on the spot. Someone whispered, "He's charging up his skill in advance, launching a sneak attack as soon as the opponent appears." This is a technique rarely used in ranked matches, activating a skill beforehand to deal damage as quickly as possible. Usually, it only gives a slight advantage, it's unheard of to take down an opponent in one move. Ranked matches are fairly balanced, with players at similar levels, so it's rare for someone to be instantly defeated. Considering my winning streak, the opponent in the fifth match should theoretically be even stronger than me. Yet, I still finished it with one strike. This move completely ignited the crowd's attention. The Blood Demon Knight class instantly became the center of discussion. With such insane attack power, who wouldn't want to know how it's done? This match lasted less than a second. The result was effortless to the extreme. Immediately after, the third round of betting began. The betting assistant had just left but quickly returned to prepare for the next round. This time, the odds for the sixth match skyrocketed to 6-1. In underground casinos, this is considered an extremely high return rate. Many gamblers on site had their eyes lit up, fantasizing about turning their fortunes around in no time. Some were already imagining driving off in sports cars after winning big. The battle began, and I couldn't be bothered to waste time with a bunch of boring people. I used the same method as the previous match. This time, I consumed more health, aiming for a one-hit kill. Ranked matches don't allow equipment or items, so unless the opponent has defensive talents or activates a skill in advance, no one can block my strike. Bang! The opponent hadn't even figured out what I looked like before falling to the ground. The match ended too quickly. The audience fell silent. This is the first time I've heard of a Blood Demon Knight instantly killing someone like this. What kind of skill is that? How could the damage be so exaggerated? 3 consecutive wins today, and 6 wins in total counting the previous ones. If I'd known, I would have bet more. No point talking about it now, I only made a few $100. With 3 consecutive wins secured, the casino quickly settled the accounts, and I earned 90,000. I asked, how much for winning one match tomorrow? 50,000. After getting the answer, I left without saying much. Meanwhile, Park Jae-han arrived to inquire, what class and level was the guy who got instantly killed just now? The psychology expert shook his head and sighed, it ended too quickly, I couldn't see anything. After being repeatedly one-shot by me, they couldn't even figure out the opponent's class or level. Park Jae-han originally wanted to deduce my true strength from this information, but now he got nothing. In Linyuan City, Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei were also preparing for ranked matches. Lin Chuchu exited shortly after entering, her face looking grim. Song Yu quickly asked, "What happened?" Lin Chuchu frowned, "I lost." "How could that be?" "You mean you were taken down in one move without even seeing what the opponent looked like?" Song Yu was incredulous. Lin Chuchu felt bitter. Losing not only cost her the match but also a significant amount of experience, dropping her from level 47 to level 46. To recover, she'd have to grind monsters diligently, which was frustrating just to think about. Song Yu was even more puzzled. "How did you encounter such a strong opponent in the first match? Have you participated in ranked matches before?" "No, this was my first time." Logically, new players in ranked matches should face opponents of similar strength. For the opponent to one-shot Lin Chuchu, their level must be very high. While pondering this, Chen Lei also came out, looking dejected. He had won his first match easily, finishing the opponent in less than a minute. But the second match ended even faster. "President, I lost." This disappointed Song Yu. What class and level was the opponent? Chen Lei lowered his head in shame. "I didn't see anything before I was instantly killed." Hearing this, Song Yu was completely confused. Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei must have encountered the same overpowered opponent. I had originally planned for us to break through level 40 together this time, but instead, we suffered a major setback. Chen Lei ended with 1 win and 1 loss, while Lin Chuchu was eliminated in her first match. The two of us didn't gain any experience, and Lin Chuchu even lost over 20,000 experience points. Before participating in the ranked match, we were full of confidence, thinking victory was within easy reach. But the reality was, after the match ended, we all hung our heads low, our confidence utterly shattered. Chen Lei couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. How could he take me out in one move? That unwillingness was written all over his face. Song Yu scratched his head, equally puzzled. "Do you know what class and level the opponent was?" Chen Lei shook his head. "I didn't see clearly at all, it was too fast. Before I could react, I was taken out." He was using a blade, and that blade was enormous, completely blood red. Lin Chuchu chimed in, "Yeah, same here. I just saw a flash of red light, and when I opened my eyes, my health was already 0. The three of us were completely baffled. What kind of class or skill could one-shot all three of us at level 37? Since the awakening of gaming talents, the number of players has been increasing every year, and new classes keep emerging. Although they can generally be categorized into warriors, assassins, mages, tanks, and supports, there are countless variations, with new strategies appearing every year. It's entirely possible that there's a class capable of such high burst damage that it can end a fight in one strike. After losing the ranked match, there was nothing else to do but continue running dungeons. Compared to ranked matches, dungeon grinding mainly just takes time. At our current pace, it's almost impossible for Chen Lei to break through level 40. As for Lin Chuchu, she'd be lucky to make it to level 38. Back at our place, Chen Lei looked like he'd lost his soul. That one strike had shattered his confidence into pieces. As an S-class lightning talent awakener who had transitioned into the Thunder Mage King class, which perfectly matched his talent, he should theoretically be a well-rounded powerhouse in terms of damage, health, and defense. Generally speaking, it would be hard for anyone to beat him one-on-one. But the opponent? He didn't even get a clear look at their face before being taken out. He kept thinking, could someone really be so far ahead of him at the same level? During the subsequent dungeon runs, Chen Lei kept making mistakes, and it was only thanks to his teammates stepping in to save him that he wasn't taken out by the boss. Chen Lei, stop dwelling on the ranked match. The guild leader said it before, combat power is closely tied to level. Once your level increases, you'll have a chance to surpass that guy. His move has high burst damage, but it can only be used once. If he faces a player who can withstand that first strike, he'll definitely lose. Lin Chuchu's words made Chen Lei's eyes light up. He suddenly realized, that's right. My lightning power scales with my level, the higher my level, the stronger my attacks. My penetration stats will also increase. By then, even if I face an opponent with full armor, they won't be able to withstand my strike. Once he figured it out, he reassured himself that the opponent was just a high-burst class but likely fragile. As long as he could keep them at a distance, he could counterattack at any time. With this thought, Chen Lei's mood improved significantly. Meanwhile, Lu Chen won 3 more matches in a row, earning 150,000 experience points and leveling up directly to 35. His leveling speed was so fast that dungeon grinding couldn't compare. Park Cheolhan wasn't idle either, continuing to report on Lu Chen's situation. When the news of 6 consecutive wins was passed on, the mysterious man wasn't surprised at all. Take him to the underground casino tomorrow. As soon as he loses, take him straight to the dungeon. I need to get the water of life as soon as possible. The call ended quickly. Lu Chen winning 6 matches was already impressive, but tomorrow, he was destined to lose. That night, Kim Hae-young took Bai Ling and me to a nightclub for drinks. I've already booked the flight for tomorrow afternoon. We'll leave as soon as the ranked match ends. The nightclub was noisy, and Park Cheolhan couldn't hear what we were saying at all. He had been following us these past few days and was now sitting at a nearby table, his face cold, not even touching his drink, his eyes fixed on us. I swirled the wineglass in my hand and smiled at Kim Hae-young. "Aunt Kim, don't be in such a hurry to send me away. I'm not planning to leave so soon." Kim Hae-young raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" I curled my lips into a sly smile. "Aunt Kim, are you underestimating me?" Jin Huiying was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Kid, are you aiming for 9 consecutive wins? Do you really think you can pull it off?" I took a sip of the liquor, its strength hitting me, leaving a slight bitterness on my face. As expected, I still wasn't used to the taste of alcohol. "I'm aiming for 10 consecutive wins." As soon as I said that, Jin Huiying froze. "You've got some nerve to aim even higher." I nodded, my gaze firm. Jin Huiying thought for a moment, then directly pulled out her phone and cancelled her flight for tomorrow. "Alright, I'll wait until you finish all your matches. You're not planning to help me snatch the water of life again, are you?" She didn't actually want me to take any more risks. The sanctuary wasn't a place ordinary people could enter. The fact that I managed to leave unscathed last time was pure luck. "Aunt Jean, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Since I've made a promise, I'll see it through." Jin Huiying thought about persuading me further but felt it would just be nagging. The whole evening, Bai Ling sat quietly beside me, barely speaking and drinking very little. Actually, it was the first time for both of us at a nightclub, and we couldn't really get into it. Jin Huiying didn't stay long either, finding it boring, and eventually told us to head back. "Yi Long was way more fun than you two back in the day." "What's wrong with young people these days?" she said with a hint of nostalgia. "Was the president wild back then?" I asked, curious. "Don't go prying. If you want to know, ask Yi Long yourself." As Bai Ling and I were about to leave, Park Cheolhan immediately followed us. "You're all heading back to sleep, and you're still tagging along? Why not stay and have a few drinks with me?" Jin Huiying pushed Park Cheolhan back into his seat and poured him a full glass of liquor. This drink was a mix of several strong spirits, something an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle. Under her imposing presence, Park Cheolhan had no choice but to drink it down. When Bai Ling and I returned to the room and were about to undress for bed, she suddenly leaned closer. "Why don't you sleep on the bed tonight?" "No need, you take the bed." "The sofa is fine for me," I replied seriously. Her expression was a bit conflicted, as if she hadn't said everything she wanted to. I didn't think much of it, assuming she was offering to let me take the bed while she took the sofa, and I misunderstood. "You've already obtained all the water of life. Why are you risking going back to the sanctuary?" she suddenly asked in a low voice. I decided to tell her everything that happened in the sanctuary, including the matter of the water of life. "Because I need to kill someone." She was about to exclaim loudly, but I quickly covered her mouth. "Keep it down. The walls might have ears, and the bureau could be monitoring us. She immediately nodded obediently. We both tacitly understood and didn't say anything further. The casino grew more crowded, reaching a small peak by the third day. All the seats were filled, not just with gamblers but also with people there to watch the excitement. Very few had managed to achieve 6 consecutive wins or more, and everyone was eager to see how far I could go. At the start of the match, the psychic mage used their skill to project the entire game for the audience to see. As soon as I entered, I charged up and struck with a single blow, sweeping my opponent out of the ring. They didn't even have time to react, disappearing as if blown away by the wind. Once, then twice, the results were the same each time. 9 consecutive wins. The psychic mage's voice trembled with excitement. In all the years of the underground casino, no one had ever achieved 10 consecutive wins. Could I really make it happen? 10 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins. The audience chanted in unison, eager to witness the final match and see a miracle unfold. Moreover, I had won the last 3 matches so quickly that everyone felt they hadn't had enough. Don't worry, everyone. There are only 3 ranked matches per day, that's the rule. Tomorrow will be the 10th match, and I promise to be on time and not let anyone down. The casino owner used my victories to attract even more bets, making an absolute fortune. At the end of the night, I received a payment of 150,000. The psychic mage specifically reminded me to come back tomorrow. If I achieved 10 consecutive wins, the casino would pay me a lump sum of 1 million. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Song Jinglong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, I won all 3 bets. Made a fortune today. He looked smug as he added, Team Leader Park, it's all thanks to you betting wholeheartedly on my loss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have won so much money. Park Keelhen was so furious he couldn't utter a word. Watching Song Jinglong win money was even more painful for him than losing his own. What truly upset him the most, however, was my 9 consecutive victories. In his mind, after achieving 6 consecutive wins, the subsequent opponents would all be at least level 40. The fact that I could one-shot even level 40 opponents was something he simply couldn't accept. Originally, he had planned to take me to get the water of life today, but with my 9 consecutive wins, he was completely at a loss. Left with no choice, he had to spread the news. When the mysterious man heard about it, his expression changed instantly. Clearly, he hadn't expected me to actually achieve 9 consecutive victories. Even if I lost the final match, it was evident to everyone that my strength was now unmatched among those of the same rank. The mysterious man was also eager to see if I could secure the final win. No need to fetch the water of life today. We'll wait until the ranking matches are over, he said. News of my 9 consecutive wins in the underground casino spread quickly. On one hand, the casino staff couldn't keep their mouths shut and blabbed everywhere. On the other hand, the casino seized the opportunity to promote my winning streak to attract more new customers. This move was bound to make the casino's reputation soar. The news soon reached the ears of a mysterious organization, the same one that had previously found the rescue ship. Within the organization, someone remarked, if Lu Chen really achieves 10 consecutive wins tomorrow, his strength will undoubtedly be the strongest among his rank. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Another person immediately retorted, are you saying our previous attempts to recruit him weren't enough? If he can't achieve 10 consecutive wins, then so be it. But if he does, and we want to recruit him, we'll have to offer more incentives. The other person fell into deep thought, realizing the logic. After all, their organization had always valued talent in all areas, and Lu Chen's combat prowess was 1 in a million. If another organization got to him first, it would be nearly impossible to attract him later, no matter how hard they tried. Ultimately, extending an olive branch before others noticed him was the smartest move. Waiting until Lu Chen fully matured to invite him would only result in being ignored. What do you think we should offer to attract him? Someone asked. We could bring out that item card. That item card is more than sufficient for players above level 70. Are you sure about giving it away? Sometimes you have to give to gain. They quickly made a decision: if Lu Chen truly achieved 10 consecutive wins, they would give him the item card. But if he lost the 10th match, the card would remain theirs. At this point, I was still unaware that a precious item card was waiting for me. A day passed, and my health had fully recovered. The experience points I gained yesterday allowed me to level up smoothly to level 36. My health now reached a staggering 9 million, and I was fully confident about the upcoming ranking match. When I stepped into the underground casino again, it was even more crowded than the day before. The audience seats were packed with an excited, restless crowd, and the atmosphere was electric. Even before the matches began, the betting scene was already buzzing with activity. The underground casino was filled with people looking to take a gamble, and my 10-match winning streak had become the main attraction. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Winning 10 consecutive matches isn't an easy feat. The opponent in the 10th match might be more than 15 levels higher than him. There's no way he'd agree to such a challenge. Exactly. Even though the odds are 1 to 10, the chances of him winning are slim to none. Many were analyzing the situation rationally, and most didn't believe I could win. Someone jokingly asked Team Leader Park, "Still only betting 1,000 today? If you think Lu Chen can really win, why not place a bigger bet?" Here, $1,000 was nothing. Even Park Keelhan felt a bit embarrassed. He had already lost 9,000 earlier, so this time he simply bet 10,000, wagering that I would lose. After placing his bet, Song Jinglong called over the young women to place their bets. These past few days, he had consistently bet on me to win and had made quite a profit. He seemed to have an inexplicable streak of luck. Whenever he bet against Park Cheolhan, he always won. This time, as usual, he bet against Park Cheolhan, also wagering 10,000, but this time betting on me to win. He muttered to himself, "Keep it small, even if I lose, it won't hurt. Besides, I've already made enough to cover it." In the hall, 9 out of 10 people were betting that I would lose. After all, I had won 9 matches in a row before, and while I had the skills, many believed I had been relying on luck. Everyone thought that my opponent in the 10th match would undoubtedly be stronger than any of the previous ones, and they simply didn't believe I could secure another solid win. The young women taking bets were busier than ever, running back and forth. This match had drawn even more people to place bets, and the total amount wagered had already surpassed 100 million. The vast majority bet on me losing, with less than 1/10 betting on me to win. At this moment, one of the young women was about to skip over Kim Ha-young, as she had never placed a bet before. But this time, Kim Ha-young reached out her hand, 1 million on Lu Chen to win. She was an early professional player, and this amount of money was nothing to her. But no one had expected her to place such a large bet, let alone bet on me to win. All the gamblers present were stunned. Immediately after, seeing this, Song Jinglong gritted his teeth and raised his bet, "Add another 100,000, I'm also betting on Lu Chen to win." He had initially planned to play it small, but seeing Kim Ha-young place such a large bet, he couldn't pass up the opportunity. He understood that someone like Kim Ha-young, an 80-level professional player and a top-tier figure in the industry, wouldn't bet on me unless she was confident. This indicated that my chances of winning were very high. This scene made Park Cheolhan, who had been gloating and waiting to see me fail, suddenly lose his confidence. He began to doubt whether I might actually win. On the ranked battlefield, as I watched the other psychic mages casting their spells, I smirked coldly. The underground casino crowd would soon realize that psychic mages from other places were spying on the live match. However, they all pretended not to notice, as no one stopped them. After all, anyone capable of arranging psychic mages to gather intelligence here wasn't an ordinary person. Reaching the 10th match in this ranked competition was already rare, and the casino had been promoting it heavily over the past few days. With so many people betting now, the casino was raking in profits and couldn't care less about these minor tricks. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, a mysterious man was also watching the screen through the abilities of a psychic mage. He hadn't been particularly interested in this match, but seeing me advance to the 10th round, he couldn't resist taking a closer look. On the screen, my opponent had yet to appear, but I had already drawn my blood demon blade. This was the first time I was gambling with my 8 million health points, aiming to end the match with a single strike. Normally, I would never take such a risk. If I failed to kill my opponent, the remaining health would leave me vulnerable to a counterattack. But in this ranked match, my opponent had no chance to escape and no life-saving abilities. As long as my blade struck, they were doomed. 8 million health points converted into an 800,000 attack bonus. Even without a critical hit, the damage would be off the charts. Who could withstand such a strike? An 800-meter-long blood demon blade descended from the sky like a pillar, slashing through the air. A torrent of blood splashed down, instantly dyeing the battlefield. Crimson. The red glow reflected on everyone's faces, carrying a metallic tang. Experience plus 50,000, 10 consecutive wins, experience plus 500,000, a massive influx of experience surged into my body, and my level skyrocketed. The light flashed 4 times in a row, 37. 38. 39. 40. I leveled up 4 times in an instant. At first, the crowd in the casino was confused, unable to tell whether I had won or lost. But the radiant glow emanating from me said it all: I had won. The final match ended so quickly that everyone stood there in a daze, as if in a dream. How could this guy win the 10th match with a single strike? The opponent was supposed to be much stronger than the previous ones. Was this even real? Before I had a chance to leave, Park Cheolhan and his team surrounded me. Lu Chen, you're already level 40. Now you need to come with us to the temple. I shrugged. Alright, but let's do it tomorrow. I just finished a fight today, and I'm not in the best condition. No rush, right? Park Cheolhan's expression darkened. Lu Chen, don't try to play games. This isn't your turf. Even if someone is backing you, it doesn't mean they can guarantee your safety. After saying that, he left with his people, but I could still feel several pairs of eyes watching me from the shadows. At level 40, my stats panel had undergone a complete transformation. Name: Lu Chen. Class: Blood Demon Knight. Advanced level: 40 HP, 270, 383/9, 783, 083 attack, 12,930 defense, 4,399 speed, 340 fire resistance, 10% skills, Blood Demon / Stealth, Summon Nethermount. Now, I had an additional skill slot, just enough to learn the book, Water Mastery. With this skill, I could swim freely underwater without worrying about suffocation. I had previously thought this skill was unnecessary, so I hadn't learned it. Now that I had, combined with Blood Demon / and Stealth, I had 3 complete skills. The first 2 were my most frequently used, and while Water Mastery might not be immediately useful, it could prove invaluable in the future. Once I returned to Lingyuan City, my HP would easily surpass 10 million. With my level 40 status, who would dare mess with me? Even if monsters invaded, I could hold my ground to the end. The first thing I planned to do upon returning home was to settle the score with the Li family. Last time, they hired an assassin, and when that failed, they sent Wu Bo, an international hitman, to his death. Did they really think I was that easy to bully? They would pay for this. Then there were Lin Chuchu and Chen Lei. If it weren't for the Red Moon Guild backing them, I would have already made them kneel and beg for mercy. Once I returned with my overwhelming HP, even if Song Yu wanted to protect them, she would have to think twice about provoking my wrath. These were matters I had to resolve after returning to the country. However, before leaving Han Country, I had one more target: Park Cheolhan. Tang Jinyan had already sent out evidence of his crimes, but Park Cheolhan was still safe and sound, continuing as the head of the management bureau. Clearly, the evidence wasn't enough to bring him down. In that case, I would take matters into my own hands this time and make Park Cheolhan disappear for good. Dungeon, 58th floor. I arrived as promised, fully prepared. Where's Bai Ling? Someone beside Park Cheolhan translated for him, but I replied directly, no need for her. I can handle it myself. Park Cheolhan said nothing. He must have realized my capabilities after I escaped the temple unscathed last time. This time, just like before, his men went in first to distract the 12 guards. Once the opportunity arose, I would go in to seize the water of life. Once his men left, it was just the 2 of us, waiting in silence. According to his plan, he would only deal with 1 guard, leaving the other 11 to me. I didn't object or say a word throughout. Park Cheolhan probably thought I wouldn't cooperate, especially since he had abandoned me at the last moment during our previous mission, nearly costing me my life. As the tension grew, Park Cheolhan suddenly turned around, only to find that I had vanished. He froze, then quickly realized I had used my stealth skill. He must have remembered how I had previously snuck into the management bureau using stealth and turned the place upside down. This time, he clearly thought I was trying to escape again. Suddenly, the blood demon blade silently pierced through his chest. Park Cheolhan was level 50, at least 10 levels higher than me, and his gear was all top-notch, boosting his HP and defense. My attack had nearly killed him, but it wasn't enough to finish him off. Park Cheolhan sneered coldly. "Did you really think a few victories would be enough to kill me? Don't forget, my level is far higher than yours, and I'm fully equipped." He immediately used a binding skill on me. Park Cheolhan's class specialized in control, and as long as his opponent's level was lower than his, their skills would be rendered useless. I was immobilized. Even my stealth and blood demon blade were disabled. Facing him head-on was a dead end. Though heavily injured, Park Cheolhan remained calm, his cold eyes fixed on me. "You failed to kill me in one strike." "What a pity," he said, raising his hand to deliver the finishing blow. I did not struggle, just gave a faint smile. Confidence was written all over my face. Park Cheolhan suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, as if the shadow of death loomed over his head. The next moment, I pulled out the bone flute and gently blew into it. The bone flute is a tool for summoning goblins and does not belong to my personal skills, so the binding effect is ineffective against it. Accompanied by the sound of the flute, a large goblin taller than us appeared, wielding a giant sword. I commanded, "Kill him, aim for the neck." The large goblin hesitated not a moment, raising the giant sword and swinging it toward Park Cheolhan's neck. No! Park Cheolhan was utterly panicked. His life hung by a thread, and he dared not take any more risks, only wanting to flee desperately and find a chance to drink a potion to recover. But I held onto him tightly, giving him no opportunity to escape. "Want to run? Did you ask me first?" Park Cheolhan went mad, stabbing me repeatedly with his knife. My health dropped rapidly, but I didn't care. Even if he stabbed me 100 times, it wouldn't change the outcome. Boom! The large goblin's sword struck Park Cheolhan's neck, a critical hit. Although the goblin was only level 20 and the critical hit's power was limited, Park Cheolhan's health was already at rock bottom, leaving him with just one last sliver of life. He screamed in terror, the pain and fear finally breaking him. Frantically, he rummaged for potions, trying to heal, but his wounds were like a leaking pool. No matter how many potions he consumed, the bleeding wouldn't stop. To survive, he would need the help of a high-level healer. The large goblin did not deliver the final blow but instead looked at me. He understood the rules, knowing that an enemy like this must be finished off by someone stronger, so he silently stepped aside. Park Cheolhan continued rummaging and finally grabbed a bottle, about to drink it. I decisively reached out and snatched it away. "Give it back! Give it back now," he almost roared. I unscrewed the cap and saw it was the water of life. A mocking smile curled at my lips. "Hiding it so well, aren't you afraid your boss will find out?" Of course, I had no intention of returning it. Park Cheolhan weakly reached out, his voice growing fainter. He had lost too much blood and was on the brink of death. I initially thought of giving him a quick end, but as I raised my hand, I slowly lowered it again. It wasn't that I suddenly grew soft-hearted, I had thought of a better idea. "You, kill him." The large goblin obeyed, raising his sword and plunging it straight through Park Cheolhan's chest. Blood spurted out. As the blinding light of level-ups flashed repeatedly, the large goblin's level skyrocketed. I watched the panel update over and over, almost losing count. Combat Goblin, level LV 30, skilled in melee, loyal, intelligent. I was somewhat surprised. The large goblin had leveled up 10 times in one go and directly evolved into a combat goblin. With the new title, this creature was no longer ordinary. Now, this combat goblin could easily be considered an elite monster in an E-level dungeon. "Thank you, Master." Hearing him speak, I was a bit taken aback. Compared to before, his speech was noticeably smoother. This guy was originally just a weak goblin, frail and sickly since childhood, unqualified even to participate in hunts, and always the last to get food. As the bottom of the pack, he was constantly at risk of being eliminated. It was I who summoned him and gave him the giant tree sap to enhance his physique. Without me, he would have long perished somewhere. Seeing him speak proactively, I suddenly had a new idea. In the future, having my combat goblin deal with players could not only help him gain experience but also make him my absolute ally. After all, killing players myself yielded no experience, so it was better to let him do the job. As soon as I emerged from the dungeon, a group of men in black blocked my path. They all looked like professional players, each above level 40. "Why are you out so soon? Trying to run?" "I'm not," I retorted. "Still pretending? You killed Park Cheohan." In truth, they had no evidence and were purely guessing. I couldn't be bothered to respond, treating their words as mere noise, and then I revealed the water of life. "I've got what you wanted. Can I leave now?" The woman in the suit at the front snatched the water of life directly. "Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape." 3 people took out their staffs, which emitted a glow that enveloped me, clearly aiming to restrict my invisibility. Above my head, a golden eye appeared. From experience, I knew that as long as this eye was present, the invisibility skill was useless. I couldn't hide. "Hurry, bring it over." A luxury car was parked by the roadside. The mysterious man inside was already impatient to test the effects of the water of life. He took a sip and immediately touched the area he'd lost years ago, his face lighting up instantly. "It really works, it's grown back. But whether it's safe or not still needs testing." The doctor beside him chuckled lewdly. Soon after, the doctor and driver were kicked out of the car, and the woman in black got in. The car shook for half an hour, and when she got out, her hair was a mess, and there were bits of tissue stuck to the corner of her mouth. Inside the car, the mysterious man looked smug. "Let him go," the woman in the suit said. With that, everyone ignored me and got into the car with her. Lu Chen. Bai Ling saw I was fine and immediately ran over to hug me. The scent of a young girl overwhelmed me, leaving me a bit dazed. This time, I didn't push her away. Instead, I found myself enjoying the moment. "Aunt Jin's car is here, let's go quickly." Nearby, Jean Huiying was waiting for us in her car. Seeing us embrace, Jean Huiying seemed to recall her younger self and Yi Long. As we were about to get in the car, Song Jinglong approached with a smile. "Thank you so much this time, Lu Chen." Jean Huiying translated for him. I looked puzzled. Song Jinglong took out a new work ID. Han Country uses characters borrowed from Xia Country, and there was a small line of Xia Country text on the ID, Group Leader of the Management Bureau. My heart sank, and I immediately understood. He had just been talking with the mysterious man in the car. Unexpectedly, Song Jinglong had directly replaced Park Keelhen and become the group leader of the Management Bureau. Park Keelhen, however, had died by my hand. If it weren't for me, Song Jinglong wouldn't have had the chance to take this position. No wonder he was thanking me. As I got into the car, I couldn't feel happy. Killing Park Keelhen hadn't changed the Management Bureau. Song Jinglong was just another Park Keelhen. Don't overthink it, Lu Chen. Some things aren't within your power to change. The Management Bureau is backed by major corporations. If one Park Keelhen dies, another will take his place. In this world, the only thing you can truly rely on is your own strength. Only by becoming stronger can you protect those you want to protect. I'm taking you to the dock now. There's a ship that can take you back to Linyuan City. Aunt Jean, didn't we already buy plane tickets? Why are we taking a ship now? To be honest, if we flew, we could make it back before the eclipse, but switching to a ship meant we'd definitely be late. Jean Huiying explained. A sea-level dungeon suddenly appeared at the airport. The situation is extremely dangerous, and the airport has been urgently sealed off. All flights are grounded. You can only leave by ship. Unexpected events always catch people off guard. We had no choice but to accept the reality. As we boarded the ship, Jean Hueying kept watching us. I could tell she genuinely cared about us. As we left, Bai Ling hugged her and cried. In just a few days, they had grown as close as mother and daughter, and Bai Ling was reluctant to part. But Jean Hueying was carefree. She smiled and comforted Bai Ling, not wanting us to worry. The ship sailed smoothly across the sea. The water was calm, with only occasional gentle rocking that made people drowsy. There were many people on board, including players and ordinary people, most of them from Xia country. I was leaning back in my seat, dozing off, when suddenly a flash of light enveloped me entirely. The next second, I was pulled into a strange space. Who's using a skill on me? I was on full alert, the blood demon blade appearing in my hand instantly, ready for battle. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared before me. I recognized him. It was the person who had helped me find a helicopter before. He called himself Code 8. He said, "Lu Chen, don't be nervous, it's me. This is a space created by the psychic mage. Only the three of us can hear what we say here, no one else will know. The other person must be the psychic mage." Moreover, I could sense that this one was far stronger than the one I encountered in the underground casino. I asked warily, "What do you want from me? I'm not even level 50 yet, I can't help you." Code 8 smiled. "Don't worry, we know that. But this time, we're not here to ask for your help. We just want to give you a gift." A gift? I was puzzled. A card slowly appeared before me. The Demon King's hand. After using this card, you can summon the hand of the Demon King. The Demon King is the ruler of the demon race, possessing immense power capable of destroying enemies you cannot defeat. Usage, 1 time. Seeing this card, I was stunned. This was an extremely rare summoning card, and it could summon the hand of the Demon King, a force of immense power. If I ever encountered an enemy I couldn't handle, this card might actually save my life. Code 8 specifically warned me, when you use the item card, you will hear the seductive voice of the Demon King. Remember, no matter what he says, do not respond or communicate with him. I couldn't help but ask, "Why are you suddenly giving me something like this?" He replied nonchalantly, "Good things should be given to those who deserve them. Lu Chen, remember our agreement. When you break through level 50, I'll come find you again." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flash before my eyes, and I was back in my original seat. Outside the window was a clear blue sky, bright with sunlight. Looking down, I saw that I was indeed holding a card, the Demon King's hand. It wasn't a dream. The psychic mage was truly impressive, able to deliver an item remotely. Such an ability was awe-inspiring, though it required a high level to achieve. The ship sailed for several days. Even someone like me, who usually found everything easy, was feeling seasick and having trouble sleeping at night. Finally, we left the waters of the Cold Nation and entered the territory of the Summer Nation, just a few dozen nautical miles from Linyuan City. Unable to bear the stuffy air in the room, I decided to go up to the deck for some fresh air. As soon as I stepped out, I immediately sensed that something was off. There had been quite a few people moving around the ship earlier, but now the entire corridor was eerily silent. Just as I was wondering what was going on, a door beside me suddenly opened, and someone pressed a gun to my forehead without warning. His accomplice had also dragged Bai Ling out. "Don't even think about resisting. I know you two are professional players. But here, your skills are useless, so you'd better behave," the man threatened. These robbers had clearly been targeting us for a while. They knew that professional players carried far more money and equipment than ordinary people. To prevent us from fighting back, they waited until the ship left the Cold Nation's waters before making their move. Staring at the dark muzzle of the gun so close to me, I felt an urge to grab it, but I knew the risk was too great. No matter how fast my reflexes were, I couldn't be faster than a bullet. Right now, without any skills to use, I was just an ordinary person. If I could use the blood demon blade now, they wouldn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, I couldn't activate the interface at all, and I could only curse my bad luck in my heart. I was so close to going home, and now I was being robbed. Bai Ling and I were escorted into the largest dining hall, which was already packed with people. Everyone was crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads. A dozen or so robbers, all armed, many with automatic weapons, stood guard. Under the barrels of so many guns, any thought of resistance was quickly extinguished. The robbers herded everyone together, and their leader ordered his men to start looting. "If you don't want to die, hand over anything valuable," he barked. Some people, terrified, quickly handed over all their money, while others, reluctant, tried to hide some of their belongings. However, the bandits had sharp eyes. Anyone who dared to hide anything would immediately be subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks until they were completely drained. The bandits quickly approached me. Without hesitation, I pulled out my wallet and handed over all the money inside. "You're a professional player?" "Just this little bit of money," one of the bandits stared at me. "The money was already taken by those people from the bureau," I replied, staring at him fearlessly. "TSK, that group is really ruthless." Everyone present knew that, on the surface, the bureau was a major organization managing professional players, but in reality, it was the most exploitative place. It was already quite difficult for me to escape from their grasp. Seeing that I truly had nothing valuable, they actually let me go. At this moment, the bandit's eyes turned to Bai Ling, who was standing behind me. "Hey, girl, you're pretty good looking." Bai Ling was visibly scared and instinctively shrank behind me. "She's my girlfriend," I said firmly. "So what if she's your girlfriend?" "I like this type." "You don't have money, so you'll just have to wear a green hat." The bandit, who claimed his surname was Chow, had a lecherous expression. He reached out to grab Bai Ling. My anger was instantly ignited. Without a word, I kicked the guy hard in the groin, followed by a punch, and then snatched the gun from his waist, pressing it directly against his head. The scene fell silent in an instant, and the other bandits became tense. But the calmest one was the bandit leader, who looked at me with a hint of interest. "Didn't expect you to have some skills. Pull the trigger." "Kill them," the bandit leader shouted, completely indifferent to his companion's life. The other bandits immediately raised their submachine guns, aiming at Bai Ling and me. If they pulled the trigger, the two of us would definitely be riddled with bullets. The situation was tense, but I quickly calmed down. "How about this? Let's make a deal. You want money, right? I still have quite a bit on my card. I'll go ashore to the bank and withdraw it all for you, as long as you spare both of our lives." I took out my phone and showed my account balance, which had several million in it. One of the bandits looked envious. "Boss, there's a bank right by the dock. We can withdraw it directly." They snatched my bank card and gun. "What's the password?" 1008611. After I gave the password, the bandit leader didn't immediately let me go ashore but tried to transfer all the money to an overseas account through the bank. However, the bank system detected high risk and directly blocked the transfer. "Boss, that's a lot of money. Not withdrawing it would be a big loss. The other people we robbed only had tens of thousands, but this is several million. It'd be a shame to miss out." The bandit leader nodded after hearing this. "Take him to withdraw the money. Send a signal every half hour." Two bandits, armed with guns, escorted me onto a small boat to head to the dockside bank, while Bai Ling was left behind. "I want to take her with me," I shouted angrily. Bang! The bandit leader shot me in the arm without hesitation. The excruciating pain surged through my head, and I broke out in a cold sweat. In reality, getting shot is nothing like in TV dramas, the pain is unbearable. The bandit leader warned me expressionlessly, "Don't talk too much. If you try anything else, the next one to die will be her." He slowly pressed the gun barrel against Bai Ling's forehead, and she was so scared that she was on the verge of tears. The intense pain made my mind unusually clear. These people were complete scoundrels. Reasoning with them was utterly useless. I took a deep breath and looked at Bai Ling. "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring the money back." I was actually speaking to Bai Ling, but I also sincerely wanted the bandit leader to hear it. The large boat didn't dock, but a small boat took me and the two bandits to the pier. I quickly used a rope to temporarily stop the bleeding on my arm. The two bandits flanked me, their guns pressed against my waist. If I made even the slightest move, they would shoot without hesitation. As we reached a corner of the dock, suddenly, someone shouted coldly, "Stop!" I turned around and saw Wu Bo pressing a gun against the back of one of the robbers' heads. "You dare to mess with us?" The two robbers thought it was a setup I had arranged in advance. Before they could react, Wu Bo moved swiftly, subduing one of them in an instant. I seized the opportunity, swung my arm, and knocked the other robber unconscious. Just as we dealt with the robbers, Wu Bo suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at the center of my forehead, his gaze dangerous. If he pulled the trigger, I would be the next to fall. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wu Bo's mouth. "The Li family knows you're coming back. They sent me to kill you. In the game, I can never truly die, but in reality, a single bullet can end everything." He opened the gun holster, and a bullet slid out of the magazine. I caught it instinctively, staring at the copper-colored bullet, my emotions in turmoil. "Why didn't you kill me?" I asked. "Last time on the deserted island, you spared my life. This time, consider it me returning the favor." "Now we're even," Wu Bo said, leading me forward. As we turned the corner, we were met with the sight of 4 or 5 dungeon entrances scattered across different corners of the street. It was the first time I had seen dungeon entrances so densely packed. I immediately realized it must be due to the recent anomaly: the celestial dog devours the sun. Have the Ghost Clan already begun their attack on Lin Yuan City? I asked in a low voice. That's right. Their leader has already entered the city. Ordinary citizens have all been evacuated. But the Ghost Clan isn't just after that. They've opened several dungeons, clearly intending to turn the entire city into a dungeon, Wu Bo replied. The entire city was now locked in a desperate struggle against the Ghost Clan, with no reinforcements in sight. Bai Ling's safety was now entirely up to me. Money could be used at any time, but those robbers were never trustworthy. Even if I brought millions in cash, there was no guarantee they would keep their word. And even with a gun in my hand, I stood little chance against a gang of robbers. Unless I could use the abilities from the game. If you want to save her, you'd better wait until the entire dock becomes a dungeon, Wu Bo advised. By then, the dungeon's power will cover dozens of nautical miles. Those robbers are just small fry, you can deal with them however you like. Suddenly, a subordinate of the Ghost Clan reported, Boss, there are 2 players here. We had already been targeted by the Ghost Clan. Several Ghost Clan members were watching us from the rooftops of buildings dozens of meters high. Hey, the Ghost Clan is here. The robbers nearby were terrified, seeing monsters in the real world for the first time. This place was supposed to be deserted. Where did you 2 come from? The Ghost Clan leader asked with a smirk. He was the kind of monster who would never be satisfied with just killing 2 players, he wanted a bigger prize. I pointed to a large ship in the distance on the sea. There are plenty of players on that ship. The Ghost Clan leader followed my gaze and indeed saw a large ship anchored offshore near the dock. Open the Ghost Gate, he commanded, spreading his hands as a complex formation appeared beneath his feet. The formation emitted a dim light, and as ghostly figures emerged, energy gathered between his palms. Watch this. A black energy sphere shot out like a cannonball toward the ship. The sea split open in its wake, waves surging violently. The pirates on the ship saw something flying toward them and shouted, Damn, it's a missile. Get out of the way. But the ship was too slow to evade. The energy sphere struck the vessel, not exploding but expanding into a massive sphere of light that lifted the entire ship out of the water. The ship rocked violently, causing people to lose their footing and fall. Amid the chaos, some accidentally killed their companions in the scuffle. The pirate leader's hat was even shot off by a stray bullet, nearly taking his head with it. Most of the crew hadn't figured out what was happening when, in the next moment, the entire ship suddenly appeared before us, wedged precariously between 2 tall buildings, swaying in midair. I glanced at the Ghost Clan leader's information. Ghost Clan leader, level 50, specializes in formations, highly intelligent, commander of the Ghost Clan army, capable of leading thousands of Ghost Clan warriors. Even his subordinates were no pushovers, all level 45 elites skilled in both ranged and melee combat. In this situation, if thousands of Ghost Clan warriors were to invade Lingyuan City, the consequences would be unimaginable. My thoughts were simple: to win, I had to take down the leader first. But for now, I restrained my impulse and decided to deal with the bandits first. However, I quickly discovered that the game panel's functions were still unavailable. Clearly, the dock hadn't been fully dungeonized yet. As I was contemplating my next move, I suddenly saw a beam of purple light shoot into the sky. The Ghost Clan leader placed a massive purple crystal on the rooftop, and the purple light emanated from it. The energy spilling out of the purple crystal began accelerating the dungeonization process. With the purple crystal as the center, a hemispherical dungeon space enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. Purple crystal? Common in dungeons, especially above the 50th floor. It seems dungeonization is related to this crystal. The dungeon in Lingyuan City had only been conquered up to the 41st floor. My understanding of purple crystals was thanks to a trip to Korea. In the dungeons there, I saw many purple crystals, and these things were almost indestructible. After every boss fight, the battlefield would be a mess, but the purple crystals remained completely intact. Some people even specifically transported purple crystals out of dungeons just to sell them, but no one ever figured out their true purpose. Now, I finally witnessed firsthand how purple crystals were used. Standing on the ship's deck, I looked down at the Ghost Clan warriors, who were as excited as if they'd spotted a fat sheep. The boss was right, there are at least a dozen players on this ship. Their greed was written all over their faces. To them, players were nothing more than walking experience packs. Before they could make a move, I flapped my thunder wings and leapt directly onto the rooftop. "What are you trying to do?" A tall Ghost Clan warrior charged at me, skilled in close combat. But as he approached, my broadsword was already unsheathed, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Before he could react, his body was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the deck. Ignoring the others, I rushed straight into the ship's restaurant. The moment the dungeon fully formed, I could clearly feel the game panel's abilities were usable again. The atmosphere inside the room shifted instantly. The players, who had been suppressed earlier, suddenly turned the tables, chasing the bandits all over the place. The bandit leader's subordinates were all wiped out, leaving only him. Seeing me enter, he panicked and shouted, "Get out of my way!" He fired several shots at me. The bullets hit me, but I barely felt anything, losing only a tiny bit of health. It took him a while to realize that players, like monsters, were immune to ordinary weapons. Even if someone fired thousands of times, it wouldn't cause any real harm. The bandit leader, seeing his magazine empty, slammed the window in frustration and tried to escape by jumping out. My blood demon blade extended in an instant, piercing straight through his head. "Lu Chen, is your arm okay?" Bai Ling ran over, now able to use her panel's powers again, and immediately checked my injury. I used a drop of life water, and the wound on my arm disappeared instantly, fully healed. Outside the ship, the Ghost Clan warriors were stunned, not expecting me to be so strong. "Boss, this guy is a bit tricky. Should we wait for more Ghost Clan warriors to arrive before making a move?" But the Ghost Clan leader's eyes grew even greedier. "The stronger the person, the more experience we get for killing them. If we wait until later, there'll be more people to share the spoils, and we won't get our share." Having just arrived in this new territory, they encountered a powerful player, and none of them wanted to let me go so easily. Bai Ling and I returned to the ground. Wu Bo, who initially just wanted to join the fun, ended up getting caught in the chaotic battle caused by the Ghost Clan's attack. The other players on the ship couldn't escape and were all killed by the Ghost Clan warriors. Every time a player died, the experience light would flow into the Ghost Clan's bodies, just like how we level up by killing monsters. They didn't just kill players, they had no intention of sparing the ordinary people on the ship either. "As long as we kill you players, we can level up. If the entire country turns into a dungeon, that would be perfect." A Ghost Clan warrior laughed like a madman. "You're next." A Ghost Clan warrior locked onto me. The next second, another warrior lunged at me from the side, moving as fast as a cannonball, trying to knock me away. I didn't dodge and took the hit head-on. His full-force strike took tens of thousands of points off my health, but to me, it was just a scratch. I had over 10 million health points. This time, I wasn't going to give him another chance. The 200-meter-long blood demon blade unfurled, its blade wrapping around the Ghost Clan warrior and tightening quickly, cutting deeply into his flesh. He struggled violently, letting out heart-wrenching screams. I tightened the blade, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere as he was shredded into pieces. EXP plus 1000. The notification on the panel was a pleasant surprise. Killing one Ghost Clan warrior earned 1000 experience points, a huge gain. The Ghost Clan leader, witnessing my strength, became even more excited. His main purpose in coming to this city was to find a worthy opponent, and now he had finally encountered one. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Bo quietly crept up behind him. It turned out he had used a stealth skill, planning to launch a sneak attack. Before he could strike, the Ghost Clan leader suddenly turned around, locking his gaze on him. How did he sense me? Wu Bo was startled, and before he could react, the Ghost Clan leader struck him with a powerful palm, sending him flying. Wu Bo hit the ground hard, seriously injured. Bai Ling quickly stepped forward to cast a healing spell. The Holy Priest's recovery was effective, and Wu Bo soon regained his condition. I glanced at him with concern. Are you okay? Wu Bo gave a faint, bitter smile. I was too careless. I didn't expect him to be this strong. The battle intensified, and I prepared myself for the fight. This time, facing the Ghost Clan leader at full strength, I wouldn't let my guard down for a second. I stood amidst a group of Ghost Clan warriors, and the situation was even trickier than I had imagined. At first, I thought the Ghost Clan leader was only skilled in commanding and using formations, with average close combat abilities. But my friend Wu Bo, who specialized in assassination, should have been able to handle these guys easily. Unexpectedly, Wu Bo clashed head-on with the Ghost Clan leader and couldn't even touch a hair on him. Clearly, this guy wasn't just a commander, he was also formidable in close combat. Just as the Ghost Clan leader was about to go all out and finish off our group, he suddenly froze. A commanding voice echoed in his mind, "Blue Ghost, what are you doing at the docks? Get over here immediately." "General 10, I'll be there right away." Blue Ghost's expression darkened, clearly displeased, but he had no choice but to obey the order. He wasn't without temper, but he didn't have time to waste here. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Do as you please with them." After giving the order, he activated a teleportation array and disappeared. As soon as Blue Ghost left, the token in my backpack suddenly lit up. This token was something I had obtained from the evil Ghost King before, and it came with a hidden quest. If I could kill 3 Ghost Clan elites, I would receive a special reward. I had already taken down one, the red-haired ghost. Blue Ghost also counted as a Ghost Clan leader, but he escaped too quickly, so my quest progress didn't advance. Next, Blue Ghost activated the teleportation arrays scattered throughout Linyuan City. These arrays were exclusively for Ghost Clan warriors coming out of dungeons, interconnected and capable of instantly transporting them to the city center. Over there, players from the 3 major guilds were fighting desperately against the Ghost Clan, most of them level 40 or above. It seemed that low-level players were almost absent, which I guessed was due to Tang Jinyan's suggestion. After all, rookies charging in would only drag everyone down, giving the Ghost Clan free experience and making the situation even more dangerous. So this battle relied entirely on players with some strength to hold the line. The Ghost Clan warriors around me noticed me staring at the teleportation array and became wary. "Stop looking. This is for the leader's use only. Without his permission, you can't use it." I directly revealed the token and smirked. "What about this? Does this work?" Seeing the evil Ghost King's token in my hand, these guys instantly went berserk. They knew the Demon King had lost his token earlier and had declared that anyone who could return it would be richly rewarded. So when these guys charged forward, their killing intent was even heavier than before, their eyes bloodshot. If the Blue Demon had known I had this token earlier, he definitely wouldn't have left. No matter how strict the orders from above were, he would have fought me to the death. After all, the 10 generals are the top elites under the Demon King, but who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity to rise in rank? Seeing them about to attack, I immediately activated stealth mode. These demon warriors didn't have the ability to see through invisibility like the blue demon did. Silently, I circled behind them and launched a surprise attack, taking one down with a few swift strikes. By the time they pinpointed my location, my stealth mode had already reactivated. The remaining two swung their weapons wildly in frustration, unable to catch even a glimpse of me. The oppressive feeling of being hunted but unable to find the prey completely unnerved them. 3 minutes later, I reappeared, swiftly taking down another one. The last demon warrior, realizing the tide had turned, tried to flee, but as soon as he turned around, he ran straight into the edge of my blood demon blade. With one strike, he fell to the ground, his health bar instantly emptied, clean and decisive. Let's go! The teleportation array was still functional, and I didn't want to waste any more time here. Bai Ling and Wu Bo followed closely behind me into the teleportation array. As I hesitated about where to go next, I suddenly saw the scene from the Li family's side. They were surrounded by demon warriors, teetering on the brink of life and death. At the same time, purple crystals began sprouting all over Linyuan City. These crystals grew like rampant weeds, covering every street and corner. The more dungeons appeared, the faster these crystals spread. At this rate, Linyuan City would inevitably fall completely. In the city center, the 3 major guilds and the 10 generals were locked in fierce battle, and the destruction of the city was only escalating. The Professional Players Association had no choice but to convene an emergency meeting. Besides the president, several council members were present. They were ordinary people, not players. Now, with the situation at a critical juncture, someone asked me, "Yi Long, when are you going to act? Everyone knows your level is high. If you're willing to step in and deal with the 10 generals, we'll have a much better chance." The 10 generals were already at level 65, and they were leading a group of demon warriors. The 3 major guilds were barely holding their ground, but they were far from being able to turn the tide. Tang Jinyan had conducted tests, and as the battle intensified, the signs of Linyuan City's dungeonization were becoming increasingly severe. If the battle could be ended quickly, there was still hope. Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang were both looking at me now, their eyes filled with expectation. Although they hadn't seen my true strength, they believed that as the president, I wasn't an ordinary person. But I didn't respond. I sat there quietly, saying nothing. The other council members began to panic. "Yi Long, if you don't act now, once Linyuan City is completely swallowed by the dungeon, it'll be a huge problem." These council members were all influential figures in Linyuan City, leaders in various industries. Because the emergence of players had disrupted the world order, they had sought me out to establish the Players Association, aiming to control the players. The number of players had become irreversible, and they had to prepare for management. I glanced at them and said calmly, "The dungeonization of Linyuan City isn't really a big deal. Don't worry, I'll act, but not now." One council member immediately lost his temper. "Yi Long, what do you mean by that?" I replied calmly, "Back then, you restricted me at every turn, even forbidding me from entering the dungeons, and you constantly hindered the association. In the end, you weren't thinking about the players but protecting your own interests. In my opinion, non-players shouldn't be part of the council at all. Starting today, I've decided to remove all of you from the council." As soon as I said this, the atmosphere became extremely tense. All the council members were seething with anger. They hadn't expected the usually agreeable Yi Long to suddenly turn against them. "Yi Long, how dare you do this? Without us, how would you have had the funds to build the association? Linyuan City needs stability, but players are instead an unstable factor." As soon as they finished speaking, several bodyguards rushed in, standing behind the directors with guns at their waists. For a moment, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. I slowly stood up, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from me, making it hard for anyone to breathe. This combat power resonated with the floating purple crystals outside. Such power could only be summoned in dungeons or instances. It was clear that this place had already begun to transform into an instance. Nan Shang also realized she could use her panel powers. With this power, the guns in the bodyguards' hands were utterly useless. Not just handguns, even if they fired rockets or missiles, they wouldn't harm me. Under the rules of the instance, only those with player panels could wield true power. Seeing me unleash such an aura, the directors quickly calmed down. However, their expressions were darker than ever. Yi Long, you'll pay the price for this one day. We're leaving. They ultimately chose to leave without ordering the bodyguards to act because they understood deep down that if I could wield player powers in reality, no amount of weapons would make a difference. Only players could deal with other players. The directors all left, leaving just me, Tang Jinyan, and Nan Shang in the conference room. Tang Jinyan stepped forward and asked me, President Yi, why are you doing this? Why not continue delaying the instance transformation? Xia country has always controlled the progress of dungeon transformations to avoid situations like this. I looked at her, my tone softening considerably. Researcher Tang, I know you're different from them. Those people fear us players. They're worried about losing their money and status, so they impose all kinds of restrictions. They even stir up hostility against players when conflicts arise between ordinary people and players. Years ago, I thought that when I returned to my country, my abilities would be put to good use, that I could call the shots here just like in the instances. But what happened in reality? I ended up having to listen to a bunch of people who have never entered an instance or killed a single monster. Can you understand how I felt back then? President Yi, you've really changed. Tang Jinyan looked at me in disbelief. I smiled faintly. I haven't changed, I just don't want to pretend anymore. If I'm clearly stronger, why should I listen to the weak? The only reason players haven't already taken the upper hand is that the power from the instances can't be brought into reality. This time, if the world fully transforms into an instance, players will finally be able to control their own destiny and no longer have to follow the orders of those people. We have our own future to pursue. Researcher Tang, you're not a player, so you can't fully understand. Nan Shang, you understand what I mean, don't you? When I mentioned Nan Shang, she seemed a bit surprised but still nodded. She came from a family of swordsmanship, but even though I'm a woman, my family never recognized me and wouldn't even let me touch the swordsmanship heritage. But in the instance world, no one cares whether you're a man or a woman. What matters here is strength, class compatibility, level, and combat skills. It's a world where only the size of your fists matters. I've always thought the system of the instance world was pretty good. At least in Han country, players hold the highest status. Even outside the instances, players can still wield their panel powers. The ability to truly grasp one's own power is the key to destiny. No matter how strong you are, if you're crushed by money or powerful figures in reality, your strength is meaningless. Players must always be able to rely on themselves, not on the protection of family or rules. My silence was the most direct and honest answer. Tang Jinyan clearly hadn't anticipated the situation to escalate like this. She spoke helplessly, so you're saying my trip to Han country was completely in vain? You never intended to help Lin Yuan City hold on? Yi Long let out a soft, mocking laugh. To be honest, letting the Ghost Clan invade Lin Yuan City on a large scale will result in many deaths. But in this day and age, the transformation into instances is already an unstoppable trend. All of Xia country's top players have gone overseas to grind dungeons and level up. If the Xia kingdom doesn't have high-level players for a long time, do you think the Han kingdom and the island nation wouldn't have their eyes on this juicy piece of meat? Actually, everyone understands that to ensure a country's safety, there must be top-tier experts holding the line. The dungeonization is inevitable. Even ordinary weapons are useless against high-level players. If, before the full dungeonization, the Xia kingdom doesn't even have anyone capable of fighting, what do you think will happen if a real fight breaks out? What kind of fate do you think awaits the Xia kingdom? Tang Jinyan was stunned. She had never considered this perspective before, but she quickly realized that the harsh reality was almost exactly as Yi Long described. There was no choice at all. Arriving at the Li family's doorstep, the scene before them was a field of corpses. Most of the dead were ordinary people without panel abilities, completely defenseless, and had died unjustly. The remaining members of the Li family had long since hidden inside the inner house. Many Ghost Clan warriors patrolled outside. Judging by the scattered corpses on the ground, it was clear that the dungeon riot had just erupted at the Lee family's location. Those in the Lee family with skills had fled early, using the powerless as human shields. Lu Chen gripped the blood demon blade tightly, clearing out Ghost Clan warriors along the way. Today, he had only one goal: to find Old Man Lee and Li Chang. They had to pay for their actions. "They're hiding in that room on the west side," Wu Bo said, using his wall-penetrating eavesdropping skill to accurately locate the targets. Lu Chen slashed the door open with one strike, but the two people he was looking for were not inside. Could it be that Li Chang and Old Man Lee were already dead? Where are Li Chang and Old Man Lee? The faces of the Lee family members changed drastically when they saw me break in, as if they had seen a ghost. "Don't waste my time. I never ask a question twice." With just one threat, the Lee family members hiding in the room instantly sobered up. The corpses of Ghost Clan warriors lay scattered on the ground outside. They had already realized that this killing god was no longer someone they could deal with as they had before. The feud between me and the Lee family had long been public. They had tried to kill me several times, but they hadn't even managed to save their own lives. Now that I was here, they didn't need to guess, they knew I had come for revenge. "We won't tell you." The person who spoke was still defiant. I didn't waste words and directly sliced off one of his ears. His face twisted in pain, but he didn't make a sound. "Understand your situation. If you don't cooperate, I won't show mercy." "Lu Chen. This is the Xia Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by openly killing people?" Hearing this, I sneered. The Xia Kingdom has its own rules, but this has already become a dungeon world. In a dungeon world, there are no rules, only strength matters. If you think I won't dare, you can try me. Someone finally couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly spoke up, "Don't kill us." The old man went to Taisong prison in Linyuan City, and Li Chang went with him. They're planning to take advantage of the Ghost Clan chaos to break into the prison and rescue Li Li's father, Li Chang. Li Chang was sentenced to 30 years for murder and has been locked up in Taisong prison ever since. Confirming that the two were still alive, I immediately took out my phone, found the location of Taisong prison, and prepared to head there. Bai Ling, after hearing this, was a bit incredulous. The Li family is really bold. They actually dare to break into a prison? Do they not realize that this could easily lead to a death sentence? I replied calmly, "It's not surprising that the Li family would do something like this. Li Li is dead, and now the only one left in the Li family with a decent A-level talent is Li Chang. Li Chang was already a ruthless character. If he hadn't been caught for killing someone in a dungeon, the Li family would have been even more arrogant. Old Man Li doesn't have many days left. With no one to inherit his position, the Li family is bound to collapse sooner or later. While the city is in chaos, breaking into the prison might give them a chance to turn things around. Once the situation stabilizes, as long as they can withstand the monster attacks, no one will care about their prison break. Wu Bo saw through it clearly. I was a bit surprised. "You seem to know a lot about the Li family." "Of course, we always investigate our employers before taking on a job. Otherwise, we might get tricked without even knowing it." The location of Taisong prison was quite unique. It was near the city center, surrounded by bustling activity. Compared to the towering skyscrapers nearby, this prison appeared both short and old. However, its outer walls were exceptionally high, equipped with surveillance cameras and electrified barbed wire, making it intimidating to approach. The prison had been standing for decades, its age evident from the outside, especially with the two 2-meter-tall stone statues at the entrance and the plaque reading Iron Pine Prison. Every passerby instinctively kept their distance. After the invasion of the Ghost Clan, the local residents had long evacuated, leaving only the prisoners inside. Many of these prisoners were actually players. To prevent any incidents, additional personnel had been deployed to the prison during this period. Yet, no one anticipated that things would spiral completely out of control. Purple crystals gradually spread across the streets and alleys, even emerging on the prison's walls and pillars. These crystals were as hard as steel, impossible to break or remove. More alarmingly, their appearance signified that the area had been fully dungeonized, throwing the scene into chaos and altering all the rules. The prison quickly descended into turmoil. Many prisoners, realizing they could now use their panel abilities, immediately began a mass breakout. Fights broke out between inmates and guards, resulting in casualties on both sides. Deep within the prison was the highest security solitary cell, where Li Chang was confined. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a small window letting in a sliver of light. Due to his extreme violence and history of beating up all his cellmates, the prison had no choice but to isolate him, otherwise, he might have caused a fatal incident at any moment. According to his original sentence, Li Chang was supposed to face the death penalty. However, the Li family spent a fortune in court, arguing that he had a mental illness, ultimately sparing his life and reducing his sentence to 30 years. The commotion outside reached Li Chang's ears, and he was fully aware of what was happening. He could feel that long-lost power returning to his body. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Having survived in a place like Beihan, he understood that dungeonization was no myth. After regaining his strength, he didn't rush to break out. The prison was crowded, with many players among the inmates. Charging out recklessly would only make him a prime target. So, he waited patiently for the right opportunity. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed outside his cell. It sounded like someone had blown up the door. Nearly a meter-thick steel door was sent flying. Snapping back to attention, Li Chang saw Old Master Li and Li Chang entering, quickly locating him. He was a bit surprised, not expecting his father and daughter to show up here. "Where's Li? Why didn't he come with you?" Li Chang asked immediately. "We'll talk about Li later. Right now, the priority is getting you out of here," Old Master Li said, determined to save him even with his last ounce of strength. Li Chang instantly understood, something must have happened to Li. If not, the old man, who had severed ties with him long ago, wouldn't risk his life to rescue him now. As they fought their way out of the prison, Li Chang took the opportunity to settle scores with several of his enemies. He had harbored grudges against these people for a long time. With the chance now before him, he wasn't about to let it slip. Not only did he target the inmates who had wronged him, but even the cafeteria lady and the janitor who had crossed him weren't spared. While killing, he cursed, "Back then, when I was digging a tunnel to escape with a metal spoon, you used a metal detector to find it and confiscated my spoon." No matter how minor the grievance, Li Chang remembered it vividly. Anyone he held a grudge against wouldn't survive. As the group broke out of the prison, they ran into Lu Chen. Li Chang, startled to see him, asked, "Lu Chen, how did you know we were here?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. "I just came from your Li family's place." Hearing this, Li Chang's face immediately changed. "Did you kill them all?" Wu Bo, standing nearby, interjected, "It wasn't us. The Li family members were probably all killed by Ghost Clan monsters." Wu Bo looked smug, while Li Chang's face darkened with anger. "Wu Bo, you took the money and now you're just standing by doing nothing?" Wu Bo spread his hands and said, "I already told you after the failure in Korea last time, don't force me to keep going. I'm just here to make money. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. Who told you to drag me into this mess? Lin Yuan City has been completely dungeonized. Who can possibly take him on now?" Li Chang had just been released from prison and hadn't yet grasped the situation. Old Master Li gritted his teeth and pointed at Lu Chen. "Ah Chang, it's this man who killed Xiao Li." Li Chang's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. His son was gone, and he had to make Lu Chen pay the price. Li wasn't killed by Lu Chen, he died at the hands of a monster, Bai Ling quickly explained from the side. But Li Chang, already enraged, roared back, "You wretched woman! If you hadn't sold the Blood Demon Knight dungeon key, how would my brother have been dragged into the dungeon and died?" Her eyes were filled with fury. Hearing my words, Bai Ling froze, knowing full well that no explanation would work. The Li family had long decided that Li's death was our doing. I had no intention of reconciling with them. After returning from Korea, I saw things clearly. The Li family hated me to the core and had already started taking action. How could I let them continue to torment me? Just as I gripped the blood demon blade, Li Chang made the first move. He was a berserker, with impressive explosive power and a level of 41. Considering he'd been imprisoned for years, if he hadn't been locked up, he might have already surpassed level 45, making him even stronger. He punched me squarely. I raised the blood demon blade and countered with a slash, sending Li Chang flying. "You're level 42? Li Chang looked at me in disbelief. He never imagined that someone as young as me could reach the same level as his son. More importantly, he was no match for me. Even though he attacked first, I didn't even look injured, while one slash from me left him incapacitated. That single strike dealt over 20,000 damage, and his health was less than 40,000. Fresh out of prison, he had no equipment. My one strike left him with half his life, meaning one more would finish him off. Realizing the situation was dire, Li Chang immediately backed down. "Forget it. My son is already gone. There's no point in seeking revenge." He knew full well he couldn't win and had no choice but to admit defeat. In prison, he'd been bullied too much. Even ordinary people who weren't players could suppress him completely. His combat power was only useful in dungeons. Outside, he was just an ordinary person. Facing someone stronger and more ruthless, he could only yield. Now that he was out of prison, he didn't want to lose his newfound freedom by being killed by me. But I looked at him coldly. "Too late. None of you are leaving today." My voice was icy and chilling, striking fear into their hearts. Li Chang trembled in terror, having always underestimated me, thinking I was just a rookie with no real skills. She pulled out her phone and turned on the camera. "Lu Chen, do you dare to kill someone in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of being arrested? Aren't you afraid of spending the rest of your life in prison?" Li Chang tried to threaten me with this. But she had no idea that the world had already changed. A glance at the prison would tell you that escaped players were beyond its control. Once players regained their strength, such places couldn't hold us. I took out the bone flute and summoned a goblin warrior. "Kill them." The goblin warrior, excited at the prospect of gaining more experience, charged forward. With a few slashes, Li Chang, and the others all fell. The old master of the Li family was the last to die. His eyes were still open as he passed, tears glistening at the corners. He had sought revenge for Li Li's death, only to lose his entire family in the process. Wu Bo, seeing the goblin warrior, was also full of surprise. "I didn't expect you to have a goblin warrior helping you. If you keep training, your strength won't be easy to match." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed. He had originally thought I wouldn't dare act recklessly in Lin Yuan City, but my decisiveness had completely changed his view of me. The Ghost Clan is wreaking havoc, and Lin Yuan City is in chaos everywhere. But chaos is opportunity. The transformation of Lin Yuan City into a dungeon is already a foregone conclusion. Soon, this place will completely become a haven for players. We can absolutely collaborate and establish the fourth guild. With your strength and my connections, we can quickly build a major force of our own. By then, the entire city will be under our control, and we can have whatever we want." Wu Bo was clearly no longer content to stay in the shadows. He wanted to make a big move in Lin Yuan City. He had always aspired to succeed, but reality had repeatedly thwarted him. He couldn't make money and even lost his job. It wasn't until he became a professional player that he finally managed to buy a house. Yet, over the years, he remained dissatisfied. He knew he was skilled in combat, but his prowess was confined to dungeons. In the real world, he was just a 35-year-old programmer who had been eliminated, with no company willing to hire him. Until this day arrived, and the world changed. He knew the era of players had begun, and he had the ability to prove his worth. One day, he would make those who looked down on him witness what true strength was. But I simply replied indifferently, "Wu Bo, I won't collaborate with you. I've always had only one enemy, and that's the monsters. The thought of revenge couldn't control me. I always remembered that my parents died at the hands of the level 60 dungeon boss. The monsters not only killed them but also sought to invade more places. Although I still didn't understand what these monsters ultimately wanted, I had to stop them. Now that Linyuan City had become a dungeon, Wu Bo was eager to seize the opportunity to rise. But for me, the invasion of the Ghost Clan was far from over, and whether Linyuan City could hold out was still uncertain. Hearing this news, I froze in place. Ever since I became an assassin, I rarely went all out against monsters, always focused on making money. In the past, I would tirelessly level up every day, strategizing how to defeat various bosses and monsters. But as I earned more money, I gradually forgot my original purpose and became nothing more than a money-making killing machine. The Ghost Clan's army continued to gather. The three major guilds and the elite studios all wore grim expressions as they faced thousands of Ghost Clan warriors. The scene had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Initially, we thought the battle would be similar to regular dungeon runs, nothing too serious as long as we coordinated well. Even if we encountered monsters of higher levels, we could still handle them. But no one anticipated that the Ghost Clan would send an army of high-level elites. This scale was nothing short of a war. Once the fighting began, it was destined to be a bloodbath, with casualties likely numbering in the thousands. The usual low player mortality rate was due to everyone mastering dungeon clearing strategies. As long as they followed the rules, deaths were minimal. But now, facing a massive number of monsters, this was an unprecedented situation, and no one was confident they could escape unscathed. Xiaoyu, Xinchuan, and Songyu, the three guild leaders, charged to the front, directly confronting the 10th Ghost General under the command of the Ghost King. 10th General, level 75, a general under the Ghost King, extremely powerful and highly dangerous. I could sense the pressure on their faces was greater than ever before. This opponent was on a completely different level from the bosses in previous dungeons. Support players in the rear frantically cast skills to boost their health, speed, attack power, and survivability. The trio's combat power was pushed to its peak. Although their stats had limits, as long as enough buffs were applied, their strength could be infinitely amplified. With a furious roar, Xinchuan activated his transformation and charged forward first. He lunged at the 10th General, but the opponent stood firmly in place, blocking with a single hand. An invisible force instantly stopped Xinchuan in his tracks. The veins on Xinchuan's forehead bulged as he roared so loudly it nearly shattered eardrums, but the cement beneath his feet cracked into rings of fractures first. The 10th General remained motionless, his long hair billowing as he stared at Xinchuan, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the armor like sharp blades. Xinchuan's eyes trembled violently. Such a powerful attack couldn't even harm the opponent. Xiaoyu immediately donned the Black Blood Spider King armor, transforming into a streak of black lightning and charging forward. The 10th General casually raised his other hand to block her, stopping her in her tracks. "Good speed, but your strength is still lacking," he remarked, even offering a brief critique. The players watching from the sidelines were dumbfounded. Such composure could only belong to a true powerhouse. The two strongest players in Linyuan City couldn't even make a ripple before him. Songyu stepped forward and said, "Xiaoyu, Xinchuan, step back. He might be able to block physical attacks, but he may not be able to withstand my flames." As his words fell, Songyu transformed into the Flame Lord, his entire body becoming a blazing inferno, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Streets, shops, and skyscrapers were all engulfed in flames. The residents in Linyuan City's safe zone watched this scene unfold through live broadcasts, utterly shocked. Many had never seen the true power of players before, let alone entered a dungeon. Witnessing such a grand spectacle firsthand, no one could remain unafraid. To ordinary people, the difference between players and monsters was barely discernible. The bosses and leaders of major corporations, seeing Linyuan City become a battleground for players, were even more panicked. From now on, no one would dare to be rude to players, let alone casually hire them as employees. Who knows, if a player got upset one day, they might just kill them outright. The power of players was terrifyingly immense. If Linyuan City became a playground for players, it would be even scarier than handing everyone a gun. While the people in the safe zone harbored various thoughts, the players in the city center continued their fierce battle against the Ghost Clan. The scene shifted back to the center of the Sea of Fire, where Songyu and the 10th General were facing off. Xiaoyu and Xinchuan were forced back by the flames. "10th General, why not let me handle this?" Blue Ghost stepped forward. He was a formation master, skilled in magic-based abilities. Seeing Blue Ghost volunteer, I knew that only magic could counter magic against such a monster. At this moment, the burly, four-armed red-haired ghost also stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression that instantly enveloped the area. 10th General, I want to join too. But the 10th General did not let them act recklessly. He glanced at the two indifferently, his tone calm yet undeniably authoritative. Red-haired ghost, your fire is countered by his. Blue Ghost, your level is no match for him. Step back. I'll handle this myself. With that, the 10th General waved his hand, and a pair of sharp twin blades appeared out of thin air. The blades gleamed, and his aura surged dramatically. I dared not be careless. Rubbing my hands together, countless flames in the sea of fire seemed to respond to my summons, frantically converging toward me. Under my control, the flames swirled and ascended, forming a roaring fire tornado that shot into the sky. The opponent's blade energy was as dense as rain, colliding head-on with the fire tornado. At the moment of impact, a massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves sweeping across the area. Within a kilometer radius, all the glass shattered, and shards rained down like hail. The 10th General leaped out of the fire tornado, moving at an extreme speed, and slashed directly at me. I immediately conjured a flame shield, while my teammates desperately added multiple layers of shields, thick as a wall. Yet his blade energy seemed to penetrate everything, breaking through layer after layer of shields in an instant. The slash landed squarely on me, directly cutting away over 10,000 health points. I took a deep breath, my expression grave. His blade can directly ignore shield effects. Everyone, be careful. I quickly retreated as the healers raced against time to restore my health. Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Xinchuan charged forward without hesitation to block the 10th General. The 10th General's twin blades danced, and wherever the blade energy reached, it was as if no one could stand in its way. Xinchuan transformed into a wild bear but was still slashed with a wound so deep the bone was visible. Xiaoyu, protected by her battle armor, still suffered significant injuries. Fortunately, teammates continuously healed and reinforced their shields, otherwise, their injuries would have been far worse. Even with the three of us working together, we were completely suppressed. The 10th General sneered coldly, showing no mercy. Being able to block my attacks through teamwork is commendable. But today, no one will leave here alive. He casually slashed out a blade of energy, heading straight for the nearby high-rise building. The building let out a thunderous crash and began to collapse. Countless players from the three major guilds were below, and if the building came down, the scene would be too tragic to bear. Seeing that the guild leaders of the three major guilds were no match at all, a chill ran through the hearts of all the players. They had never encountered such a terrifying enemy before. We outnumber him, so why are we just hiding in the back? If we all attack together, he won't be able to hold out, right? A hot-blooded player shouted. Chen Lei shook his head. You're too naive. If the level gap is too large, no matter how many people there are, they can't withstand a boss. If it weren't for the guild leaders holding him off, we'd be completely overrun the moment he charged at us. Chen Lei wasn't even level 40 yet, but over the past few months, he had frequently joined us in fighting bosses and deeply understood the terror of high-level bosses. A boss of the 10 Generals caliber could wipe out an entire guild single-handedly. He quickly calmed down and issued orders: all support classes, activate all your skills and prioritize healing the guild leaders and main forces. Don't forget to clear negative statuses. Tanks in the front row, be ready to defend at any moment. The back row must be protected at all costs. Everyone followed the commands, each performing their role with precision. This kind of teamwork was far more effective than fighting solo. Soon, my condition was fully restored, and Xinchuan and Xiaoyu also regained their composure. The 10 General showed a rare hint of admiration. Not bad. Your team coordination is solid, and your abilities are well integrated for explosive power. But you're too reliant on the support in the back row. If I break through to the rear, you'll all be sitting ducks. His words sent a chill through us. Sensing the danger, Xinchuan was the first to transform into a giant bear, slamming a paw in front of the 10 General while shouting, "Fall back now." But the Ten General was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had circled around Xinchuan, and with one slash, a deep gash was torn into Xinchuan's bare form. He didn't stop there, quickening his pace as he charged straight for the back row. Over 100 tanks in the front row raised their shields in unison, trying to block his advance. Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, launching countless small spiders from her battle armor. The spider's silk flew out, entangling the Ten General's limbs and pinning him mid-air. Xiaoyu shouted, "Songyu!" I understood her intent immediately. Without hesitation, I activated my ultimate skill. My body instantly expanded, transforming into a Flame Lord and unleashing immense attack power. This skill had a long cooldown, and I would never use it unless in a desperate situation. The last time I used it was on the 40th floor of the dungeon. Now, there was no retreat. I knew I had no way out and had to give it my all. The fiery energy within me surged, and as I clasped my hands together, a blazing stream of fire erupted from my palms, condensing into a massive flaming greatsword. The greatsword struck the ground with a thunderous crash, aimed directly at the Ten General's position. The ground shattered under the impact of the flames, waves of heat rolling outward in all directions. I could feel the scorching temperature, as if the air itself was about to ignite. And this was just the aftermath. The true heat reached thousands of degrees, enough to melt iron and stone into molten metal. When the flames dissipated, the asphalt road had been reduced to a massive crater. But at the center of the crater stood an intact defensive barrier. Behind the barrier, the Ten General stood firm, gripping a battle flag in his hand. The barrier had absorbed nearly all of the fiery attack, leaving him virtually unharmed. Tenfold desolation, the Ten General roared, slashing his dual blades. Countless sharp blade energy shot out, spreading across the ground and reducing it to pulverized debris in an instant. Many players in the front row had no chance to resist and were directly shredded into pieces by the blade energy. Screams of agony echoed one after another. Tenfold desolation was the Ten General's ultimate skill. Anyone caught in it was as good as dead. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground a deep crimson. At that moment, the livestream screen abruptly went black. Many children watching the brutal scene were so terrified that they burst into tears. In the backstage monitoring room, the footage was still playing. Even seasoned adults who had seen their fair share of horrors felt nauseated and sickened. The young woman in charge of the livestream ran out of the room to vomit, while others simply turned their heads and shut their eyes. My God! My eyes! Lin Chuchu's face was covered in blood. Just now, I had managed to pull her and Shanlei back in time, helping them avoid part of the attack, but Lin Chuchu was still injured by the blade's energy. Although she had been through many dungeons, she had never truly suffered a serious injury. This time, the pain cut to her very bones, making her feel the fear of death for the first time. She had almost ended up like those players who were sliced into pieces. Lin Chuchu didn't even have time to feel lucky for surviving, all she cared about was her injury. Writhing in pain, she shouted, "Healer, come heal me." The healer quickly cast a healing skill, but the wounds on Lin Chuchu's face showed no signs of improvement. Shaking his head, the healer said, "I can only restore health points. For such severe external injuries, you'll need to go to a hospital for stitches." The problem was, the entire city of Lin Yuan had already fallen. The hospitals had evacuated long ago, and there were no doctors left to help. Not to mention, the 10 generals were blocking the area, making it impossible for anyone to leave. After slaughtering a large number of players, the 10 generals' power surged dramatically. They even seemed to enjoy the thrill of growing stronger. As expected, grinding through hard training is nothing compared to leveling up by killing players, one of them said, leaping into the air and swinging their blade. The blade's energy swept across the area, reducing buildings within hundreds of meters to rubble. Then, 3 massive gates appeared in the air, connecting to form a passageway. Beyond the gates, more ghost soldiers were gathering, making the scene increasingly terrifying. No one could remain unshaken by the sight. Everyone could read the 3 large characters on the gates, Gate of Hell. Could it be that Lin Yuan City was truly beyond saving? The Gate of Hell also brought with it more purple crystals, and the entire city had now completely transformed into a dungeon world. All communication tools were down, phones had no signal, and live broadcasts had been cut off. The only device still functioning was Tang Jinyan's special camera. Tang Jinyan had originally developed this camera specifically to investigate dungeon phenomena. Choking back tears, she looked at President Yi. "President Yi, isn't it time for you to step in now?" Yi Long sighed heavily, his expression grave. "The enemy is too strong. I'll do my best." Suddenly, a terrifying attack descended from the sky. The 10 generals, sensing danger, immediately retreated into the 3 gates of hell. Who did that? Another expert? Many in the crowd looked up, only to see Lu Chen and Bai Ling Mubo tactfully left the scene, as he had always been at odds with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, aware of the fierce battle in the city center, had decisively come to provide support. Chen Lei and Blue Ghost were stunned to see Lu Chen appear, while Tang Jinyan and Nan Shang breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen and Bai Ling had finally returned safely. "You're the expert?" The red-haired ghost scrutinized Lu Chen, clearly doubting his strength. I looked at him and shrugged. "The strongest one here isn't me." At that moment, Yi Long stepped forward. The earlier attack had actually been his doing. He had intended to showcase his skills, but Lu Chen's sudden appearance had nearly stolen his thunder. Amid the tense atmosphere, a new battle was already unfolding. "General, the token is in his hands," Blue Ghost whispered. From a distance, I could see that Lu Chen had used Blue Ghost's teleportation array to arrive. It was obvious he held the Ghost King's token, as no ordinary person could activate that array. But my attention wasn't on Lu Chen. The moment Yi Long appeared, the aura he exuded made my entire body tense. I knew in my heart that this man was the true powerhouse here. With just a flick of 2 fingers, Yi Long sent a spherical energy blast hurtling forward. The ghost soldiers tried to block it, but the moment they touched the sphere, they were obliterated. The move seemed unassuming, but its power was terrifyingly overwhelming. No one could withstand it. Wherever the energy sphere passed, it left a trail of death. When it finally exploded, over 100 ghost soldiers were wiped out on the spot. Just moments ago, the 10 generals had been slaughtering players indiscriminately, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Long had annihilated the ghost soldiers in one fell swoop. The ghost soldiers, seeing Yi Long's arrival, were gripped with fear. None dared to step forward to challenge him. The presidents of the 3 major guilds were all dumbfounded. They had always thought of themselves as the top players in Linyuan City, but compared to Yi Long, they weren't even worthy. Opponents. Yi Long's combat power was overwhelming, truly intimidating, and he seemed capable of taking on the 10 generals single-handedly. At this moment, everyone saw a glimmer of hope, feeling that victory was within reach. However, there was no trace of joy on Tang Jinyan's face. In truth, Yi Long could have acted much earlier, and many people wouldn't have had to die. But he chose to wait, just to turn Linyuan City into a dungeon. Tang Jinyan completely disagreed with his approach. As an ordinary person, she couldn't understand it and felt that so many lives lost were not worth it. The 10 generals sneered and said, "I didn't expect a small place like Linyuan City to produce a level 78 top player, even 3 levels higher than me. You waited until now to act. Were you deliberately waiting for us to turn the city into a dungeon? Do you think you alone can stop us?" As soon as he said this, the players on the scene instinctively became wary. The 10 generals were trying to sow discord, making people doubt Yi Long. Then, he attempted to recruit Yi Long. "Your strength is impressive, but the world you came from doesn't belong to you. There, you were just a weakling. Here, you can stand above everyone else. Why not join our ghost clan? I'll let you rule as a king here. What do you say?" Yi Long responded calmly, "Sorry, I only believe in democracy. I'm not interested in ruling." With that, Yi Long made his move, charging toward the 10 generals at lightning speed. The 10 generals swung his blade at the energy sphere Yi Long had conjured with his magic, but the blade seemed to be sucked in, becoming so heavy it was almost impossible to hold. Tenfold deadlock. The blade's energy slashed violently at the energy sphere, causing an explosion that ultimately shattered the sphere. However, the backlash from the blade's energy injured the 10 generals, instantly depleting a significant portion of his health. The earlier display of power made the red-haired ghost and the blue ghost even more wary of Yi Long. They knew that anyone capable of injuring the 10 generals was no ordinary opponent. The 10 generals laughed loudly and retreated to the third gate of the Ghost Gate Pass. He taunted, "Dare to come in? Once you enter this gate, there's no turning back. It's a fight to the death." The 3 ghost gates were connected into a single passage, with the other end leading to the Ghost Clan's army. If the Ghost Gate Pass fully connected to Linyuan City, the city would be completely doomed. Yi Long's goal was only to turn the city into a dungeon. He didn't want Linyuan City to fall entirely. So, without hesitation, he moved forward. With a flick of his fingers, countless Ghost Clan warriors along the way exploded and died instantly. A level 78 against level 40-something, an absolute massacre. The players watched in stunned silence. At this moment, Yi Long looked every bit like a true dungeon boss. The red-haired ghost's hair grew wildly, twisting into massive fists like tree roots to block his path. "Stand down," the 10 generals ordered. The red-haired ghost immediately withdrew, and the Ghost Clan warriors all stepped aside to clear a path. They all understood that they were no match for Yi Long. Confronting him head-on was a death sentence. Soon, Yi Long reached the second gate. The blue ghost stood coldly to the side, making no move to stop him. Yi Long didn't waste any energy on him either. His target was solely the 10 generals. Crossing the second gate, he arrived at the third, where the 10 generals stood guard personally. At this point, there was no need for words between the two. The moment they met, the battle began. The 10 generals unleashed the tenfold deadlock again, with blade energy sweeping across the entire area. Yi Long formed hand seals and shouted, "Technique reversal." Instantly, gravity reversed, and the surrounding space distorted. With a loud crash, several tall buildings collapsed. The two clashed amidst the ruins of the buildings, their battle a blur of light and destruction. Explosions and devastation were all that could be seen. At this level of combat, ordinary players couldn't intervene at all. Teamwork was utterly useless. This wasn't so much a battle as it was a display of overwhelming power. All the players could do was watch helplessly. No one could assist Yi Long. He had to face the 10 generals alone. Meanwhile, outside the Ghost Gate Pass, more and more Ghost Clan warriors were frantically gathering. If the passage were fully opened, the Ghost Clan army would flood in, and no one would be able to stop them. Just now, the 10 generals unleashed a massacre, scattering the teams of the 3 major guilds and leaving only a few people behind, making it impossible for them to continue supporting the 3 guild leaders. Yet, the 3 guild leaders still charged resolutely into the gates of hell. At the moment, the 10 generals are being held up by Yi Long, leaving only the strongest, Blue Ghost and Red-Haired Ghost. However, Xiao Yu and her 2 companions are not in good condition, and their teammates have all fallen. They can only fight head-on, but they won't last long. The red-haired ghost is guarding the first gate, with a large group of ghost warriors behind him. Blue Ghost is using formations for long-range support, firmly holding the second gate. For the 3 guild leaders to win, to be honest, it won't be easy. I can't just stand by and do nothing. As I was about to charge in, I suddenly saw Chen Lei and Lin Chuchu. Chen Lei was preparing to rush in with Song Yu. Lin Chuchu had one eye injured, and she was panicked and terrified, completely losing her combat ability. When she saw that I was still alive, her eyes were filled with fear. "Surprised, aren't you? I'm still alive. This time, I've come back for revenge." My words sent a chill down Lin Chuchu's spine. She had always thought that the people she sent to hunt me down had done so in secret. How? Did I find out? Did I figure it out myself, or did something happen on the Li family's side? What Lin Chuchu wanted to know most now was what exactly had gone wrong with the Li family. Seeing that I was not only alive but also seeking revenge, the fear in Lin Chuchu's eyes deepened. She had never seen me exude such a cold killing intent before. She must have realized that I wasn't just bluffing. "Lu Chen, don't get too cocky. So what if you went abroad? As long as I'm here, you won't be able to hurt her." Chen Lei spoke while trying to show off. "Chen Lei, you'd better worry about yourself. Either way, just wait, I'll settle the score with all of you." Chen Lei's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if it weren't for Yi Long's strength, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Chen Lei even wished that Yi Long would just die here. Without Yi Long backing him up, what would Lu Chen amount to? Song Yu and the others charged toward the first gate but were blocked by the red-haired ghost. Meanwhile, Yi Long was battling the 10 generals at the third gate, holding his ground without faltering. Xiaoyu kept her eyes on Yi Long, with a question lingering in her mind that she still hadn't answered. What exactly was Yi Long's class? Previously, she had never seen Yi Long in action and had always wanted to witness it firsthand. But the skills Yi Long used were ones she and the entire server's players had never seen before. There were no records of them on forums or community boards. Xin Xuan whispered, that guy Yi Long went abroad before. It was overseas that he became a player, and his class is called Curse Master. Xin Xuan had obtained this information by bypassing firewalls to access foreign video platforms. This class was unheard of in the domestic scene, leaving both Xiaoyu and Song Yu puzzled. In their country, they had only ever heard of Talisman Masters, not Curse Masters. The red-haired ghost sneered coldly, his tone chilling, 2 level 60s and 1 level 59. Killing you will surely yield a lot of experience points. He stared at Song Yu and the others, his eyes gleaming like a hunter eyeing his prey. Song Yu frowned, not taking a level 50 monster seriously at all. Xiaoyu, if you kill him, you should be able to reach level 60, right? Xin Xuan encouraged from the side. Almost, Xiaoyu replied, full of anticipation. After all, among the 3 major guilds, she was the only one still a bit short of level 60. The red-haired ghost noticed he was being targeted, and his expression turned grim. His red hair flailed wildly like snakes, attacking the 3 of them. The 3 guild leaders joined forces against the red-haired ghost, while Chen Lei arrived with reinforcements, engaging in a chaotic battle with the ghost warriors. The guild leaders focused their attacks on the red-haired ghost, while the others dealt with the minions. I noticed that this level 50 red-haired ghost could actually hold his own against 3 opponents, which was clearly unusual. I activated stealth and quietly approached. Just a few steps ahead was Chen Lei, who was entangled with the ghost warriors and completely unguarded from behind. I had a perfect opportunity to take his life with one strike. But as the thought of whether to deliver the fatal blow flashed through my mind, I held back. Chen Lei's retribution wouldn't be so simple. He had to experience the deep despair I felt when my job transfer card was taken from me. Everyone, attack! Just as Chen Lei finished shouting, a banana peel suddenly appeared under his foot. He stepped on it and slipped, falling heavily to the ground. Are you okay? Song Yu thought Chen Lei had been hit. Chen Lei awkwardly got up, looking at the banana peel on the ground with a puzzled expression, completely unable to figure out how a banana peel had suddenly appeared there. At that moment, I was finishing the last bite of a banana. That banana peel was something I had swiped from a roadside fruit stand earlier, and now it had come in handy. Chewing on the banana, I had already maneuvered behind the red-haired ghost. The area was filled with the ghost's flailing hair, so I had to be extra cautious, otherwise, I could get entangled if I wasn't careful. At this point, Xin Xuan had transformed into a giant bear and tore off a chunk of the red-haired ghost's hair with one swipe. However, the ghost's hair grew back like wild grass. Just as it was torn off, it would grow back crazily in the next second, trying to entangle the bear's claws. The giant bear Xin Xuan raised his front paw. From my perspective, the red-haired ghost's hair was growing at an insane rate. I kept slashing with the claws of my battle armor, cutting the hair, but it would quickly grow back. In no time, half of the bear's body was buried in the hair, almost completely engulfed. I quickly ascended, using the battle armor to evade attacks in midair while launching strikes at the red-haired ghost. However, while my battle armor was well-rounded in its abilities, it lacked an advantage in long-range attacks. Most of my attacks were easily blocked by the dense hair, unable to deal any fatal damage to the ghost. In contrast, Song Yu's abilities were practically the red-haired ghost's nemesis. Any hair that got close to Song Yu was instantly consumed by flames. The fire spread rapidly, burning large swathes of hair to ashes. Song Yu formed a fireball in one hand, and with a loud boom, the fireball shot through the air, stretching into an oval shape mid-flight. It burned through the red-haired ghost's hair and exploded into a fiery cloud. Half of the ghost's hair was burned away, finally exposing his body. This strike caused his health to plummet. On the other side, Shenlei and his teammates coordinated seamlessly. Despite being surrounded by ghost warriors, we still held the upper hand. But suddenly, countless strands of hair on the ground began writhing like snakes, wrapping around us. Shenlei reacted quickly, unleashing a burst of lightning that instantly reduced the hair to ashes. However, not everyone was able to escape in time. Those in the backline who were slower or lacked mobility skills were immediately entangled by the hair. The hair didn't kill players directly but acted like straws, draining their life force. I saw the hair continuously transferring the absorbed energy to the red-haired ghost, whose injuries were healing rapidly. He was even absorbing Shinchuan's life force. Sensing something was wrong, Shinchuan immediately reverted from his bear form, otherwise, he would have been completely drained. After returning to human form, his attack and defense capabilities decreased significantly, but his speed increased several times over. Shinchuan moved like the wind, rescuing 3 support players, all of them girls from the Firewolf Guild. As for the members of the Red Moon and Spider Guilds, Shinchuan couldn't spare them. Saving your own people is a choice anyone would make. Song Yu and I also immediately moved to defend the backline. Ha, without your support players, unless you can kill me in one blow, you'll all die here eventually. The red-haired ghost laughed. He knew very well that as long as the fight dragged on, he would be the ultimate victor. Shenlei felt a bit guilty and said softly, "Guild leader, it's my low level that's holding everyone back." Song Yu shook his head. You have immense potential. If you were abroad, you'd have broken through level 50 by now. No one can predict future growth, so don't blame yourself. Just then, a player, overwhelmed by fear, turned to flee. But before he could escape the barrier, the energy shield of the Ghost Gate descended instantly, reducing him to ashes without leaving a trace. The Ghost Gate allows no return. All of you will die here today, came the voice of the blue ghost from the second gate. Shenlei took a deep breath and looked around, but there was no sign of Lu Chen. I was certain Lu Chen had entered with us. Could he have died in the earlier chaos? The thought of Lu Chen possibly meeting an untimely end secretly delighted me. Lu Chen overestimated himself. Barging in and losing his life was well deserved. Yi Long would never be distracted by him, let alone save him. At this moment, Song Yu knew he had to give it his all. Flames surged around him, condensing into a bow. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow, the fire at the arrowhead roiling with a terrifying power. The red-haired ghost saw this and burst into maniacal laughter, while countless strands of hair shot toward Song Yu. Among the 3 of us, only Song Yu could truly threaten the red-haired ghost. Now he was preparing a powerful attack and needed to stall the red-haired ghost. Song Yu said in a deep voice, "Buy me 10 seconds." 10 seconds in this situation felt like an eternity. Shinchuan and I exchanged a glance, understanding each other, and simultaneously charged forward to hold off the attacks. The blue ghost behind the second door began chanting, and several magic arrays appeared in the sky. Compared to the red-haired ghost, the blue ghost had higher damage output and was even more dangerous. Now all our attention was on the red-haired ghost, while the blue ghost was preparing a devastating attack. Come on, kid. The red-haired ghost hid within his hair, laughing wildly while defending himself. He would never give Song Yu the chance to unleash his ultimate strike. The blue ghost's attack came first, countless beams of light shooting toward Song Yu. If hit, Song Yu's charge would be interrupted, and he might even lose his life. Without hesitation, I roared and unleashed golden lightning, instantly transforming into a giant bear-like beast, using my massive body to shield Song Yu from the attack. My attack had been prepared long ago, firing at full power, capable of instantly killing even those massive, ferocious bear monsters. Facing my fierce assault, the giant bear monster held on for a few seconds, but its health was still depleted. In the next moment, its massive body exploded, leaving only specks of light. I fell from mid-air, and my health bar instantly refilled. This was due to a special setting of my transformation. Whenever the bear monster died, I would automatically recover to full health. Without hesitation, I charged forward, conjuring a long blade in my hand, and frantically slashed at the red-haired ghost's protective hair. Get out of the way! Song Yu shouted. His bow was fully drawn and couldn't be stopped. Once the arrow was charged, it would automatically fire. Xiao Yu and I quickly dodged. With a sharp whistle, a flaming arrow pierced through the hair barrier and struck the red-haired ghost's left shoulder. Flesh and blood splattered, half of his body was exposed, and his left shoulder and part of his head were directly vaporized, making one's scalp tingle. Song Yu's arrow was no ordinary ultimate move. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the vital spot. The red-haired ghost's heart and head were still intact. He laughed, his hair twitching as he began absorbing life force from the ghosts behind him. Energy poured into his body continuously, making him seem like an unkillable cockroach. Your move was strong. If it had hit my heart or head, I would have been done for. But alas, there won't be a second chance, the red-haired ghost said arrogantly, while Song Yu and the others fell into despair. He no longer had the strength to fire another arrow like that. If they couldn't kill him in one blow, the rest of them would be dragged to their deaths. The red-haired ghost was regenerating madly, while the blue ghost began charging for a long-range attack. The massive magic array was about to descend, and this strike would undoubtedly be fatal. I could no longer transform into the giant bear, that skill had a cooldown of 12 hours. If I tried to endure the attack, I wouldn't survive these terrifying blows. Xiao Yu looked at the blue ghost as if she were staring at the Grim Reaper about to claim her soul. Since she had changed her class to Valkyrie, she had leveled up quickly and faced many life and death trials, but she never expected to lose here. She hadn't even reached level 60 yet. She was scared. No matter how strong one is, everyone fears death. The blue ghost casually pointed, hitting Xiao Yu directly. The scent of fear on you is exactly what I like. Then I'll kill you first. Xiao Yu's eyes widened, unable to move. It wasn't that she didn't want to run, but the array beneath her feet had locked her in place. No matter where she tried to escape, she couldn't get out of the attack range. The magic array's light gradually brightened, and Xiao Yu was ready to face her end. At that moment, a blood-red light shot skyward from the second ghost gate. Someone launched a sneak attack on Blue Ghost from behind. Lu Chen appeared. Blue Ghost froze in shock, he hadn't even noticed Lu Chen approaching. All his vigilance had been focused on the three guild leaders, completely ignoring this sudden attacker. You can't kill me, it'll be you who dies. Blue Ghost tried to resist. This strike deals 600,000 damage, can you block it? Lu Chen sneered, and the blood demon blade in his hand slashed down directly. With one strike, Blue Ghost's body was split in two. The blade hit squarely on his head, triggering a critical hit, and Blue Ghost didn't even have the chance to scream before being instantly killed. No one had time to react to what had happened until Lu Chen, bathed in blood-red light, strode out from the second ghost gate. How is he there? Chen Lei was dumbfounded. He suddenly recalled the opponent he had encountered in the ranking match, the one who had killed him in a single strike, surrounded by the same blood-red light. Could that person actually be Lu Chen? Impossible. He's only level 40, how could he be this strong? Chen Lei's words expressed disbelief, but deep down, he had already admitted defeat. Previously, he had the advantage of higher levels, but now even that was gone. At the third ghost gate, Yi Long seized the moment when the 10 generals were distracted and punched him into a skyscraper dozens of stories high. The 10 generals' body crashed through several floors, retreating awkwardly in midair. He looked toward the second ghost gate in disbelief. Blue Ghost is dead? How is that possible? Red-haired Ghost has been holding the front line, and they were already on the verge of collapse. How could he be sneak attacked and instantly killed? Blue Ghost's gruesome death was completely beyond his expectations. There had been no warning signs, and he fell in an instant. Red-haired Ghost's allies were now panicking. Compared to the other three guild leaders, I was their real threat. Forget everyone else, kill him. The 10 generals' order reached red-haired Ghost's ears directly. This was exactly what he wanted. He was determined to avenge Blue Ghost, and his target was me. Before red-haired Ghost could react, I charged at him with my blade. He frowned slightly, as if sensing something unusual about me. His hair, like venomous snakes, extended from all directions, trying to entangle me. But as soon as I spread my wind thunder wings, my speed surged to the maximum, and my figure constantly shifted positions in midair, making it impossible for red-haired ghost to touch me. I closed in on him, suppressing him completely. The onlookers were baffled, unable to understand what I was doing. Shin Chuan rubbed his eyes in astonishment, wondering if I had gone mad. Song Yu remained silent, while Xiaoyu thought I had no chance, especially since Song Yu's arrow earlier hadn't even phased red-haired ghost. But I didn't care what they thought. As I reached red-haired ghost, I burned millions of health points without hesitation. The blood demon blade in my hand erupted instantly, transforming into a massive blood-red blade that slashed down. Red-haired ghost sneered, "You can't kill me." He used his hair for defense while attempting to counterattack. But I gave him no chance. My strike was all-out offense, without a shred of hesitation. The blade cut through, severing all his monstrous hair, including those extending from underground. Each strike landed on his neck. He tried to dodge by tilting his head, but I still managed to slash his neck directly. His hair, which had been his source of constant regeneration, was now completely severed, cutting off his lifeline entirely. At this point, red-haired ghost finally panicked. Even the spectators could see that I had exploited his weakness. When dealing with monsters, brute force alone isn't enough. The key is to use the right approach, pinpoint their vulnerabilities, and deliver a fatal blow. With no external support left, red-haired ghost's health bar plummeted. Although his health was higher than blue ghost's, in my eyes, it only meant he lasted a few seconds longer. Yet this guy still had some backbone. Knowing he wouldn't survive, he held onto his last breath and spat out viciously, "If I die, I'll drag you down with me." As he spoke, countless strands of hair transformed into sharp needles, frantically stabbing toward my body, but I neither dodged nor flinched. With one slash, I directly decapitated the red-haired demon. Before he died, his face was filled with disbelief, still thinking that my equipment had absorbed the damage. In reality, it was simple. My health was higher than his damage output, and his attacks were nothing to worry about. For me, as long as I could take down my opponent, even trading blows was worth it. As long as I didn't die, my opponent was doomed. This kind of trade was a profit. Blood splattered across the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned. The red-haired demon's head was sent flying by my blade, rolling to the ground, still defiant. Impossible. I clearly have an endless source of vitality. It was only then that he realized all the hair connecting him to the other demon warriors had been severed